and looked towards them with crimson eyes, terrifying without any warning. It, riding its iron horse towards the two of them, rushed in the direction they were hiding. Han Sen and Lu Weinan saw this scene, and were greatly surprised. They quickly signaled to each other. "Oh no, we've been discovered, retreat first." That thing of course wouldn't let them get away easily. It launched a fierce attack, but it was ultimately deflected by Han Sen with his sword. Han Sen was completely focused in this battle. However, he easily discovered that even reverse heart slash could not gain an advantage against it. This long spear is truly formidable. Within the first god sanctuary, there are few who could rival it. This spear is truly formidable. In the first god sanctuary, there are few who could stand against it. Lu Weinan rode his big crow, and quickly warned loudly, "Big brother, retreat quickly. That idea is far too bold." Han Sen had indeed been repelled countless times by that monster. He himself realized that this thing was incredibly powerful. Although its spear was simple, whether it was thrusting or sweeping, it was always spinning at extreme speed. This rotation not only significantly increased its penetrating power, but also neutralized his own attack power. This move was indeed very difficult to counter. He immediately infused his power into the Miao King below him. It immediately transformed into a giant beast and charged forward. Han Sen gave it orders, while blocking the overhead attacks with his sword. Miao King clung tightly to it, but as soon as Miao King charged, it was directly impaled and sent flying by the thing's spear. Lu Weinan, seeing the grim situation from above, shouted a reminder to his big brother to fly up quickly. "It can't fly." Han Sen had no other choice. He could only jump up. "Miao King, come back. We weren't well prepared today. I'll let you off for now." After that, the two could only fly straight into the high sky. Lu Weinan couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh my god, what powerful aura! How can there be such a terrifying god blood creature?" They finally found a safe place to land. Lu Weinan then spoke again. "Big brother, this god blood creature is too strong. It's ridiculously strong, isn't it? Do we need to find more people to help?" Han Sen sat by calmly and replied, "A correction. That's not one god blood creature. It's two. That Qilin Mount is actually also an independent god blood creature." Lu Weinan asked, somewhat disbelieving, "Are you saying we're fighting two god blood creatures at once? What's the point of fighting then?" Han Sen then recalled his earlier battle with Miao King. He couldn't help but ponder in his heart, "If I fight while riding Miao King, I can't transform into the bloody slaughterer. Nor can I use hyperparticle stream acceleration. My own power is completely insufficient to deal with that god blood creature. I still have to rely on myself." Lu Weinan then saw him preparing to leave, and asked, "Big brother, where are you going?" "I've rested enough. I'm going back to challenge that god blood creature." So they returned to that swamp once again, the place where the two creatures were. Lu Weinan watched the monster in the water, and couldn't help but ask what it was doing. Is it bathing? Does it have germophobia? Han Sen wasn't so concerned. He quickly picked up his weapon, and signaled Miao King beside him. He gestured, "Now's our chance." Miao King attack. The thing quickly blocked his attack with its spear. The more Han Sen fought, the more abnormalities he discovered. Strange, it actually knows where I'm going to attack. Why can it predict every time the direction I want to strike from? He suddenly thought of another possibility. Is it some kind of special ability? The thing once again raised its large spear, and struck a fatal blow at him. Lu Weinan, observing from the side, also frowned in disbelief. Even a great god is no match for it. What on earth is this damn thing? Han Sen had no choice but to give up this time. He turned and flapped his wings, flying upwards. "I'll come again next time, even if you won this round. If I can kill you, I'll come 100 times. If I can't kill you, I'll come 100 times. As long as I can kill you." A few days later, the two of them, they haven't found a way to deal with that monster yet. The two of them hid under a tree to rest and conserve energy, waiting for the right moment. Lu Weinan sat nearby, asking his big brother with concern, "It's been so many days and you've been like this the whole time. You go bother it again after a while. This isn't a solution either. Why don't we call a few people to help us?" Han Sen gritted his teeth. He was truly unwilling to give up just like that. He thought of its attack again. "Don't rush, let me try one more time. That guy's spear, I found a bit of a pattern." Pattern? The spear of this god blood creature. It doesn't just spin. There's also clockwise and counterclockwise spinning. Clockwise spinning deflects the force on an object, while counterclockwise spinning pulls the force towards the god blood creature. It can predict your attacks. Then in a brief moment, it chooses whether to use clockwise or counterclockwise spinning. It's been so many days and it's never made a single mistake. Han Sen was now so tired he was lying on the green lawn. It's almost like it can read minds. Ordinary attacks are completely useless against it. Half a month later, he himself was still immersed in this battle. During these days of cultivation, the grandson magnetic robe finally reached the elementary level. When he returned to the swamp, there was no one in sight. Speaking of which, where did Lu Weinan go? This guy wouldn't have run off without me, would he? With his current strength, he still couldn't use the grandson magnetic robe. As for weapons, without the holy war angel sword, he needed to be even more careful. In front of him, that godblood creature had already appeared. It was riding on its companion at Shilin, and charged straight towards him. Han Sen, his entire body was enveloped by a tremendous force. A proud smile curved at the corner of his mouth. This time I'm going to defeat you barehanded. Han Sen took the attack. His heart was filled with doubt. The same attack is unleashed. But whether it's in force or young force that's unleashed, the resulting consequences are completely different. Even this time, you can fully see through my attack target. But as long as the force I use is different, this time, that one-sided battle finally took a turn. His fist finally landed on the armored man. It was quickly knocked back by this punch. Han Sen smiled with satisfaction. I couldn't hit your face. What a pity. This punch used in force and it was completely effective. It should have an effect now. This blow indeed had an effect on that bastard over there. It spewed out a mouthful of blood. He smiled with joyous satisfaction. Excellent, this punch can penetrate the helmet and armor, directly damaging its internal organs. The Qilin bore the impact of that attack. It also began to panic, letting out terrifying roars. The god-blood creature on its back used its spear. It fiercely struck him. Han Sen felt something was wrong. Why did this guy, despite being injured, have even greater strength? No, a good man shouldn't suffer a loss. That guy launched another attack. But at this moment he could only turn and dodge, soaring high into the sky with the wings on his back. Then he loudly called Miao Jun back. The guy below's attack shot straight upwards, piercing Han Sen's massive wings. He also realized this blow was truly very dangerous. He could only retreat covered in injuries. Back to a safe place. My life was almost over. But that guy shouldn't be able to get far either. While it's injured, I must kill it as soon as possible. The next day, Han Sen once again hid in the familiar bushes. Watching the scene, it bathes like this every day. He felt a bit emotional again. It's just a god-blood creature. No need to be this clean. It's so heavily injured and it still wants to bathe. What the hell? It seems this guy is in better shape than he is. Internal injuries. It actually recovered overnight. Is there something in that lake? Strange. He had flown around this lake for 2 months. He checked everything thoroughly. But there was nothing there except water and grass. The mutated creature from the breeding ground. It's about to evolve into a god-blood creature. I can't drag this out any longer. It seems I'll have to use that move. He quickly jumped down, hiding behind a clump of grass nearby. Han Sen looked a bit disheveled at this moment. It had been a long time since any creature, a god-blood creature, had forced him to use such tactics. Assassination. There's nothing special about this water flow either. So why did that guy, after suffering such heavy injuries, seem perfectly fine after soaking in the water? It's as if nothing happened. As soon as they enter the water, it'll make them taste true cruelty. In an instant, he had completely submerged himself in the water. His assassination techniques practiced for so long had not been in vain, having concealed his aura and killing intent. The two god-blood creatures didn't even notice him. In the end, Han Sen had to use his unique assassination skill, delivering a fatal blow from below, striking directly at the Qilin beast's abdomen. An earth-shattering roar tore through the air. Han Sen, wearing another set of battle armor, emerged from the water. Without this horse, you're already half crippled. That monster, that god-blood creature, was stunned by the situation before it. But in the end, it still launched a fierce attack towards him. Han Sen remained fearless. On land you have the Qilin beast, so I couldn't get close to you. But now you're using such a heavy weapon, and an assassin has gotten close to you. As he approached it, he couldn't help but praise. You are indeed formidable. At such a close range, you can still suddenly change the position of your spear to block my strike. But you couldn't have predicted how much force I put into this punch. Han Sen jumped off the monster again, and directly into the water. Under its astonished gaze, Just after it launched its next attack, he already appeared beside it, sneering, "Oh, changing direction just because you took a loss, what a pity." He landed a strike, directly hitting the creature's abdomen. "I used Yang Jin in this punch. The recoil from you pulling back will only make this punch faster and stronger." Han Sen used his strength again, leaping into the air. And that godblood creature had completely fallen, lying in the mud below. With just one finishing blow, he easily used his weapon, stabbing directly at the monster. Finally, he also killed the godblood heavy armored knight. This time he even obtained its beast soul. Of course the Qilin beast nearby was no exception. He killed the godblood demonic horned beast. Han Sen stood there smiling happily. Success. 2 godblood creatures. 1 beast soul, 1 flesh and blood. I'm rich this time. The flesh and blood quickly. He took it back and cooked a lavish meal. The little angel appeared beside him, eating with great relish. It's so impolite it won't even look at mutated flesh. It doesn't even spare a glance. It's actually craving the flesh of a godblood creature. Giving you godblood creature flesh. In being too extravagant, this child. It glanced at him but didn't reply. It seems it's still hungry. Its eyes looked at the pot of boiling food, gurgling and bubbling. Han Sen could only say helplessly, all right. If you can't finish it, that's also a waste. Eat as much as you like." He suddenly felt something was off. Did her chest get bigger? It can't be just my imagination, can it? You need to eat flesh to develop breasts. I wonder how many women would fight to eat it. Han Sen, upon entering the kitchen, recognized this beast soul. It's not edible. And it can't be summoned either. What exactly is this substitute beast soul? It's a shame this little cloud beast doesn't have a beast soul. Then let's raise another one. No matter what, I have to get a beast soul from it. Over at Citus' side, Situ Xiang had been anxiously looking for information about him. Still no news from Han Sen. It's been 3 months and Han Sen hasn't entered the god sanctuary. He hasn't come back since. The archery competition is about to start. At this moment outside, suddenly someone announced loudly, "New information. Han Sen is out." Situ Xiang immediately turned to look at the guy. He's such a handful. She quickly ran to look for him. Han Sen stood before her and she asked unhappily. She said the archery competition was approaching. "You've been in the sanctuary for so long. Have you mastered archery? Come with me." Han Sen was a little surprised to hear that. He opened his mouth to greet Coach Situ, but he himself had completely forgotten about it. Afterwards he was quickly taken to another place. "Coach Situ, there's no need for isolated training, is there? I just need to train with the team for a few days." "That'll be enough," Situ Xiang immediately retorted. "Train with the team. 10 arrows and moving targets. If you can beat me, you won't need isolated training." Han Sen retorted, clearly displeased. "Are you trying to pull rank on me?" However, his attitude showed no fear at all. Instead, a hint of arrogant smile played on his lips. "You're an evolver. Your strength, speed and reaction time are all stronger than mine. If I win against you, won't you lose a lot of face?" Situ Xiang didn't want to hear this kid's nonsense at all. She drew her bow ready to shoot forward. "If you can beat me, the coach would be overjoyed. But Han Sen, my boy, it won't be easy to beat me." Han Sen also began to draw his bow. He also seemed quite confident. He was sure of victory. "Coach Situ, we'll only know who wins or loses after we compete. The moving targets are targets that pop up suddenly from different positions. Whoever hits the valid area of the target first gets a point. The targets don't have rings. They are only divided into valid and invalid areas. Hitting an invalid area gets no points. Are you ready?" Han Sen remained silent. Instead, he already had his own ideas in mind. Although she is an evolver, the power required for archery is so great. Her strength, no matter how great, won't be fully utilized. As soon as the command to start was given, 2 powerful arrows shot straight forward. Where she has an advantage over me is an evolver's reaction speed. The scoreboard quickly showed 1-0. This time Situ Xiang was in the lead. She glanced arrogantly at the young man beside her. "Looks like you're not so great after all." Han Sen replied with a calm smile. "Experience counts. Coach Situ is indeed an evolver. Her reaction speed is much faster than mine. And she said I wasn't so great. You'll soon see whether I'm capable or not." Situ Xiang seemed to not want to compete anymore. She put down her arrow and then said, "All right. Your archery skills are not at all proficient. The purpose of this test has been achieved. There's no need to continue." Han Sen replied, dissatisfied. "I haven't lost yet, there are still 9 arrows left." "Aren't there?" Situ Xiang saw that this brat actually Xiaofu also smiled and replied. Then let's continue. For the next few arrows he still lost to her. The speed of those arrows was slightly slower. But this time it was somewhat unexpected. That arrow shot straight over and then veered off course. Her arrow. Sita Xiang really couldn't understand what was going on. Her own arrow was actually knocked away by his arrow. What Sita Xiang absolutely could not accept this result. Was it luck? But that probability was too small. That happened again. At this point their score was already 1-3. In Han Sen's favor. Sita Xiang finally couldn't take it anymore. And shouted, "You did that on purpose, didn't you? 3 arrows in a row. All knocked my arrows away. And they even hit the effective area of the target perfectly." Han Sen smiled and replied very seriously. "I'm sorry. There really was no other way to win against the coach." "Coach? How did you do that?" Han Sen calmly and patiently explained. "To knock your arrow away. The hardest part is judging the arrow's trajectory. But our target is the same one. So the arrow's trajectory is fixed. That being the case, knocking your arrow away is extremely simple. Of course you have to shoot as accurately as I do." Situ Xiang watched the young man's departing back. And couldn't help but exclaim in her heart. "Han Sen, I truly underestimated you. Perhaps a monster is about to appear in our Blackhawk team. A monster like Jing Jiwu." In the steel armor shelter captain's office, Han Sen had already been called over by Qin Xian to discuss matters. "Captain, what did you suddenly want to see me about?" "I called you to quickly conduct the work handover." "Hand over the work. Come and take a look." After that she very carefully instructed him on the daily tasks. This is the official page for the Special Forces team. Ordinary people cannot find it online. The captain's responsibility is great, so the benefits gained are also more than those of squad members. For every mission completed, the captain receives point rewards. These points are also very useful. Currently, after team members complete a mission, you can receive 9 points. Han Sen pondered these words carefully. Such a good S-grade card only requires 30 points. No wonder Yang Monli wanted to be captain so badly. Compared to ordinary team members, the treatment is not on the same level at all. Qin Xian turned and left. Before leaving she smiled and reminded him. "From now on you are the captain. So you must lead the team well. Vice Captain Yang is a bit arrogant, but she has no ill intentions. Her work ability is also very strong. As long as you make good use of her, she will be your most outstanding assistant. But you also need to quickly upgrade to the second God's shelter. Go to the second God's shelter. That's where the true Sea of Stars is." Han Sen nodded and replied, "Thank you, Captain Qin." A thought arose in his mind, Yang Monli. "It's time for you to learn a lesson." Half an hour later, he went to find her with a pile of documents. "Monli, take a quick look at these documents. And see who in our squad is most suitable to complete this mission." Yang Monli looked up and calmly replied. "Captain Han, please call me by my full name or title. Also, this mission cannot be done. Captain Qin has personally investigated it. With our squad strength, even if we deploy the entire team, we still can't kill that god-blood creature." Han Sen lowered his head and asked seriously in return. "Who's the captain now? All right then. Pack your things and let's go." Yang Monli stood up and replied arrogantly. "I trust Captain Qin's judgment. You directly stated, demanding squad members to challenge this mission. This is irresponsible behavior." Han Sen turned to the person behind him and said, "I heard Captain Qin say that you come from a military family. What is a soldier's sacred duty? Answer me." Yang Monli really couldn't argue anymore. Although she was very unhappy, she still had to bow her head and obey. Before leaving, they also carefully reviewed all available information. These few sources of information take us to find that divine blood creature. Soon after, the few of them had already entered that area. This time Han Sen also brought young Master Yuan and young Master Cheng to check out the situation. Happily, Yang Monli walking behind spoke unhappily. "Captain, when we go to kill a divine blood creature, we shouldn't bring unrelated people. It would be better. Captain Qin wouldn't do such a thing either." Young Master Yuan happily spoke up. "Brother Sen, with such a great opportunity, I'd like to learn a bit too. Please take me," Han Sen replied very generously. "It's fine, let's go together." Young Master Cheng loved hearing this. He turned his head and teased the beauty behind him. "Brother Sen is still the most generous, beautiful assistant. You should really learn from him." Young Master Cheng hiding behind you, reaching out and pointing forward. "Brother Sen, that divine blood creature is right in the forest ahead of us. It's very sensitive. So be careful. You guys wait here. Monli and I will go kill that divine blood creature. We'll call you over later. Yang Monli walked through the forest observing her surroundings. There are trees everywhere here. Bows and arrows are completely useless. Monli, you go ahead and lure that divine blood creature out. I'll cover you with my bow and arrow from behind. Yang Monli immediately got angry after hearing this command. She turned her head and asked, "You want me to be the bait again?" If it were Captain Chin, he would never let squad members take risks. In the captain now, I order you. Yang Monli felt so angry that lightning could shoot from her eyes. This is you taking personal revenge, Han Sen calmly retorted. What is a soldier's sacred duty? Although Yang Monli was extremely unhappy, she could only turn and leave. As long as I can leave this place alive this time, I'm definitely going to apply for a transfer out of the Steel Armor Squad. As long as you're still in the Steel Armor Squad, I am your captain. Yang Monli walked ahead, greatly resenting Qin Xian. In the end, it was still you who misjudged him. The moment you left, he was already taking personal revenge. Just then, from the tree behind her, a gorilla's shadow suddenly appeared. It had eagle claws. It quickly pounced on her. Yang Monli completely didn't expect this. This is bad. Its huge claws were as fast as lightning, giving her no chance to defend herself. Just then Han Sen had already appeared beside her, coming to her rescue. He didn't forget to say some sarcastic words. Is this your skill level, Vice Captain Yan? Yang Monli sitting on the ground angrily. Weren't you going to take personal revenge? How did you jump out from nowhere again? Han Sen calmly replied. I said I would cover you. Han Sen reached out his hand to her as if to help her up. As a soldier, you should trust your teammates. But it's clear you don't trust me at all. Vice Captain Yang, your performance today was very poor. Very unprofessional. With your ability, you shouldn't be so sloppy. Yang Monli naturally realized her mistake and could only bow her head and apologize. Afterwards, in the Steel Armor Shelter captain's office, a host on TV was introducing the latest news. Blackhawk Military Academy's archery team, with Han Sen's help, was originally a dark horse in this archery competition. Unexpectedly, this dark horse met Central Military Academy in the second round. Suddenly there was a knock at the door. Han Sen's voice came out, "Come in." Yang Monli stood outside the door and walked in holding a teacup. Han Sen actually asked Deputy Captain Yang, have you finished writing your transfer request? Yang Monli carefully put down the teacup and finally could only admit her mistake. Captain, I've come to apologize to you. The new captain is right. Whether it's ability or ambition, you are far superior to me. You are far superior to me. You are the one with the ability to lead the Steel Armor Squad. Han Sen, of course, didn't make things difficult for her. He took the teacup and said, to err is human, to correct is divine. Don't let similar things happen again in the future. I promise there won't be a next time. Everyone and the strategist of Blackhawk Military Academy, they had all been paying attention to Jing Jiwoo. If Nailan Chang was a wise man who knew everything, then Jing Jiwoo was the unique overlord between heaven and earth. It is likely that among all unevolved individuals, it would be difficult to find someone who could rival him. Wishing Blackhawk Military Academy and Han Sen to achieve good results in the competition against Central Military Academy. Situ Xiang sat there very distressed. Why is my luck so bad? Out of all the teams, why did we have to draw Central Military Academy? Meanwhile, Ji Yanran and Han Sen were still dining in the second round of the competition. Will your archery team face Jing Jiwoo? Han Sen calmly replied. It seems so. Ji Yanran recalled unpleasant things from the past, and her heart just wanted to burst into tears. Last year, I led the team in the Hand of God competition and almost made it into the top 16. That was the best result our school had ever achieved. But in the end, we were eliminated by the Central Military Academy team led by Jing Jiwoo. Eliminated. This grudge must be repaid. Ji Yanran quickly cheered Han Sen on and encouraged him. Han Sen, if you defeat Jing Jiwoo, he'll treat you to a 4-day 3-night luxury presidential suite trip for 2 in the Aegean Sea. It'll be my treat. When Han Sen heard this, his eyes immediately lit up. A 4-day 3-night presidential suite trip for 2. This must come true. Afterwards he ate, while seriously analyzing his next opponent. This Jing Jiwoo is really powerful. Even after watching so many matches, he still hasn't revealed any weaknesses. To defeat him, Hedon, is simply impossible. Just then, The phone next to him suddenly rang a few times. It was Tang Jinfeng and Lu Feng calling. As soon as he picked up the phone, the voice on the other end said, "Are you really going to participate in the archery competition against Central Military Academy?" Central Military Academy. Han Sen calmly replied. "I'm in the archery department. And a member of the school team. So of course I'll participate." Tang Jinfeng carefully reminded him from the other end. "This match might be very difficult for you. You know old Lin Feng's strength, right? Before Jing Jiwu had studied with a student from our noble academy. And he was in no way inferior to old Lin. Later he transferred to the Central Military Academy. Central. He never had the chance to decide a victor with Lao Lin again. And now he's full of confidence. Not going to the second god's residence is precisely to determine who is superior and to compete against Lao Lin in the next battle. Are you feeling a bit nervous now?" Han Sen felt a little disdainful. The person opposite replied, "I never thought I would lose. So there's nothing to be nervous about." Lu Feng sat by his side and reminded him, "Don't be careless. Jing Jiwu is the most talented person I've ever seen. And also the most diligent." Han Sen carefully considered these words. What kind of formidable person could make Lu Feng say such things? The specially recruited student of the military academy. That seems like a pretty good nickname. And it sounds much better than Begod. At this moment at the Central Military Academy, Jing Jiwu was seriously watching on the screen. Some things. Someone pushed the door open from behind and called out, "Oh!" Han Sen's image. Black Hawk Military Academy. Qin Cheng handed him a can of drink. "I heard he won Nalan's match in Black and White Fist. Now he's a member of the archery team. Black Hawk Military Academy." He also cautiously asked, "What do you think of Han Sen?" Jing Jiwu only replied with one word. "Strong." There aren't many people who can make you say those words. Indeed, not many. Jing Jiwu pondered seriously. It's just a pity that his teammates are too weak. A few days later on Gator Star, several vehicles had already gathered at the competition venue, and outside there were cheers from the audience. And applause. Jing Jiwu, I love you, Go Qin Chang." There was also a beautiful girl there. "People from St. Martial Military Academy have arrived. Chiu Mingmei, it's Chiu Mingmei." She quickly came over. She came before Han Sen with a smile. "Are you Han Sen? I really like the one you filmed for the Silver Killer Warrior promotional video. Could you sign an autograph for me?" Han Sen asked back, somewhat puzzled. "Who are you?" Shi Jikong stood behind him. He smiled and introduced, "That's Chiu Mingmei." "Are you Chiu Mingmei from St. Martial Military Academy? She's very famous, you know." Chiu Mingmei showed a brilliant smile in their direction. "Thank you. I hope we get a chance to compete together." Shi Jikong very rudely put his arm around the kid next to him and said, "That's Chiu Mingmei. That's Chiu Mingmei. A freshman. She already led St. Martial Military Academy into the top 4. First in 3 events. What's with all this troublesome romantic attention?" The few of them then walked into the Gator Star arena. Shi Jikong pointed forward. "It's Jing Jiwu." Over there was a black-haired youth practicing drawing a bow, preparing to shoot arrows. Everyone was astonished when they saw those arrows. They had all hit the bullseye. "Over there," Lu Mang exclaimed blankly. "Were all those arrows shot by him? Not only is Jing Jiwu strong, but he's also terrifyingly stable." Behind them, suddenly another arrow flew over. That arrow flew directly towards Han Sen. Of course he also sensed something. He turned around and with 2 fingers easily blocked the arrow. Sneaking attacks even on the training ground. That's just low class. At this moment another person walked over and asked, "Are you Han Sen?" This was Fong Wending, a man with an arrogant smile on his lips. "Many people online are paying attention to you. Some even compare you to Jing Jiwu. Too bad. The arena is where strength speaks for itself. A player like you who's been hyped up so much will quickly be exposed once you're on the field." Hearing these words from behind, Shi Jikong was truly furious. If his 2 friends hadn't held him back, he would have rushed forward a long time ago. "Who are you? How dare you launch a sneak attack in broad daylight? Are you looking for a fight?" He smiled and introduced himself. "I am Fong Wending from Wonsi Military Academy. I am your opponent for the first round. Make sure you remember this. The ones who will advance to the next round and become the opponents of the Central Military Academy are us Wonsi Military Academy." Han Sen looked at the person opposite him with a grim expression. "Then you should remember this too. The Central Military Academy is our opponent. And we will defeat them." Fong Wending gritted his teeth and replied, a hint of fear in his voice. Why are you still pretending? At this moment Jing Jiwoo suddenly appeared behind them. It seems our Central Military Academy is very popular. He raised his hand and looked at Han Sen. He smiled and greeted Jing Jiwoo. Han Sen of course didn't let this opportunity slip by. He extended his hand and shook the other's hand. Han Sen, Jing Jiwoo said, initiating the conversation. I originally wanted to wait until the match started to formally introduce myself. Since we met here, let's just say hello for now. I'm very much looking forward to our match. Han Sen's face was beaming. He looked at the young man in front of him. That night at Washing Station, everyone was immersed in the brilliant lights, illuminating every corner. One Xiao was carefully checking the situation on her phone. Given Han Sen's achievements in black and white boxing, if he participated in a black and white boxing match, he would definitely achieve excellent results. However, due to the change in competition rules, Jing Jiwoo couldn't participate in the black and white boxing match at the same time. So why did Han Sen insist on giving up such a good opportunity and choose archery instead? Suddenly she realized something and smiled happily. I got it, their handshake just now has already caused a sensation on social media. Below were countless comments with headlines like, "The fated encounter of the monster and the emperor." I knew it couldn't be a coincidence. Jing Jiwoo chose archery, and Han Sen chose archery too. There must be something fishy going on between them. I once watched Han Sen's black and white boxing match. He defeated Nalan Chengna. Before, Jing Jiwoo also defeated Nalan Bar, didn't he? A showdown between powerhouses. It's truly something to look forward to. Afterwards, in the stadium's locker room, everyone, do you know what's most important on the battlefield? It's determination, the determination to win the match. Situ Xiang was explaining the rules inside and encouraging her team's fighters, preparing them for battle. That's why, even though some older members are better than you, I still chose you newcomers. To fight, a lack of strength is not a factor in defeat, but a lack of fighting spirit is. Han Sen saw Shi Zhikong next to him, taking deep breaths. He also asked, "Why are you nervous?" Shi Zhikong smiled, turned and said confidently, "With third brother here, we're sure to win." Han Sen replied confidently, "It's just Wangxi. Get ready to enjoy the show." Outside, everyone was still looking at the big screen, showing Wangxi Military Academy and Blackhawk Military Academies past records. They weren't very ideal. "Teacher Feng, what do you think of this match?" Feng Jioluan stood aside and replied. 4-6 split when Xiao asked, "Teacher Feng, do you think Blackhawk only has a 60% chance of winning?" Unexpectedly he smiled and shook his head. "No, I think Wangxi has a 60% chance of winning. This year Wangxi has recruited quite a few students with archery talent. Feng Wending is one of the most prominent among them." When Xiao started asking questions again, but the internet is abuzz with discussion. What battle of destiny? Han Sen and Jing Jiwoo's destiny? He immediately commented and replied after hearing it. That's nothing but a publicity stunt. Neither Han Sen himself nor Blackhawk Military Academy has the strength to compete against Central Military Academy. Qin Chang and Jing Jiwoo were already disguised at this time, sitting among the fanatical crowd below, surrounded by the dissatisfied shouts of some cheerleaders nearby. Nearby squad members. "You're the hype. Your whole family is hype. Does our Jing Jiwoo need hype? I only know Han Sen. What in the world is Feng Wending? What kind of useless expert is this? However many there are, get out." Feng Jioluan continued to comment from the side. "The Bao Feng Wending chose is a longbow with a strength of 125 comparable to Han Sen's. Is 125 comparable to Han Sen? Feng Wending's foundation and stamina are much more solid." When Xiao sitting beside him also looked a bit troubled. "Teacher Feng means Feng Wending's archery skills are better than Han Sen's." He continued, somewhat displeased. Anyone who knows about archery competitions must have heard these two names by now. Feng Hua and Feng Yun, my right? Of course, both of them are archers. Among the evolvers, Feng Jioluan began to promote his princeling student, Feng Wending, who is their son. One could say he comes from a distinguished family. And Feng Wending has excellent aptitude. He is indeed a rising star among military academy contestants. Those military academy contestants. As for ordinary students like Han Sen, they can't be his opponent either. The girl next to him looked a bit confused. "Teacher Feng, isn't your judgment a bit arbitrary? It seems the audience has different opinions." In Blackhawk Military Academy's training room, they were sitting in the room waiting. Having heard all these words, the truth is often only held by a few people. The match results will prove everything I've said. Chu Lili and Ji Yanran had heard all these words. They were truly angry. What kind of useless expert? With no professional ethics at all. Why would Washing Station invite such a person to be a commentator? He's right. The match results will prove everything. I'm just afraid the outcome won't be as he wishes. Never mind. On their side, Su Tianhao was also discussing tactics. Well, first occupy the high ground and look for an opportunity to counterattack. Han Sen picked up his bow and arrows and turned to leave. Just Captain Mansi. We can deal with them in 5 minutes. He seemed a bit slow to react. And the people behind him quickly picked up their bows and arrows, ready to charge forward. Just do it. She continued to watch the screen and said, Mansi's 5 players have already chosen their hiding spots. The choice of this location can be said to be very clever. Looking at the Blackhawk team here, Feng Jiuluan covered his eyes, showing disappointment. I really overestimated Blackhawk's strength to actually attack all 5 together. It's simply reckless, completely reckless. It seems within 5 minutes, Mansi will be able to end the match. Qin, Shang and Jing Jiwu evaluated the battle situation. The Blackhawk team below actually chose to confront them hidden. Why does Blackhawk not even put Mansi in their eyes? Ji Yanran watched from the room. She was truly gritting her teeth in anger. 5 minutes, Han Sen will take care of them. Mansi Military Academy side is still trying to hide, maintaining their hidden positions. The whole team maintained advantageous firing positions. Wait for my command to shoot. Once they reach that broken wood area, into the range of all of us, and launch a full-scale attack together again. Those few people have really entered the wood and broken it. That guy gestured to get ready. Blackhawk School is still steadily moving forward. People outside really couldn't understand what Han Sen was planning to do. Charge out to be a live target? No way. Did Han Sen just lose like that? What kind of showdown between Emperor and Monster? Blackhawk is finished this time. Situ Xiang, however, was very calm inside. Han Sen and the others all entered Mantis shooting range. It also meant that Mantis people had already entered Han Sen's shooting range. His eyes shone brightly as he looked straight ahead. Before an assassin skilled in stealth, all stealth is ineffective. Over there, Fong Wending immediately signaled to fire. But Han Sen was already one step faster this time. He quickly shot 5 arrows in succession, aiming in all directions. In this match I only need one person. No matter where they hid, they were all hit by that arrow. Fong Wending truly didn't understand. How could he possibly have discovered our position? The 2 hosts outside were both very surprised. Feng Jiuluan also couldn't believe his eyes. The match had just begun, and 2 members of Mantu were already eliminated. An arrow hadn't even been shot yet. How did Han Sen know Mantis' position? And how could he shoot 5 arrows in such a short time? In such a short period of time? Xinchang and Jingju over here also stopped watching and instead turned to leave. Let's go, no need to watch anymore. Han Sen is truly a formidable opponent. I kept thinking, if I were the one in the match, what would I do? Xincheng walked lost in thought. Whether it was the speed of advance or the timing of his move, every choice Han Sen made was exactly like his own. And the match over there quickly came to an end. All of them were eliminated. Oh my god, is he a god? Is he? He didn't even have time to figure out where Mantis' 5 people were hiding. Mantu didn't even have a chance to strike. Is this cheating? On the way back, Jingju also chatted with his friends for a few words. It seems you're more eager to fight Han Sen than I am. Even more so than me. I even hope his teammates could be a little stronger, so we could have a truly exhilarating fight. In the arena everyone was cheering, shouting with joy, Emperor Han Sen. Emperor Han Sen. Soon, several trending topics appeared online. Emperor shoots 5 arrows, pacifies the land. 5 arrows control heaven and earth. The Emperor's fury. From black and white boxing to archery. Emperor Han Sen. Eternal thought. Situ Xiang was very happy at this moment. In the lounge with everyone else. You all did great. The next match is against Central Military School. Everyone cheer up. Don't put too much pressure on yourselves. In this match, if we can take out 2 or 3 opponents, that will be considered a success. Han Sen stood before her, seriously asking the coach in return, are your expectations for us merely to take out 2 or 3 opponents? Lu Meng stood nearby and said, Han Sen, after all they are the Central Military School. Han Sen ignored these words, turned to them and said, if you yourselves believe this match will be lost, then there's truly no hope at all. Zhang Yang couldn't help but say, Central Military. Isn't like Montu Military School. They don't just have Jingju. Every one of them far surpasses us. Han Sen didn't want these words to affect their morale. So he spoke to Sita Xiang in front of him. Coach, what did you say when you didn't recruit me for the school team? You said you hoped the school team could win the championship title. Didn't you? Sita Xiang replied hesitantly. Yes. Han Sen was then filled with fighting spirit. Then please tell me how to win. I want to win. Sita Xiang of course also saw his determination. If you truly want to win, then there's only one way. And the key to success lies with you. Han Sen. Sita Xiang then led the team out. In terms of strength you have no chance of winning. In every position, Central Military Academy is stronger than us. By a lot. Their teamwork and their understanding between teammates is also something you can't match. But this doesn't mean you don't have a chance to win. If you try you only have a 1 chance of winning, but a 99 chance of losing. Immediately the battle had already begun. The two schools, they started from opposite ends of the map. Han Sen still held determination in his heart. It'll be that one. Coach, please tell us what to do. Tang Jinliu and Lu Feng also disguised themselves and came here to watch the match. Hey old Lu, do you think Han Sen has a chance to win? Lu Feng sat to the side and calmly replied. In terms of the entire team's strength, Han Sen has no chance of winning. But Han Sen's greatest skill is assassination. All warfare is based on deception. Taking one person's head doesn't necessarily mean defeating the entire team. Those from Black Hawk Military Academy have already started to engage in battle. Tang Jinliu from a high vantage point really couldn't understand what they wanted to do. What is Black Hawk up to? They want to get behind Central Military Academy. They want to win. And the only way is to create an assassination opportunity for Han Sen. Let's go back to before the match. Sita Xiang held a small meeting for them. All teams will first occupy 1 or 2 nearby high ground points. Central Military Academy also does this most of the time. But in a few matches, they will directly go to occupy the central area of the match. That vantage point. Lu Mang showed some interest in this analysis. Rarely how many times exactly. Sita Xiang had thoroughly researched their opponents. I have watched all their matches. There were 3 in total. All were when they encountered strong enemies. Using such tactics, those who were initially considered by the world to be able to contend with them were all utterly defeated. Han Sen sitting by also voiced his opinion. Facing powerful opponents, they chose aggressive tactics. Sita Xiang continued. To defeat them we can only use aggression. To counter aggression, adopt even more aggressive tactics than them. Shi Zikong immediately exclaimed from below. This is a suicide path. Han Sen then said. But that's also our only chance. Sita Xiang showed an incredibly resolute expression. The key lies in the reports related to Han Sen and Jing Jiwu. Currently Han Sen is at the center of attention with many people eagerly anticipating the decisive battle between the two of them. We must also take a gamble, betting that Central Military Academy will be wary of Han Sen this time and use special tactics against us. But if this time Central Military Academy adopts normal tactics when facing Black Hawk, their defeat is unquestionable. Meanwhile in the stands, a few people still didn't understand, smiling and saying, oh dear. This couldn't have been pre-arranged, could it? How ridiculous. This is getting interesting. The Central Military Academy still doesn't know that the Black Hawk team will flank them. A surprise attack is coming. A few members of the Central Military Academy are still up high, still completely unaware that their opponents are already at the foot of the mountain. Sita Xiang smiled helplessly. This is all I can do for you. From now on Han Sen's victory or defeat is in your hands. Han Sen then gestured to his teammates standing behind him to prepare their arrows. They had already set up their tactics beforehand. He is your first target, Qin Chang. The people below were also a little surprised. Isn't it Jing Jiwu? It's Qin Chang instead. Who is Qin Chang? Soon his abilities were introduced. Qin Chang, the second most important person in Central Military Academy. In fact, this person is also a core member. Central Military Academy's second core member. He comes from the Mecha Command Department. He has excellent intuition and command abilities. One, because Jing Jiwa's individual strength is too great. A sneak attack might not succeed. 2, eliminating Qin Chang. This would be very significant for Black Hawk's strategy. At this moment Jing Jiwu suddenly shouted, warning his teammates. Watch out! Qin Chang had also drawn his weapon to defend himself. He turned around and continuously shot down countless arrows from the sneak attack. How? This level of attack is underestimating me too much. Countless arrows were shot. Everyone watching the match was also surprised. Oh my god. He can do that. He can shoot 3 arrows in quick succession in an instant. And made the sneak attack arrows miss. This Qin Shang is just too strong. Too strong. This Qin Shang doesn't seem to be much worse than Jing Jiwoo. He happily smiled. This time Black Hawk's calculations were wrong. But then he himself was also surprised. Wait, what is this? Han Sen said seriously. My goal in this match. If the chance of winning is 1%, then I am that 1%. Han Sen gripped his bow and arrow tightly. And shot a deadly arrow. The host outside quickly reported the news. Central Military Academy's Qin Shang has been eliminated. The executor is Black Hawk Military Academy's Han Sen. Situ Xiang observed the match from above. Finally let out a sigh of relief. Their plan had initially succeeded. An arrow like that. In the entire archery department competition, only Han Sen could shoot it. When Qin Shang left the match, he quietly reminded Jing Jiwoo, be careful of that Han Sen. He is much more terrifying than we imagined. And Qin Shang, even after being eliminated, still couldn't believe it. The 3 arrows before were all a diversion. Han Sen's deadly arrow was hidden behind one of them, until the front arrow was shot down. Only then could I see it myself. Jing Jiwoo loudly commanded the others. There's no cover here. We can't just wait until dawn to go down the mountain. After that they picked up their bows and arrows and jumped directly down the mountain. An arrow was shot, piercing the tree trunk where Han Sen was hiding. And this arrow happened to hit Shi Jikong nearby. Blood gushed from his chest, soaking a large area. Han Sen had no time to react. He turned his head in surprise to look at old Shi. Jing Jiwoo's arrow can shoot that fast. Han Sen only then truly felt that Jing Jiwoo was truly too strong. When Xiao also actively commented from outside. Central Military Academy is now halfway up the mountain. Isolated and helpless with no cover at all. Now they only have 2 choices. Charge to the mountaintop. Or before she could finish, Jing Jiwoo gave an order. Charge down the mountain. Over at Black Hawk's side. They quickly retaliated. Now we have the terrain advantage. Don't let them rush down the mountain. Fire stop them. When Xiao was monitoring the battle outside, she then continued. Less than 20 minutes into the match, Central Military Academy already has 3 members eliminated. As for Black Hawk Military Academy's cost this time, they only lost 1 member. Over at Central Military Academy, they were calmly encouraging Qin Shang. Black Hawk's tactics are truly interesting. Such a situation. Central Military Academy. We've never experienced anything like it. The champion of Central Military Academy has encountered an unprecedented crisis. Han Sen drew his bow deep and thought. Even if you are Jing Jiwoo, you cannot survive an arrow rain unscathed. Meanwhile, on their opponent's side, another member of Central Military Academy was knocked down. Jing Jiwoo could only try his best to fire countless arrows in retaliation. When Xiao exclaimed, Black Hawk is amazing. Han Sen is incredible. This is an archery match that will go down in history. The mighty Central Military Academy since ancient times has never been pushed to such an extent. However, Black Hawk seized a single opening and in an instant eliminated 2 people. Central Military Academy, even under such difficult circumstances, still has the strength to turn the tide, truly deserving of being called the ace of the archery team. Their tenacious strength is indeed undeniable. Black Hawk is just 1 step away from victory. But this step is incredibly difficult. Because standing before them is Jing Jiwoo, the greatest player in the competition. Among military academies, no one can compare to him. Lu Meng was also worried about this. This guy is truly superhuman. Han Sen, of course, also knew that this was a tough opponent to deal with. Jing Jiwoo picked up his bow and arrows at an incredibly fast pace towards them. Han Sen was in trouble. I didn't expect him to still enter the stone forest. Now we're back on the same path. Tang Jinliu, sitting in the stands, was also surprised. Black Hawk's coach really knows his stuff. To actually make Central Military Academy suffer to such an extent. Han Sen, whether you can pull Jing Jiwoo down from his pedestal, it's all up to you. Lu Feng, sitting nearby, suddenly said Han Sen's bow won't work. He then sagely analyzed. To use such a powerful bow and hit Jing Jiwoo, the distance would have to be extremely close. But in an archery match, trying to get such a close range is almost impossible. Jing Jiwoo has now broken free from the difficult terrain and is completely unhindered. Like an agile beast in the mountains and forests, Han Sen was currently hiding in a tree, and saw his opponent's figure running below. Lu Meng reminded him from the side. We need to move positions. Han Sen gestured for him to be quiet. Before he could finish speaking, a sharp arrow shot towards them. Han Sen quickly shouted dodge. He jumped down with his companion and fired a powerful arrow in that direction. The two arrows collided. Tang Jinliu also noticed this situation. The choice of bow, although on a tactical level, it achieved great success. But facing a player like Jing Jiwoo alone, this type of bow has become a fatal weakness instead. No matter how hard Lu Meng tried from behind, he couldn't dodge. That arrow. Third brother Black Hawk Military Academy is up to you. Lu Meng was eliminated. The stands erupted in commotion again. As long as Jing Jiwoo is still in, Central Military Academy won't lose to Black Hawk. How foolish to have such a huge advantage and yet not take out Jing Jiwoo first. When Xiao was still analyzing the strategic situation, as expected of a top player in the competition, archery, without any auxiliary equipment, Han Sen and Jing Jiwoo seemed to have completely mastered the opponent's positions and movements. Each time they were able to leave a dangerous position, one step ahead of an ambush, and find another advantageous position to ambush the opponent. At this moment Han Sen, facing the opponent's immense threat, could only cower behind a rock. Han Sen's bow is too weak. There's no chance left. I really hope to see Jing Jiwoo and Han Sen's decisive battle again, but this is already Jing Jiwoo's final year. Even if Han Sen competes in the future, Jing Jiwoo won't be there. They met too early. Their stage should have been the fated finals. It's truly regrettable. Their battle is indeed very gripping. I don't want either of them to lose. Xiao Mingmei standing by also marveled at their skill. They are indeed too formidable. This might be in the last 15 years, the greatest duel in the Military Academy League. Regardless of who wins or loses, they are not failures. Half an hour later, their match still hadn't ended. Half an hour has passed. Yet neither of them had shot a single arrow. Like two blind chess masters, they couldn't see each other. But they used this arena as a chessboard to compete. Han Sen of course realized this too. Once he entered an open area, it would become a direct confrontation. When Xiao still hadn't left the commentary booth, Han Sen has already done exceptionally well. He was just at the wrong time, holding the wrong bow and arrow. If he were also a senior, this would be an unprecedented and historically powerful duel. The Black Hawk team side had indeed fallen silent. They couldn't bear it anymore. No, I don't want to lose again. We've come so far with such difficulty. Why is Jing Jiwoo still our opponent? Lu Meng stood behind comforting the captain. Well, have another chance next year, but they truly want have a next year. I'm about to graduate. There is no next year. Situ Xian's side was also at a loss. Their captain was on the verge of going mad. Even if it costs me 15 years of my life, please let a miracle happen for him. Han Sen in the arena had already begun to move. He of course also knew there was no longer any cover. There was no point in continuing to run. Jing Jiwoo looked down at him from above and also said, "It's a pity I won't have a next time. I can only put an end to it today." Han Sen faced him directly without fear. Why wait until next time? Now is fine. The two found themselves in a heated confrontation. The extent of their archery and sword drawing was unexpected. The aura emanating from both of them was truly terrifying. Who will be the victor in this match? Tang Jinliu still hadn't taken his eyes off the battle. In a frontal duel on a flat area, with no cover, Han Sen with bow 11 and bow 16 had no chance at all. It seems old Lin Jing Jiwoo can only be defeated by your own hands. When they faced each other, a powerful arrow was already shot directly. Lu Feng sitting nearby replied, "Not necessarily. That person hasn't given up yet. I haven't seen any wavering in his eyes. In this world, immense strength doesn't represent everything." Countless arrows were shot, and the small hill behind was also destroyed. They exchanged blows. The battle was extremely fierce. If they continue fighting like this, unless one of them is eliminated. Otherwise, he never jumps to conclusions easily. Jing Jiwoo's arrow at maximum speed shot towards him again. The people from the military academy were still watching intently. At a distance of 200 meters, he shot 3 arrows consecutively and missed all of them. Is Jing Jiwoo too unlucky, or is that guy too lucky? Xin Chang stood by and replied, "It's not because Jing Jiwoo is unlucky, nor because that guy is too lucky. It's because his deceptive power is too strong. The other party asked, somewhat puzzled. Deceptive power? What are you talking about? Deceptive power? I'm referring to Han Sen. In his movement trajectory. Everyone thinks his swaying back and forth is random movement. But he makes others think he wants to go in one direction. And after he moves, they find he's gone completely in another direction. Han Sen's movements are full of illusory deceptive power, which caused Jing Jiwoo to make an error in judgment. Han Sen had already dodged countless arrows shot at him. Qin Chang offered his opinion again. Although Han Sen is more formidable than I imagined, his bow is too weak. As long as the distance between them is close to within 100 meters, he's bound to lose. Their team leader also responded. 100 meters to 50 meters is hell for Han Sen. With Jing Jiwoo's ability, he can shoot 6 arrows at this distance. Victory is certain. Situ Xiang was still praying non-stop. Go charge. The few of them couldn't understand. Why is it 50 to 100 meters? Because within 50 meters, Han Sen's arrows would also become a threat to Jing Jiwoo. Their distance was once again shortened. There were still 150 meters and arrows were still flying everywhere. In the blink of an eye it became 100 meters. Just then Han Sen quickly leapt, jumping to the side. Everyone present couldn't believe this move. What does he intend to do? When Xiao also couldn't understand. Han Sen is too impatient. A 100-meter distance is too challenging for an 110 bow. How could he launch an attack? He's actually attacking with full force from this position. Lu Feng, sitting in the stands, continued. It's not that he's too impatient. It's that he knows this is his last chance. With Jing Jiwoo's strength, he can't get within 50 meters. And even at 50 meters he might not be able to hit Jing Jiwoo. Tang Jinliu had also stood up, saying impatiently. At a distance like this, what's the use of him attacking? Now he probably only has 20 arrows left in his quiver. There are no supply points nearby. Running out of arrows means losing. Lu Feng of course understood this. So he must win here. The battle below was extremely fierce. So how can he win? I don't know. Han Sen was still desperately dodging. All the arrows, 75, damn it. Can a rubber arrow really have such an effect? Is that so? Han Sen retreated, trying to shoot another arrow. Jing Jiwoo still coldly observed the match. It's over, esteemed opponent. The arrow shot by Jing Jiwoo was indeed powerful. Situ Xiang anxiously shouted Han Sen. She was truly in immense pain. If only you had a powerful bow. A chance to truly duel Jing Jiwoo. You wouldn't have to lose the match like this. But it was all too late. Even Lu Feng and Tang Jinliu must have been looking down with astonished gazes. Is it over? When Xiao finally continued. In the end the emperor cannot defeat a monster. But it's not over yet. Han Sen swiftly reached out a hand and grabbed his arrow, preparing to shoot another. In his heart he silently kept shouting, it's not over yet. Jing Jiwoo turned and dodged that arrow. At this point, is there still a need to struggle? Suddenly, he also realized something was wrong. He should have been hit by my arrow. So how is he here again? The Black Hawk team members simply couldn't believe it. Did something go wrong? Qin Chang. Shouts also rose from the lounge. Impossible. Oh, he couldn't have made a mistake. Although Jing Jiwoo felt a pang of panic in his heart. His cold gaze fixed forward. It's too close, I can't shoot anymore from this distance. In the end he could only throw the arrow directly by hand. He shot it forward. Han Sen, hiding below, revealed a confident smile. It ends here, my respectable opponent. My arrow's force now spins several times. It's different. I've been fighting that monster for 3 months. Only then did I learn this move. Never thought I'd use it here. The combined method is pure skill. Heavy cannon and great yin yang. Magnetic cannon arrow. The two spinning arrows collided with each other. But Han Sen's arrow actually knocked that thing flying and shot directly towards Jing Jiwoo. Amidst widespread astonishment, Jing Jiwoo, chief of the Central Military Department, was eliminated. The shooter was Han Sen, chief of the Black Hawk Military Department. Everyone who witnessed this scene felt incredibly shocked. They shouted, what? How could this happen? When Xiao also couldn't understand. Jing Jiwoo actually got hit by an arrow. Several people quickly rushed onto the field with joy. Damn, I didn't see wrong, did I? We won. Third brother hit Jing Jiwoo. Third brother is incredible. The remaining few still couldn't believe it. Coach, did we win? Yes, we won. The stands also fell into chaos. Jing Jiwoo. Could Jing Jiwoo lose? Han Sen is so impressive. Tang Jinliu also couldn't help but ask, did Jing Jiwoo make a mistake? Lu Feng sat aside, analyzing the situation that just occurred. Jing Jiwoo couldn't have made a mistake. It was that arrow. It avoided Jing Jiwa's arrow on its own. When Xiuxiu standing below also joyfully announced, Black Hawk created a miracle. Han Sen created a miracle. A miracle from the Central Military Academy. The undefeated Monster King, Jing Jiwu, fell under a miraculous arrow. The Emperor used that wondrous arrow to crown himself. On the big screen, their images quickly appeared. Amidst everyone's praise, a new era has begun. My Emperor Han Sen. Jing Jiwu is an outdated king. Now is Han Sen's era. Blackhawk's tactics are incredible. That night on the rooftop of a tall building, several cans of beer were scattered on the rooftop. Lu Feng and Tang Jinliu seem to have found Jing Jiwu, chatting like friends. How does failure taste? Jing Jiwu replied calmly. That Han Sen truly exceeded my expectations. I lost. What exactly happened with that last arrow? Of course Jing Jiwu also noticed. It was a spinning arrow. Tang Jinliu, a bit puzzled, retorted, spinning. The arrows used in the competition are all special competition arrows. The rules state that a spinning effect is impossible. Lu Feng stood by and said, using opposing air currents to make the arrow change direction. It's not impossible to shoot a spinning arrow, but there has never been anyone, an unevolved person, who could do it. Jing Jiwu replied with a somewhat melancholic look in his eyes. It was certainly interesting. Too bad this is my last year. I won't have another chance to compete against him. Jing Jiwu then stood up and left. Goodbye. I hope I'll come back alive to see you all again. Lu Feng stood aside and asked, what are your plans for the future? Before leaving, Jing Jiwu also turned his head and spoke to his friends. Originally, I wanted to go to the battlefield after the competition. Now there's no need. I can leave tonight. Wait for you to come back. Have you fought that person before? Are you talking about Han Sen? Tang Jinliu watched Jing Jiwa's back as he left. He couldn't understand what that guy meant. Lu Feng smiled faintly and replied, he can't beat Han Sen. I might not even win. The more Tang Jinliu listened, the less he understood. What's this all about? And after that, you and Ji Yanrun's trip really came true. The weather is great and you kept your word. A couple's trip, a presidential suite. 4 days and 3 nights. My treat. Han Sen was lying on the beach cooling off. He was in an incredibly joyful mood. Life is truly wonderful. Ji Yanran walked over and said unhappily, why don't you come down and play? Han Sen happily replied, how come I don't see anyone else? Don't tell me you rented out this entire beach. Ji Yanran quickly explained, this beach is private property to begin with. Of course there's no one else. Han Sen picked up a soda can and thought about it. Is this beach yours? This beach isn't mine. This planet belongs to my second uncle. Han Sen immediately spat out the water he had just drunk. That's unbelievable. Then he excitedly hugged the girl, flattering her. Fantastic. I'll follow my rich wife for the rest of my life, feasting on fine food and drinks, living a life of bliss. Ji Yanran really wanted to push this guy off her. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Just then, suddenly a voice came from behind Yanran. It's been so long. Finally remembered your third brother. Third brother. A man walked down from a spaceship not far away. This is Ji Lingfeng. He smiled and greeted them. Made new friends. Why didn't you introduce them to me? Ji Yanran quickly ran over and hugged the man's arm, happily introducing him. Weren't you at school, third brother? This is my boyfriend Han Sen. Han Sen also seized the opportunity to make a good impression and walked forward. Smiling, he called out, third brother. Ji Lingfeng of course didn't object to his sister having a relationship. He greeted them with a smile. So you're Han Sen, the one who defeated Jing Jiwu in that archery competition. I've seen quite a bit of news about you these days. Truly a young hero. The few of them sat in the spaceship cruising along the coast. They had a lot of fun. Han Sen, do you understand Mora? Let me tell you, even if you can defeat Jing Jiwu in archery, but when it comes to Mora you might not be able to beat my third brother. Ugh, seriously. You're clearly looking down on your husband. Damn it, who's your wife? Don't run, let big brother give you a kiss. Han Sen. He then returned to where he raised the Xiaoyun beast and he greatly anticipated it growing up quickly. It'll be over a month until you reach the God Blood class. That's too slow. I must progress faster than others. I must find a way. He quickly opened his computer to check the current situation. The Yulong Mountain Range, a gathering place for high-level variant creatures according to legend. The bloodthirsty slayers and many god blood creatures often come from the Yulong Mountain Range. The 5th squad once went to this Yulong Mountain Range. 30 people discovered a god blood creature at the mountain range's border. Yulong But now it seems only 2 people survived. Han Sen suddenly stood up incredibly excited. A gathering place for god-blood creatures incoming. Soon he arrived at the Yulon mountain range. This was a tall mountain. It was a gathering place for high-level variant creatures. According to legend, it was the homeland of god-blood creatures, and the home of the bloodthirsty. After transforming, Han Sen stood before the great mountain. That's really strange. The information clearly stated that outside the Yulon mountain range, there were many god-blood creatures. How did I get in here but haven't heard a single one? The herbal water exchanged with points. It really is completely effective. It always smells of herbs. Maybe it can fool alien creatures with keen senses of smell. Just then the ground beneath his feet suddenly shook violently. An earthquake? No. Clearly something big is running this way. Han Sen quickly turned back to check the situation. Behind him a giant mammoth appeared, blocking the way. Holy crap, this guy is huge. Soon it was a chase with that giant elephant. Han Sen was truly exhausted. No wonder there are no other creatures here. It turns out they were scared away by this thing. As long as he follows it, the surrounding alien creatures also won't be able to easily get close to him. So Han Sen decided to quickly follow it. Hey buddy, wait for me. Unexpectedly here, a lion actually appeared. This thing is 100 times the size of that elephant. It bit ferociously at the elephant. In an instant, Han Sen couldn't react in time. What the hell is this thing? How is this alien creature even bigger than the last one? A wise man knows when to retreat, better to withdraw for now. But he never dreamed that a swarm of other creatures was already rushing towards them from behind. I shouldn't have said. There were few alien creatures here. It's turned into a whole horde of monsters. So the lion stood in front of the horde of monsters, charging towards them. Han Sen had no choice but to use his power to unleash a special move. Luckily I have the godblood chameleon beast. He quickly jumped upwards. Alien beasts ahead, pursuers behind. If he didn't want to be trampled to death, he could only run upwards. But, unexpectedly, there were also several birds circling overhead. He couldn't even run upwards anymore. Han Sen eventually had to find a way to escape. What's up with these birds' wings? Even camouflage won't fool them. Behind him was a herd of elephants, charging furiously towards them. This lion is so huge, it might not notice him. Han Sen risked it, choosing to jump directly onto it in one go. Then just think of me as a flea. Don't notice me, please don't notice me. Han Sen. He then jumped directly onto the mane of that huge lion. The birds behind him were still flying this way. Oh my god, so dangerous. But that giant lion was not to be trifled with. In an instant it swatted the bird away with its paw. Han Sen smiled contentedly. I've got a powerful backer now. He was finally safe for now. He let out a long sigh of relief. Lucky he bet correctly. Then he whispered to the lion. Hey, don't get excited, you'll die if you fall. Luckily I have Suwazi Ju evil spirit possession. Han Sen chose to sit on the lion's head and wait. And it also easily defeated the elephant herd that was approaching it. Han Sen observed from the lion's mane. The situation was over. Such huge monsters. That lion killed them as easily as stepping on ants. After seeing that sight, the birds high in the sky were also scared away. They clearly knew that they were definitely no match for that lion. So they left in an instant. Han Sen mumbled to himself again. This Yulong mountain range is truly terrifying. Those birds circling overhead had already flown down to look for food. Han Sen was utterly despondent. Oh my god, why did I come to this place? How come those lousy records are so reliable this time? He hit on the lion's shaggy mane. Looking up, those birds were still circling there. How long will they keep following? Days later he was still here. I must find a way to leave. But it was impossible. I need to calm down. There are simply too many of those birds. At least 2 are godblood level. If I go down now, it'll just become their food. Just then he suddenly noticed the lion was acting strange. It seemed to never change direction. Where exactly does it want to go? They had already reached a riverbank. Beneath the calm water, something seemed to be surfacing. A huge and terrifying snake appeared before them. Han Sen was completely stunned. He couldn't understand what strange thing was happening. Yet that lion easily used its claws to send that snake back home, meaning killed it. The other party had no chance to resist at all. In an instant, it became the lion's nourishing feast. Han Sen also found a small piece of meat and happily ate it. Good thing there are these overconfident little monsters providing food for yours truly. The few birds overhead also began to eat. Han Sen, full and content, lay happily on the lion's head. He thought it seems. Those birds also considered this creature a meal ticket. They grew up getting meat without doing anything. His divine gene quickly increased by 1 point. Han Sen smiled happily. This stupid weak snake was actually a divine blood creature. Suddenly a question came to his mind. It killed a divine blood creature so easily. What exactly is this lion? A month quickly passed. Han Sen was truly slumped on the lion's head, wanting to cry but having no tears. Watching it swim across rivers. Where exactly is this place? How can I go back? If the heavens give me another chance, I definitely won't go courting death. The few birds overhead had already left by then. Are they not chasing anymore? Han Sen watched them leave with satisfaction. Without these birds following, he could finally go back. But now he had to calm down first, because he had no idea which way was which. In the sea, there were so many divine blood sea beasts and raptors. If he went down, it would mean throwing his life away to those beasts. In the end, he could only stay here. Going down is also death, so we'll just see where exactly you can take me. A strange light suddenly emitted from a distance. Han Sen was a little surprised. Is this your destination? Han Sen then followed the lion onto the island. Is this a nest? Looking ahead, he couldn't help but ponder. This island is too quiet. Are there no other creatures? Or were they scared away by it? Suddenly its speed changed, making him unable to react in time. Why is it suddenly moving so fast? A few days later they embarked on another long journey. Han Sen stood on the mountain with wings on his back, looking down. This thing has been howling here for days. It's not dying, is it? If it dies, who will send me back? Wait, come to think of it, it's a divine blood creature after all. Such a huge pile of meat. Eating it will surely greatly increase my genes. Achieve divine gene perfection. Then I can figure out how to go back. That seems worthwhile too. Suddenly that monster roared a few times in anger. Han Sen was truly annoyed by the sound. Then he saw it playing with its cub. Han Sen finally understood. You carried me around for months, just to have babies. Its next action made him incredulous. Blood gushed from its mouth like a spring. It was vomiting blood. Something seems to have fallen out of that pile. In that large pool of blood, a giant yellow jade stone appeared. Its appearance, shimmering brightly, attracted attention. Afterwards he also, seeing the small lion approach, it wanted to eat that thing. The large lion let out a soft roar. And then it died. Han Sen flew down from above and walked into the pool of blood. At this moment he could no longer feel any signs of life. It seems it's truly dead this time. The small lion next to it was much smaller compared to its mother. But compared to Han Sen it was as large as his entire body. If it hadn't just been born, just based on its size, it would already be a formidable opponent. I should still be careful. Han Sen held his weapon. He walked towards the pearl. He tried his best to use all his strength to take that big pearl. He didn't know how heavy this thing was. He gave it a push and the pearl actually rolled away. This made the small lion look up. Han Sen saw its action and smiled happily. You can't even stand steadily and you want to fight me. Then he quickly dived down again and hugged the large pearl. It felt cool to the touch, like jade. He also didn't know if this thing could be eaten. The small lion called out a few times from behind, as if it wanted to get its mother's item back. Han Sen pondered. It wouldn't harm its own child if the little golden lion could eat it, then there shouldn't be any problem. Han Sen opened his mouth and took a bite. It felt like it had melted. This feeling, aside from not being sweet, there was no difference. His body quickly began to change. It felt like every pore on his body had opened up. Every inch of skin, every cell had come alive. It was truly comfortable. He continued to open his mouth and eat. This big thing is indeed a treasure. Even better than Vega. Oh my, I can fight 10 now. Behind him, the silhouette of a small lion appeared. It seemed to have found this place. Han Sen of course also sensed this. I pitied you for being newly born, and didn't want to kill you so quickly. But if you insist, if you want to die, then don't blame me. As he spoke he jumped upwards. At top speed, he struck towards the small lion's head. Then he jumped away again. Han Sen, seeing that it hadn't sustained even a scratch, was also surprised. How is that possible? Even a god blood-grade insect armor technologist's treasure can't break through the cub's skin. Just born, its eyes turned red. It's angry. Even though it was a newly born cub, it had already let out several powerful roars. Han Sen tightly gripped his weapon towards the front. The most vulnerable part of all living creatures is the eyes. Combined with his spinning spear technique, it could definitely pierce it. Each spear pierced towards those red eyes. It seemed to have fallen. Han Sen was a little puzzled how come there's no blood. However, that thing stood up again. Is it okay? Then he used countless different attacks again. Take this spiral spear. And take this holy war angel sword. And take this silver blood three-bladed fork. All these moves were completely unable to defeat this thing. But Han Sen was already tired. After fighting for a long time, he hadn't even pulled out a single hair. Are you a god blood-grade treasure beast? He noticed that the battle style of this small beast in front of him had already changed. Its steps were becoming steadier. Its movements were also getting faster. This growth rate is truly monstrous. He had tried all his ace treasures, but couldn't even harm it. That monster charged towards him. Han Sen flew away with the wings on his back. There's no way to catch it now. And it can't do anything to me either. Continuing like this is truly meaningless. The pearl rolled out once again. The lion behind him headed this way. He quickly dived down himself. He picked up the large pearl. Han Sen flew through the sky with the heavy sphere in his hand. He sighed. That's truly too dangerous. Afterwards I wanted to try this thing again. This thing is too big, I definitely can't fly far with it. Before that guy comes down the mountain, let's fight quickly. Let's win swiftly. Han Sen then found a place to feast and eat his fill. Super God Life Gene Essence. Jinmahu Creature. Super God Gene 1. Han Sen was also startled when he saw this notification. Super God Gene. He then opened his personal attribute panel to check. With a smile. In the end he truly wanted to jump for joy. Super God Gene. Super God Gene. So there's a Super God Gene above the God Gene. Above the sky it was high and deep blue. Beneath the sea surface. Again countless schools of fish were swimming. Han Sen became a fisherman catching fish and was very happy. We have food today. Mutant Gene 86 points, Super God Gene 10 points. He ate the big fish feeling happy inside. I must eat all of this god blood creature. Only then can I get the full 10 points. I've only eaten the Jinmahus Gene Essence so far. And I already got 10 Super God Genes. It seems that creatures, Super God creatures and those alien creatures, are already different. He then remembered that large jade. Inside the spider. The one he once dealt with. The black crystal which he got from the black beetle. Could it be another gene essence? Super God Life Gene. Creature or something, right? After eating and drinking his fill he started thinking again. Wait, the Jinmahus Life Gene Essence. Just a little bit is enough. If that thing really was Life Gene Essence, such a small amount would have been gone long ago. Just then he suddenly heard the cry of something. On the mountaintop. Han Sen quickly turned his head to look behind him. What is it? That little lion has already grown up. He shouldn't stay here anymore either. The little Jinmahu is growing so fast. It might not be long before it comes to get revenge on me. What a hassle. I wonder how early humans managed to kill god blood creatures. Those peach blossoms fluttering in the air. If only there was Skynet here. Han Sen could only lie on the pink grass. Now he had completely lost his sense of direction. Leaving this island is a gamble with slim chances of survival, but staying on this island waiting for the Jinmahu to grow up will definitely lead to death too. Even if there's only a 1 in 10 chance I have to escape. 2 days later he started his journey again, searching for a way to leave this place. Soaring above the clear blue sky, he seemed to see something again. Is that a ship? I'm not mistaken, am I? That's a human ship. Below was a large ship, but it seemed to have encountered a storm and drifted here. This ship is very old, even a bit dilapidated. Only 2 days, am I really this lucky? Han Sen didn't want to worry about it anymore. He quickly flew down. Where there's a ship there are people. Maybe there's a shelter too. I can finally go back. I've been out for several months. Yenran must be worried sick. I even missed the midterm exam. Han Sen then set foot on Zifeng Island. There wasn't a single building here. It really doesn't look like a shelter. Nor does it look like a place where people would live. Suddenly there was a sound from behind. Han Sen turned cautiously to look behind him. Who's there? A blonde beauty spoke up. It's me. This person was Su Ruyan. She was overjoyed to see him. Oh my god. You're finally here. Han Sen was a bit confused. Who is she? Su Ruyan asked back blankly. Aren't you here to rescue us? Are you from Jelanda Island? Several people followed them, and eventually everyone gathered around. Han Sen then began to explain. I'm sorry. I am not from Galen Island. I'm from Steel Armor Shelter. I came here by accident because of a shipwreck. Excuse me, where is this place? Those men who came with me. She turned and left sadly, making everyone lose interest. Don't wait, they won't come, just wait to die here. Han Sen didn't understand anything, so he asked the girl next to him. Hey beautiful. What happened? Su Ruyan replied to him sadly. Being stranded here is no different from being sentenced. Life imprisonment from now on, you'll have nothing but time. You'll find out soon enough. Then she turned and left again. Han Sen. The more he listened, the less he understood what strange things were happening. First tell me where this is. Han Sen was then taken to a cave. The person walking ahead handed him a small canteen. This is for holding water. Han Sen looked around the cave. It was clear to see. They were very skilled at working here. You've been here for a while, haven't you? A man spoke up and answered. This is Fu Shan, he just arrived too. From now on, if you want to stay here, you must follow the rules. Listen to commands and work. We don't have food to feed an idler. Han Sen wanted to use this opportunity to understand the situation. I saw in the sea. There are mutant creatures all around here. There must be many mutant creatures on the island too. You don't need to worry about the food problem. Fu Shan walked to the front and reminded him. Everyone has suffered a disaster. Don't blame me for not warning you. This Zifeng Island is full of dangers. It's best not to wander around. Otherwise, don't blame anyone else if you lose your life. What dangers? Lu Ji immediately explained from behind. I'll tell you. On this Zifeng Island there are god blood creatures. Do you have what it takes to deal with it? Han Sen calmly replied, it's just a god blood creature, isn't it? Lu Ji immediately scoffed. Hey kid, you should know your audience. Do you know who we are? Have you heard of the Special Security Operations Team? Han Sen also showed some interest upon hearing the name. You're part of the team. The Special Security Operations Team. Coincidentally, I am too. May I ask which squad you all belong to? They also asked back curiously after hearing him. You're also part of the team. The Special Security Operations Team. You're only 20, right? What kind of organization would recruit a Wetbehin Thieves kid like you? Han Sen reached out his hand showing goodwill. Then he introduced himself. I am Han Sen, captain of the Steel Armor Squad affiliated with the Special Security Operations Team. Lu Ji stood below. Hearing this, he couldn't believe it. You kid are a captain. Hey kid, open your eyes and look closely. This is the captain. Special Security Oprat. The true squad captain and our boss. Vice Captain Fu Shan. Su Ruyan stood aside and asked back with interest. Did you just say Steel Armor Squad? Fu Shan had of course also heard of their reputation. As far as I know, the captain of Steel Armor Shelter is Qin Xian. The vice captain is Yang Manli, she is not the captain. I've never heard the name Han Sen either. Han Sen naturally understood. They were stranded here. They've become very outdated. Vice Captain. You must have been trapped on the island for at least half a year, right? No wonder you don't know. Captain Qin has already been promoted to the second God's Shelter. Now, I am the captain of the Steel Armor Squad. Lu Ji immediately stepped forward to question him. So what does that make it true just because you say it is? Where's the proof? Show it. I don't have proof. There's nothing I can do if you don't believe me. Anyway, there's no benefit for me to lie to you. Su Ruyan suggested. Then are you sure you know? What about Qin Xian's left hand? Han Sen thoughtfully recalled that battle. The one he had with her before. If I remember correctly, there was nothing behind her left hand. But Captain Qin's right hand had a red mark. Beans-eyed Su Ruyan smiled with satisfaction. Although I don't know if you're truly the captain, you are indeed very close to Qin Xian. Behind her right hand, there is indeed a beans-eyed red mole. She usually covers it with her hair, so most people wouldn't know at all. Han Sen chuckled and replied. Senior sister is also a member of the Special Security Action Group. Then she began to introduce herself. I am Su Ruyan from Xingyu Group, and I am the employer for this special operation. When Han Sen heard the name Xingyu Group, he also grew a little interested. The figure of a certain man once again appeared in his mind. The few of them then sat in the cave, explaining their situation. About a year ago, while we were flying, we encountered an attack from a giant god-blood creature. And then we crashed here. What exactly is this place? Where is the nearest human settlement? How far is it roughly? It's been a year, no wonder. These people don't recognize me. In the past 6 months, any living creature in the human world would have some information. It's impossible they haven't heard. My name Han Sen. Lu Shi sat beside them and interjected. It's useless even if we tell you. Even if you could fly, you couldn't get here. Fu Shan, sitting in front, immediately replied. There are indeed no flying transcendent creatures here. But there's a giant godblood sea beast that often roams these nearby waters. So much so that we can't go into the sea to hunt transcendent creatures. For a year, we've had to sustain ourselves with only wild grass and mushrooms. Hearing this, Han Sen also felt a bit puzzled. Is it really that terrifying? There are quite a few transcendent creatures on the island. Even if you can't go into the sea, you shouldn't have to be strictly vegetarian, right? Su Ruyan was now so scared that she hugged herself. Have you seen a ghost-eyed bear? What's a ghost-eyed bear? The terrifying image of a giant black bear resurfaced in the girl's mind. Its purple eyes and gaping maw appeared exceptionally fierce. There's only one type of transcendent creature on this island. And that's the ghost-eyed bear. They look like bears, but are enormous in size. And they are incredibly agile. This island is full of cliffs and precipices, but they move like the wind, as if walking on flat ground. Fu Shan, sitting beside them, continued, our team had 30 people when we set out. Han Sen asked, a bit puzzled. 30 people? Then where are the other dozen or so? He then recounted their previous battle. When we first arrived on this island, we had planned to hunt ghost-eyed bears. However, among that group of ghost-eyed bears, there was a god blood-class ghost-eyed bear, their king. It was not only much larger than ordinary ghost-eyed bears, but more terrifyingly, it was incredibly intelligent. It knew how to use the terrain to its advantage, commanding other ghost-eyed bears to fight us. The battle at that time was vastly lopsided in strength, and we lost over a dozen people, including a member of our squad. We only managed to kill a few primitive class transcendent creatures, which for the ghost-eyed bear king had absolutely no effect. Han Sen finally understood the situation here roughly. So you're just hiding here and eating vegetables, Ms. Su? Let's make a deal, Su Ruyan asked back, puzzled. Ms. Su, why? I don't recall telling you my identity. Han Sen smiled and replied, I'm guessing everyone here holds you in great awe. I think there's only one possibility, you, or rather Xingyu group, is there hope of returning home? Therefore your identity must not be simple. Su Ruyan smiled and asked back, so what? It's come to this point, what more is there to trade? All this waiting on the island. Doesn't Sister Su want to try some good food? Hearing this, Su Ruyan's eyes lit up as she looked at him. Do you have food? Han Sen scratched his head, replying awkwardly, I don't have any food myself. But aren't there plenty of things on this island? Su Ruyan started to worry again. Are you thinking of going after those ghost eyes? Forget that idea. I don't want to see anyone else go to their death. Looks like you don't want to make this deal then. Han Sen glanced at the few people behind him. The vice captain merely sat there nonchalantly. Just a reminder to everyone. One must be a little more realistic. Now my apologies, vice captain. We can still earn a bite to eat. The vice captain actually wants to make a deal with you. Lu Ji cried out in disbelief. Captain, don't listen to this guy's nonsense. If this guy wants to go to his death, let him go by himself. Don't drag our squad into it. Han Sen smiled, walked over and patted his shoulder, saying, we're all from the security operations group. Specifically, we'll go hunt ghost eyes together. The flesh and blood of the god blood ghost eye will be mine. For the flesh and blood of other ghost eyes, well, split it 50-50. What do you think? Lu Ji sat aside, shouting angrily. You're way too arrogant, kid. We haven't even seen the shadow of a god blood ghost eye yet. And you want to split its flesh and blood. And you want our squad to go die with you. Dream on. The vice captain sat there, replying silently. I won't risk my team members' lives. The next day, only Han Sen left by himself. Su Ruyan stood there asking worriedly, are you really going? Han Sen calmly replied, wait to eat ghost eye meat before I come back. Ms. Su can think about how to price it. She spoke very seriously. I hope you don't die in the mountains. Han Sen then plunged into battle with those few large bears. The disguised fellows. Han Sen hung by one hand from the deep cliff. He couldn't help but think, no wonder the Kalen squad was helpless. This terrain is truly too dangerous. A large bear then appeared before him. A ghost eye with terrifying purple eyes. Staring straight this way, was I discovered. It suddenly swung a claw towards him. Han Sen clung to the rock face with his hands, pondering. I can't fully exert my power in this damned place. My strength and this damned. This beast actually climbs as if it's walking upstairs. Over here. He saw another strange ghost eye. A mutant ghost eye. He quickly picked up his weapon and leaped towards it. You're the one. From within the mountain wall, their roars echoed. The few people on their side also heard the commotion from over there. The vice captain couldn't help but say, that kid actually went. Su Ruyan sighed tiredly while picking mushrooms, saying, just when we finally got a living person here, he insists on going to his death. Just then someone on their side suddenly shouted, ghost eye, everyone get ready immediately. A giant ghost eye appeared before them. Run, the ghost eye is here. The vice captain quickly calmed them. Calm down. Because beneath the fur of that colossal creature was Han Sen's happy smile. Hey everyone, you're all here. The vice captain smiled, unable to believe that kid actually. He's not dead. Su Ruyan was also greatly surprised. He actually guessed right. And it's a mutant ghost eye. Can this guy really do it? 30 of us fought these ghost eyes. And suffered heavy losses. Yet this person all by himself killed a mutant ghost eye alone. Han Sen quickly threw the giant creature onto the ground. He smiled looking at the few of them and said, "It's really heavy. Miss Su, are you interested in my business now?" Su Ruyan's eyes gleamed as she responded. "Yes, of course I am." They finally reached an agreement. Before the Sinew group arrives, she must get that thing. Once he deals with those annoying ghost eye creatures, nothing will stop me from reaching the end. The people around stared at the giant beast, barely able to believe their eyes. "I smell meat. It's been a year and I can finally eat meat. To hell with mushrooms and wild vegetables. Die all of you, I want meat." Su Ruyan happily walked towards Captain Han. "How do you want to trade? Let's go by market price. Meat from a mutated creature, probably 2 to 3 million yuan. Han Sen then held up one finger. 1 million or 10 million. Han Sen replied with a delighted smile, 100 million. Lu Ji stood aside, and upon hearing the price immediately cried out in anger. One mutated creature. Costs 100 million, what kind of market price is that? Of course Su Ruyan also disagreed with the price. Captain Han. In the market, the meat of a rare mutated creature only costs 2 to 3 million yuan. Even if you multiply it by 10, it's only 20 to 30 million. Isn't 100 million a bit too excessive? Han Sen stood on the giant beast he had just hunted, and smiled happily. Different locations naturally have different prices. Here it's 100 million per beast. If you think it's expensive, that's fine, I'll keep it for myself. Su Ruyan glanced at the person next to her. Vice Captain. They and you are family. Are you selling it to them for 100 million yuan too? Han Sen continued. If I'm not mistaken, you'll inevitably think him being too pushy. If I say no, you'll have Fushan buy it back at a low price, and then distribute some meat as a mercenary. Right? Having her intentions guessed, Su Ruyan naturally had nothing to say. Han Sen then spoke to Fushan in front of him. But Vice Captain, don't forget, I offered you a collaboration from the very beginning. You're the one who gave up that chance. It's fine, Han Sen continued with a smile. So my answer is whoever wants to buy it must pay the same price. Su Ruyan started negotiating again. Captain Han, we're all in this predicament. We should be helping each other. You don't consider the vice captain one of your own? Or are you just an imposter? Voices started rising around them again. Vice captain, this person's actions are suspicious. Why don't we arrest him first and get to the bottom of this? Han Sen ignored their attitude and simply offered an even higher price than its 200 million. Fushan angrily turned and left. I don't know if he belongs to the security action team or the special operations team. What happens today has nothing to do with us. Squad, let's go back. But they were genuinely very reluctant to leave. That pile of meat, Captain, the meat. Han Sen replied with a smile. It seems this deal won't happen. Then I'll take this ghost eye creature with me. This thing is so big. I could eat it for 3 to 5 months by myself, no problem. When they saw the giant beast being taken away, they were practically in tears. My meat, it's gone. President Su, please have mercy on us. I've forgotten what meat tastes like. Su Ruyan could no longer remain silent. Ultimately she could only agree to it. 100 million it is. I'll buy this mutated ghost eye creature. Han Sen calmly replied. 100 million was the previous price. Now it's 200 million, no bargaining. Su Ruyan's face turned ashen with anger. 200 million it is. I don't have that much cash. But I can write an IOU once we return to the Alliance. It's guaranteed to be redeemable. This money, the Sinew Group surely won't default on it, right? Anyway, the amount isn't the problem. Once reinforcements arrive here, he will, along with that pile of IOUs, be buried at the bottom of the sea. Han Sen put the thing down and replied. Sorry, I only accept cash. Or people who use beast souls instead of cash. I can reluctantly accept that too. How do you want to trade? The market price for a godblood beast soul is only around 1 or 200 million. A godblood beast soul for one ghost-eyed lizard. The people behind them started to murmur again. Is he crazy? 1 godblood beast soul? If you have the ability to kill a mutated ghost-eyed lizard, you can also demand a sky-high price. Su Ruyan was not pleased with this offer at all. It seems you don't genuinely want to do business with us. Han Sen didn't think this was a big deal at all. It's business, of course you have to ask for an exorbitant price. If Director Su thinks the price is too high, she can make an offer herself. A mutated beast soul for one ghost-eyed lizard is indeed a bit of a loss, but I still want to cooperate with Director Su long-term, don't I? Pleasure doing business. Su Ruyan immediately gestured to the person next to her. Deputy Captain, are you just going to let him be so arrogant? Fu Shan was checking the wounds of the beast lying down. Look, he pointed to a wound on this creature's body. Su Ruyan asked, somewhat puzzled, what am I looking at? Su Ruyan, somewhat puzzled, retorted, what am I looking at? Fu Shan is a professional, so of course he could tell that this ghost-eyed lizard only had one wound on its entire body, a fatal one. To be able to single-handedly break into the ghost-eyed lizard's habitat, kill a mutated ghost-eyed lizard with one blow, and then retreat unscathed. If we were to make an enemy of him, we would definitely pay a heavy price. Therefore, with this trade, Han Sen had already gotten exactly what he wanted. He returned to the beast's lair, still smiling happily. A mutated beast soul for one ghost-eyed lizard. Su Ruyan, you're so generous. Or perhaps your goal is to use me to wipe out this group of ghost-eyed lizards. You could very easily eliminate the countless monsters here. Han Sen, of course, knew that group of people didn't just accidentally end up on this island, but that this island was their destination. He flew into the sky using his wings. Why was Su Ruyan so concerned about this group of ghost-eyed lizards? It seems these monsters are connected to what she wants to do. The entire tribe only has one godblood ghost-eyed lizard. To bring a grand squad just for one godblood ghost-eyed lizard is too extravagant. He suddenly realized something. Could it be that this island is shaped like a six-petaled flower? Which is very peculiar. So that's it. This must be the cave of an exotic creature. The lotus creature. Moonlight fell from the high sky, reflecting a silvery white, shimmering on the emerald water. He quickly flew all over the area, looking for an entrance. According to Skynet's information, the entrance to the Life Lotus is located in the central pistil of the petal-shaped mountain terrain. But logically, creatures shouldn't emerge directly from the Life Lotus. This group of ghost-eyed lizards, Han Sen finally exclaimed, found it. Then he descended to the pistil. The stones around the entrance were black, with a smooth surface, just wide enough for one person to pass through. It was exactly as described in the data. Before entering, he carefully checked the surroundings to see if there were any ghost-eyed lizards nearby. It seems these ghost-eyed lizards appeared here not to guard the entrance, but merely by coincidence. Han Sen happily prepared to enter. If you guys can't get in, then I won't hold back. He walked into this cave again, but he ended up falling into a large pit. Ouch, my butt. Han Sen then slowly managed to stand up. This cave is surprisingly deep. I almost fell and turned into a fool. A nest of xenobeasts, located tens of thousands of meters deep underground. Every once in a while, a large number of xenobeasts are born from the cave. The xenobeasts in the cave do not enter or exit through the joint biomechanical gate. Humans still don't know how they are delivered to various parts of the sanctuary. The passage to the nest might be over 10,000 meters long. It should go 3 to 4,000 meters deep underground. There are no xenobeasts along the way. Han Sen walked cautiously, looking around as he went. Fortunately this time, Skynet's information didn't lead me astray. He had already changed the battle armor he was wearing, but he still needed to be careful. Suddenly a protective membrane appeared ahead. As long as this exotic crystal wall is broken, he can enter the xenobeast nest. Inside the xenobeast nest, there would of course be many xenobeasts, and even godblood xenobeasts. Holding a weapon in one hand, powerful strength, Han Sen quickly unleashed a strike. What a joke. I've already come this far. Whether it's a dragon's den or a tiger's lair, I'm going in today. The protective barrier in front was shattered by that strike. What the heck? Why is it so quiet? It's completely abnormal. Han Sen walked in cautiously. Never mind, I'll go in first and see. Suddenly, he was also stunned by the sight before him. What is this? Before him were enormous 6 treasure embryos. Several xenobeasts appeared inside, slowly coming into being. This is hardly a nest. It's clearly an underground city. There's also a large hole in the ceiling. If I fly up, you'll be able to see the entire xenobeast nest. But it'll also be clearly seen by the xenobeasts in the nest. Forget it. Rarely his hands gripping the weapon trembled. In front of this magnificent sight. Heavenly spirits, earthly spirits. I'm only here to get that one thing. Please don't let me encounter those. Eerie godblood creature. Strange godblood creatures. He cautiously walked past the green spheres. Just a few primitive creatures will do. He glanced again inside this shell. It was actually empty. It seems this xenobeast has already left. Why are they all empty? Could this xenobeast nest be another empty nest? No way. The intel says every xenobeast nest has an egg. A very peculiar xenobeast egg. As long as there's a xenobeast egg, xenobeasts will continue to be born. Moreover, the entrance to this nest has been sealed, proving that no one has ever entered. The xenobeast egg must still be inside. Why is it so clean? As soon as his feet took a step, a sound suddenly came from the side. He quickly used his sword to block their attack. It was actually a humanoid xenobeast. It looked like a skeleton, moving towards him to fight. Han Sen held his sword, looking at it warily. The creature had a very bizarre shape. It seems he's in trouble this time. He didn't expect it could also use another treasure. And it was a pair of daggers. These treasures are pretty good, he'll take them. Their attacks swiftly clashed together, producing a deafening sound. Han Sen saw with his own eyes that this thing actually dodged his attack. This is unbelievable. How could it dodge? Its claw stabbed towards his battle armor. Impossible. This other hand can only summon a different weapon. Han Sen quickly used his whole body to shake off the attacking skeleton and shouted, "Get lost!" The skeleton spun flexibly with its entire body again, and its bones transformed in an instant. Han Sen was also surprised by its method of attack. He cursed under his breath, this works too. Its bone spikes were too sharp, even piercing through the god blood armor. That thing was incredibly agile, its position kept changing. Its attacks were also incredibly sharp, this wouldn't do. There was absolutely no rhythm. Its attacks were completely random. He had no idea what its next move would be. Han Sen could only try his best to block all attacks with his sword. His armor's surface was inevitably damaged. It felt like someone who was a master of melody and rhythm, listening to a song with no tune at all. This was Han Sen's first time facing this kind of monster. His proud judgment ability had completely lost its effect. Han Sen could only try his best to retreat a little further from it. This skeleton was truly too strange. In the end, he could only summon Cat Lord to appear and help. A giant cat suddenly appeared behind the skeleton, covering him. That creature had not expected such a being to appear behind it. Afterwards, it was sent scattering by Cat Lord's pursuit. Han Sen then picked up his weapon and quickly left. "Cat Lord, can you hold it off so I can retreat first?" Cat Lord faced the skeleton inside, and that giant skeleton was undoubtedly tense. After Han Sen left the emerald barrier, he called out, "Cat Lord, come back quickly." Cat Lord was quickly recalled afterwards, but the skeleton behind them didn't let them go, instead it chased after them. Han Sen smiled with satisfaction. "Bastard, come in if you dare." As expected, that thing chased him and ran out of the protective barrier. The smile at the corner of his mouth deepened. "Can you teleport in such a narrow space? Let's see how you hide." Then he spun his spear. It created a signature attack die, an inch longer, an inch stronger. This spear, combined with the power of the yin-yang magnetic storm cannon, the more you retreat the deeper it pierces. Han Sen roared, "Die." That thing was actually hit by this strike. Is this even stranger than the super particle flow acceleration movement technique? Han Sen unhappily picked up his weapon. What bad luck! In the nest of xenogeneic creatures, there was actually such a powerful one. I should go back first. I'll figure it out later, he's been gone for so long. Su Ruyan wondered if he was already exhausted. And those on Su Ruyan's side also noticed small plumes of smoke rising from the distant mountaintop. Deputy Shan also began to ponder. This kid barbecues every day. Is he deliberately trying to attract us? Is he attracting us or misleading us? She decided not to wait any longer and stepped forward. Let's go say hello to Han Sen. Information related to the Life Lotus could all be found online. That kid is active in the central area of the Lotus all day long. What if he discovers something? Meanwhile, over here, he was happily barbecuing and enjoying the food. Then he spoke to the people hidden in the bushes. In the distance. "Come out, what are you doing sneaking around there?" They quickly appeared and surrounded him. "Captain Han. What are you grilling? We could smell the aroma from a mile away." Han Sen happily replied. "Bear paw. Wants a mask director Su to buy it for you." Su Ruyan stood to the side and said, "We came looking for you because we were worried about your safety." "You really are ungrateful." Han Sen replied nonchalantly. "Worried about me?" Han Sen replied indifferently. "Worried about what?" "My safety." Then I thanked General Manager Sue. She bowed and continued. Seeing Captain Han is still here, I'm relieved. Captain Han. Let's talk. About buying and selling the flesh of the ghost eyelid. Han Sen had a meal. After eating his fill, he also happily replied to General Manager Sue. This matter isn't that simple. Today I made a special trip and encountered a primal ghost eyelid. A primal ghost eyelid. How much will you offer? What price is Captain Han planning to sell it for? Han Sen replied happily. The old price, 1 beast soul for 1 ghost eyelid. Su Ruyan stood by, replying to Captain Han. That's utterly outrageous. The people behind them also started to object to this price. A mutant ghost eyelid for 1 beast soul, and a primal ghost eyelid for 1 beast soul too. Why should it be? Isn't that treating our general manager Su like a fool? You little brat, you're too greedy. You'll choke on it. Su Ruyan gave a meaningful look to the people behind her. Wang Junfeng go. The man walked forward with a smile and said to Captain Han. The beast soul is right here, want to play? Han Sen asked back with interest. You want to play? Wang Junfeng cracked a happy smile. Ani unknown duel. If Captain Han wins, you can take the mutant beast soul. If you lose, just give me a ghost eyelid. But Han Sen quickly grabbed his hand. He could only let out a few pained cries. Meanwhile, Han Sen's lips curled into a smile. The word lose isn't in my dictionary. Winners live, losers die. If you dare to play, step forward. If not, then get back to your place. Su Ruyan then spoke. Captain Han. It was just a joke, there's no need to be so serious, right? Han Sen replied arrogantly. I only play with lives. If you want to play, I'm always ready. After that, Su Ruyan could only watch helplessly as they turned and left. Her heart filled with anger. Han Sen, Su Ruyan. I swear this island will be your burial ground. Fushan could only eventually bring over a beast soul and exchanged it for a ghost eyelid. Han Sen took it and smiled happily. No problem, Deputy Captain, please wait half a day. I will deliver it to you first thing tomorrow morning. Fushan uncharacteristically spoke to him. I don't know who you are, but if you want to stay here and want to get out alive, you can only rely on Starnet Group's rescue. So don't target Su Ruyan too much. Han Sen calmly replied. I didn't lay a hand on Su Ruyan because I respected her position as your superior. I was just worried it would be hard for you, Deputy Captain, to explain when you go back. I can see that. Your strength is astonishing, but this team represents the entire Shulan Sanctuary's top combat power. Are you sure you want to make enemies with us? Han Sen picked up a slice of meat, took a bite, then asked again. It seems if Su Ruyan and I have a conflict, you will definitely side with her. Fushan replied solemnly. My brothers were brought by me and I must take them back safely. Even though one person has already been lost. Their conversation stopped there. Fushan stood up, turned and left. If you need anything, come find me. I can help you make peace with Su Ruyan. Once the rescue arrives, I guarantee you'll leave with us. Han Sen's face was stern and he replied with some displeasure. Deputy Captain's kind offer. I appreciate it. But I've always never had the habit of bowing my head. If I don't entertain Su Ruyan properly this time, how can I repay Shun Tianzi and Starnet Group's continuous care for me? Time passed quickly. 3 months had already gone by. The skeleton still sat within that barrier, waiting. Afterward it raised its head again, sensing something approaching. Han Sen, wearing armor, appeared here again, enduring the fierce incoming attacks. It seems that messy movement and blade techniques are also a kind of rhythm, a unique rhythm. As long as I understand this rhythm, I will definitely be able to control its every move fully in my grasp. Han Sen finally revealed a satisfied smile. I've already figured out others' rhythm. If there's nothing new, then it's time to end this boring fight. A fatal slash was unleashed. A few months later, the Death Skeleton God Blood King was finally eliminated. There was no flesh and blood nor any beast soul, but this bone saber is also a good item. Han Sen immediately tried out his new toy. This thing is handier than that silver blood trident. It's perfect for a top-tier assassin like me. After that, he slowly ventured deeper. In every xenogeneic nest, there were very strange xenogeneic eggs. Xenogeneic eggs should not be dangerous. And smash them. Xenogeneic eggs must contain beast souls. At this moment, finally, he also found an egg of peculiar color. Purple light emanated from the egg. It was truly beautiful. Beast souls produced from xenogeneic eggs have a high probability of being godblood beast souls. This is also what Su Ruyan wants. But there's also an extremely low probability of obtaining a common beast soul. I shouldn't be that unlucky, right? Gripping the weapon in his hand, Han Sen picked up the sword and fiercely cleaved the egg, hunting xenogeneic eggs. Something strange emerged from the egg. Wait, a beast soul from inside. Xenogeneic eggs are random, so is it also possible to obtain a super god beast soul? No, Han Sen was so excited that he knelt down. God Taishan Laojun Jade Emperor. Guanyin Bodhisattva Tathagata Buddha. Please give me a super god beast soul. Perhaps this will be the super god beast soul. The first in history. That belongs to a human. A huge light burst from the egg. It's here, a super god beast soul. Only this time, he actually got a god blood beast soul. Red-faced commander. Han Sen was a bit depressed when he got this item. I said, where's the super god beast soul? Never mind, let's see what kind of beast soul this is. An image of a monster appeared before him. Huge flames. This is the Godblood red-faced commander Godblood class. Halo beast soul. I actually got a Halo beast soul this time. Also, so many gods and Buddhas are really effective. Not to mention a Godblood class Halo beast soul. Even just a mutated class Halo beast soul would be enough to sell for a sky-high price in the second god sanctuary. The entire steel armor sanctuary only has one mutated class Halo beast soul. And now I have a Godblood class Halo beast soul. After that, he quickly retracted the item back into his body. I'm really looking forward to seeing Su Ruyan's expression when she sees this. On their side, Captain Fu Shan was the first to speak. Why don't we wait until the reinforcements arrive before we leave? We've already waited here for over a year. What's the harm in waiting a few more days or months? Su Ruyan stood behind and replied. What do you know? It's precisely because they're almost here that we can't. I can't. I absolutely cannot become a laughingstock for Starnet Group. Besides, you've already sent Han Sen to hunt ghost eyepieces to attract the ghost eyepieces' attention, haven't you? What more is there to be afraid of? Fu Shan in front could only nod and reply. Yes, in the blink of an eye we lost 3 mutated beast souls in exchange for 3 mutated ghost eyepieces. Starnet Group is truly generous. Just then suddenly, they heard a sound again. A huge roar came from the valley. In the distance, they of course realized it too. Everyone was already surrounded. Su Ruyan immediately spoke to reassure them. Don't panic, it's just a group of primitive ghost eye beasts. Fu Shan immediately directed everyone. Jump over there and defend. Everyone quickly jumped down a cliff. Once they could stand firm, they signaled to prepare for battle. They were surrounded by countless ghost eye beasts. Primitive mutant ghost eye beasts. That kid almost killed them all. There's really no point in killing these things. Fu Shan gestured to his team. A few corpses were left behind. Let them come up and have their fill. Suddenly they heard another loud noise. This time it was the sound of a Godblood ghost eye beast. Everyone defend. Han Sen stood above, smiling with satisfaction. Finally 3 mutant beast souls appeared. You actually want to trick me into becoming food for the Godblood ghost eye beasts? Are you dreaming? They were then gripped by fear. It seems this group of Godblood ghost eye beasts doesn't care for that useless Han Sen. Standing together, high above, a mutant ghost eye beast suddenly appeared, charging straight at them. Han Sen stood there watching Su Ruyan below with interest. A xenogeneic creature's nest. It's not a place you can just enter whenever you want. She had already transformed, ready to enter battle. Everyone get back this huge monster. It roared a few times terrifyingly. Her entire body. She seemed to be empowered by a man. Her eyes gleamed and she let out a shout. Then her fist shot straight towards that big bear. Han Sen was a little surprised. It seems this Su Ruyan has some skills too. But after unleashing this move, she seemed to have exhausted all her strength. Everyone quickly went forward to support GM Su. Are you alright? GM Su, do you need me to carry you? It's fine. The ghost eye beast isn't dead yet, let's hurry. Han Sen of course wouldn't let them easily escape. Standing high above, drawing his bow, firing arrows downwards. That arrow shot straight down, in front of the crowd. It shot towards them. Then with a loud bang it exploded. Su Ruyan was a little surprised, turning her head to look back. What was that sound just now? Han Sen had now appeared before them, with a pair of wings on his back, hunting Godblood ghost eye beasts. Godblood ghost eye beast soul. GM's luck is really good. It would be even better if this beast soul were yours. Su Ruyan stood below, gritting her teeth. Angrily said Han Sen, it's you again. But she didn't have time to be angry here now. Don't waste time, hurry and enter the nest. More importantly. But when they entered inside, Su Ruyan went crazy again. And a few people there couldn't help but curse aloud. Han Sen, I'll tear you to shreds. What happened? Everything in the nest was taken. Bastard, we fought so hard for so long. Was it all taken by that guy? Half a month later, Han Sen lay alone on a large rock. Then he noticed something else. From a distance, a group of ships was heading this way searching. It's a ship. Han Sen saw several ships appear. He was so excited he almost cried. I'm finally going home. Fu Shan walked ahead cautiously. He turned his head and looked at that kid. What are you looking at? They were then brought ashore by the rescue ship. Look at the place we lived for 2 years. I never want to come back here again. Su Ruyan saw this attitude. She naturally understood that he was worried about Han Sen. Why did Fu Shan merely answer calmly? We searched the entire island but didn't see anything. He's definitely not on the island anymore. Director Su, please come up. Su Ruyan. Perhaps he'll never forget that kid's name in this lifetime. He actually made a fool out of him. At this moment Han Sen used the high-altitude mist and was flying in that direction. A happy smile appeared on his lips. As long as there's a direction, nothing can stop me from going home. Finally, he could return to Shulan shelter. Han Sen was so excited he was almost crying. It feels so good to be back in the human world. Afterwards, he successfully returned to Blackhawk Military Academy. The guys in the dorm were all very excited. Calling out to third brother, a reunion party began. Third brother, you were gone for a whole year. We brothers all thought you died in the shelter and would never come back. This heartless guy. Even your girlfriend joined the army and you didn't go with her. Han Sen noticed that remark. What did you say? Yenran joined the army? Sure, Jikong replied calmly. It's already our senior year of college. Isn't it time for internships? You didn't know. Ji Yenran worried so much about you that she lost a lot of weight. Lu Meng, standing nearby, added. Welcome home. We brothers are all about to become juniors. If you don't want to become our little brother, then hurry up and prepare for the makeup exams. He was still holding a stack of thick books. Han Sen returned to his desk and picked up his phone. The first call he made was to his mother. She was so excited that tears almost fell. She was truly crying tears of joy. This brat, you haven't called your mom in a year. My son has been studying too hard recently. He didn't have time. You saw your mom call and you didn't know to call her back. Do you know how worried your mom was about you? Han Sen could only silently shed tears. Being scolded by his mother felt so good. Afterwards he took out his phone again, wanting to call Ji Yenran. However, he heard that after joining the army, everyone uses communication devices issued by the military. Uniformly issued contact accounts. Their original ones could no longer be used. Sure enough, the call failed. Han Sen lay on the desk looking a bit troubled. That night he had another date at the Queen's restaurant with Huang Fu Jing. Little brother, long time no see. You came back and didn't even say anything. Do you still think of me as your big sister? Wasn't I scared? Huang Fu Jing playfully teased. When you were tricking Su Ruyan, you didn't care about anything. And now you're suddenly scared. She happily picked up the wineglass in her hand. You came from Shulan shelter, right? The shelter you leave from is the one you will enter. You can't find your way back to Steel Armor shelter, can you? Right, do you want to go back? Han Sen replied happily. Of course, big sister, do you have a way? She thought for a moment and continued. If my cousin Shintianzi was still in Steel Armor shelter, then I'd advise you not to go back. But he's already ascended to the second god shelter. Han Sen asked in surprise. Shintianzi advanced to an evolver. That fast? His progress was already catching up to Qin Xian. And Qin Xian also completed her gene evolution half a year earlier than him. From Shulan shelter to Steel Armor shelter, you have to pass through at least 5 shelters. The journey through the shelters is not only long but also full of schemes. If it were anyone else, no matter how much money you gave me, I wouldn't take on such troublesome business. But if it's you, as long as you little brother are willing to join our martial arts institute. Han Sen, hearing this proposal, looked a little tired. Big sister, why don't you just tell me a price? I tricked a lot of beast souls from Su Ruyan this time. The money your Xingyu group earns can only repay a portion at most. Huang Fu Jing replied very shrewdly. The super god blood beast souls you obtained from the alien creature's nest. How about it? This price should be acceptable, right? I already said. I need to mobilize a lot of manpower to get this done. Then big sister, please give me a route map. I'll go by myself, it's fine. This trip is very dangerous. I've thought it through carefully, don't worry. Just give me the map and that's all I need. The person you need to find next is Baishan. From outside the door someone was calling Professor Bai. Baishan was also delighted to see him appear. Han Sen, you're finally back. How's your great yin-yang magnetic storm cannon cultivation going? Han Sen came looking for him at this time. He must have another reason. Professor Bai. I have some questions about nuclear gene technology. That I'd like to ask you about. Among those super gene technologies, and those that can be cultivated by people who haven't evolved yet, which technology has the strongest destructive power? Bai Shan carefully considered the question. Then replied that depends on how you define what strongest is. For example, your great yin-yang magnetic storm cannon. If used properly, you can absolutely use mutated beast soul weapons to hunt god-blood creatures. Wouldn't that be considered very strong? Han Sen remembered the large lion he had encountered before, and continued, the creatures I want to hunt are much stronger than god-blood creatures. Han Sen then had an exclusive training session with his pet. Miao Jun looked back. He jumped into the air with his weapon, stabbing towards the exotic creature, and directly pierced into its body. A terrible roar sounded, and it was quickly dealt with in just one strike. Han Sen stepped forward and picked up his weapon. Huangfu Pingjing is really generous. The route map she gave was both detailed and relatively safe. With this route, he could completely sell beast souls among the 5 shelters and earn a little money. Holding the map, Han Sen carefully examined it again. To receive such a map for only 5 mutated beast souls, he really owed Huangfu Pingjing a favor this time. Then his stomach growled again, ravenously hungry. The cultivation method he had practiced last time really increased his appetite. Bai Yishan once said that super gene technologies are called new martial arts, and most of them originated from ancient martial arts. More than 20 years ago, an ancient book about ancient martial arts was unearthed, titled Shang Xie Jing. In that book, there was also a martial art considered a complete ancient martial art, titled Gu Xie Zhou. Shang Xie Jing recorded that, if cultivated successfully, Gu Xie Zhou could cut jade and metal with one hand. Han Sen happily asked after hearing this, is this Gu Xie Zhou martial art available in Sanctuary Zone S? Bai Yishan calmly replied, no, many authoritative professors have participated in the research of Gu Xie Zhou, hoping to transform it into a new gene technology, a super gene technology. Hearing the professor's hesitant manner, Han Sen understood most of it. Did it fail? Is Gu Xie Zhou not as powerful as described? He turned his head and replied, no, those who volunteered to cultivate Gu Xie Zhou did indeed experience an improvement in their physical fitness, a very obvious enhancement. However, depending on the degree of physical enhancement, some strange phenomena appeared in those volunteers. Everyone who attempted to cultivate Gu Xie Zhou would experience a greatly increased appetite. No matter how much food they ate, they would still feel hungry. Those who volunteered to cultivate couldn't bear this feeling of hunger and gave up before completing the first stage. At this moment, Han Sen and Miao Jun had just finished eating a large beast and were very happy. It wasn't just his stomach growling from hunger, but his entire body groaning with hunger. This feeling was truly a terrible torment. Han Sen looked at Miao Jun, who was eating with relish and was absolutely drooling. No, I can't eat anymore. If I eat anymore, I'll burst, but I feel so awful. This is indeed an extreme psychological struggle. Bai Yishan once said, a professor once hypothesized, this is because when cultivating the first stage of the ancient evil spell, there are many true spells that require a large amount of energy to improve genes and the heart's blood circulation. Therefore, all energy is supplied to the heart's blood circulation. Other parts of the body will lack energy, which then leads to that feeling of hunger. If the body's entire energy balanced is all supplied to the heart's blood circulation, then by using ice muscle jade bone technique to slow down the flow of energy, wouldn't that alleviate this feeling of hunger? Professor Bai once said, the hidden true spell strengthens the heart as the foundation for blood vessels and meridians for the ancient evil spell. Otherwise, when cultivating the third spell, the cultivator's heart will be unable to withstand the pressure and will burst directly. After calming down, he indeed felt his heartbeat become more powerful. His strength was rapidly increasing. Han Sen jumped up happily. Miao Jun, let's go. Half a year later, Han Sen appeared in the shelter looking emaciated, haggard and exhausted. Captain. Everyone was astonished to see him. The captain is back. It's the captain. It really is the captain. Yang Manli also quickly appeared there. Han Sen greeted Vice Captain Yang. Long time no see. Upon weighing himself, he had actually lost a full 30 kilograms. Even better than diet pills. Han Sen. Only then could he truly feel his body. But cultivating the hidden true spell was truly painful. The second stage is the void-breaking spell. It was much easier to cultivate and the feeling of hunger disappeared. His boda's strength seemed to be gradually increasing, especially the function of the cardiovascular system, the power of the heart's blood circulation. My current strength has far exceeded the level ordinary people can achieve, even surpassing Qin Xian, who has already completed the atomic splitting technique. But it took me 3 years to complete the first stage, the hidden true spell, the second stage void breaking spell, and the third stage longevity spell. Up until now the progress has been too slow. At this rate, when will I finish cultivating the ancient evil spell to hunt super god creatures? So I need to gain weight back first. Otherwise how can I go home and see mom? Afterwards he seriously looked at the thing in the cage again. The little cloud beast doesn't seem quite normal. Could it be? He then saw 2 gems appear next to it. There's actually such a difference. Hunted the super god creature little cloud beast. Han Sen picked up the 2 gems in his hand extremely happy. This black crystal can actually cultivate super god creatures. Then it might be possible to obtain a super god beast soul. Maybe I don't have to wait until I finish cultivating the ancient evil spell. I can kill super god creatures. Life essence has been used. The super god creature little cloud beast. Afterwards he himself was really excited. Han Sen, I'm about to become the first human to break through the evolver level. If god genes are considered noble, then I am an evolver with super god genes, the royalty among evolvers. In the Hand of God arena, the president of the Hand of God Association was ultimately defeated by a newcomer. Jing Jia began to ponder in his heart. As expected of the president of the Hand of God Association, among Blackhawk Military Academy's Hand of God, the most capable person. But he thought to himself, besides me and Han Sen, the people around him began to gather. Easily scored 20 points higher than the president. This newcomer Jing Jia is too amazing. After the archery competition, Han Sen didn't know what happened, and didn't even participate in the final exams. The great master is already on the decline. It seems Blackhawk will be Jing Ji Yas to lead from now on. Just then someone came in to report. Did you find out anything? Han Sen is back. He then quickly ran off. What? Where is he? Take me to him. At this moment Han Sen was wandering alone around the school. He pondered to himself again. I now have 19 points of God gene. To gather all the super god genes, I still need about 10 super god creatures. I've been gone for a year and a half. And Xiao Yunshou only just grew into a super god creature. To cultivate a super god creature, it takes at least 9 months to a year. That's too long. I still have to rely on myself. I must adjust my physical condition to its optimal level, so my body has no obvious flaws. Obvious foundation, yes. I need to improve my foundation. Martial arts outline. Sanctuary of all things natural. Our encyclopedias. A new martial arts foundation. Just then someone behind him suddenly called out. You're Senior Han Sen, aren't you? He turned around and saw Jing Jia standing behind him. I am Han Sen. Who are you? I am Jing Jia, a first-year student in the archery department. I hope to receive guidance from you, Senior. Regarding archery. When might you be free, Senior? The people around them had already started talking. This is the new student. Jing Jia. Is he trying to challenge Han Sen? I have high hopes for Jing Jia. Even though he just enrolled, he's already defeated the top student in the archery department, the top student in the war armor department, and the top student in Hand of God. Han Sen instead, neither humble nor arrogant, smiled cheerfully. Little Junior, I'm really sorry. I haven't had any free time recently to teach you. Suddenly he then said, Jingji Wu is my older brother. The surrounding crowd was agitated by this statement. Jingji Wu, is that Jingji Wu, the archer who won in the finals? You're kidding me. Jingji was younger brother. How could he be in our school? No wonder he's so outstanding. Is he here to get revenge for his brother? He asked again. Can you have a showdown with me now? My brother is definitely not weaker than you. I will prove it for him. He just lost due to the coach's tactics and luck. That's all. However, a busy person like Han Sen naturally wouldn't pay attention to these childish remarks. Let's forget about such boring matters. Go say hello to Jingji Wu for me, and tell him I miss him very much. Jingjia stood behind him and replied. You can't refuse me, Han Sen. You can't escape. I will definitely defeat you. Then he'll tell you. You can't even compare to a single one of our toes, my brother and I. The crowd outside started buzzing again. No way, Grandmaster. You're actually afraid to accept the challenge. It's normal for the Grandmaster to be scared. Wouldn't it be embarrassing if he lost to a little junior? Meanwhile, he had already walked to the news hall holding a card, very happy. Let me test the effect of this card. Strength value. Nature's myriad by the saint's son. Fighting unevolved people is truly boring. That association is even better. No need for identity verification. And I can freely fight against evolvers. My physical stats have now reached around 20 points. With such physical stats, it would definitely make those who have never evolved collapse, but for evolvers, it's completely insignificant. Han Sen finally chose a project that interested him. He saw an option called Twin Blades Dominate the World. That name sounds very mighty. He quickly was then brought into a combat scenario. He had to fight against a virtual gladiator. This time their combat actually involved dual blades. The gist is this: there are many martial arts found in nature. If one wishes to master them all, one must study the opponent's moves and experience. It just so happens I haven't used them in a while. It's about time I practiced with dual blades. His opponent was a man wearing an iron mask. He didn't even use his preferred weapon, but instead chose dual blades just like himself. He swiftly grabbed his weapons and charged forward. You brat! You'll soon pay the price for your arrogance. Han Sen used his weapons to block several of his attacks, but one hand was extended forward and the other backward. What's going on? What kind of sword art is this? It's truly impressive. He retreated once more, dodging his opponent's attack. This person's physique shouldn't be much stronger than mine. About 25 points. But this kind of sword art is truly a first for me. The opponent can unleash countless beautiful and strange sword moves. This is truly amazing. This is exactly the kind of opponent I wanted to face. The man in the iron mask also couldn't help but ponder to himself. What kind of strange sword art is this? My strength is clearly superior to his, and my swordplay is more refined, yet I can't defeat him with sheer power. This Han Sen guy is incredibly agile. He picks up his weapons, and his dodging and attacking are absolutely perfect. No matter how exquisite a sword art is, it must follow its rhythm. But the chaos dual swordsmanship, which I learned from the white jade skeleton, can completely break this rhythm. The man in the iron mask fell into deep thought again. Perhaps this is the first time I've faced an opponent with such a unique fighting style. Are the AI fighting tournament participants really this strong? A guy with 4 wins and 1,000 losses actually possesses such terrifying sword art. It seems I must go all out. He unleashed the 13 blades of countercurrent with all his might. This strike was like a storm, created by his own power. In the blink of an eye his body rotated, forming a powerful blue whirlwind. Han Sen could only try his best to block each strike with his weapons. His decisive attacks were now at a disadvantage. Moreover, his body damage index had risen to 27. He himself, however, wasn't afraid. Instead, he showed a confident smile. 27 is fine, I can still keep fighting. He could only eventually use his remaining strength to find a way to dodge. But his opponent was also bewildered. Damn it, Han Sen thought, a proud smile playing on his lips. This is the advantage of combat. You've already finished all 13 blades yet only dealt 27 damage. He quickly retreated. If 13 blades can't kill you, then he'll do it again. But the rhythm of the previous blade techniques had been seen through by him. This time he wouldn't have a chance. Han Sen could only stand there and endure another 13 blades. His body damage index had dropped to 11. That guy also couldn't believe it. The previous 9 strikes had hit him. So why was the effect so much worse this time? I didn't expect him to still have 11 damage index left. But so what? One more set of 13 blades of countercurrent. And get out of my sight. Leave the arena. Han Sen on his end could only try his best to parry with his sword, but he showed no fear. Instead, a confident smile appeared on his lips. This is the very reason I joined this fighting tournament. This is exactly the opponent I've been waiting for. An opponent whose physique is too much stronger than mine. I wouldn't learn anything from that. His way of using blades also comes from the living blade art within all things. In the natural world, 13 swords like the first strike in an unknown duel. When struck by a blade, then the subsequent blades are even more unstoppable. The remaining blades will definitely hit that person again. Using the 13 countercurrent swords again. Only this time, he himself could already completely evade all attacks. That guy finally fell into exhaustion, unable to parry. He clearly still had 5 damage points left. Yet over a dozen sets of 13 countercurrent swords, not a single blade had hit. Han Sen picked up his weapon, smiling. Then it's my turn. His grip on the weapon quickly changed. Fortunately, with this set of sword techniques, I finally understood what living truly means. Using it this way is truly living. He himself could actually already use the 13 countercurrent swords. That guy's eyes widened in surprise. Is this the first strike of the 13 countercurrent swords? The person wearing the mask is Huang Yuluo. He couldn't believe it. Impossible. I've practiced swordsmanship since I was a child. At 10 I started following my father, learning the basic sword techniques of the Feitian Baju school. I met the requirements to use the 13 countercurrent swords at 16. Only then could I begin cultivating the 13 countercurrent swords. With 6 years of basic training in the Feitian Baju school, it took me over a month to master the 13 countercurrent swords. Yet this guy, a deadly whirlwind quickly appeared before him. So familiar. This guy only watched a dozen times. In just one short hour, he imitated my sword technique. Impossible. There was also another man who had once spoken with him. This person is Suzu Yuluo. You brat, you've become an evolver. Why didn't you invite your brothers to celebrate? Huang Yuluo smiled and replied to Brother Zhu. Let's talk about celebrating later. Is Big Sister here? Big Sister went to the Empress performance. You usually act like a mouse seeing a cat when you see Big Sister. Why are you suddenly looking for Big Sister? Did something happen? In Han Sen's room, the phone on the table suddenly rang a few times. Who is it not letting people sleep in the middle of the night? Han Sen slowly woke up in a daze. He had already heard the other party's notification. Captain, an alien creature nest has been discovered in the nearby mountains. He of course immediately sat up and headed in that direction. Hurry, this is a super sacred blood beast soul. Can't miss a single opportunity. Huge wings had already appeared on his back. Han Sen slowly flew into that mountain area. Lotus-born spirit terrain. This is the entrance to the alien creature nest. Alien creature nest. Many teams had already gathered there waiting, including the Steel Armor God's disciples. The Fisticuff Squad, the main forces of the Steel Armor Shelter, had already arrived. Yang Monli also noticed him from the side. The captain is here. Seeing him land on his huge wings, young Master Ching and young Master Yuan were also already waiting here. Brother Sen, are you also interested in this alien creature nest? Us standing here like this isn't a solution. How about we make a gentleman's agreement? Han Sen stood aside smiling as he asked. What kind of gentleman's agreement? Young Master Yuan replied with a smile. Well, draw lots to decide which group will enter first. The alien creature's nest. Everything depends on luck. Young Master Ching then added from the side, Captain Han. Young Master Yuan, I'll yield to you. Han Sen drew a lot. He could only accept his fate. Who made my luck so bad? It seems my god's disciples will have to wait for the next turn. Half an hour later, they saw someone from inside the cave running out in a panic. Xiaomu, what's wrong? The man was covered in wounds and replied with difficulty. A group of mutated creatures. God blood creatures are blocking the entrance. And who knows how many alien creatures are behind them. The opening is so small not even a ghost could get through. Young Master Yuan slowly walked in. It's our turn now. Then let's go down and take a look. Everyone, you must be careful. Han Sen stood outside again, seeing the two of them come out. Just half an hour later, he asked young Master Yuan and young Master Ching, how did you two come out faster than Little Finger? As soon as the two of them went in, they naturally sensed everything inside. Little Finger wasn't exaggerating at all. It's extremely dangerous down there. We God's disciples cannot die in vain. Han Sen turned to Yang Monli, who was standing behind him, and said, Captain, let's go down and take a look too. Careful, it's dangerous. Don't be too nervous. Vice Captain Yang, I'm leaving this place to you. After that he cautiously asked the people around him, is there anyone from the squad who wants to come with me? Gogo, how can we not take a gamble with such a good thing? They quickly grabbed their flashlights and walked in. The faint light illuminated the entire cave. This path is so narrow, but it's okay if we encounter danger. It'll be blocking the front. The captain is too awesome. However, everyone saw a bizarre object. It was directly pierced through its body by several wooden stakes. What the hell is that? There seemed to be several terrifying spiders moving there. One of them walked forward to check the situation. It's full of variant creatures inside. No idea how many there are. Henry Littlefinger and young Master Yuan didn't dare to go in. Then he turned to Han Sen, who was standing behind him, and said, Old Han, there's no way we can get through this situation. How about we retreat first? Wait for the variant creatures inside to rush out, and then whichever ones we encounter, well, kill them and then find an opportunity to rush in. Han Sen, of course, wouldn't let them risk going in like that. How about this? You guys go back first, he'll go in alone and take a look. The people behind him all spoke up wanting to stop him. Captain Han this way. But he had already made a quick decision. His body changed into a powerful set of armor, not giving them any chance to react. Because there's danger. That's when we have a chance to get the alien creature's eggs. After these alien creatures rush out, the people outside will scramble to get in. By then, it might not be our turn for the alien creature's eggs. Everyone retreat back to the cave entrance. I'll go in alone and take a look. If it doesn't work, it won't be too late to come out. Old Ghost from behind spoke up. It's too dangerous here, old Han, let me go with you. Han Sen quickly rejected the suggestion. No need, there are many alien creatures inside. I'll go and break the alien creature eggs and come right out. They had no choice but to obey and leave. Then we'll wait for you here guarding your escape route, alright. Then he motioned for the remaining people to retreat, so he could move freely. They quickly retreated to the back. After that, the emerald protective barrier in front of him had already been broken. Countless terrifying monsters were revealed there. There really are a lot. Han. Will Captain Han be in danger? Han Sen stood inside and commanded loudly. Don't just stand there, quickly guard the entrance. Of course they didn't dare to lower their guard, don't worry. Old Han is very steady. They seem to have immense trust in their captain. Since he dared to go in, he can definitely do it. Han Sen was inside, and had already completely defeated the monsters. From behind, another huge two-headed dog appeared. Both heads faced this way, opening their terrifying gaping mouths. The people behind anxiously spoke up, reminding Captain Han, be careful. Just as the words fell, he himself had already effortlessly defeated the giant beast. They simply couldn't believe this kind of wondrous power. Brother Gue, has Captain Han always been this strong? How to put it? I used to teach him swordsmanship. The two of them heard these words, truly unable to comprehend. Really? Han Sen also succeeded on his side, defeating countless mutated beasts. He took a few breaths, feeling a bit tired. Finally he continued to move forward. Phew, I'm finally in. So many mutated beasts, I'm exhausted from killing them all. Before his eyes, a gigantic purple egg suddenly appeared, emitting a dazzling light. Super Beast Soul. Please give me the Super Beast Soul. A powerful slash was unleashed, and easily shattered the eggshell. Han Sen received all the power it revealed. He obtained the Divine Blood Sword Demon Beast Soul. This power seems so powerful that even he found it hard to believe. This is a soul beast possessed by a sword. If one can only use divine blood weapons to hunt super god creatures under the protection of the soul within the sword, it will be somewhat stronger than ordinary divine blood weapons. Meanwhile, on the other side, Situ Zhu was happily summoning his younger brother, Yulua Online Armored Battleship Minion. Come quickly and watch this match. They soon arrived at the match arena. The exiled Star Emperor, Yulua, seeing his old friend already present, he then spoke. Why is he here too? Situ Zhu, did you just arrive? The other party answered, somewhat displeased. He's currently fighting with the armored battleship minion. Is that Situ Zhu? Finally he explained. It's not Situ Zhu. I'm a friend of the armored battleship minion. I saw him enter the match, so I came to watch too. He replied with a happy smile. Watching Situ Zhu and Han Sen's match. How do you know him? We fought a few times and it was quite interesting, so we became friends. Situ Zhu thought he had completely understood his opponent. Unexpectedly he didn't use dual blades. That's a bit strange. Strange, why isn't he using dual blades? Trying to use the 8-lock technique against my 8-lock technique. He's really digging his own grave. Outside, the two of them watched the match and discussed it with each other. You mean he only watched it a dozen or so times? And he's already learned your 13 blades of countercurrent flow. How is that possible? The 13 blades of countercurrent flow isn't something you can learn just by watching a few times. I suspect he's from the Martial Arts Academy. If he already knew the 13 blades of countercurrent flow, it would make sense. Situ Zhu blocked several of Han Sen's attacks, but a confident smile still lingered on his lips. In the Martial Arts Academy there are many skilled in the 8-lock technique, but none of them are my match. Because not only am I skilled in the 8-lock technique, but I can also deflect and weaken my opponent's strength. Han Sen finally felt that something was wrong. It seemed his own hand was completely disobeying him. Look, his hand is no longer obeying him. Outside, Huang Yulua made this comment, because he had also seen that Han Sen's shoulder had taken several critical blows. Overlord sheds armor, and Situ Zhu practices an ancient martial arts force deflecting technique, Golden Cicada sheds its shell and bone shrinking technique. Besides being able to deflect force, preventing the opponent's power from flowing as they wish. He can also use their strength against them, an eye for an eye. This time the body damage index reached 93. After Han Sen was hit, this blow forced him to retreat with difficulty. This is precisely the character Xia deflect disarm recorded in the nature of all things. This character Xia must be diligently practiced to be mastered. And this match truly caused him pain all over his body. So much that he furrowed his brows. A master truly is a master. Evolvers are indeed ruthless and merciless. Fortunately, this is a virtual battle. Otherwise they would use supercore gene technology to change the particle structure of their bodies. And then I would have no chance of winning. The two people outside started talking again. This person's physique isn't high. I easily defeated him in many battles. But he makes me feel a bit strange. Even though I easily defeated him. But winning brought no joy at all. That's why I want to watch his fight more closely. His battle. Zizhu, as the opponent standing before him, didn't hold back his praise either. The recovery of bones and joints is difficult for those who haven't practiced it. The techniques of the 8 locks and release. It seems you're just like me. But with your physique, you still have a long way to go to defeat me. Your entire body is once again enveloped in the flow of power, especially all attributes. His physique is about 10 points higher than mine. And I don't even have a chance to resist. But the rhythm of his heartbeat seems to be getting faster and stronger. The power of the heart is amplified by the ancient evil curse. It can perfectly make up for this 10-point gap. The two people outside also noticed that something was amiss. Is he really faking it? His physique isn't low at all. Did he just upgrade to an evolver? Inside, the fight has actually been going on for half an hour. The current damage index is 39. The more they watched the match, the stranger it seemed. It feels just like when I fought him. It started smoothly. Gradually later impossible. Zizhu is dealing less and less damage to him. I hope Zizhu's speed can be a little faster. Han Sen once again unleashed his physical strength. Huang Yulei also recognized this as Bawang Xie. Jia he actually learned how to use Bawang Xie Jia. The other person also found it hard to believe. He actually, during the fight, learned Zizhu's Bawang Xie Jia. Maybe he really did learn it. He learned Nilu Shisando while fighting you. I understand. Now I know why I didn't feel satisfied after defeating him. Han Sen quickly then used his own hand to expertly grab his opponent's foot. It can be said that your learning ability is outstanding. Outsiders simply cannot understand why you possess such talent. Because he's studying me. It was the same when he fought me. He's learning my moves. He wants to defeat me with my own moves. Zizhu inside has been completely suppressed. He's truly in a difficult situation. Huang Yulei stood outside and shouted, "This guy. Zizhu has been pushed to this point by you. I can only bow my head and admit defeat. There's no point in fighting any longer. I give up." After the match ended, the two people outside quickly rushed into the arena. "Brother Zhu, did you lose?" Huang Yulei stood by the side, unable to resist asking. "That battleship grunt. Did he really learn your Bawang Xie during the fight?" Zizhu. He also didn't expect to fall into such a situation. He really did learn it during the battle. This guy's learning ability is truly terrifying. I watched your fight. He probably learned Nilu Shisando during the battle. Weren't there already a few people? They again started chatting about that mysterious young man. Yes. I wonder who this battleship grunt is. Didn't you friend him? Ask him which branch he's from. I added him, but we've never spoken. Suddenly Huang Yulei asked, "What do you guys think? Would that person also be interested in the battleship grunt?" The other person seemed to recognize who he was referring to. That person is our supervisor. The guy he considers his beloved. It's Tin Hajin. They finally found some fun in life. Good idea, he asks me to fight every day. It's annoying, let him go pester this grunt instead. If he takes a liking to him, then we will be free. After Han Sen finished that match, he sat tiredly in a chair holding his head. After pushing the ancient evil charm for a long time, it was close to reaching the limit of what his body could withstand. At this moment the broadcast suddenly sounded. Today a powerful god blood creature appeared in the mountains near Glory Sanctuary. All the masters in Glory Sanctuary took action. Not only did they fail to kill the god blood creature, but they also suffered heavy casualties. Witnesses say this creature looks like a turtle. Its entire body is pitch black like ink, and its size is like a small car. Its body surface is hard. God blood weapons cannot cause any damage. Han Sen was thoughtful upon hearing these words. God blood weapons cannot cause any damage. Is this a super god creature? Beside him, someone handed him a bottle of water and asked kindly, Senior, you've been sweating so much training so hard. Right, have some water and rest. It was Jing Jia who appeared here, looking at him happily finishing the bottle of water. He was a little surprised. Senior, aren't you afraid I'd poison it? Jing Jia's younger brother wouldn't use such low-class methods. Besides, there are cameras everywhere here. Then he sat down on a nearby chair. He calmly continued, I really wouldn't dare to poison you. But if Senior doesn't give me a chance for a unknown duel, then I don't mind using some other means. For example, Senior, what do you think my success rate would be if I went after Shi Zikang's girlfriend? How high would it be? Han Sen was a little displeased. He returned the water bottle to the young man and cautiously reminded him, Xiaoya, some things shouldn't be said or done, okay? Jing Jia started provoking Senior to anger again. Then teach me a lesson on the field. Han Sen turned and left a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Jing Jiwu isn't properly disciplining his younger brother. Then let me do it for him. On her way to the training ground, Situ Xiang already saw her colleague Professor Chen. Is she also here to watch Jing Jia and Han Sen's match? Is that so? Yes? After all, Han Sen was once a competitor for our ancient martial arts team, and they are paying special attention to this test match between the two students. It seems the new students, especially the girls, all think highly of Jing Jia. Coach Situ, who do you think is more likely to win between the two? I've generally seen Jing Jia's skill level. He might even be stronger than Jing Jiwu was back then. The two walked out of the stands amidst the cheers of everyone around. They're here. So handsome, Xiaoya. Go Xiaoya, strongest god, awesome god. Jing Jia picked up an arrow and asked, Senior, there's something I want to tell you first, speak quickly. Then he drew his bow and arrow, preparing to shoot forward. Senior watched closely. Everyone present was very surprised, even the two coaches above couldn't believe it. 10 arrows following the same path, how did he do that? As expected, he's stronger than Jing Jiwu, much stronger. Do you think that's all? What? Situ Xiang once again saw that his arrows had changed. All the arrows hit the bullseye. The direction of the arrows changed. That's Han Sen's archery. What? Jing Jia knows the spiral arrow technique too. A monster even more terrifying than Jing Jiwu back then. Jing Jia looked at Han Sen very proudly, standing next to Senior. What do you think of my spiral arrow technique? Han Sen also prepared to pick up his bow and arrow. He didn't forget to offer a few words of praise. Xiaoya, to be able to master the spiral arrow technique at such a young age, it's not easy. It seems Senior has even stronger archery skills. Then let me witness it. No need to rush, just finish up quickly and leave. Afterwards, he saw Han Sen wanting to use a Type 11 bow, and asked seriously, Senior Han, do you really want to use this Type 11 bow? Is there a problem? No? The two coaches above continued to analyze the battle. At this moment, the power of a Type 11 bow would be much weaker than a Type 16 bow. And Jing Jia is using what? Coach Situ, why did Han Sen choose such a bowstring? If this is his choice, then it's likely because back then he defeated Jing Jiwu using a Type 11 bow. So he wants to use the same trick again to defeat Jing Jia with a Type 11 bow. Jing Jia, very confident in his talent, arrogantly asked Senior Han, "In here now too, how about we settle this?" "As you wish, Jing Jia." He once again drew his bow and knocked an arrow shooting forward, waiting for the referee's whistle. Han Sen, however, you defeated my brother. That's how I'll defeat you. I practice the spiral arrow technique every day, just to wait for today. Defeat you in your own way. Only then can I wash away my big brother's shame. Countless powerful arrows shot out, carrying immense rotational force. The people around couldn't help but comment. Too strong. Impossible to dodge, the era of the god has ended. Han Sen showed no fear at all. He picked up his weapon and solemnly replied, "The advantage of the spiral arrow is not in the strength or speed of the arrow, but in the inherent spiral force of the arrow itself." Only one arrow was shot, but its power was extraordinary, completely different from the arrows shot from the other side. Such a spiral arrow is still very weak, too weak. People who saw that scene also widened their eyes astonished. Jia's arrows are out. Not only did the god's arrow not get hit, it's getting faster and faster. Is this the god's true strength? He's not afraid to fight Jing Jia. He simply disdains him. Jing Jia saw that arrow flying towards him, and unable to dodge, he stood there dumbfounded. The few arrows he shot were completely defeated. The spiral arrow I use is formed by combining the rotational method from firearms with the theory of the great sonic cannon. It can produce two completely different forces: forward rotation and reverse rotation. Without theory, merely technique, it's not a true spiral arrow at all. Jing Jia watched Han Sen's retreating figure, still in disbelief. And as his senior, Han Sen also very kindly left a few words. Jia, if you want to learn the true spiral arrow, come find me, I'll teach you. The two coaches above also started to have different opinions. This is truly astonishing. How can such a weak bow shoot such a powerful arrow? And after being hit 10 times, its speed and power actually got faster and stronger. This is the real spiral arrow that defeated Jing Jiwu. Jing Jia stood up, pulling the arrows from his body. But his heart was still filled with anger. His power is too great. But no matter how strong you are, I must defeat you. Later, Han Sen himself found a peculiar area here. There was an island floating in the air. The God's Domain Island in the Black Swamp has appeared again. God's Domain Island. Han Sen's mouth curved into a confident smile. A pair of giant wings appeared behind him, and he slowly flew upwards. Few people ever come to the Black Swamp. No one should be trying to snatch this from me, right? Haha, this godblood beast soul is mine. However, somewhat unexpectedly, it seems someone had already arrived at the top. Someone got here first. They're strangers. It seems they're not from the steel armor shelter. Could they be from a nearby glory shelter? He saw two people fighting, and a reed wolf shaped human fighting very intensely. God blood weapon. God blood weapon. God blood armor. These two aren't simple individuals, but they don't seem to be a match for that big gray wolf. It looks like the situation isn't good, but they don't seem to be a match for that silver wolf. One of them quickly spotted him and shouted loudly, "Friend, I am Ma Mingjun from the Glory team. Let's cooperate." Han Sen asked back, standing aside. "If we cooperate, who gets the beast soul and the meat?" "It depends on luck. Whoever gets it, it's theirs." That big gray wolf was preparing to launch another attack at his companion. Han Sen showed a confident smile. "It's a deal." He quickly used his weapon to unleash the move he had just learned. The few of them seemed to recognize this move too. This is the 13 anti-current blades. His teammate Su Shinmi, standing by, was also very surprised. Who is he? Is there such a person in Glory Shelter? Maybe he's from Armor Shelter. Han Sen, with just one move, easily defeated the Wind God Wolf, obtained a God Blood Beast Soul, and was even able to obtain God Blood genes. Han Sen achieved his goal. A happy smile appeared on his face. Mount-type Beast Soul. Oh my god. This is his first God Blood mount. The two quickly walked over and started chatting with smiles. "Friend, are you selling this meat and Beast Soul? The price is negotiable. We definitely won't let you lose out. I'm not interested in money." Han Sen, of course, wouldn't compromise on these matters. "But if you have a God Blood Beast Soul from the second shelter, I can consider exchanging with you." Su Shinmi was very unhappy after hearing these words. "You're going too far. An original beast soul from the second shelter is more precious than a God Blood Beast Soul from the first shelter. This line is part of the previous one." Han Sen had no time to listen to their nagging. Then he quickly picked up the wolf and left. "Then forget it," Su Shinmi shouted angrily from behind. Afterwards, she angrily said to the person next to her, "Are we just going to let him go?" Ma Mingjun had already figured everything out. This person is not simple. His blade technique is the Flying Tyrant flow from the Martial God Martial Arts Association. Not many people know how to use it. He must be an important disciple of the Martial God Martial Arts Association. Then he walked towards the cliff wall. He shouted a few times, "Friend, where are you going? Let's go together." So the three of them traveled together through the grassland mountain range. "Our people are in this valley. We encountered God blood turtles in many places. It's so strange without your guidance. I don't know how long I would have had to search." On the way, suddenly, they saw a group of people walking towards them. "Why are they here? Who are they?" The three stopped on the cliff over there. "Captain Ma, you've come to the Chitung mountain range. Are you perhaps interested in that God blood turtle?" "That God blood turtle? No. Our Glory team suffered heavy losses last time. How could we still have the mind to go after it?" A bald man below spoke up. "That's good then. I also don't want any unpleasantness with Captain Ma." His attitude was very displeased. He looked at Han Sen, revealing a strange smile. "Captain Ma's friend here looks very unfamiliar. Haven't seen him before, have we? Is he here for the God blood turtle?" Ma Mingjun could only say with a dry laugh. He's just here out of curiosity. Han Sen, hearing these words, could only turn and leave. Captain Ma, thank you both for bringing me here. Let's part ways here. The man below, however, warned with a cold laugh. Captain Ma, had better just look and nothing more otherwise. Don't blame me for showing Captain Ma no respect. And Ma Mingjun remained silent after hearing these words. Han Sen finally found the place he wanted to go. That's it, he suddenly looked up, recognizing something. What is that fruit? Is this old turtle giving up the ocean? Just to eat that fruit, above there appeared a giant turtle, radiating an incredibly powerful aura, just as the bald man from earlier had already tracked him here. Kid, do you want to live or die? He, however, showed no fear and retorted. What if I want to die? What if I want to live? The other party replied with a smile. If you want to die, my brothers, and I will cut you down. If you want to live, then obediently get out of the Hongtong mountain range. Han Sen found these words incredibly amusing. Don't you think treating your benefactor like this is incredibly ungrateful? Lu Haijiat picked up his weapon, stood there and seriously asked, what benefactor? Is this kid crazy? Stop trying to claim connections here. We only have enemies, no benefactors. Han Sen prepared to draw his sword, with a terrifying expression. Not killing you is an act of kindness. And that person, seeing his arrogant attitude, replied angrily. Kid, you want to die? Han Sen swiftly picked up his weapon and abruptly leaped forward, unleashing a powerful attack. I don't have time to waste here. Since you want to die, then I'll grant your wish. Those people were naturally no match for him. They turned and fled in fear. Damn it, retreat quickly, save whoever you can. Han Sen naturally wouldn't let them escape so easily. With his spear tip revolve ultimate skill, he easily defeated those people. Time flew by. A few days later, the large turtle slowly walked across the desert, moving at a slow pace. Surrounded by mountains on three sides, it's a good place to make a move. This is the spot then. Han Sen had been following this turtle for several days now. That little golden-haired roar was already so terrifying right after birth. And this one is an adult, so I can't let my guard down. A powerful energy emanated from him. Demon beast soul possession, truly a good thing. With the power bonus from the demon sword possession, sharpness and toughness increased by over 30. With the power bonus from the crimson-faced dragon and ancient, cursed evil old turtle. With all these, it's enough to play with you. Then he focused completely, picked up his weapon and leaped fiercely forward, striking directly at the turtle. You better be a super god creature. Don't disappoint me after I've followed you for days just to kill you. But, unexpectedly, that thing could easily swallow his great sword. How can it be so fast? Han Sen truly couldn't understand. This was a strike at his absolute peak condition. He never thought his precious sword would eventually be bitten to pieces. Han Sen, holding the hilt of his sword, felt as if he had been dealt a heavy blow to his heart. A super god creature. This must be a super god creature. The monster roared several times terrifyingly. Han Sen was somewhat unable to defend himself. Damn it, my god blood treasure. You actually swallowed it in the end. He could only become a runner, turning to flee from the giant beast. Which bastard said turtles are slow? And I even tried to lure it with food. In the end, huge wings actually grew on its back, and it flew directly into the high sky. Here, have some snacks, stop chasing me. Han Sen sighed wearily. My god, I almost died here. Then he returned in a very bad state. Without super god blood armor, no movement technique to evade it, no power to penetrate its body. Now wanting to defeat a super god creature, there's simply no hope at all. Suddenly a notification panel appeared. The Empress sent a duel invitation, do you accept? He recalled the girl's image again, dressed in armor, proud and as beautiful as ever. Truly a difficult opponent to deal with. Everything in the world has a foundation, and a tortoise will never stay on Bronze Mountain, waiting for itself to slowly level up. I need to enhance the immense power within me. In a short time, through various methods. Oh, the Empress, could it be? After being sent into the arena, Han Sen finally confirmed that his opponent was her. It's her, it must be her. Some people don't even need to show their face. That haughty, arrogant demeanor. It could absolutely not be anyone else. After the battle countdown began, Han Sen didn't give his opponent a chance to strike first. Instead, he charged forward quickly. Because in his mind, he already had his own plan. I must make the first move. Otherwise she won't give me a chance to strike. However, that strike was easily dodged by the opponent. Han Sen retreated to the side, but couldn't understand why in his heart. Why isn't she fighting back? Their battle could be described as one-sided. I attack, you dodge, absolutely no challenge at all. Since that's the case, I'm not going to miss a training opportunity that presents itself. Han Sen could slightly evaluate the girl in front of him. She dodges so quickly. If it's an erratic attack rhythm, how does she predict it? But something seems off. The rhythm has already changed. How could someone change their rhythm so casually? Erratic attacks are completely ineffective against her. In the blink of an eye, she was already in another position, giving him no time to react. How is that possible? She was clearly dodging the whole time. Yet she unknowingly led me into a blind spot. The opponent then delivered several powerful kicks, heading straight for him. Han Sen could only try his best to block with his body. All damage reduction was ineffective. Afterwards, the battle quickly ended. The winner this time was precisely the Empress. One hit fatal. The opponent's power was completely on a different level than his own. Han Sen then made a relative evaluation of the previous match. Precise movement is just movement. She didn't use any skills, but every step she took to dodge was calculated, causing me to unknowingly walk myself into her preset position, into a dead end. I must add her as a friend. This woman is even more terrifying than a super god creature. If I can fight her a few more times, it will be of great help in eliminating super god creatures. On the other hand, after the Empress received the friend request, she was also a little surprised, but she actually agreed to accept him. Afterwards, she found the curator responsible for the Huangfu Martial Arts Academy. Huangfu Xiongqing was inside. A man with his back to her asked for her opinion. Empress, do you think that grunt from the armored fleet is qualified to be an opponent for Tianluo Jinkong? This person was precisely Huangfu Jing. With her mask removed, she nodded and replied, he has passed the test. And on the other side, Han Sen was happily examining the Superfuwa gene fluid he had received. Superfuwa can make the body operate under overload, breaking through its limits. Combined with the heart power, strengthened by cultivating ancient evil, it will surely double the effect. The system's notification sound rang at this moment. Why is someone adding me as a friend? Tian Jiha don't know them. He was quickly led to the arena. Han Sen had no time to react. As soon as he accepted, the match began. He's too impatient, he even ambushed me. The opponent kicked, attacking from this side. Han Sen blocked it with his hand. This guy doesn't seem very old. His physical fitness is at least over 30 points. From him, an extraordinary power emanated. It was even somewhat overbearing. Han Sen realized that this guy was completely not an easy opponent to deal with. In the end, he could only struggle to hold on too strong. This power, this set of moves is not simple in origin. If this continues, he'll lose very soon. A strong light emanated from his body. Han Sen secretly made a decision, simultaneously using the ancient evil curse and super god spirit body. This can make one's physical fitness reach 27 or 28 points. Let's practice hard together. However, the opponent completely defeated him with just one strike. The soldier on the ironclad had already failed. However, Tian Jiha didn't stop at all. He continued to punch, sending him flying. Han Sen revived again, damn it. Whether it's physical fitness or martial arts moves, I'm no match for him at all. Again, he secretly thought of that thing. Maybe I can try that. Han Sen used the moves he had just learned from the queen to fight before. But I'm not as skilled as the queen yet. Once I stop to think, the opponent will seize the opportunity to attack. I must be fast. Tian Jiha smiled triumphantly. There are many different movements, and the rhythm is irregular. This person, though strange, is quite interesting. Han Sen saw his opponent losing his sense like that, and realized an opportunity had come. Super God Spirit Body Footwork. Every step must consider the next 10 steps. Each step draws the enemy deeper. Tian Jiha was a bit surprised. That's a move I used. Are you learning from me? Han Sen looked at his feet and found this was his chance. In an instant, he was no longer in front of him. Everything changed. What? He was ultimately surprised again when he looked up and saw the figure above him. Tian Jiha had no time to react at all. He had already determined the trajectory, his own pace, and locked onto the attack in advance. However, relying on his extraordinary strength, Tian Jiha was also able to dodge that blow. At the last moment, Han Sen gave him a cold glance. Damn, it's still a bit slow. This move can forcefully stop the opponent's pace. His physical strength is too strong. Tian Jiha finally changed his thinking. This person is too strange. He can actually get so close to me. I can only rely on my physical fitness. To suppress him, he's indeed the queen's person. He learns very well too. Let me have a good spar with you. In warehouse number 7 of the Blackhawk Military Academy. Jing Jia stood above. Looking at the faintly visible figure below, he couldn't help but ponder in his mind. Too fast, too fast. Even Big Brother before becoming an evolver didn't have such speed. However, Han Sen below still felt that this speed was not enough. Not fast enough, not fast enough. This speed still can't evade old turtle's attack. During his break, he saw Jing Jia standing above again. Is there something you need me for? That little fellow also came down to talk. You said you'd teach me spiral archery, is that true? Of course, as long as you pay the tuition fee. Jing Jia heard these words and asked back with a happy smile. Aren't you afraid I'll defeat you after I've mastered it? Han Sen certainly wouldn't care about such trivial matters. As long as it's something I want to learn, then I will be the strongest. No one can surpass that thing. Even if I teach you, you'll never be able to defeat me. A few days later, the shelter also released information about a new mission. Captain Han issued a mission for us to act as escorts. He meticulously reviewed this mission many times. And even Sun Mingho, the person being protected this time, also carefully read the information. Professor Sun has been researching plants for 55 years. He truly is an impressive individual. Since there's so much research on plants in the shelter, maybe they'll know what the hell that turtle is eating. Meanwhile, at Glory Shelter, they had already arrived to pick up the person. Sun Mingho immediately greeted him. Are you Han Sen? Han Sen hadn't expected the other person to be so young. After all, this didn't match the information he had received. Professor Sun, the intel said you were already over 70. Sun Mingho chuckled and replied, haha. That's thanks to the alliance government. And the meat they provided me, possessing 4 types of genes, naturally makes one appear young. But I am truly exhausted and have no combat ability left. From now on I'll be relying on you to take care of this old man. Han Sen replied earnestly, no need to be so polite. It's my duty. Jin Raiji stood there and suddenly coughed a few times. Han Sen squinted at him and smiled, assuring him, Captain Jin, please rest assured. Until we reach Steel Armor Shelter, I will obey all your commands and will never cause any trouble for anyone. They then reached an agreement. Lu Mingda and Jean Mingli were also behind them. They were in charge of this mission. All right, we will see this through to the end and safely deliver Professor Sun and Captain Han to Steel Armor Shelter. The few of them followed the old man. It's truly perplexing. There were already many people gossiping behind their backs. This old man has long since maxed out all 4 gene types. Yet he hasn't upgraded to the 2nd God Sanctuary. Is it just to do these kinds of things? I really admire him. He clearly could have gone to the 2nd God Sanctuary earlier, to have a younger body and a longer lifespan. But he gave up everything for the love of his work. Meanwhile, when Sun Mingho saw the things he needed, he was very pleased. I've only seen this kind of plant in my father's notes. This is my first time collecting a real specimen. Han Sen, a bit puzzled, asked Professor Sun, why are you so obsessed with the research of plants within the shelters? He smiled faintly and recounted some past events. My father and grandfather both did this work. Creatures in the shelters can increase genes, but plants don't have that effect. Don't you want to know why? Why are many plants in the shelters harmful to the human body? Yet in traditional medicine, various herbs have different effects under different conditions. Therefore, do some plants in the shelters also have medicinal value? Han Sen suddenly remembered the giant turtle he had encountered earlier. Medicinal value. Professor Sun, have you ever seen spirit beasts eat plants? He listened, then smiled happily and explained. Spirit beasts don't naturally need to eat plants to sustain life. But after decades of research, I've seen quite a few such occurrences. Based on my observations, it's related to their reproduction. Han Sen was somewhat surprised to hear this. Reproduction? These plants wouldn't be aphrodisiacs, would they? He couldn't help but remember the giant lion he had encountered earlier. If that old turtle is really about to give birth, will it leave behind life genes for its offspring? That way I won't have to kill the old turtle and can still get the Super God King gene. The professor was of course very happy to hear him recount what he had encountered, and suggested, Xiao Han, those things, have you encountered them? Can you take me to see the exotic creature you mentioned? Afterwards they arrived at the Chiton mountain range. He pointed at the large creature appearing on that hillside. That's it. They were all very happy. Walking up the tall hillside, It's the bloodthirsty divine tortoise mentioned in the news. Let's go over and take a look. Han Sen suggested. Professor Sun, please watch from here. That bloodthirsty divine tortoise is very dangerous. Sun Mingho on the contrary was very regretful. But I can't see anything from here. Lu Mingda stood behind holding a large hammer. If Professor Sun wants to watch, he can watch. It's just a bloodthirsty divine tortoise, isn't it? Han Sen, are you doubting that we, Glory Squad, can't protect Professor Sun? Professor Sun. Suddenly he realized something was wrong. That large tortoise actually woke up, damn it. The bloodthirsty divine tortoise is enraged. Run. Lu Mingda picked up his weapon and swung it a few times. Just a turtle, watch me smash it to pieces. He rushed forward quickly, violently smashing his big hammer towards the hard turtle shell. However, things were not that easy at all. He was quickly sent flying towards the rocks on that side. He had no chance to react at all. The people on this side anxiously shouted so fast. Lu Mingda was just too fast. Han Sen had already jumped up, quickly saving him from a fatal blow. Jin Raij also quickly rushed up, providing support, using his weapon to block the turtle's large teeth. Only they hadn't expected its biting force to be so powerful. Captain Jin. At this moment a figure suddenly appeared, smashing a hammer directly at the large turtle's head. It was Han Sen this time. He appeared in a different guise, holding a large hammer. They shouted in surprise. Han Sen. He saw them, standing there dumbfounded, and grit his teeth unhappily, retorting, "What are you still standing there for? Run!" The turtle again mercilessly bit his precious hammer. Someone nearby spoke up. "I'll help you." However, Han Sen didn't need any help at all. He roared, "Help with what? Quickly take Professor Sun and leave." A great battle erupted once again between him and the turtle, astonishing everyone present. His strength is truly terrifying. A hammer that requires 2 hands to wield. Yet he can use it so effortlessly. They could only turn and leave in the end, trying hard to escape. Xiao Han, Captain Han should be able to get away. We should retreat first. Han Sen blared at the large turtle, gritting his teeth and saying, "Terrifying. Too fast. Even the acceleration of a dual-barreled cannon and a super particle stream can't compare to you." He had no chance of winning this battle. From start to finish, he could only try his best to dodge all its attacks. But an exotic creature is still an exotic creature. If I want you to go one way, you'll go that way. If I want you to attack a certain spot, you'll attack that spot. This is it. Little turtle definitely won't jump off the cliff to chase me. There's no way to deal with it right now. So saving my life is the priority. Han Sen then had no choice but to temporarily leave, avoiding the big turtle. "See you, little turtle. Once I get stronger, I'll turn you into my lunch." After Lu Mingdao returned, he blamed himself greatly. "It's all my fault for provoking the old turtle. I have to go save Captain Han at worst. I'll die with Captain Han. But I can't let Captain Han sacrifice himself because of us." Han Sen slowly walked in, a smile on his lips, speaking in a teasing tone. "Do you want to sacrifice yourself? I for one don't want to lose my life." People saw him and immediately shouted happily, "Captain Han, you're still alive." Lu Mingda quickly stepped forward. "It's all my fault." Captain Han wanted to curse. "Beat me however you want, I'm old Lu. Don't worry, it's nothing. But we lost a lot of weapons this time. Sacred blood, and old Lu is also injured. We can't keep moving forward for a while." Later when he came back, he saw that person was already online. "The queen is online. Quick, challenge her to a duel please." "Accept it, you must accept. Let me see your movement more clearly." Huang Fu Jing received the invitation with some surprise. So it's finally accepted. A challenge from an armored level 2 minion. Level 2. They were once again in another one-sided battle. But in this battle, the queen had a slightly different idea. "This move is contrary to my expectations. Did he see through my intentions? It seems she has noticed that you've also improved. What a clever fellow. Not only did he see through my positioning strategy, but he also wants to counterattack me with this move." Unfortunately, still very raw, Han Sen was once again in a desperate situation. Is she also a little surprised? She stood there and replied with a smile. "From the 7th move you took the wrong step." Han Sen found it hard to believe. From the 7th move. Every one of her moves targeted my flaws. Is she teaching me? Although Han Sen had doubts in his heart, he still couldn't keep the girl. "Stay, don't go offline. If I could skillfully, like the queen, cleverly use movement, I could avoid the old turtle's attacks. As long as it can't kill me, I'll also find a chance to kill it." Back with Professor Sun and his group, they were somewhat moved. Given the current situation here, it's such a pity that the sacred blood turtle got away. This is probably what the sacred blood turtle left behind. We couldn't beat it anyway, so what's there to regret? Suddenly a giant purple scorpion appeared in the distance. Coming this way. Han Sen immediately became alert and shouted, realizing something was wrong. What's that? Jin Yuji drew his weapon, blocking in front of them. Warning, it's a scarlet copper fiend. The scarlet copper fiend's beast soul is a good thing. If we can't kill the sacred blood turtle, then killing the scarlet copper fiend won't be a loss. From the mountaintop, countless scorpions of various sizes had already appeared, surrounding them. Look, that's a sacred blood scarlet copper fiend. Han Sen happily brandished his sword. This is a godsend. Han Sen rushed to one side, immediately drawing attention. The person next to him warned him to be careful. However, he himself was not afraid at all, but instead drew his bow and notched an arrow, intending to shoot forward. His signature spiral arrow once again killed the monster. However, he did not obtain a beast soul, but might obtain sacred blood genes. Jin Yuji then became the guide and continued climbing upward. Professor Sun, follow us. Alright, let's catch up. Then, using their faint light, they entered the dark cave. The deeper they went into the cave. Could this be the red copper demon's lair? If it's a lair, even better. The red copper demon's beast soul is a transforming beast soul. After fusing, you can gain a lot. Bring back some mutant grade ones, and you can sell them for a lot of money. A few more strange cries of mutated creatures echoed here. Jin Raiji asked for instructions from the side. Should we still pursue Captain Han? He looked down at the river below the cave. I have a feeling this river isn't simple. Even with my current strength, and even with 2 more jade green horns, I still can't easily deal with it. In the end, to choose the safest method. Han Sen then spoke up and instructed, how about this? I'll fly over first to see if there's any danger. Then you can bring Professor Sun across the river. Before he left, a few people cautiously gave him some advice. Captain Han, be careful. It's too dark here, we can't see anything. However, just as he flew to the middle of the river, right below him, a huge monster with sharp teeth appeared and attacked from the water. Captain Han. Little Han. Han Sen could only curse inwardly. Then he used the monster's huge nose to launch himself and fly past. What you fear always comes true. But good things are nowhere to be seen. Their mounts could of course also enter this place. He landed and commanded, quickly find a small cave and block it outside. Those people quickly found a safe place. Captain Han, over here. As Han Sen ran, he couldn't help but look back. Wow, this thing is really ferocious. Could it be another super god creature? In a life or death moment, he himself finally jumped into the small cave. The one they found too dangerous. However, it seemed they couldn't stay in this cave for long. It's coming and it's not toying with me, is it? Run. They went deeper into the small cave, only to find it was like a winding maze, with no exit at all. All the paths here look exactly the same. I can't tell them apart at all. Professor, which way do you think we should go? Sun Mingho sat down and carefully observed the plants here. Go left. The plants on the left are growing better, which means air is coming in from there. The place they found indeed had a waterfall. A large stream of water cascaded down from above. Suddenly everyone was horrified to see something in the river. It's that old turtle. They had to hide to the side and observe the situation. Don't disturb it. That old turtle must be here looking for food. If we follow it, maybe we can find the exit. That's right. Why didn't I think of that? The group followed and observed for a while, finally seeing it move. It moved, follow it. But the further they walked, the more they realized something was wrong. It's so hot, why is it getting hotter and hotter? Everyone couldn't help but think some strange thoughts. This turtle isn't here to commit suicide, is it? Although mutated creatures aren't very intelligent, they wouldn't seek death themselves. Sun Mingho suddenly exclaimed from the side. I know this is where it lays its eggs. Jean Meili asked curiously from the side. Lays its eggs? If it lays its eggs under the lava, won't they be cooked? Sun Mingho happily replied. Haha, lava is deadly for humans, but not necessarily for mutated creatures. Sea turtles live in the ocean, but when they reproduce, they go to the beach and lay their eggs in the sand. Han Sen pondered this question carefully from the side. If this turtle lays its eggs in the lava, then wouldn't the gene essence be? Will life be buried by lava? Damn it, even if I were made of steel and iron, I still couldn't jump into the lava to retrieve it. The lava below is truly hot enough to burn everything. Jin Raiji heard something again. He asked everyone if they heard any sound. Then he loudly warned everyone. It's that strange creature from the Black River. They looked at it, their hearts full of questions. Could it also be a rock creature? Where does it want to go? That thing let out a powerful roar and then it really seemed like it was going to jump into the lava flow over there. Into the lava flow. But they saw it was hitting its head against the hard stone wall. This strange creature must be crazy. Is it trying to commit suicide by hitting the rocks? Han Sen quickly pondered something. Such a solid mountain wall. And it managed to crack it. This guy might also be a super god-grade creature. If it really commits suicide, wouldn't I be able to easily pick up the spoils? He spoke, sharing his thoughts. Water, could it be that this strange creature wants to fill the lava with water? Even Sun Mingho was surprised when he heard it saying what? If the water volume is large enough, the lava will solidify, and that turtle is still down there. That thing once again slammed its head against those large rocks. Lava appeared everywhere, quickly scattering. Han Sen could only loudly signal to everyone. Quickly put on your gas masks, watch out. Retreat a little. Han Sen understood the beast's purpose. It's that old turtle in the pond over there. Damn it, is that old turtle just finished like this? This is being buried alive. What kind of deep hatred is there between them? Smoke and dust filled the air. Sun Mingho suddenly noticed something wasn't right. No, look here. They just really didn't expect that turtle was still alive. The few of them were truly astonished. It's still alive, a super god-grade creature. Is truly incredible. After that there was another fierce biting battle between the two giant monsters. Over there the snake quickly lost ground and was thrown far away. However, utilizing the advantage of its long tail, the large snake tightly wrapped it around the hard body of the turtle. Jin Raiji opened his mouth to warn. This cave seems like it's about to collapse. Captain Han, retreat quickly, it's dangerous. Han Sen quickly put on his armor and weapon. You guys go first, I'll check the situation. The few people accompanying him immediately exclaimed in surprise and worry. Captain Han, do you intend to stay and kill these two strange creatures? That's too dangerous. After these two strange creatures fight to the death, it won't be too late to come back for their flesh and blood then. What Captain Han wants perhaps isn't their flesh and blood, but their soul beasts. Let's go. Han Sen of course understood the current situation. The smoke over there was indeed a huge obstruction. Too much smoke, can't see anything. Using the Fairy Queen's vision, he once again changed his body form. This old turtle itself wasn't injured, but the other one looks like it's about to give out. It had to use a trick. It was no match for the old turtle at all. Weapon already gripped tightly in hand, ready to attack. If I can pierce that wound in one strike, it will definitely penetrate. No, I can't just casually. If I touch that old turtle and dead, the arrow is about to be shot. Endure. You must endure, you only have one chance. Yes, now. Immediately after, the arrow pierced directly into the head of the large snake. A violent roar erupted. This sound even affected those people standing outside, waiting for him. Is little Han in danger? Or maybe Captain Han succeeded. He was determined to subdue the soul beasts of those two strange creatures. However, they didn't expect that the arrow only went in halfway. Damn it, it's stuck. I can only pray hard for the arrow's power to increase just a little more. Pierce it, pierce it. That thing finally started to spin, flying straight into the giant monster's mouth. Foul-smelling blood splattered everywhere. Then successfully killed the super god beast soul. Shui Zhilong obtained a super beast soul. Immediately after, an image of the snake appeared. The snake was completely defeated. Han Sen was somewhat incredulous. He shouted, my super god beast soul. Finally, I have a super god beast soul too. Weapons and gene core. The essence of the super god beast. The fresh blood dropped straight down. But something isn't right. Damn it, that old turtle is still there. How can I go down and get the life gene essence? I just didn't expect that turtle to go against the current and left along the waterway. Did it leave it left? Han Sen flew down. He picked up the weapon, unable to stop thinking. Shui Zhilong, little guy. The little guy has grown so big. How terrifying will it be when it grows up? After that, he quickly consumed the super god gene, the one he just found. The people above quickly asked loudly, Captain Han, are you okay? Han Sen replied with a happy smile. I'm fine. Both alien creatures ran away. I finally found an exit. Light is coming in from here. We can go out this way. After that, he was invited to the Wang family's banquet. Did you hear? The shelter was attacked by alien creatures yesterday. Many people died. Good thing I wasn't there. The banquet was filled with casual chatter about what happened these past few days. am about to advance to the second god sanctuary. I heard. Things like that happen often there. Should I stay in my current shelter? Are you stupid in the first god sanctuary? How can you increase your genes? Suddenly Han Sen met an acquaintance here. Why are you here? Tang Jinliu and Han Sen. After that they had a brief conversation. Are you here to congratulate the Wang family's young miss on her birthday? What birthday? Is today Meng Meng's birthday? She never told me. Meng Meng. It seems you have a good relationship with the Wang family's young miss. Han Sen. I can't just shamelessly freeload old Tang. Do you have any spare gifts? Tang Jinliu replied calmly. I only prepared one gift, how could I have an extra one for you? Then he pointed in a direction. Look who's over there. Shen Tianzi is so quiet, that's not like him. Tang Jinliu explained with a smile. Ever since he arrived at the second god sanctuary, he's like a different person. Could he have been possessed by a transmigrator? He's not Shen Tianzi anymore. Tang Jinliu suddenly changed the subject and asked. When will you advance to the second god sanctuary? It's still early, you'll need another 2 or 3 years. I know what you want. But ever since I entered the second god sanctuary, I no longer consider you an enemy. If you don't enter the second god sanctuary, you'll never know what true power is, nor how naive you used to be. Even if you strive to be a champion and dominate the first god sanctuary, that's just a child's game. Hurry and come to the second god sanctuary. If you happen to come to the Black Emperor's sanctuary, then you're welcome to join my team. Han Sen looked at his attitude with some displeasure. Naive just because you entered the second god sanctuary a few years before me. You act all superior. Huang Fujing stood nearby and said, do you know what my brother says about you? You're too late? Let alone friends, you won't even have a chance as an enemy. Han Sen wasn't angry. On the contrary, a faint smile played on his lips. Not even qualified to be an enemy. I hope that after I arrive at the second god sanctuary, you can still say such things. Huang Fu Pingjing turned and left. She also carefully instructed him. Go to the second god sanctuary quickly, Han Sen. That's where you can truly become powerful. Just then behind you, a man suddenly approached. Mr. Han Sen, my master has a deal. He'd like to discuss with you. Han Sen was then taken to meet Yang Zikuan. Captain Han, please take a seat. Han Sen of course knew who this man was, Yang Zikuan, the grandson of a senator. You went to great lengths to find me. It couldn't be just to buy me a drink, could it? The other party quickly poured him a glass of wine. As per etiquette, I invited you here today because I would like you to help me collect some Godblood soul beasts. Godblood soul beasts from the armor sanctuary. Is that right? Han Sen smiled and replied, that's not easy. There are too many people who need them, but very few are willing to help. Even those who have become evolvers want them. Godblood soul beasts are already long booked, especially for someone like young Master Yang. When advancing, you must carry a large number of Godblood soul beasts. That's why Godblood soul beasts are so scarce in the first god sanctuary. That's why I'm asking Captain Han for help. The business of this private association is selling soul beasts. Tell me which one you like. We can exchange soul beasts for soul beasts. However, many soul beasts here are not from the armor sanctuary. Are they? Han Sen was of course a smart man, so he also wanted to ask some questions. Young Master Yang, I'd like to know, do you have any soul beasts from the second god sanctuary? You want to use Godblood soul beasts from the first god sanctuary to exchange for soul beasts from the second god sanctuary. I have some Godblood soul beasts you might be interested in. I'm not interested in anything else. I only want to exchange for soul beasts from the second god sanctuary, as well as trade requests from Blue Star City Sanctuary. Yang Zikuan immediately gestured to his assistant behind him. Assistant Su, how many soul beasts do we have in Blue Star City Sanctuary? The man began to report, young master. We currently have 3 Godblood soul beasts that can be used in Blue Star City Sanctuary. Han Sen stated his thoughts. I'm very interested in Godblood armor soul beasts and mount soul beasts. I will exchange 3 Godblood soul beasts for them. What do you think? What do you think? The assistant chimed in, young master. The value of soul beasts from the second god sanctuary is much higher than those from the first god sanctuary. After careful thought, Yang Zikuan also added, let's take a look at Captain Han's soul beasts first, to exchange for 2 Godblood soul beasts. After careful consideration, Yang Zikuan continued. Let's first take a look at Captain Han's soul beasts. Han Sen. Han Sen then took out his old trident. This blood silver trident. Young Master Yang, are you satisfied? Yang Zikuan took it somewhat pleased. Captain Han, you're willing to part with this? To offer it up? Han Sen then took out a second soul beast. It's nothing I can't part with. I don't need it anymore. Take a look at this second soul beast. Even the demonic sword soul beast can't compare to it. Even with it I can't kill a super god soul beast. Yang Zikuan stood before the large wolf. And was also somewhat surprised. Is this a Mount Soul beast? Han Sen began to introduce it. Its name is Wind God Wolf. Nothing else. It just runs a bit faster. You must have heard of the Wind Chaser horse, right? It's even a bit faster than the Wind Chaser horse. Assistant Su standing by was also surprised. The Wind Chaser horse is known as the fastest Mount Soul beast in the first God Sanctuary. Han Sen on the other hand was very confident. Take it back and try it. If it's not faster than the Wind Chaser horse, then consider it a gift from me. Yang Zikuan smiled happily and replied, all right then. But his assistant quickly stopped him. Young master, wait. Even if both these soul beasts are very valuable, but soul beasts are used to exchange for 2 beast souls from the shelter. The second god soul beasts are still far inferior. Han Sen continued to summon another soul beast. A god blood soul beast. After fusing with the shapeshifting soul beast it was named Ghostite Skin. It can enhance strength and speed. With these 3 god blood soul beasts, in exchange for 2 god blood soul beasts from the second god's shelter. What do you think, young master Yang? That young master was of course very interested in these things. A god blood soul beast fused with a shapeshifting soul beast. The bones of this soul beast are very similar to humans, and it can use various martial arts and human weapons. This is simply superb. So they made a deal. He obtained a complete contract. Alright, I'll go prepare the contract, please. Trade these 2 soul beasts to Luo Sulan. She's from the Blue Star City shelter. As he was about to leave, someone called out to him from behind. Classmate Han Sen. He was startled and instinctively replied, Teacher. Teacher, I have a pass. But instead he handed Han Sen some data. I have a project that requires collecting some data. Data on the outburst of top-tier power among unevolved individuals. You'll be my experiment subject. Are there credits? Han Sen took the data, falling into thought. Credits. If the teacher needs it, a student will naturally cooperate. Unevolved human life gene outburst. Data. Tomorrow morning at 8:30 a.m. come to my lab. The next day he went to meet Qin Jiming. This was probably the person in charge of this experiment. What is this equipment? It looks amazing. Cellular Activity Activator. It can stimulate body cells, keeping them in an active state, maximizing the development of all bodily functions, and obtain the Bodus Peak data. Han Sen leaned closer to look at the person lying in the cage. Forget it isn't one thorn bud. Enough for your tests. Qin Jiming replied. You brat. How did you trick Thorn Bud into participating in the test? This is a truly great experiment. Han Sen tapped the glass screen a few times. Little bud. Apologize, I'll teach you some moves when this is over. Qin Jiming carefully handed him some necessary tools. This is cellular activity detection fluid. Drink it before you sleep. Then use this to test after you wake up. You'll be able to determine the approximate value of your cellular activity. Then, you can activate cellular activity based on the data. Han Sen took it and checked, feeling pleased in his heart. Stimulating body cells. I wonder if this thing will help with cultivating super father. He actually lost. Han Sen was ultimately thrown to the ground. The opponent even opened their mouth to praise. You lasted longer than last time. 53 seconds. Han Sen finally felt the opponent's power through this battle. Now, the gap between him and this exile was too great. He was defeated in a few hits every time. Unable to learn much from this fighting style. How boring. Suddenly he noticed something. The exile sent a battle invitation. Bro, does humiliating me make you happy, right? It's alright, people only grow quickly in adversity. It's still acceptable. That person actually appeared out of thin air behind him and spoke to him very kindly. Brother, which branch are you from? Han Sen turned his head and calmly replied. I am not a disciple of the God of War Martial Arts Association. He was also surprised to hear this. You're not? He couldn't help but ponder in his heart. Not a disciple of the God of War Martial Arts Association. Yet able to skillfully use 13 paths against the current and Overlord's armor removal. How is that possible? So are you interested in joining the God of War Martial Arts Association? Han Sen stood before him and answered calmly. I'm still at the military academy. Which military academy I can't disclose for now. After Han Sen performed another move, he made his opponent feel as if he was learning his moves. Exactly. But Han Sen could use them with masterful skill. I imitate you but you imitate me. Is this the foolishness of masters? No matter the technique. If you use it as is, I will break it as is. Show me your true abilities. Let me see what your level is. The fight between the two. It proceeded too quickly. So much so that ordinary people couldn't see clearly. He is not a member of the God of War Martial Arts Association. But he possesses the martial arts associations. The shadow of the God of War appeared in all his moves. This fighting style is truly familiar. It must be the Empress. After that he was completely trapped. In the formation you set up. This is bad, I've been led into a blind spot. The moves and movements of the soldier on this battleship truly have the Empress touch. Han Sen truly took a heavy punch. Again. Han Sen was defeated. He was directly sent flying into the wall behind him. Yes, that is the Empress style. Even though I don't know how many times it's been weakened. But it's definitely the Empress. And then again. Fighting him is equivalent to indirectly fighting the Empress. This experience will be very useful. For when I meet the Empress in the future. It will be helpful. They didn't know how many matches they fought. Having the same stamina. But he simply couldn't defeat him. But in the end he still had to suppress him with stamina. Han Sen has fought several matches, his whole body drenched in sweat. Exile, haha. As expected, it forced you to use your true skills. What a satisfying fight. The phone next to him suddenly rang. It's you again. The person on the line was Su Xiaoxiao. He happily explained. Han Sen. I found a phoenix in the White Demon Desert. I gathered a group of people to go hunting. Are you interested? A phoenix, yes. That strange creature was like a giant peacock. It stopped on an ancient tree and after it flew away. I went closer to look. The tree had already turned into charcoal. Not a single branch. Not a single leaf was damaged, yet it turned into charcoal. Han Sen was lured here by these words. If what Su Xiaoxiao said was true, could such a miraculous creature be a super god creature? Su Xiaoxiao over here was talking to someone. I'm not bragging for Brother Sen. But when it comes to archery in the first god sanctuary, no one can rival Brother Sen. The other party listened and replied with a laugh. Isn't that a bit of an exaggeration? In Steel Armor Shelter I only respect two people. One is Jinbi. He defeated Yi Dongmu with a single strike. The other is the former leader of Steel Armor Shelter, Qin Xian. Besides them there really aren't any outstanding figures. Su Xiaoqiao happily continued to explain. You're bragging quite a bit yourself, daring to criticize our brother Han. You don't even know, do you? Go ask around to see what kind of person our brother Han is. Han Sen sat behind them, completely ignoring their discussion. Meanwhile over there, a secretary continued saying, you young master. My young master has already maxed out his genes and has been promoted to an evolver. Is there anyone stronger than him in the first god sanctuary? Is there? Upon hearing this, Su Xiaoqiao was somewhat puzzled. An evolver. If an evolver stays in the first god sanctuary for too long, wouldn't their body be damaged? Han Sen walked over to the side, wanting to stop this little guy from taking money to do things. Stop asking. The people behind followed. They also started to doubt. Is this brat trying to trick us? It's all sand here, where are the trees? This kid dared to trick young master you. Then he can forget about leaving this desert. Su Xiaoqiao, walking ahead, immediately said. Wait, how could I dare? I wasn't lying before, go take a look. Behind the sand dune, a large tree actually appeared. Han Sen approached to check the situation. Was this tree burned by that exotic creature? The tree had completely turned black and charred. Su Xiaoqiao recounted what happened at the time. I can't be sure either, I was far away so I saw it on the tree. I only dared to approach after it flew away. By the time I got close this tree was already like this. What about that exotic creature? Su Xiaoqiao calmly replied. I only know it flew towards the White Demon Desert. As for where it flew I don't know, quickly take us there. Su Xiaoqiao immediately disagreed with this request. The contract states it very clearly. It's just to guide you here to see this tree. If you want to find that exotic creature, go yourselves. Young master, you roared a few angry words. Just lead the way when I tell you to what's with all the nonsense. Han Sen, however, ignored such people. If the contract is complete then we're leaving. The person surnamed you angrily retorted. Don't you know who has the most say? Here. You should also know who's the strongest here, right? Of course I know who's the strongest. The people behind also started to bicker upon hearing this. Are you crazy? Young master you is a full gene evolver. If it's not young master you, is it you? Han Sen didn't care at all, merely replying softly. Not all evolvers are impressive. Young master you was so angry that he grabbed his weapon and charged forward. I'll show you if evolvers are impressive or not. Su Xiaoxiao stood behind anxiously shouting Brother Sen. Han Sen however was completely unharmed. Instead he blocked the sword tip with his hand. Your sword is good. That's enough a sword for a life. Meaning the sword in your hand for your life. The other party was both shocked and angry upon hearing this retorting. What did you say? Han Sen smiled arrogantly. He stretched out his hand and pointed forward. I asked if you want to live or die. Do you know who I am? My dad is Yu Guochang of Oriental International Stock Company. If you dare touch a single hair on me, my dad will kill your whole family. Han Sen pulled out his dagger. He pointed it directly at that chatterbox's throat. Last chance. I'll count to 3 if the sword is still in your hand. Then you'll take it to hell to use one too. Before he could finish, the other party surrendered. He then painfully clutched his neck and retreated. Young master, are you all right, this bastard? Han Sen picked up the sword to examine it. He was somewhat interested. Su Xiaoxiao stood behind shouting Brother Sen. He however showed no fear and even lectured. Next time, don't go around saying you're an evolver. To save evolvers from disgrace. After that guy was spared, he still didn't know his place. He led the people behind him, preparing to charge and fight. You brat, you dare take my sword, kill. Kill. Han Sen motioned for his friend behind him to step back. He was alone, standing amidst the men's attack, without an ounce of fear. Die something from his hand. Shot straight forward. This thing. It actually flew directly towards young Master Yu. Then it quickly turned into a thick smoke, easily knocking him down. The people nearby said worriedly. Young Master Yu, what kind of demonic thing did you use, kid? They could only flee in fear. It's a trap run. Su Xiaoxiao was extremely excited nearby. Dare to ambush Sengu, all of you die. Then he asked, puzzled. Sengu, why didn't you kill those beasts? If we kill them, who will scout the way for us? Night. As they walked through the desert, they suddenly heard a mighty roar. Both were stunned, witnessing the flame phoenix's figure in the distance. Did they encounter that strange creature? It seems they're in trouble. We should get closer and take a look. The phoenix above spewed out massive flames, blocking the path of those people. In the blink of an eye they turned into roasted meat, all consumed by the flames. Su Xiaoxiao stood by exclaiming. I wasn't exaggerating, was I? It's phoenix meat. Young Master Yu was still alive. He was truly terrified, turning to flee. Don't come any closer. But in an instant, he was incinerated by the massive flames spewed from the phoenix's mouth. In the end, only a horrifying, human-shaped charcoal remained. Everyone had been charred. Han Sen looked up at the phoenix flying high in the sky. Super god creature. This must be a super god creature. That night after returning, he went to see his mother. Seeing her son eating with relish, his mother happily reminded him. Eat slowly, son. Did you receive those 2 godblood beast souls? He saw his mother didn't answer, so he asked seriously, are the beast souls problematic, mom? No, Han Sen, it's just that mom feels you've grown up. It's time I gave you your father's belongings. Han Sen took the small box his mother handed him, and was immediately surprised. Belongings wasn't dad's accident caused by a spacecraft engine explosion. Why would he still leave belongings? His mother slowly explained. Your father gave this to me 2 days before the accident happened. He was very abnormal during that time. As if he knew something was about to happen to him. Your father wouldn't leave these things without a reason. You were too young before, so mom kept them for you. Now it's time to give them to you. Han Sen picked up the card from the box and murmured to himself. Agent Department Investigation Action Team 7. Investigator Han Jingji IDX 958712558. His mother sat beside him and continued. Han Jingji is your grandfather. When he was still alive, he seemed to work for a certain federal agency. Suddenly he saw a beautiful ornament. Mom, what about this earring? This was left by your grandfather. Your father gave it to me, saying that if you ever encountered any difficulties, you should take it to Xingyu Group and find the Ning family, and you would receive help. When Han Sen heard this, he asked back, puzzled. Go to Xingyu Group to find the Ning family. Wasn't dad killed by Xingyu Group? Actually, mom also finds it a bit strange. So no matter how great the difficulty, mom has never been to Xingyu Group. The more Han Sen thought about it, the stranger it felt. Perhaps there really was a hidden secret behind dad's death. His mother then took out another notebook. And this, it's your grandfather's notebook. Han Sen flipped through each page, then exclaimed seriously. How can this be? Why did Grandpa mention Super God Gene in his notebook? Why did Grandpa mention Super God Gene in his notebook? Gene. Super God Gene, is this the same as what I know? Is it the same meaning? There was no other content after that. There was absolutely nothing else in the entire notebook. Only these 5 characters. But he noticed a red hollow circle next to it. What does this question mark mean? Does it question the existence of Super God Gene? What his mother sat beside him and continued to explain. Your father only said. These things were left by your grandfather Han Jingji. Furthermore, nor did he tell his father anything extra. These must be related. Related to our father's death. Mother must give Grandpa and Grandma an explanation. A clear one. He went to the research lab to find Qin Jiming. What is Jing Jia jumping around for? That's a newly established experimental exercise. Recently called Extreme Effort. Used to test the BOTUS comprehensive burst data. Do you see those white areas on the metal walls? On the metal walls. Participants must step on those white areas to get past all the metal walls. Metal walls. And reach the finish line. Everything outside the white areas is electrified. Once you touch it, you'll get an electric shock. And can only start over from the beginning. Doesn't look too hard. Qin Shiming replied with a smile. Don't think Jing Jia passed so easily. That's because he's already familiar with all the walls. Metal walls. Want to try it? Han Sen. Of course, he also wanted to try this interesting thing. Ready, go. As soon as he entered, he encountered some difficulties. Damn it. Qin Shiming and Jing Jia stood above, looking down cheerfully. Go senior. My first try I got shocked 8 times. If you get shocked more times than me, that'd be so embarrassing. Han Sen then moved his body quickly. I can't afford to lose face. The experiment ended and his body was covered in sweat. Too dangerous. This experiment is a bit difficult. And my performance was a bit slow. However, when the scoreboard appeared, the 2 outside were stunned. He passed on the first try. What the heck? It seems the difficulty design is still too low. It needs to be upgraded. A few days later, a group of people went into the mountains to look for something. We've waited so long and haven't even seen a shadow. That kid Lu Weinan must have been bragging. A godlike figure like Jinbi must have already ascended to the second god sanctuary. How could he still be here? We are all evolvers. Aren't we here too? Chen Zishan stood there and spoke. Weinan said he could invite Jinbi to guide us. We were still discussing whether he was bragging or not. I didn't expect it to be true. At this moment, Han Sen appeared behind them in the form of Jinbi. He said, I'm just an ordinary person. Just taking money to lead the way for people. Do you remember Lu Weinan once said to Big Brother? Did you really kill those 2 god blood creatures? I killed them but couldn't find you, so I ate all the meat of that god blood creature. I can give you money. Or if you have any conditions, just say them. Back to reality. Han Sen spoke. Lu Weinan said. He has a few friends who want to go to the Yulong mountain range. I owe him money, so this time it counts as an errand fee. You are all evolvers, right? The few people behind also nodded in response. Yes, Naching and I are both maxed out on genes. As for this friend, he's an evolver with maxed out mutant genes. Han Sen didn't answer but turned around and walked straight ahead. He then carefully warned, let me remind you first. After entering the Yulong mountain range, you must remain vigilant at all times. There are many dangerous creatures there. Chen Nanqing stood behind and smiled, saying to Jinbi. No need to be afraid. Just charge in those strange creatures. Will be perfect for our grilled meat dinner. Afterwards they rode their mounts, slowly making their way into the mountains. Didn't they say there are many strange creatures in the Yulong mountain range? How come we've walked so long and haven't seen a single one? The Yulong mountain range is very large. We've only just entered the edge of the mountain range. Carefully scout ahead. It seems we can only go this far. Chen Nanqing also jumped forward to check. What, no strange creatures ahead? There's nothing strange about it. Why aren't you moving? Chen Zishan also asked Jinbi coldly from behind. Just say what you found. Don't mind me, but if I'm not mistaken, that's the Lotus Life terrain ahead. Chen Zishan exclaimed in surprise. Do you mean there's an alien creature's lair ahead? They actually decided to go check it out together. He-san, seeing the few of them climbing the mountain so eagerly, was a bit speechless. We came to the right place this time, we're really lucky. He-san checked the surroundings, carefully considering this lair in the Yulong mountain range. Who knows if some terrifying super god creature will appear. At this moment overhead, the shadow of a large bird suddenly appeared. Everyone signaled each other, being cautious. Chen Zishan grabbed his weapon and leaped upwards. Get out of the way, he saw Chen Nanqing again, doing something with his bare hands. An ordinary evolutionist couldn't continuously carve open a rock wall like this. These people are indeed extraordinary. Chen Zishan gripped his weapon tightly above and attacked the alien creature. Those attacks were incredibly powerful and decisive. He had nothing beneath his feet. Could he really use aerial force like that? He was seen chasing the bird, as if walking on land, with no leverage yet incredibly powerful. Among all things, naturally there was no record of such strange footwork. Who exactly is Chen Zishan? He continuously used his weapon to attack forward. Another person appeared. The Chen family's Jingtian Shizha truly lives up to its name. Who are you? He was riding on that large bird's back and now he appeared. This is Yi Yufeng. My name is Yi Yufeng. You might not have heard of me, but I am a disciple under the president of the Wudao Zhanshan Hui. As for the Chen family, you shouldn't be strangers, right? Chen Nanqing shouted furiously. The people of the Wudao Zhanshan Hui. How dare you ambush us? It seems I must have a good talk with Huangfu Xiongcheng. That person quickly replied with a smile. How dare I ambush you? The reason I stopped you was to admire the Chen families. Jingtian Shizha. Or was it to save you? Save us. Yi Yufeng stood there and spoke. I didn't expect you Jinbi to be so famous. And to be a member of the Chen family. I just take money to lead the way. I have no relation to the Chen family. You came here to go to the alien creature's lair, right? To be honest with you, I've already been down there to look. The alien creatures inside are very powerful. But they completely disregarded his words. We appreciate the goodwill. But the Wudao Zhanshan Hui has no right to interfere in our Chen family's affairs. Rest assured. Yi Yufeng saw him there and curiously asked them. Everyone went down. Why didn't you? Didn't you say it was very dangerous inside? Are you not letting me in? Or do you have some scheme for luring them in? Oh dear. Jinbi, you truly are a strange person. Then he bent down again and looked below. There's movement, they're coming out. They emerged covered in wounds. The two young masters Chen are even more formidable than I imagined. They went down for so long and are still alive. Impressive, truly impressive. Chen Nanqing shouted furiously. How dare you mock us? I'm truly convinced. And there's no sarcasm intended. I almost died after 10 seconds down there. Yet you two went down for 10 minutes and are still alive. And could still return alive. That truly is something to be admired. He sat aside deep and thought. But the rest of them haven't come up yet, they're still below. What exactly is it that's so powerful? Yi Yufeng stood aside and replied, I don't know. I think these two young masters Chen probably didn't get a clear look at what the exotic creature was. Is that exotic creature invisible? The two over there recalled the situation at the time. Not invisible, but too fast. It was flying around, circling the exotic creature's nest 4 times. Blocked by the walls of the exotic creature's cave. We couldn't see what it looked like at all. All I know is that it's an exotic creature. A 4-legged beast. And it's black. Other than that, I couldn't see anything. Han Sen carefully pondered Chen Zishan's physique. It must have reached 30 points. Even he couldn't see its speed. This is very likely a super god creature. Yi Yufeng stood aside and asked, Young Master Chen, are you interested in hunting that exotic creature? With us? Do you have a plan? As long as we can hit it. Then with my strength. What's so hard about killing it? This is the quicksand mire beast soul. My god blood class possessed soul skill. It traps exotic creatures in a quagmire. They usually can't break free on their own. And their movements will definitely slow down. The few of them then walked into the cave as well. Young Master Chen. Among us. Only you have the ability to dodge its attacks. Please go lure that exotic creature out first. I'll use the quicksand mire beast soul on it. Chen Zishan quickly demonstrated his power. He also could see the figure of a beast leaping all over the place. What is that thing? Too fast. Only a black shadow flashed by like a fox. Chen Zishan quickly moved around, amazing. It turned out to be a black panther, covered in heavy iron armor. Guard Yi Yufeng made a gesture. Now. The 3 behind them quickly leaped up, preparing to enter combat. The 3's weapons quickly struck the large wolf. Chen Zishan also turned to attack its face from above. Han Sen suddenly realized this isn't good. Is this the exotic creature's peculiarity? The wolf was hit quickly, but it could still charge out instantly. Damn it, why is it still so fast? The quicksand mire is useless against it. Chen Zishan saw with his own eyes the beast furiously swipe a claw this way. My divine shield art. Behind him Yi Yufeng attacked the beast. To support him, be careful Han Sen stood behind. Seeing the situation of the battle and realizing it simply can't block this long spear. This godblood weapon will probably shatter like that one. Just as the wolf attacked this way, Han Sen was already able to dodge the attack. He actually dodged it. Retreat. But the beast had already swiftly blocked their escape route. Damn it, I'll fight you to the death. Yi Yufeng stood aside, throwing his weapon. Give me a beast soul, a godblood beast soul. Flying knife, no wonder he's so confident. So he was hiding this ultimate skill. But what was completely unbelievable was that the beast was not harmed in the slightest by the flying knife. The flying knife he had thrown. Han Sen stood aside and loudly said, a godblood class flying knife. It can't even cut a single hair off it, just as the beast roared and suddenly lunged this way. The two Chin brothers had already quickly run ahead. I'm not scared. Yi Yufeng could only pick up his greatsword and tried his best to parry. Strenuously blocked. However, he didn't expect that he would be taken away like this. Han Sen gestured from behind for them to hurry. Then he threw that person out of the barrier. Why is that shield still just standing there doing nothing? Gold coin. Han Sen. Below, he could only struggle to resist. It's not that the quicksand swamp was useless against it, but rather that what he showed the Chen brothers was not his full power. The effect of the quicksand swamp had already weakened. Yi Yufeng had already gone far away, and the beast soul automatically returned to the soul sea. The soul could no longer be entangled. Yi Yufeng on this side was also pulled up by the two Chen brothers. Kid, you're really lucky to be alive. With such a severe leg injury, you're actually still alive. And came out. Chen Zishan looked down at the cave and warned loudly, there's movement. That metal wolf isn't going to charge out again, is it? The few of them were surprised to see Han Sen slowly climbing up. He actually jumped out. It's gold coin. Gold coin, are you an evolver too? You hide it well. As soon as you came up, Yi Yufeng walked forward. Gold coin, you'll remember this favor. If you ever need any help in the future, just say the word. I actually need your help with something right now. The few of them decided to camp here for the night. Look at the four of us. How disheveled we are. Although we didn't die in there, we lost a godblood beast soul. Going down again would just be suicide, wouldn't it? Anyway, my life was saved by gold coin, so I'll return it to him then. Han Sen thought for a moment and replied, if I'm telling you to go down, then of course I'm confident. If I wanted you to seek death yourself, I wouldn't have saved you just now. Chen Zishan sat by and asked gold coin again, how confident are you? Han Sen thought for a moment and replied, 50%. But if the two young masters Chen are willing to join, then it's 70%. After that, he unleashed his power. Chen Zishan also recognized that it was an aura beast soul. That's right, a godblood level aura beast soul. It can enhance all kinds of beast soul powers within a certain range. Combining it with the quicksand swamp beast soul will definitely be able to slow down that metal wolf. We still have a chance. Will belong to me. As for the beast soul, well, follow the old rule. Whoever kills it, it belongs to them. What do you all think? The final blow on this super god class creature must be mine. I also cannot lack the beast soul and life gene essence. Missing the metal wolf below was resting. Suddenly it heard movement and looked up. Chen Zishan picked up his weapon and shield and slowly walked in. They could only struggle to resist the big wolf's attacks. The opponent was really being pushed to its limit. He quickly shouted, hurry up and attack. Two powerful weapons directly stabbed towards the big wolf. Astonishing it. It hit, it finally hit. Chen Nanjing was also a bit tired holding the shield. He shouted, this wolf is too strong. Chen Zishan motioned for them to retreat. We're all injured. We can't keep fighting. Han Sen calmly said. This time the four of us cooperated even better. Let's go down again when our injuries heal. Chen Zishan sat by and suddenly said, this alien creature is truly too strong. Although we can attack it now, even god blood level weapons piercing its body can't cut off a single hair. If this continues, gold coin, maybe we should just give up. Han Sen thought for a moment and asked, continuing or leaving? It's all voluntary. Then he turned his head to look at Yi Yufeng again, who was standing behind him. What about you? If gold coin needs me to stay, I'll stay. Chen Zishan was helpless. In that case, I wish you success. However, there's one thing I must say. Not an evolver. Staying in God's sanctuary for too long will cause irreparable damage. Han Sen of course understood this too. He's right, you should too. But Yi Yufeng refused. It's fine. I can still hold on for a few more days. This way only 2 people were left for the final battle. They walked into this familiar cave once more. This is the last time. You don't need to fight. Wait for me to lure out that metal wolf. Look for an opportunity to get the god blood into its body. Whether it succeeds or fails, just do that much. Once it's over you can go back. Jinbi will be at ease. Han Sen entered its lair again. Yi Yufeng watched him limp. Did he also notice Jinbi was injured? The wolf charged forward. But Yi Yufeng, standing by, found it hard to believe. When it chased Han Sen, it couldn't keep up. Just as it lunged forward, jaws wide open, Han Sen shouted now. By now he was completely able to keep up. The wolf's movements were now perfectly clear. Its every move had been seen through. Yi Yufeng watched the scene from outside, in disbelief. Jinbi perfectly dodged every one of the wolf's attacks. He actually restrained that metal wolf all by himself. That wasn't an injury. It was his unique rhythm. Could that be the Etion art? This is like a game of chess and we are the pieces. We must play to see who is stronger. People say, the perfected Etion art can control thoughts, even the opponent's actions. And only the queen of the martial arts assembly could master this martial art. Could Jinbi really be that person's descendant? Meanwhile Han Sen was still being chased by the wolf. Because today, I don't know how many times, I've simulated my own movement trajectory. And your attack patterns. Every single one of your movements. Now, every move I make has been calculated and designed for you countless times. To deal with an opponent much stronger than me, I can only cut off all my escape routes and fight to the death. The large wolf had already leaped. Han Sen immediately signaled. Attack now. A god blood weapon cannot harm a single hair on it. Must find its most vulnerable spot. A single fatal strike. After observing every battle, its weakness lies in. Han Sen gripped his sword tightly and thrust it straight into its throat. Yi Yufeng couldn't react at all. Watch out for the wolf. It suffered his fatal blow. It couldn't react at all, only letting out a few painful howls. Finally successfully hunted. Super god creature. Ancient profound wolf. Han Sen shouted happily before the appearing light. Super god beast soul. I have another super god beast soul. Yi Yufeng anxiously shouted Jinbi. Then he quickly ran towards him. Jinbi. It's great that you're alright. Han Sen quickly hid the gem behind him and smiled. I've already killed the metal wolf. Hurry and look for the xenogeneic egg. And sure enough they found an egg stuck to the wall. However, it was completely shattered. How is that possible? Could the Chen family brothers, before coming down with us, have already shattered the xenogeneic egg? No, that's not right. They've only been here for a short time. Han Sen thought of something else. It's highly possible that the ancient profound wolf hatched from the xenogeneic egg. Then he returned to the real world, carefully checking the fragments on the wolf's body. That's incredible. A steel shield. Something so high-grade shattered into 2 halves with a single blow. Just then the phone suddenly rang loudly. It's an unknown number. Who is it? He answered the call. The other person spoke. Senior Han, is that you? It's me. Who are you? Unexpectedly the person started crying in pain. Senior, save me, Han Sen. Afterward he could only go to Huangfu Jing to discuss it. What is it? As soon as she saw him she showed a playful smile. Junior, you rarely contact me proactively. Looks like you've run into trouble again, haven't you? Han Sen replied with a smile. Senior, you're truly prescient. Truly worthy of being the future heir of the martial arts club. Huangfu Jing took a sip of wine. Flattery doesn't suit you. Just tell me what happened. Han Sen answered calmly. I want to ask you about the VIP fighter zone. You went to the VIP zone. Didn't I warn you not to go there? Not me, it's my classmate. Huangfu Jing then spoke seriously. Although the fighter club operates under the name of martial arts and god of war, it actually has many partners. And these partners are all very rich and powerful. That VIP zone is a slaughterhouse for various rich young masters to amuse themselves. The rewards are extremely high, used to entice people to participate in battles. And those people will get deeper and deeper into it for money. When they realize they've accumulated huge debts they can't repay. Huangfu Jing warned. Your friend Wang Di. He's a goner of a gambler. Isn't it just winning a deathmatch to clear everything? Do you think those perverts would easily let him win a life-or-death battle? Han Sen continued. Then can I go instead of Wang Di? Huangfu Jing. I didn't expect you'd go this far. Are you crazy? What is Wang Di to you? Han Sen continued. Nothing. But he has a rare beast soul and I need it. She picked up the TV remote next to her and turned on the big screen. I'll tell you the truth. In the VIP zone battles, the opponents of those being tortured are all beings of a higher level than them. Wang Di is an unevolved person, so his opponent will be an evolver. It'll be the same if you go. Isn't that fraud? Huang Fujing refused to discuss the matter. Anyway, in the eyes of the rich and powerful, fraud is not a big deal. If you participate in a deathmatch, your opponent will be someone like this. If you can kill him, then you can go. Han Sen suddenly asked. Sis, can you guarantee that if I go my opponent will definitely be this person, right? Han Sen replied, his face shining with a resolute light. Alright, I've decided. I'll participate in place of Wang Di Jr. Your mind. Is it okay? Han Sen replied with a smile. I can defeat him. This person has strong physical qualities but is slow. Against him, I'm absolutely confident I can win, senior. Can you confirm that this person will be my opponent? Huang Fujing, looking at the boy's resolute back, also hesitated a little. Alright, it will be arranged. Outside the ring, people were still cheering excitedly. Bloodthirsty Demon King. Bloodthirsty Demon King. Twist off his head. Tear him to shreds, pound him into a pulp. Han Sen had already appeared behind him. His entire body was rapidly changing. He was wearing a different set of battle armor. That guy completely shrieked with excitement. I'll twist your head off. But he showed no fear at all. With one move he easily cut the big guy in half. Yet he still calmly shouted. You brat, you still have some tricks up your sleeve, huh? Too bad your grandpa here has bones of steel. All your trashy moves can't even touch a single hair on me. Han Sen smiled proudly. Who was he? Just then, his neck had already been slit open with a huge gash. Blood quickly gushed out everywhere. People cheered excitedly. So much blood, it's Taigang's blood. Haha. Meanwhile, in a secret room high above, someone had already witnessed all of this. Han Sen is that young man who had a conflict with you, right? The captain of the steel armor team. And he's still unevolved. How interesting. Huang Fujing was already standing behind him, calling out, cousin. The man calmly picked up a handkerchief and wiped the corner of his mouth. Bring him to me. Huang Fujing. After finding you, she informed Han Sen. You're in big trouble. What trouble? Afterwards he was taken to another room. Hello, my name is Ning. You Ning as in tranquil. You as in moon. Han Sen, are you willing to join a plan to hunt exotic creatures organized by the Galaxy Group? Sorry, I. Before he could finish, the other person continued. You've always wanted your sister Han Yan to get into an aristocratic school, right? After that he was also enticed by those words and stepped into the ancient forest. Yang Yongchang was already standing there. You're from the Galaxy Group, a pleasure to meet you. He spoke to the person behind him. Zhou Ting, follow him. Young Master Han, you must ensure his safety. If he dies, you die. If he lives, you live. Remember, don't seek credit or rush and recklessly, safety first. The person called Zhou Ting answered seriously. Yes, Brother Yang, please rest assured. I guarantee nothing will happen to him. Let's go. 2 days later they arrived at a large mountain. Yang Yongcheng began to explain. Our target is on this mountain range. Young Master Han, you ambush here, well, go up and lure it down. You just seize the opportunity to strike at once. Han Sen carefully observed his surroundings. These people all seem to have full gene sets. What could make them so afraid? Is it really that thing? He looked up. They've been gone for several hours now. Why haven't I even seen a single person? Hey, what about that exotic creature? Zhou Ting leaned against a tree trunk behind him and replied. It doesn't matter if you know or not. Anyway, you just need to stab it once. Don't worry about anything else. That exotic creature can't just stand there and let me stab it, can it? Up above, those people are rushing down this way, it's them. Zhou Ting immediately stopped him from behind, saying, don't go over there. He told Han Sen to hide behind a rock. Hide here and wait for Brother Yang to lure it over. If it discovers us, then all our previous efforts will be in vain. Its eyesight is very sharp. Don't mess up our big plan. Han Sen sat there silently waiting. It has a sturdy shell just like a Z-steel arrow, although it looks formidable. But with its speed, wouldn't just one quick stab be enough? Why do they want him to hide then? Zhou Ting whispered from the side. After they lured the exotic creature past the rock, you take the opportunity to stand behind it and stab its soft spot with your knife. Remember, be quick. Regardless of whether you succeed or not, you must retreat immediately after one stab. Don't hesitate, don't say I didn't warn you. Immediately after the monster passed by. Now, Han Sen stabbed downwards, but his mind was racing. It felt like stabbing the sinew of an old snail. Even the ancient Xian wolf dagger couldn't cut through as smoothly as usual. The thing felt pain. It quickly retreated into its shell. Trying to retract your head, not so easy. Shooting quickly yelled from behind, run. He quickly ran over and pulled him away. That snail could actually fly high into the sky. Han Sen picked up the dagger in his hand. He slashed at the thing again. He felt confused. How could it be so fast? Shooting also struck from above. Run, it'll be safe once we're 100 meters away from that shell. After that he could only use his own strength, quickly dodging all attacks. The thing's attacks. Once they reached a safe place, Shooting angrily said, "What did you do? Didn't I tell you to hit it once and run? You almost got us killed, you know that." "I'm sorry, I just wanted to see if I could break that shell." But Yang Yongcheng from behind had already spoken up to calm them. "As long as everyone's okay, our mission is complete. Everyone prepare to rest, then return to the shelter." "All right. Aren't we going to kill that mutated creature?" Yang Yongcheng replied with a smile. "Young Master Han, as you've seen, with the strength of just a few of us, it's not enough to kill that creature. We must wait for young Master Ningyu to take charge." After Shooting left, he still couldn't help but sneer. How naive. Han Sen watched them leave and couldn't help but feel suspicious again. So Ningyu just wanted to see if that dagger could make that snail get injured. That thing is likely an ultra-divine creature. It seems the Ning family really knows something. No wonder they invested so much manpower going out to sea to search for alien creature nests and hunt ultra-divine alien creatures. That night they decided to camp in this forest. "I never expected your cooking skills to be so good. This roasted meat smells much better than mine. If I didn't have any skills, how could I be working for young Master Ningyu? Could I?" Han Sen ate the meat, still praising it, but he felt a bit hot. Could this food be poisoned? "Ningyu, oh Ningyu, if you really use such methods against me, then you'd be underestimating me, Han Sen, far too much." At this moment he had eaten his fill and was content. Shooting sat aside and said, "You finished my dosage and you're still not down. As expected, you're truly extraordinary." After that he saw those people had already collapsed. At this moment even Yang Yongcheng had fallen for the trap. "You're not from the Xingyu group. Who exactly are you?" Shooting spoke to him. "Now we'll give you two choices. Either hand over that dagger beast soul or die. I have a good temper, so you choose. Do you take me for a fool? Handing over the dagger would make me die even faster." Shooting had now revealed his true colors. Picking up his sword and thrusting it at him, Han Sen effortlessly picked up his own weapon and blocked the attack. Shooting watched his sword break into two, completely disbelieving. "Impossible, you ate so much roasted meat. An incense stick's worth of tranquilizer, yet it didn't work." Han Sen watched the opponent easily dodge all of his attacks and smiled too. This movement technique is truly familiar. The opponent could actually dodge attacks so skillfully. "Jing Tian Shizha, are you from the Chen family?" Shooting was now standing on a tall tree looking down. "Whether I'm from the Chen family or not doesn't matter. But can you tell me, what is your relationship with the Chen family? How do you know Jing Tian Shizha? If you explain it well, I'll spare your life." Han Sen replied with a smile. "Your poison has no effect on me. Now you should be thinking about how to make me spare your life, shouldn't you?" However, the opponent showed no fear at all and looked at him with a terrifying expression. "You think you can handle this kind of medicine? The potency of an incense stick anesthetic is quite formidable, you know. Oh, the poison in your body isn't something that can be compared to an incense stick's worth. Didn't you smell the fragrance? Have you ever heard of gene technology? Supercore, which is called the myriad fragrance poison body. It allows a person's body to develop genes like venomous insects, producing toxins and emitting an invisible toxic essence anytime, anywhere. The myriad fragrance poison body has long been a forbidden art because too many people died practicing it. I am one of them. Perhaps the only one." Han Sen didn't lower his guard. He looked at the man and said, "So I'm doomed, am I?" "Not necessarily. If one can create a poison, they can naturally also cure it. Give me the beast soul dagger, and I will detoxify you." Han Sen struck again fiercely. "What if I don't give it to you?" Zhou Ting seemed startled by that power. "Stop, we can talk this through properly. Ning Yu, the benefits he can give you I can also give you. Exactly the same." Before he could finish speaking he was hit by a heavy punch to the face. After that, Zhou Ting was completely unable to resist. He was beaten bloody. "Stop hitting me, stop hitting me. Ask whatever you want, I'll answer anything you want to know. Han Sen sat on him, probing for information. Actually, he didn't even know what kind of alien creature Ningyu had sent him to hunt. Right. Isn't it just a god-blood creature? Zhou Ting burst out laughing at his words. Haha, you could say it's a god-blood creature. At least up until now. Nobody knows if it truly is a god-blood creature. What does that mean? Han Sen didn't understand these words, so he questioned the other party. He surprisingly asked a strange question. Have you ever asked yourself why Ningyu was willing to help you send a child with no background into a noble academy? Was it just for a god-blood creature? Why are there so many people in the ancient forest, even though we've sprayed gene fluid, but still can't do anything to it? The more Han Sen listened, the more irritated he became. So he broke his hand. No more nonsense, stop hitting me, I'll tell you everything. Zhou Ting replied, trembling as he lay on the ground. According to the elders of the Chen family, in the generation when the sanctuary was first discovered, our ancestors once discovered something in the world of the sanctuary, and from that deduced that there was a creature whose level was even higher than god-blood creatures. Our Chen family spent enormous funds to prove this theory, but it was all in vain. Those suspected creatures were too powerful. In the first sanctuary, no weapon could even injure them. Han Sen asked coldly in return. Aren't you surnamed Zhou? Why are you surnamed Chen now? I am an illegitimate child of the Chen family. I took my mother's surname. Do you know Chen Zishan? He's my half-brother. That's why he made me a spy in the Ning family. Han Sen was somewhat confused and pressed further. Then why did you go to Ningyu's to be a spy? The ancestors of the Ning family and Chen family once worked in the same department, and they together discovered that thing from the very beginning. So the Ning family has also been dedicated to confirming that speculation. Starry Sky Group is incredibly powerful, so we wanted to infiltrate them to discover more clues. Han Sen then remembered the card from earlier. He tried to recall the name of that department. It was like a special mission. Things are getting more and more complicated. Han Sen tried to connect some of the information he had. It seems that the Ning family's ancestor and the Chen family's patriarch, they're from the same department, and they might have discovered something together. In the shelter, great-grandfather left behind the word super god gene. Then the Ning family and the Chen family might have left behind some information, or even more. Zhou Ding lay on the ground yelling, young Master Han, I've told you everything you wanted to know. Please let me go. Han Sen pointed the dagger at him and smiled. Originally your Chen family and Ning family were none of my business, but since you attacked me, this matter is no longer simple. I'm handing you over to Yang Yongcheng and the others. Whether you survive or not is up to you. Young Master Han, let's negotiate. I'll buy my own life. You can name your price 100 million or 200 million. But Han Sen wasn't interested in money. What about that arrow soul then? Han Sen didn't want to waste any more words with this guy, so he thrust the dagger forward, straight towards his ear. Zhou Ding could only cry out, take it, take it. Take it all. You have successfully killed the bone-thorn fish. Zhou Ding weakly asked from behind. Young Master Han, I've given you the beast soul you wanted. Can you let me go now? You only bought your life. I never said I'd spare you. Quickly go and undo the anesthetic on them. Zhou Ding was truly at a loss for tears. We had a deal, I bought my life with money. If I undo their anesthetic, they'll definitely take me to Ningyu. How will I keep my life then? Han Sen directly drew his bow and aimed it forward, making him afraid. Don't do it. Those people. Yang Yongcheng immediately got angry after waking up. Zhou Ding, you little brat, how dare you betray us? Han Sen immediately stopped them. He already bought his life from me, so you should spare his life for now. Besides, even if you want to kill him, you should at least wait for young Master Ning Er to come and interrogate him before taking action. Right? Yang Yongcheng had no choice but to listen to him. Since that's the case, well, listen to young Master Han. Afterward, Zhou Ding was tied up to the side again. Young Master Han, that dagger in your hand is with you. It has the greatest ability to kill super god creatures. You absolutely cannot hand it over. And you definitely cannot kill that alien creature. If you help Ningyu obtain that super god gene, the Ning family will gain the ability to kill super god creatures. Do you think they'll still let you live? The next morning, when Han Sen groggily woke up from his sleeping bag, he heard a loud commotion outside. Oh no, Zhou Ding ran away. The people outside were already beaten and covered in blood. Yang Yongcheng angrily said, damn it. Han Sen, however, found it a bit strange. Zhou Ding was capable of escaping, but why would he stay there? and say a few words to him before leaving. Afterward, Ningyu came to find him again. Han Yan's enrollment procedures have been completed. You can take her to enroll anytime. Brother Yang and the others returned safely. Thank you so much. Someone walked in from outside. Has the evolution finished? Han Sen sat to the side thinking carefully. He deliberately completed his evolution before setting off to enhance all his physical attributes. It seems this time, Ningyu is determined to get that alien creature. Then let's go. They had arrived at the stream next to the ancient forest. He just hadn't expected Ningyu's body to be so weak. He kept coughing a few times along the way. Young Master Ningyu, let's walk slower. Han Sen sat by the stream alone, couldn't help but ponder carefully. What kind of substitute was the armored beetle beast soul avatar? What kind of substitute was it exactly? Soon it was night. Ningyu suddenly walked over from behind. The first time I saw you, I wondered if we could be friends. Before, my great-grandfather also had a friend. Their Han family even saved my great-grandfather. Han Sen asked in return seriously. That friend of my great-grandfather's surnamed Han. What was his name? Perhaps he really was one of my Han family members. Han Jingji, what a coincidence. My great-grandfather's name was Han Jingji. Could they be the same person? Ningyu looked up at the moon in the sky. She replied, probably not. That friend of my great-grandfather's was much older than your great-grandfather. And he had no wife or children much older. He couldn't help but remember what Zhou Ting said the night before. I once heard an elder of the Chen family say, the generation that first discovered the shelter, our ancestors, had discovered some things in the world. The shelter. From this it was deduced that there must exist a biological rank higher than that of god-blood creatures. But he always felt something was off. When the shelter was first discovered, great-grandfather hadn't been born yet. How could he have that work permit? Ningyu continued from the side. At that time, the shelter had only just been discovered. And humans didn't have gene technology yet. Super-core gene technology had not yet developed. Moreover, that old Mr. Han was a Qigong master very famous at the time. Han Sen was somewhat puzzled upon hearing this. He asked in return, Qigong master. Didn't history books say that Qigong masters of that era were all people pretending to be supernatural? All charlatans. But Ningyu replied with great certainty. Old Mr. Han practiced true Qigong. He was an instructor for the Blue Blood Special Forces, the most elite in the Alliance at the time. And he wasn't a charlatan either. Han Sen carefully imagined that figure again. To be able to become an instructor of the Blue Blood Special Forces. If it were now, he would also be a demigod-level powerhouse. If great-grandfather was really that Han Jingji, then why would his descendants fall to such a state? Where did it all go wrong? It was as if everything was connected. Yet it also felt like there was no connection at all. Afterwards the few of them continued forward. Yang Yongchang led the way. Ningyu also spoke to reassure him. Young Master Han, don't worry brother Wang, and the others will hold off the mutated creature and ensure your safety. Han Sen smiled politely and replied. Thank you young Master Ning. Suddenly he stopped. He motioned for those behind him to be quiet. Young Master Ning, young Master Han, you two wait here for us while make it come out of its shell. Ningyu carefully reminded them from behind. Safety is paramount. The snail over there stood on the mountaintop. And the few of them had already used their powers to fly into the air. Everyone simultaneously attacked a single target on its shell. The big one. Han Sen could judge the situation at the time. Indeed, super god creatures are difficult to deal with in the forest. That snail was so scared it fled desperately. Yang Yongchang led the charge with his sword, shouting with great momentum. Kill this beast. With our strength of 30 points of evolution, dealing with it is as easy as turning your hand. Those armored knights continued to pursue, charge and devour. 3 swords simultaneously pierced the snail's soft body. Immediately after, its body began to split apart, trying to wrap around the sword blades. Yang Yongchang was greatly startled. He shouted, no, pull back your weapons quickly. Just as he finished speaking, many tentacles grew out from within the snail's body. Ningyu's guards ran and dodged. Damn it, this is a huge loss. Survival is the most important thing. Damn it, this beast is no ordinary foe. Our weapons are failing. With a touch, a sharp tentacle pierced the silver-armored knight's leg. Blood gushed from the wound and he screamed in pain. Your wound is festering my leg. My leg is ruined. Han Sen gripped his knife tightly, hiding behind a rock, observing the battle. They're injured, maybe now's my chance to go out. However, Ningyu grabbed his shoulder, stopping him. Not so fast. It's not time yet. Han Sen didn't understand why they still weren't going out. They'll die. Ningyu replied to him while observing the situation. If we go out now, their efforts will be in vain. Won't they wait until they lure the mutant creature out? Then you strike and deliver a fatal blow. Han Sen felt a little tense. He realized his goal was the mutant creature, not saving people. Perhaps his thoughts are the same as mine. Ningyu stood up and instructed, you wait here. Han Sen was puzzled. His eyes watched his receding back. He has such a severe illness and he hasn't even leveled up. Why would an evolver take such a risk? This person is a bit incomprehensible. Ningyu leaped from behind the rock and charged towards the battle. He swiftly swung his sword, piercing the slime beast's tentacles. Han Sen was surprised by Ningyu's ability. He could actually sever the mutant creature's flesh. And his weapon wasn't sucked in either. Yang Yongcheng smiled triumphantly. Amazing as expected of young Master Ning. Kill it. The slug furiously continued to release tentacles. Ningyu deftly dodged the mutant creature's attacks. Han Sen watched his movements, feeling very surprised. Ningyu is incredible. He has twin martial spirits. But he's much stronger than Shen Tianzi. Although his beast soul weapon can restrain the mutant creature, his Geno God points are only around 15 after all. But just then, Ningyu seemed to struggle under the tentacle attacks. Han Sen commented gravely, I'm afraid this mutant creature can't be killed. Yang Yongchang and the others rushed out of the tentacles range. Young Master Han Sen, now's the time. Han Sen transformed after observing for so long. He already had a basic judgment. Given the strength of this mutant creature, as long as I don't use the ancient evil charm and overload, relying solely on my base strength, plus the ancient Xian wolf dagger. With that thought, he immediately charged forward. It's enough to injure it without killing it. This is what he wants. After that, he swung his knife and severed a tentacle. The slug seemed startled and quickly retreated. Han Sen happily said, it really is afraid of the dagger. My ancient Xian wolf is not to be trifled with. Let me cut you into 8 pieces. He pressed his advantage, starting a frenzied attack. On the other side, Yang Yongchang and the others began to discuss. I'm almost at my limit too. Let's retreat first. Damn it, my transformation time is almost up. Ningyu took the opportunity to tell Han Sen to retreat. Young Master Han Sen, retreat. Let's discuss this properly again. Han Sen still held the upper hand, so he naturally didn't want to retreat. He refused. It's fine, everyone hurry and leave. It's afraid of my dagger. I can handle it, he thought to himself. Of course retreating isn't an option. Your transformation time is up. Wouldn't that be more advantageous for me? Ningyu also agreed. Alright then. An extra person means extra strength. Han Sen glanced at him warily. Is this guy trying to keep an eye on me? The slug didn't counterattack, instead it desperately fled. This made Han Sen very happy. It's so scared by my attack that it's running away. He leaped towards the slug, then plunged his knife directly into its body. Hiding won't help your mind today. After doing so, Han Sen felt a bit regretful. It only left a crack. This shell is harder than I thought. Yang Yongchen walked over and stopped him. Young Master Han Sen, stop. I have an idea. Lend me your dagger to try. Perhaps you haven't evolved yet, so your strength is insufficient. His face was full of friendliness. Let me pry open that shell. How about we split it 50-50 after it's done? Ningyu looked at Han Sen and said softly, I'm somewhat surprised that it could make that creature feel fear. He reached out his hand and said, Young Master Han, perhaps you've noticed. This is a very special creature. However, no sooner had he spoken than the snail extended its long proboscis. It attacked the people behind Ningyu, startling both of them simultaneously. After attacking their group, the snail quickly turned and fled. But how could Han Sen let it go so easily? He chased closely behind, shouting, Don't run. Seeing him chase after the creature, Ningyu also pursued closely. He asked young Master Han the proposition. What do you think of it now? Han Sen heard him say that. He merely responded softly. Sorry. I neither lend nor sell this dagger. Ningyu proposed. In exchange for 5 beast souls, divine blood, and young Master Han's dagger. Furthermore, after killing the creature, I'll split the meat with you. Seeing that he wasn't accepted, Ningyu harbored ill intentions. He wanted to sneak attack Han Sen from behind when he wasn't looking, but he was caught by him, trying to ambush me. You are no match for me. Han Sen turned his head and said. Having said that, Han Sen turned around. He counterattacked Ningyu's group, looking at them greedily. Wanting his dagger, Han Sen couldn't help but say with a chuckle, even if you kill me, you still won't get the dagger. If I can't have it, it's better than letting someone else have it. After dealing with these small fries, Han Sen quickly rushed in front of Yang Chang and said, "It's a pity you misunderstood one thing." Looking at that guy, Han Sen raised his dagger high. He looked at the guy with a serious expression and said, "Who is the true ruler here?" No sooner had he spoken, Han Sen severed Yang Chang's neck with one strike. Before losing consciousness, the guy still asked Han Sen in surprise, "You're an evolver too?" "Too late to know now," Han Sen said. After dealing with Yang Chang, only Ningyu was left. Seeing that he had nowhere to run, he tightly gripped his sword and said, "There's a substitute beast soul in the shelter. The person standing in front of you is not actually the real person, but merely a substitute beast soul." After hearing his words, Han Sen didn't speak, but decisively swung his blade down. He said, "I believe you." Having said that, Han Sen retreated, gathering strength to charge at the blood snail creature. He thought to himself, so substitute beast souls have such a miraculous effect. Regaining his composure, Han Sen quickly charged towards the snail. Blood was hiding inside the shell. His target was its hard outer shell. The dagger swiftly stabbed and Han Sen shouted, "I don't believe I can't really pierce you." The snail seemed to sense the potential danger brought by Han Sen and it crawled out of its shell. Its tentacles surged out to attack Han Sen, but he easily dealt with them. Then a notification popped up. Successfully killed Super God Creature Blood Snail. Obtained Super God Blood Snail Beast Soul and Vitality. Life Gene. However, the flesh cannot be consumed. Looking at the monster he had beaten to a pulp, it was already shapeless. And he had simultaneously gained a Divine Blood Beast Soul and Vitality. Life Gene. He secretly thought with satisfaction. Han Sen, an evolver, humanity's first super god physique, has already gained this power. The next day, in front of the shelter with his people, Ningyu was blocking Han Sen. His purpose was to trade the creature's meat and beast souls. Han Sen had just defeated Ningyu yesterday. He quickly said, "Young Master Han, don't rush back to Steel Armor Shelter. Let's find a place to talk properly. I'm willing to pay to buy mutant creature meat and beast souls. The price is negotiable." Han Sen said expressionlessly, "What's there to talk about? Young Master Ning Er, do you really think I could kill that mutant creature?" Han Sen asked him mockingly. "Whether I brought meat back with me, you already know, no need for me to say more. Young Master Han is no ordinary person." Ningyu still answered stubbornly, even though Han Sen had already turned and walked away. A moment later, in the bathroom, Han Sen was washing his face when a tall man walked in. Seeing him, he cupped his hands and chuckled, "Hey, old third, how come you're back and didn't even say hi to your brothers?" No matter how he asked, Han Sen was currently busy thinking about the beetle knight. Whenever it gets injured, it can heal simply by being immersed in water. But examining the water, no anomaly was found, unless it's not actually immersing itself in water, but just looking at its own reflection. Forget it. Why am I thinking about this? It's a headache. Han Sen placed his hand on the mirror in front of him, cursing inwardly. I've summoned it many times without a response. Is it because it's being used like this? After injecting magic into the mirror, the Beetle Knight's vision appeared on the mirror. Han Sen was surprised and said, "This is the Beetle Knight's perspective. I can control its body from this perspective." That same afternoon in the White Devil Desert, Han Sen stood on the back of a rock sandworm, sliding rapidly across the sand, kicking up a storm of dust. Looking at the monster corpses scattered everywhere ahead, Han Sen was somewhat surprised. "Is someone up ahead?" Han Sen asked, puzzled. After walking a bit further, Han Sen looked down from a cliff at a chaotic battlefield. Down below, he saw Yuan Shao and Cheng Shao directing the others to fight monsters, which surprised him. Han Sen couldn't help but exclaim, these two useless guys have grown up too. Their command is quite decent." Young Master Yuan heard Han Sen's voice, smiling as he continuously slashed at monsters with his hands. He happily said, "Brother Sen is here." Seeing him actively greet, Of course. We're here to hunt god blood creatures and strive to complete our god genes as soon as possible." Young Master Cheng also didn't forget to interject. He said excitedly, "Brother Sen, take us with you. Let us broaden our horizons. We won't compete with Brother Sen for anything." Hearing him say that, Han Sen laughed calm. "Compete or not, it all depends on individual strength. Moreover, it's not that easy to snatch a god blood creature from my hands." Watching Han Sen show off standing on the rock sandworm's back, below, a brown-haired man said unhappily, "What's so great about that?" Half a day later, a group of people were moving through the desert. Han Sen asked young Master Cheng, "The upper counselor Hai Mingwei's family, the Hai family from Jingchao, is it really a family that inherited ancient martial arts as the legends say?" "As the legends say." Hearing Han Sen ask, He quickly thought and replied, "Brother Sun. That kid Hai Yun is used to being arrogant. Because he has his grandfather Hai Mingwei supporting him. So don't take it to heart." Then he continued to explain. Most of the counselors in the upper council are related to ancient martial arts. When they first entered the shelter, their influence was very strong. Otherwise, how could they become counselors of the upper council? Those who rose later, the truly powerful ones, are basically in the lower council. Just like our family. Suddenly Han Sen shouted stop, startling young Master Yuan, who exclaimed, "What's wrong?" Han Sen explained. "That's a black feather beast horde. The god-blood black feather beast king is here too." Young Master Ching was Poo's. Zleden asked, "Where are these black-furred beasts, Brother Sen? Are you seeing things?" Ignoring Ching Xiao's confusion, Han Sen calmly took out his bow and arrow, preparing to shoot. The brown-haired man saw this scene and said displeasedly, "What are you doing taking out a bow for? Who cares what they do?" Han Sen drew his bow and shot an arrow. The arrow glowed a faint orange and the light spread to his palm. He hunted and killed the black feather beast king. God-blood, he obtained a god-blood beast soul. The black feather beast saw Han Sen shoot without hesitation, and actually hit it. This greatly surprised young Master Cheng. "He hit it," he exclaimed with wide eyes. Hearing his words, the brown-haired man disbelieved. "No way he hit it. I'll go see for myself." With that he rode off on his horse. Young Master Yuan behind him exclaimed in surprise, "Hey, don't just run off." Looking at the black feather beast pack, the arrow Han Sen had just shot had indeed hit the black feather beast king, causing it to unexpectedly collide with a rock. The brown-haired man and the others ran over, their mouths agape. How could he hit it with one arrow from 1 or 2 kilometers away? Young Master Yuan meanwhile was utterly dumbfounded. In the god sanctuary, who could possibly be Brother Sen's match? Han Sen walked forward to retrieve his arrow, leaving the beast lying face down on the ground. He humbly said, "There are countless experts in the world. What am I compared to them?" No sooner had he spoken than the rock serpent worm rushed over and in one bite swallowed the black feather beast king. Young Master Cheng standing nearby didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Brother Sin, you're too wasteful." Yuan, young master nearby, also had tears streaming down his face. "If you could spit out the god gene, then sell me the god blood creature." Han Sen just replied with a wry smile, "It's already been fed." Next time, watching his little darling feast on the beast king with relish, Han Sen's lips curved into an involuntary smile. "It's about to evolve into its true combat form, my pet. Evolve into a super god pet. Now, using a super god pet combined with the blood snail beast soul. What else? And what creature is a super god beast that I cannot kill?" The people behind raised their hands and loudly said to Han Sen, "White Devil Desert." He turned back and waved in response. "I still have things to do, let's part ways here." After walking for a while he pointed at Cat Emperor. A golden power emanated from his hand. Then he commanded. Cat Emperor, put on the blood snail steel armor, charge forward and attack for me. Then Cat Emperor dashed off, charging straight towards the waterfall ahead. As the waterfall cascaded, some massive rocks also fell with it. Han Sen stood aside, observing, his lips curving upward, thinking, 2 godblood beast soul steel armors. Super pet. Damn, this is awesome. Han Sen stood at a high vantage point looking down. He pondered, just how deep is this cave? Usually these caves hide some unpleasant things. It's better to be careful. Then he said, "Cat Emperor, go scout ahead." It meowed in response. Han Sen took out a torch for light. Next he threw a stone down the waterfall, observing intently. After throwing it down there wasn't even a sound. Just how high is this waterfall? Suddenly a green light appeared, looking very dim deep within the waterfall. Han Sen was startled when he saw it, his face showing surprise, and he shouted, "Who's there?" He drew his sword, preparing to fight. Blazing red flames emanated around him. His heart was filled with doubt. No, how could that person be glowing? What appeared was a withered skeleton, in a sitting posture, holding something in its hand. Han Sen stood opposite, pondering. Are these ancient people's clothes? Or something often seen in movies? Does this person have any peculiar fashion preferences? With a sly smile on his face, he reached out to take the object from the skeleton's hand. He said, "Brother, you're already dead anyway, so worldly possessions are useless. Why not do a good deed and help out us living folks?" Han Sen opened the note and read, "What is this? Could these be ancient characters from the era of ancient planets? Is this person really from ancient times?" The skeleton suddenly emitted a green light, and its clothes gradually rotted away. Han Sen's face showed worry. No, I didn't mean to. How long would it take for these clothes to rot, to become like this? Is this man really from ancient times? Impossible. How could an ancient person come to the shelter? He sat down and covered it with stones. The skeleton muttered to itself. Just stay buried here forever. Since you're dead, you probably don't need this scroll anymore, right? Then I'll take it. If I find out your identity, I'll inform your family to collect your remains. The scene shifts to the suburbs. Here a dragon is evolving, and around it, golden power emanates. Han Sen stood by thinking. Super god pet super evolution. Ha 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 ha. From now on, if gods block me, I'll kill gods. If Buddhas block me, I'll kill Buddhas. Who else can stop me? Super gene full. The god is about to ascend as an evolver. The crowd in the distance ran in panic, constantly shouting, "Help, help, run." All this made Han Sen turn his head. Looking confused, he asked a green-haired young man standing nearby. What happened? The young man anxiously said, alien creature. An alien creature has entered the shelter. Indeed. A lion appeared inside frantically, charging forward. The surrounding buildings it passed by all collapsed. Han Sen stood on a high vantage point observing. He looked at the lion and judged. Red golden fur, it must be little red golden fur. Han Sen transformed into the fairy queen, accompanied by Miao Jun and a giant dragon. He said proudly, "Now I have enough power to kill you. And you even came knocking on my door yourself." The people around were looking for strength to eliminate the ferocious lion. Someone shouted, "Protect the shelter." Others yelled, "Disciples charge." Charging into battle, advancing simultaneously. The lion looked up at Han Sen's position above. The dragon was very majestic, with fierce flames burning around it. Then the lion opened its mouth wide and charged at Han Sen. Several people standing below shouted worriedly, "Captain Han, be careful." He looked at the lion with a determined expression and loudly said, "Want revenge? Then let's end it here." Then the lion and Han Sen's giant dragon plunged into battle, filling the surroundings with smoke and dust. He seized the opportunity, raised his sword and said in a raised voice, "This time can't I blind you yet?" Then he plunged the sword into the lion's eye, while laughing loudly. "Ha ha ha ha, I hit it, finally hit it." The lion was struck in the eye, falling and rolling in pain. Wailing, the lion and Han Sen and his giant dragon continued to charge forward in battle. This time, the lion was attacked by the dragon again, continuing to groan in pain. Han Sen raised his sword and stabbed the lion's other eye with a fierce technique. Having no other choice, the lion flew over the wall and escaped. The people around cheered for Han Sen. "Long live Captain Han, long live Captain Han. Kill it, kill it." He mounted the dragon and commanded, "It must not escape." At this moment the lion was flying over the black swamp, and Han Sen was pursuing it from behind. He said, "Run a little further. Run a little further. I can't let people see this bloody scene." After traveling for a while, Han Sen firmly said to the dragon, "This is it. Jinsha Worm King. Go after it." The giant dragon charged towards the lion like a flash, the latter groaning from its eye injuries. Han Sen wielded his weapon without hesitation, decisively striking at the lion. Blood splattered everywhere. Han Sen shouted, "Golden Mane Beast Soul, Golden Mane Beast Soul." When luck comes, nothing can stop it. The lion was struck many times. It fell covered in blood and died. Han Sen stood by watching and thinking, can such a large hunk of meat be eaten? Then he picked up his sword and cut open the lion's eye, making its eye glow. A yellow gem. Scene change meanwhile in the Black Marsh Rumble. At this moment Han Sen was riding on Jin Mao's back, moving along. He said it's as comfortable as sitting on a private jet. Extremely fast yet not bumpy at all. What's bumpy about this? This isn't bumpy at all. At this moment Han Sen pulled out a piece of meat. He bit into it while thinking, there's actually meat. Eating meat must increase my god level genes, right? After thinking, he took a bite and then continued to ponder. What is this? It's harder than cowhide. A moment later Han Sen was already on the ground. He spoke with dissatisfaction. Forget it, you eat it. No sooner had he spoken, a faint light extended from his hand, facing its back. Jinma was pierced by a knife. Damn, as expected of a god-level creature's meat. It's so fast. It has already grown into a true sacred war angel. His words were filled with surprise. He looked at the scene before him. The angel floated, healing Jinma. Splash. Sacred war angel. At this moment her hands and mouth were covered in Jin Mao's blood, but she licked and tasted it. Unconsciously. Han Sen was immediately stunned, speechless. Suddenly the sacred war angel pounced forward, nearing Han Sen. Then she suddenly kissed him. In an instant a thought flashed through Han Sen's mind. Damn it, I was just kissed by a pet. Immediately the system panel displayed information. Sacred War Beast Soul Evolvable God Level Pet. Han Sen was a bit embarrassed by what had just happened, so he said, "What does evolvable mean? What will a god-level pet turn into after evolving?" As soon as he finished speaking, he looked at the sacred war angel with a flushed face. Whoosh! The sacred war angel emitted a beam of light. Then she slowly shrank, transforming into a small girl. Han Sen's face showed some displeasure at what was happening before him. He complained, "Hey, why did you change back without my permission?" At this moment, in another forest, Xiao Qiao walked ahead with a group of pursuers behind him. Xiao Qiao ran holding his weapon and shouting, "Damn it! How dare you try to snatch an exotic creature from this young master? Is your Xiao Qiao tired of living?" Bang bang! Footsteps were chasing the creature ahead. Xiao Qiao immediately stopped speaking in surprise. "Oh, it's Shunbi. Shinbi, haven't you upgraded to a second-tier shelter yet?" As soon as he finished speaking, he looked at the person leaning against the tree. Then that person replied, "Almost, so I have to sell some of my beast souls. Help me auction them off." Xiao Qiao replied after hearing this, "Divine Blood Beast Soul Black Beetle Armor. Beast Soul Bloodthirsty Cat Lord Killer." As soon as he finished speaking, the two of them completed the transaction simultaneously. Xiao Qiao then said, "Slow down. Aren't you afraid I'll swallow all your beast souls?" A moment later, the two completed their transaction. The person then turned around, walking and speaking, "No, I'm not afraid as long as this great sacred ground card is auctioned off. I'll come find you." A follower. Seeing this, Xiao Qiao asked his captain, "Was that person Shinbi? Why would he entrust the auction to you? Do you know him?" "It's a pity, although he's taken off his armor. He's covering his face so I can't tell who he is." At this moment, by the Lake of Evolution, a man bowed and called out, "Young master, there's no need to evolve early just for Han Sen. This way you'll have to leave the first-tier shelter very soon." Upon hearing this, the young man in the bath replied, "It's worth it, Uncle Su, the 13 full gene evolvers you asked me to find. Have you found them all?" The man replied, "All found. They are the elites of Xingyu, distributed among different shelters. They are currently heading to Steel Armor Shelter, in second young master Ning Yu's office. Tomorrow is Jinba's Soul Beast auction. Should I attend?" The man asked. "Jinbi, Han Sen, you two send all the information over to me," Ning Yu said, handing the items to the man. "The two young masters suspect Han Sen is Shinbi." What the man asked after Ning Yu finished speaking. "Well, no, if we go take a look," Ning Yu replied casually. At the auction, in the front row, Han Sen sat with young master Chang. Young master Ching heard footsteps behind him. He glanced back thinking, "Damn it, Ning Yu. Why is she here too? She's probably here to deal with me." Han Sen sighed, thinking. On the other side, Ning Yu and her people had just walked over. Did he recognize them? Ning Yu, fully armored, said, "Impossible. The two young masters are wearing soul beast armor. If he recognized them, he wouldn't have no reaction." The man beside her replied incredulously, "This disguise was a waste of effort." Ning Yu said, her voice filled with frustration. She then changed into her casual clothes. Sitting in the back row, she stared intently at Han Sen in front. Han Sen sat in the front row, smiling smugly. He thought on just using a substitute soul beast to make Jinbi and Han Sen appear here at the same time. This way I can clear everyone's suspicions about my identity. All the beneficial soul beasts sold under Jinbi's name will be transferred to my hands successfully through the auction. Han Sen, you're truly too clever." The auction has begun. Young Master Ching immediately stood up and shouted, 8 cards. 8 grade sanctuary cards." Han Sen next to him turned in surprise after hearing this. He exclaimed, "Ah." He immediately grabbed young Master Ching beside him and said, "Young Master Ching, are you crazy? How can a god blood armor soul beast be worth 8 grade sanctuary cards?" Hearing Han Sen's question, young Master Ching replied, "Brother Sen, the problem isn't the god blood armor soul beast, but the reputation of Shinbi." While the two were still discussing, someone in the back stood up and shouted, 10 cards. Shinbi is my idol. His soul beast cannot fall into anyone else's hands." Han Sen was even more surprised at this point. He turned to look at that person and said, 10 cards, how many billions is that? It's fine if I don't get the black beetle armor, but 10 grade sanctuary cards is a better deal. Xiao Qiao on stage heard the bid and said, "Next up is the soul beast Bloodshed Butcher." Han Sen at this moment was frustrated and speechless, feeling helpless. As soon as he finished speaking, the person from before excitedly said, 15 cards, no one is allowed to snatch it. Xiao Qiao on stage immediately continued quickly. "Next up is the super pet soul beast Lord Shinkat." As soon as she finished speaking, Han Sen was startled, staring intently at the auction stage. Young Master Ching looked at the person next to him with some apprehension and said, "Young Master 1, you've already bought 2 of Shinbi's soul beasts. Leave the last soul beast to me." The person named Young Master 1 heard this and replied disdainfully, It's an auction, whoever bids higher gets it. If you bid higher it's naturally yours. For Scrade Sanctuary Universal Cards. Han Sen could no longer hold back. He thought to himself deep in contemplation. Lord Shinkat is Lord Shinkat. I fed him bite by bite as he grew. He cannot fall into someone else's hands. Young Master Yuan here saw that Han Sen was a bit worried. So he asked. This one is also being sold, Brother Sen. Are you also a fan of Shinbi? Young Master Wen became more agitated, hurriedly stood up and shouted. 20 Scrade Sanctuary cards. Total value not less than 4 universal cards. Xiao Chao above heard this and said worriedly. This is indeed difficult to estimate. Just then a voice came from the doorway. Priority Sanctuary Universal Card. As soon as the words fell at this moment, everyone turned their attention to that figure. The figure in full armor at the doorway. Shenbi said, Priority Sanctuary Universal Card. Young Master 1. Excuse me, is there anyone who will bid higher? Xiao Chao listened, and seeing that person finish speaking, she then spoke excitedly. After Shinbi spoke, he turned and left, ignoring the people behind him who were all discussing animatedly. Young Master Wen saw that person leaving, cried out in alarm. Shunbi, don't leave. Han Sen calmly paid close attention to the situation. His heart stirred. I gotta leave quickly. It's my first time using a decoy, I can't be exposed. See now, Shinbi is Shinbi. Han Sen is Han Sen. Everyone here is my witness. Ning Yu's trusted man witnessed the scene that just unfolded. He immediately asked. That's Jean by Han Sen was clearly sitting on it. Before he finished speaking, Ning Yu sneered. Meanwhile, Han Sen was very happy at this moment. He was teasing Miao Jun while pondering. That's great, Miao Jun, you're back. And in the back, young Master Ching and young Master Yuan. The two were continuously talking. Young Master Ching said if it weren't for fear of offending the Hai family, how could Hai Yun possibly be capable of auctioning off all of Shin B's beast souls? Young Master Yuan replied after listening. I have to get one no matter what. Before young Master Yuan could finish speaking, suddenly, a group of black-clad men surrounded them from out of nowhere. Seeing this situation, young Master Yuan and young Master Ching both shouted at the same time, why are you surrounding us? That person said, do you want to die over here? Ning Yu slowly walked out and said softly, young Master Ching. Young Master Yuan, this is a personal grudge between Han Sen and me. After it's resolved, I will offer you both a toast as an apology. Young Master Ching's expression was displeased and he said, Ning Yu. Young Master Yu saw the situation and quickly spoke up. Brother Sen, how could you have a personal grudge with him? He stole my alien creature. Ning Yu said calmly. Young Master Ching lost his patience and immediately replied. It's just an alien creature, name your price, I'll pay for Brother Sen. Han Sen remained silent, standing there observing and thinking. The people around Ning Yu, 8 or 9/10 of them had already evolved and fully evolved. Their body genes had all reached around 30. Fighting here is inconvenient, it would affect young Master Chang. Young Master Yuan and the gang Jiatuan members would all get hurt. Han Sen said, I'll go with you. Let's find a place to talk properly. After speaking, he decisively walked ahead. Ning Yu sneered after seeing this and replied. He really has guts. Young Master Ching and young Master Yuan spoke at the same time. Brother Sen at this moment in the mountains. At this moment Han Sen's entire body was bound by chains. Ning Yu stood behind him speaking happily. Aren't you afraid I'll kill you? Han Sen replied provocatively, before you get what you want. You won't do that. As he spoke, he thought to himself. You want to kill me with just these few chains? In the desolate mountains, the situation fell into a strong side and a weak side. Ming Quan raised a sharp blade to Han Sen's neck. Hand over the dagger and you can leave here alive. The latter, still composed, spoke. Young Master Ning, do you think I'm a fool? No. Handing it over the dagger doesn't necessarily mean death. Not handing it over the dagger definitely means death. Seeming to be provoked by these words, Ming Quan directly. He reached out and punched Han Sen hard in the face, causing fresh red blood to slowly trickle out. You brat, you're looking for death. Ning Yu stood by witnessing all of this. It was only then that he spoke. All right. Take him to 107. The scene shifts to Valley 107. The sight here was incredibly eerie. At this point, everyone had arrived at Rock Valley 107. Looking around at the surroundings, Han Sen began to probe. What kind of place is 107? Ning Yu merely glanced back at him. He didn't explain anything further. You'll know once you go in, he softly suggested, hinting at negotiation. Hand over the dagger now and you won't need to go in. However, Han Sen still refused to back down. His words were very firm. I don't want to hand over the dagger, nor do I want to go in. Ultimately, no agreement was reached. They made their decision. Then you can try to kill us. and break out. Despite those chains, they looked very sturdy. Because of a slight turn of Han Sen's head, and completely shattered. Then I choose to kill. This scene fell upon the eyes of everyone present. They were instantly dumbfounded. Block can't block it, what's happening? Everyone immediately reacted. They quickly surrounded Ningyu in a protective circle, shouting to protect young Master Yu. Here he had already taken a ready stance, drawing a dagger from his hand, wrapped in a layer of gold from within his body. Die. Mingquan still insisted on protecting his master at this moment, saying in a deep voice, "Do you think getting in? Invincible dagger makes you great. Now if I want you to live you will live. If I want you to die you will die." Meanwhile, Han Sen easily dodged, evading the concentrated attacks of the crowd, still replying leisurely, "That's a real shame then." A cold mocking glint appeared in his eyes. "I didn't want this. What a pity you brought this upon yourselves." Just then Ningyu seemed to sense danger approaching. He hastily cried out and retreated. Then a whirlwind formed by Han Sen's power, immensely huge. He stood proudly at the top, watching everyone being sent flying by this sudden whirlwind. Ningyu stood by watching this scene. An invisible fear rose in his heart and he mumbled to himself, "Is that the power of a super god pet? It's terrifying, simply terrifying." At this very moment, Han Sen charged fiercely amidst the screams. The figures of the crowd gradually drew closer, someone shouting to protect Ningyu. Before his words even finished, he already appeared before Ningyu's eyes. One hand gathered purple energy, the other hand pressed a cold blade against the opponent's neck. He questioned in the valley, "What exactly is there?" But at this moment the opponent seemed to have given up resisting, completely closing his eyes, resigned to fate. "Kill me if you want, don't ask so many questions. Dying won't be that easy." No sooner had he spoken, the light in his hand immediately shot out and merged into the opponent's body. Ningyu was terrified, his face drained of color. What is that? The next second, a creature appeared behind him. It clung to his shoulder as if merged with him. It was then that the voice continued. "Leech Dragon Beast Soul Symbiosis." Ningyu struggled to support his body, mumbling, "Symbiotic Beast Soul." Facing the scene, Han Sen still calmly explained, "It can parasitize any creature's body and resonate with the opponent's life force. That is to say, your life no longer belongs to you." Ningyu's hands were now tightly clasped together. He struggled fiercely. "You want to control me? No way." Han Sen clearly understood his stubbornness and continued to press closer to Ningyu. "Your power is too weak. The Leech Dragon can easily control your body. Now all your thoughts and actions will be transmitted to me through the Leech Dragon." Your entire body was now consumed by discomfort. It trembled incessantly. "Just kill me, you won't get anything from me. You won't get anything from me." Suddenly Han Sen reached out his hand and pulled out a necklace. A pink jade stone was embedded below it. Didn't Ningyu recognize this? Before him was a jade stone carved with a cat pattern. It was exquisitely beautiful. Ningyu's eyes widened. 9-life blood cat. How could it be the 9-life blood cat? He denied in disbelief. Impossible. I've already investigated your family background. You can't be the descendant of that instructor. Han Sen. The figure of this young man before him overlapped with that familiar figure from back then, making him assert, "No, there's no mistake. You are Instructor Han's descendant. There's definitely no mistake." Aside from his descendant, who else could possess such power? The last trace of resistance vanished without a trace. According to the Ning family's ancestral policy, if they ever encountered a descendant of Instructor Han, they must treat them as a benefactor. If you had given us the 9-life blood cat earlier, how would things have come to this? Han Sen sarcastically retorted. "Benefactor? You killed my father to steal my factory. Is this how your Xingyu group treats its benefactors?" These words struck Ningyu like a bolt of lightning. It was like a thunderbolt from a clear sky. He exclaimed in horror, "That's absolutely not true. This might not sound good, but the Xingyu group has countless ways to take your family's factory. There's no need to kill someone and cause trouble. If the Ning family had harmed your father, my elder brother, when he first saw you in the first god sanctuary, would have already killed you. How could he let his father's killer live by his side?" Han Sen looked up at the person opposite him. After he finished speaking, he didn't say anything further, but pondered in his mind. What he said was true with Shuai Zhilong inside him. He wouldn't dare hide anything from me. The scene from that day, he still remembered. His mother carefully picked up the rope in her hand and gave it to him. "When your father gave this to me, he said that if we ever encountered any difficulties, We should take it to the Xingyu group and find someone from the Ning family, and we would get some help. At that time he was still young and ignorant, and he indeed voiced the doubt in his heart. Go to the Xingyu group to find the Ning family. My father was killed by them. Now that I think about it, it's truly contradictory. His finger gently stroked the blade, feeling its coldness. Did father truly believe the Ning family would acknowledge a favor from years ago and help us? If it wasn't the Ning family, why did father specifically tell me to go to the Ning family? Could it be that my family were originally enemies of the Ning family? And that's why the Ning family would side with me? Cutting off his thoughts, Han Sen plunged the dagger towards Ning Yu's face again. Do you want to live? The other party replied indifferently. Then do you dare let me live? Turning to look into the depths of the canyon, he began to state his terms. Ning family. You know many places like this. Give me all the information, and I'll let you go. The Ning family must have collected a lot of information about super god creatures. He suspected it was taken from Ningyu, and it would be much faster than searching for them one by one. Ningyu agreed without hesitation. All right. The two turned their backs to each other and left in opposite directions. He didn't forget to add, a descendant of instructor Han can only be a friend of the Ning family, and never an enemy of our Ning family. On this side, a woman with white wings immediately appeared at Han Sen's summons. Sacred Blood Angel, it's time to see your power. Just then some green tentacles emerged from somewhere, entangling her limbs. Immediately after, a golden stream of light swept through the cluster of tentacles, effortlessly slicing them into pieces. Even Han Sen, who was watching from the side, laughed excitedly. That's so cool. Suddenly a giant flower burst out from underground, intending to devour the Sacred Blood Angel. He reacted, shouting in horror, damn it. Watch out for that flower. His eyes wide, he continuously cried out. Damn it, my Sacred Blood Angel. Do you have any idea how precious a humanoid sacred blood pet, such a beautiful humanoid sacred blood pet, is? He had been far too careless. After all, he was facing a super god creature. He should have equipped it with super god pet armor. Suddenly a prompt box appeared in his mind. Killed super god creature flower demon prison. No beast soul obtained. Obtained life gene essence. The system's cold voice made Han Sen instantly stunned. What? The sight before him was extremely rare. The figure of the Sacred Blood Angel charged out and tore apart the giant flower, without suffering the slightest damage itself. Is it still that Lolita? They are all super divine beast pets, but this one is much more terrifying than the Tsar Insect King. Han Sen was very excited again. He was in high spirits, continuously shouting, I'm really rich, my treasure. After speaking, he looked at the Saint Battle Angel's cold face. Knowing his identity, he explained, you misunderstood. I didn't mean anything else. Han Sen sat alone amidst the scattered rocks of the cliff, cradling the beast soul in his hand. At the same time, the notification panel appeared. Use Demon Prison Flower Life Gene Essence. Super God Gene 1. After consuming this, my Super God Gene will reach 68 points. After upgrading to the second God Sanctuary, I've gathered all the Super God Genes. If I just work a little harder, my physical stats exceeding 100 will be a simple matter. Scene switches to Ganja Sanctuary. Among the bustling crowd, a man asked Han Sen, Third bro, where are you planning to go after graduation? Han Sen already had his own plans, so he answered without hesitation. I'll go wherever I'm assigned. A colleague next to him also started asking Han Sen all sorts of questions. Aren't you going to look for Ji Yenran? Han Sen glanced at him, then replied, I've made inquiries around, but I couldn't even find the worship number Ji Yenran is serving on. If I can't see her, it doesn't matter where I go. Meanwhile, Mang cautiously lowered her head in front of Han Sen, looking a bit dejected. Senior brother, I'm really sorry. I didn't get your permission, but I had someone assign you to my armored squad. Han Sen didn't mind. Instead, he smiled gently. I thought there might be some problem with the team I was assigned to, but I didn't expect such a good thing. You should thank me, senior brother. The next second, he raised his phone, and a glowing screen appeared. After checking for a while, he asked again, Isn't the armored squad I'm joining called the Everlasting Psy Goddess? The girl immediately froze upon hearing this. Everlasting Psy Goddess. We're heading to the Royal Armored Squad. Is there some misunderstanding? Knowing there was some misunderstanding, Mang took out her communication device, turned around and whispered, Didn't I ask you to transfer Han Sen to my team? Was there a mistake? Meanwhile, Han Sen was confused. The more he checked, the more confusing things became. Everlasting Psy Goddess. Mess hall. I'm a major who graduated from a military academy. How could I be assigned to the mess hall? Just then Mang Mang returned and said to Han Sen, "Senior brother, this isn't good. The person I asked said he didn't do anything. And your assignment information was directly issued by Central Command." "Directly? It cannot be changed unless you have authorization." Han Sen's expression immediately turned serious. Someone must be playing tricks. "Can you find out who it is? Is it someone from the Ning family?" Mang Mang immediately said with certainty, "Impossible. There aren't many people who can do this. The Ning family doesn't have this kind of ability, senior brother." "What are you going to do?" "What do you mean, what am I going to do? Life has just begun." After speaking, the corner of his mouth twitched upwards, pretending not to take it to heart. Scene switches to Gangjia Sanctuary. A man was very excited. "That's great, you're about to upgrade to the second god sanctuary." Han Sen was also infected by the other's excitement, and his expression relaxed. "I plan to complete my great undertaking before enlisting. I still need 15 more divine genes. I don't want money for this beast soul. But can you get me some divine blood meat?" The other party didn't hesitate, even thinking it would be beneficial to him. "Such a good deal. New recruits will be enlisting in 3 months. What will you do during this time?" "I still have many more important things to do. Like studying ancient texts and so on. He immediately countered Wengu. At another point in time in the White Devil Desert, Han Sen rode on a tiger, charging forward majestically, shouting excitedly, "Little bird in here." A moment later the man and beast stopped. He shielded his eyes and peered in one direction full of doubt. "It's clearly this direction. Could that snow mountain have grown legs and run away? I haven't even seen any burnt trees. Damn it, am I really lost?" Suddenly a group of people appeared in the distance. Voices also rang out. "There are people over there, we're saved." Of course Han Sen had already noticed them. They actually dare to come to the White Devil Desert. Looks like they're not ordinary people. A few seconds later Gu Changfeng walked over to him. "Brother, could you sell us some of your water?" Han Sen said nothing more. Han Sen directly threw a bottle of water to the newcomers. Thanks. Suddenly Xiao Lingfeng walked over and snatched the water from his hand. "Better be careful." Gu Changfeng immediately glanced at that person, then asked innocently, "Ha, what are you doing?" After carefully inspecting the water bottle, Xiao Lingfeng finally replied, "The water's fine, you can drink it." Only then did he look at Han Sen beside him and asked, "Brother, do you know the way out of this vast desert? If you can lead us out, I'll give you a god blood beast soul." He unhesitatingly raised his hand and pointed in one direction. "I have no intention of leaving for now. Just keep heading that way, and you'll reach the Gobi Desert in about 3 to 4 days. Brother, have you heard of the demigod Iron Fist?" These words echoed in Han Sen's mind. The figure of that tall man immediately appeared. He looked incredibly powerful. Xiao Lingfeng heard the reply, and as he wished pointed his hand towards Gu Changfeng next to him. "That's right, his name is Gu Changfeng. The demigod Iron Fist is his grandfather. If you lead us out, well, recommend you to become the demigod Iron Fist's personal disciple." Faced with these seemingly generous conditions, Han Sen remained calm. "Thank you very much. But I really have some things to do. So you can go on your own," he then thought to himself. What divine art or secret technique can compare to the Dongshin Sutra? Ancient people didn't have teleportation devices that could tear space and instantly move their physical body to a shelter. Besides wasting time to learn Iron Fist Slash, it's better to learn from Wengu or research the Dongshin Sutra. At this moment Gu Yen was also surprised by his decisiveness from behind. "Are you serious? You don't want a beast soul? Nor such a good opportunity to become a demigod's personal disciple? Iron Fist." Gu Changfeng thought this person didn't believe them, so he tried to prove it. "Brother, maybe you don't believe me. It's fine. I can teach you 2 moves of the Iron Fist Slash first." But Han Sen already had his own plans, so he refused again. "I really don't need it, alright. You all, have you seen a snow mountain in the desert? I'm looking for it. Once I'm done I can lead everyone out." Hearing this name, Xiao Wei, who had never spoken, finally spoke up now. "Snow mountain. Is it that small mountain with a snow-capped peak?" Afterwards the group didn't walk for long. They finally stopped before the summit of the vast snow mountain. "Look, it's right here." Han Sen observed for a moment, then muttered, "It's not like that hill. It's more like a volcano, not as tall and perilous." "What a waste of an entire day," Gu Changfeng said. He took a sharp breath and said, "We can't go any further. Ahead is the territory of the Bloodbone Demon." Hearing this name he turned his head in surprise. Xiao Lingfeng saw that he was interested in this matter. Xiao Lingfeng explained, "There are at least 1,000 of those Bloodbone Demons, And among them there's even a god blood-level bloodbone demon. And this perfectly suited his intentions. Perfect him still a bit short on god genes. No sooner said than done. Han Sen quickly climbed the snowy mountain ahead. Leaving the crowd behind, they muttered angrily. Are you crazy? An alien creature like that. It's not something a few of us can handle. Looking down at the ground, the blood fiends crowded together, crawling densely. It made Xiao Wei gag. That's disgusting over here. Han Sen gradually approached the mountain's peak. He stared intently at the enormous blood fiend in the distance, thinking, this guy, it's not just ordinarily terrifying. Could it be a super god creature? Ling Feng was still stubbornly trying to stop his suicidal behavior. Han Sen, if you shoot your arrow, it won't hurt the bloodbone fiend. Instead, the bloodbone fiends will rush out, and we'll all die here. Only then did Han Sen realize he wasn't alone here. He decisively turned around and said, you're right. You guys hurry and go. After I kill the bloodbone fiend king, you'll meet up with everyone. You're not thinking of killing that bloodbone fiend king all by yourself, are you? Han Sen, if you really want to kill them, we can discuss a plan. Before he could finish, Han Sen gave them a faint glance and interrupted. You all should leave quickly, I can handle it. With that he too left. Outside, Ling Feng and the others quickly covered their ears. He really did it. Gu Yan was still hesitant, asking her teammates. He saved us after all. Can we really just ignore this? Xiao Wei's voice answered her. Let's wait here, he has a god blood mount. Maybe he can jump over. Well, also provide some support. Inside, Han Sen faced the enormous creature alone. As it roared continuously, he gathered power in one hand, letting out a burst of laughter full of excitement. God blood creatures usually can't withstand this arrow of mine. This bloodbone fiend king is already a super god creature. Han Sen's mount roared, and with a single cry it carried him swiftly towards the target. The next second the Sand Gold Insect King was released. The two creatures immediately faced off. Sand Gold Insect King, it's all up to you. As soon as he finished speaking, both charged forward, fiercely biting and attacking each other. Noticing that the battle was evenly matched, Han Sen released another helper. Not bad. To be able to fight the Sand Gold Insect King to a standstill. Holy War Angel, go help it out. With just a single swing, a streak of golden light sliced through the bloodbone fiend king's body, causing green blood to gush out. Finally the Holy War Angel achieved victory, stepping on the fallen enemy's body. But what Han Sen was waiting for never appeared. So he asked, puzzled, why isn't there a kill notification? He looked up at the deep cave, cursing in astonishment. Where's half its body? Outside the snowy mountain, Ling Feng and the others stood beside the bloody half corpse of the bloodbone fiend king, exclaiming continuously, he killed all these. Who exactly is this Han Sen? Gu Yan scanned for a moment, then suddenly asked, where did Han Sen go? At this moment, inside the cave, Han Sen, holding a burning torch, was examining the box he had just found. Why is there an iron box here? Could there be others who could break through the bloodbone fiend's defenses to get in here? Finally, considering safety, he decided to order the Holy War Angel. Open it. Immediately the familiar figure appeared, approaching the target. When it was opened, it contained 3 small vials. One of them was already broken and a strange blue liquid flowed out. Gene fluid without even a label. Could it be something harmful? Suddenly a loud noise erupted, startling Han Sen. He instinctively looked back. He immediately became alert, his thoughts racing. The bloodbone fiend must be invisible. What's that? A petite figure appeared in his line of sight, riding on the back of a rhino-like creature. She slowly walked over, muttering softly, how come I haven't seen any humans? The bloodbone king made a strange sound. Weird. After a while the person turned and left, not forgetting to command, let's go back. Seeing this, Han Sen was somewhat surprised. The bloodbone fiend king is following her before. I've never heard of it. Humans being able to control spirit creatures. Who exactly is this woman? Human, judging by her tone. It sounds like she isn't human herself. Finally, as if having made up his mind, he hid behind a rock, gazing at the bottomless black hole in the distance. I have to get to the bottom of this today. After following for a while, the person stopped and sat down. She lit a fire and started stirring something in a pot. The rhino stood by the stream drinking water. A small tent was set up behind it. The aroma emanating from the pot made Han Sen's mouth water. He exclaimed, that smells so good. Watching the petite masked figure, busy by herself, he secretly guessed. Azura royalty. Didn't they say that sanctuaries naturally reject Azuras? Asuras can't exist in sanctuaries. Asura's physical strength far surpasses that of humans. And the purple horn Asuras are the noblest royalty, possessing the strongest physique. Although she looks only in her teens, her physique might already exceed 100 points. Is that why she can control spirit creatures? Or do you still not understand? Walking in front is a sign of respect. Suddenly, as the person took a sip, she clutched her stomach and collapsed. The bowl in her hand lost its support, falling straight to the ground. Immediately after, the little girl rushed forward as if out of control, repeatedly crashing into the rock wall. Piercing sounds echoed nearby. Han Sen, seeing this scene, thought in horror. This Asura has gone mad, crashing into the ground herself. After an unknown period of time, the person finally stopped. Her body collapsed weakly. Han Sen also let out a sigh of relief at this moment. She finally stopped. She didn't kill herself by crashing, did she? Then the Bloodbone Fiend King slowly crawled over, approaching the little girl, making his heart skip a beat. Does the Bloodbone Fiend King want to eat her? Soon. The massive body of that god-level creature completely covered her petite body, revealing her bleeding head. Han Sen was slightly startled. Where are the horns? Am I seeing things? Suddenly the Holy War Angel rushed over, launching streams of golden light, sending the Bloodbone Fiend flying, forcing it to release its prey. Immediately he commanded again. Golden Armored Beetle King, kill it. No sooner had he spoken than it charged forward rapidly with a gust of wind. Han Sen immediately stepped forward and picked up her petite body. After examining her, he muttered to himself, concluding, they're not real. Were the horns I saw just popular decorations that the girl wore? And I didn't know. Finally, as if he'd had enough, he decided, I'll do it myself. With that, he leaped up and slashed the Bloodbone creature Fiend King cleanly and precisely. The notification panel appeared as expected. Killed Super God Blood Creature Bloodbone Fiend King. No beast soul obtained. Consuming it grants 10 life gene essence. Meat inedible. With everything done, Han Sen helped the little girl up and placed her on a nearby blanket. If you save someone, save them completely. Don't let her freeze. His gaze lightly swept the surroundings. Suddenly he stopped and shouted excitedly. These things are truly hellish. I'm rich, so much life gene essence. I'm really rich. Your eyes are glowing. He held a round red object in his hand, laughing joyfully. Ha ha. 5 life gene essences. This is like a pie falling from the sky, landing right into my mouth. Suddenly a commotion in the distance caught his attention. Sha Wang Chong Wang and that rhino were still fiercely attacking, biting and head-butting each other. Suddenly feeling danger, Han Sen quickly glanced back. The previously unconscious little girl was now standing behind him. He started laughing dryly, not knowing when it began. Ha 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 ha. He watched her actions, puzzled. What is she doing? What does she want to do? Is she really a Sholua? No way. Seeing no movement from the person in front of him, Han Sen held up a life gene essence and probed. Those 2 mutated creatures just now wanted to eat you, didn't they? I saved you. If you don't need this, then I'll take it. Just then, Sha Huang Chongwang completely defeated the rhino, leaving him in a panic. What's going on? I didn't tell it to kill that mutated creature. My foolish child. But it was all too late. The notification panel had already appeared. Killed Super God Class Creature Rhino. White Jade 6-legged not obtained. Beast Soul obtained. Life Gene Essence unable to consume its meat. Feeling danger approaching. At the same time, the little girl's figure had suddenly rushed towards the Sha Huang Chong, intending to attack. Han Sen urgently shouted, run Sha Huang Chongwang. The small figure flickered, appearing and disappearing, sweeping through every corner. Fear welled up in his heart. Fear. Too fast, too fast. Finally the little girl stopped in front of him. She wouldn't hit me, would she? She doesn't want to hit me, right? Why suddenly go for something far away? To fight Sha Huang Chongwang. After a moment of hesitation, Han Sen spoke. My name is Han Sen, what's your name? Ling, a voice answered. Ling Lan reached out and wrote a character on the ground. Han Sen tilted his head slightly. That's your name, right? What's your surname then? The little girl stared blankly, raising her innocent eyes. It's just Ling. At this point Han Sen asked. We're friends, right? He secretly mused to himself again. This Ling's brain isn't quite right, but she wrote alliance text. So she shouldn't be a Shiolua, right? A few seconds later Ling Lan softly replied, friends. He continued. Friends don't fight. And the little girl in front of him was like a machine, repeating endlessly, don't fight. Hearing the agreeable response, Han Sen quickly held up the life gene essences, tempting his good friend. So can I take these things? Of course the request was granted. Today's harvest seemed better than expected. With an extremely joyful mood, Han Sen prepared to leave, not forgetting to say goodbye. "Thank you, beautiful little girl, you are such a good person." He turned and walked away. But the figure was still secretly following behind, making him panic. What does she want to do? Ambush me? She can't be secretly in love with me, right? Scene switches to Gangja Bihu Suwa. Han Sen sat in a corner lost in thought. Arms crossed, he looked at the petite figure in front of him. Ling Lan stood before him, her innocent face showing, and said to someone, "I'm hungry." In the room at Gangja Bihu Suwa, Han Sen, arms crossed, asked little Ling, "Tell me, why are you following me?" Oops, she raised her hand and took off her clothes. Han Sen quickly covered his eyes and waved his hand. "Hey, don't do that, let me tell you. I'm not that kind of person. I will never be tempted by beauty." Seeing her silent, he also slightly opened his eyes to look. By then she had already turned around, revealing the red mark on her back. He asked in surprise, "A 9-life blood cat on your back? How can there be a 9-life blood cat?" After showing Han Sen, she walked forward and grabbed him. Han Sen blushed and instinctively recoiled. "Hey, don't do that. I'm calling for help." "Where are they?" Suddenly she reached out and grabbed his necklace. Han Sen immediately guessed her meaning. You? Is it because of this necklace? So you're connected to this necklace. Do you know Han Jingji? Han Sen turned his face away, thinking worriedly. Is it just a coincidence, right? Who said only great-grandfather had a 9-life blood cat? He walked out the door and then instructed Xiao Ling. "I'm going out. I'm about to upgrade to an evolver. And will be leaving the shelter. If you don't want to stay, then go back by yourself." Scene switches to White Demon Desert. Han Sen rode his lion through the desert gloomily, saying, "Just a little bit of super god gene left. I've been walking for half a day, but haven't seen a single super god creature. Could it be that I got bad luck from it?" Suddenly ahead, a phoenix flew up from the base of the mountain. It soared into the sky with blazing flames. Han Sen understood at a glance. That's the phoenix. That phoenix. The holy war angel Godblood flew up violently from beside Han Sen. Seeing this, he enthusiastically cheered for the holy war angel. "Go for it. The remaining super god gene depends on you." Seeing the angel fly over, the phoenix also cautiously shot out a ball of flame. Han Sen worried, it's too dangerous. If only the super pet beast armor wasn't broken. He glanced at Xiao Ling. She has powerful armor-piercing ability, enough to deal with the firebird. But he wasn't sure if she would help, because she wasn't interested in life gene essences. He spoke up. "Xiao Ling, would you do me a favor?" Hearing Han Sen say this, Xiao Ling said nothing, and directly flew into the sky using her spirit power. Han Sen said in surprise, "So fast." She directly crashed into the phoenix with her body, making it cry out in pain. After dealing with the phoenix, Xiao Ling gently landed on the ground. She walked up to Han Sen, then handed him the phoenix's beast soul orb. To him, Han Sen was stunned. What type is this? After getting the beast soul, he slashed with his knife. The system panel immediately displayed. Killed Super God Blazewing Bird. Obtained Beast Soul. Obtained 10 points of life gene essence. Han Sen laughed heartily. Blazewing Bird Beast Soul Aura type. Beast Soul type aura. After finishing up here, Han Sen got on his lion and continued forward. He didn't forget to call Xiao Ling. "Xiao Ling, go ahead, there are still many super god creatures waiting for us." In the security operations team office, Zhong Jinhong listened to the phone call with furrowed brows. "You are right, please rest assured. Leave this matter to the special security operations team." He entered the office and began reporting to the team leader. "A squad leader wants to trade beast souls with our team." Zhong Jinhong angrily slammed the table and shouted, "Can't you see I'm busy with something? Do I have to teach you how to handle something like this?" He handed over a document. "Please take a look at the beast soul list." Zhong Jinhong picked up the list and read it, then listed a series of names to be exchanged. Then he ordered his subordinate, "Please bring Han Sen here. Whatever demands he has, agree to all of them. The sooner the contract is signed, the better. We need these beast souls." He then stated another condition proposed by the other party. He wants us to protect his sister after she enters the shelter, and collect 14 types of Godblood beast souls for her. A person was lying in the evolution pool. It turns out Han Sen was lying inside again. He sighed as he bathed. Many people pursue physical evolution because it brings a feeling of rebirth, allowing an aging body to regain youthful vitality. System notification: evolution successful. Gained 100 years of lifespan. Gained divine body, Emperor spirit. Upon hearing this, Han Sen no longer bathed and decisively walked out. He wondered as he walked, Emperor spirit. I've never heard that name before. The system continued to give 2 names. Emperor rules the world, all spirits submit. Han Sen curiously guessed, does all spirits refer to? Inside the steel armor shelter, Han Sen was carefully examining a pill he held. The beast soul is healed. This treasure can't be left here. But other things can't be taken out. Unless it's beneficial to alien creatures. But harmful to humans. Due to radioactivity or an energy burst. Thinking this, he boldly swallowed the pill. After a while of swallowing it, Han Sen thought in confusion, no reaction. I'm still alive with no discomfort. That's great, but I don't know what this is. I must go to the second god sanctuary as soon as possible to find a way to get it out. After arriving at the steel armor shelter's teleportation station, Han Sen immediately walked into the chamber. And then had the machine scan his entire body. While being scanned, he was surprised to find that thing wasn't on the body scan image. So it can't be taken out even like this. The soul sea is within the body. Han Sen's soul sea contained hundreds of different spiritual entities. Suddenly there was a black object in the center. Han Sen asked doubtfully, how do I get it out? It ran into my soul sea, so I can't take it out. Seeing the pill lying next to the lion, he kept encouraging it. Move, are you not obeying my commands? Could this black crystal be nourishing alien creatures at the same time? And beast souls? Coppertooth beast, go try holy war angel. I didn't call for you. Ever since it ate the golden furred house meat, it seems to be getting more and more disobedient. Suddenly the system displayed can evolve. Han Sen said, alright, you can evolve. Let me see what you can evolve into. As soon as he finished speaking, the angel immediately absorbed the pill. He only heard her curl up using spiritual power to constantly absorb. Seeing this, Han Sen said, if I had known earlier that beast souls could eat it, why would I risk eating it myself? Outside the steel armor shelter's teleportation station, Han Sen looked back and saw Xiaoling walking out. Orange shelters just teleported from somewhere. How could it be such a coincidence that she's using the same teleportation device as me? Anyway, I'm almost upgrading to the second god sanctuary. By then you'll be able to shake her off. Thinking this, he turned his head, smiled and walked away. Certification hall. A long line was behind Han Sen and people were still waiting. He handed the documents to the certification officer and said, excuse me, please help me with the certification process for an evolver. God blood. The person standing behind him heard this and said doubtfully, a god blood noble. A blonde woman standing behind that person spoke up. I wonder if he has a girlfriend. How wonderful it would be if I could marry him. But several people with reddish brown hair were muttering behind them. He looks really young, doesn't he? Around 25, I guess. Meanwhile, the certification officer was sitting behind the counter reading a long list of information about him. 26 years old, Blackhawk Military Academy graduate. Military rank Major. Han Sen immediately confirmed that's right. The certification officer immediately extended a hand. Major Han, please come this way. Well, conduct a test as usual. Afterwards, at the second god sanctuary's teleportation station, he noticed that certain little girl was still following him. Han Sen happily thought to himself, the next time I enter a shelter, it will be the second god sanctuary. Surely she won't be able to follow me in there, right? Teleported to an ice cave. At this moment, Han Sen still had his hands clasped together, praying intently, O divine immortals passing by, please bless me to a good place. But when he opened his eyes and looked, Han Sen was greatly surprised, cursing, what the hell is this place? When he turned around to look behind him, he saw the very figure he wanted to shake off. Even more surprised. Damn it, how did you manage to follow me in? Spirits, alien creatures, possess thought and intelligence. They can control other creatures of lower rank than themselves. Spirit shelters have been established around the world. There are 4 levels of shelters: servant, knight, aristocrat and royal. Han Sen and Ling Lan walked outside. All they saw was ice and snow everywhere. He asked out loud, expressing the doubt in his mind, is this a spirit shelter? Suddenly, a voice came from a cave nearby. What are you two standing there for? Do you want to die? Han Sen asked. Who's there? A purple-haired man walked out and shook Han Sen's hand. My name is Su Yu. I came to this godforsaken place a year before you. You could say I'm your senior. Haha, you two have terrible luck. Han Sen asked again. Senior, is this a human shelter? Su Yu's face was a bit red. From the cold, he replied, there's no way to build a shelter here for humans. See that spirit shelter on the big mountain over there? All of us put together wouldn't be enough to even be a snack for the guy in there. This wretched place is a killer. Even if you want to kill an alien creature, you have to walk a long way. And those who are sent here are all unlucky bastards. The 3 of them walked into the cave together. Su Yu knelt beside a large bag. took out a package and handed it to Han Sen. Don't be in a hurry to go out for now. Wait a few days here, we'll act together when there are more people. Han Sen reached out and took the package Suyu offered. Thank you, senior. Suyu said, just call me Suyu. The scene switched to a shop. Han Sen and Linglan were each carrying large and small bags. Han Sen walked ahead, turning his head slightly to say, looks like I can't kick you out. What's the big deal about following me? You go ahead. Otherwise, what will everyone think of me? Arrived at the entrance of the testing hall, Han Sen suddenly stopped, causing Linglan, who was walking behind, to not stop in time and bump into his back. They entered the testing hall. Han Sen told Linglan to punch with all her might. Immediately after, Linglan used all her strength and punched the testing board hard. Again, Han Sen looked at the numbers on the testing board and thought with a smile, although it's not over 100 yet, such physical fitness is enough to shock others. As soon as Linglan stood aside, Han Sen activated the energy in both his hands. My turn, he threw his first punch, and the testing board showed the number 70. With a physical fitness of 70 points, those divine bodies can only exceed it by 30 points at most. Super divine bodies are indeed powerful. According to the Alliance's survey data, the physical fitness of ordinary alien creatures in the shelter is 0-20 points. Han Sen punched several more times in a row, thinking to himself, primitive creatures have physical fitness of 20-50. Mutated creatures have 50-80. And god-blood creatures are above 80. Let's try again. Han Sen continued to punch. He even changed his form until a specific number was reached. Han Sen finally stopped, satisfied. With 80 points of physical fitness, plus Linglan, I can definitely flatten the shelters. Spirit aristocrats. The scene switched to Han Sen's new home. Han Sen and Linglan sat on the sofa. He kindly taught her some necessary functions on the communicator. Communicator, press this for calls, this for internet, and this to order takeout. Did you remember all that? Linglan replied, Han Sen looked at her and urged again, I'm going to the military soon. Just stay here and rest assured. If anything happens, use the communicator to contact me, okay? Linglan softly replied, okay. In the information hall, Han Sen stood by an information machine muttering, how boring. How long has the queen not been online? Suddenly the screen displayed an invitation from the avatar's owner. The avatar was a paper crane. Tianjia has sent a duel invitation, do you accept? Han Sen confidently said, Tianjia, do you still think you're my opponent? Switched to the ancient Roman Colosseum. Seeing the familiar teleportation pillar, the person standing next to Lubin spoke. The ironclad grunt has arrived. He suddenly rushed out, punching the man repeatedly, right next to Lubin, forcing him to only raise his hands in defense. From the very first punch, he didn't even get a chance to fight back. How could he have improved so quickly? Lubin observed from the side and advised, no need to fight anymore. You're not his match. The man still refused to give up, saying again. Lubin had no choice but to walk over and pat the man's shoulder. Don't you feel that he's deliberately suppressing his strength to fight you? The gap in their physical condition was too great. The man didn't believe it and blurted out, no, impossible. Lubin said, let me show you. In the news hall, Han Sen observed everything through the screen, then curiously asked, who is that back in the ancient Roman Colosseum? Murmurs came from the stands. Who has such a big reputation? Captain Lu is personally taking action. Hey, it's been a long time since I've seen Captain Lu's deadly eradication of the endless leg technique. I wonder if we'll be lucky enough to see it today. I bet 1,000 renminbi that kid won't last 7 kicks. Han Sen looked at the stands inside. What a grand scene. Lubin asked from the opposite side, brother, which team are you from? Han Sen replied, sorry, military secret. After that the two began to fight. Lubin kicked at Han Sen, surprising him. Dodge, Captain Lu is serious. He's really fighting curse. What I learned. Wasn't it the deadly eradication of the endless leg technique? It must be fake, right? The aerial 5-kick combo is too strong. Passerby A exclaimed. Lubin continuously kicked all around Han Sen. Passerby B immediately commented, Captain Lu. As expected of Captain Lu, his kung fu hasn't regressed at all. That young man. He can actually block so many consecutive kicks from Coach Lu. Lubin jumped back a distance and thought to himself, to kill one must have the determination to kill. With determination, killing intent will manifest. If killing intent is hidden, it will surely be suppressed. The strike won't be as decisive and resolute. This person's attacks are decisive, yet I can't feel a trace of killing intent. This is a martial art. that can only be mastered between life and death. In Lu Bin's mind, Han Sen's image appeared at this moment. When he received the leg technique he had kicked, and the blurred figure behind him, he could only perceive the power behind him. Through his own strength on the two of them. One is me, the other is him. This is the most intense battle I've ever experienced. It's not that he has no killing intent, but that his killing intent is too strong. When the intensity reaches the limit, it becomes imperceptible. Because the killing intent has permeated everywhere. Attacking omnipresently, Han Sen was still struggling to parry Lu Bin's every kick. He raised a leg to block Lu Bin's kick. Han Sen's brows were tightly furrowed. His expression unusually serious. Fighting someone like this, there's only one way to win. Fight to the end, the stronger one wins. In the ancient Roman Colosseum, Lu Bin was raising his leg, delivering consecutive kicks, making it a bit difficult for Han Sen. Being so timid and hesitant, what kind of soldier is that? He raised his leg, delivering consecutive kicks, prompting discussions among passers-by. 7 ultimate kills, each move so real as if right before your eyes. And among first-level evolvers, very few can achieve it. He was kicked to the ground and asked doubtfully, what's the name of this powerful leg technique? What's the name of this powerful leg technique? Someone shouted 7 deadly strikes. He slowly sat up. 7 deadly strikes, I remember now. He remained unbowed. This is my unique skill. It's not easy for you to block 6 kicks. He took a ready stance. The people around him provoked, come on, do it again. 7 deadly strikes. Only one more strike left. At this moment he also raised a leg high. He rushed over with a kick, violently kicking down onto his back. The others didn't understand why it was another afterimage. Unexpectedly he suddenly counterattacked, throwing a kick. He caught the kick. His arms were practically useless. The crowd continued to roar 7 deadly strikes. He took the opportunity to charge forward and kick. His arms were broken, yet he could still counterattack, as expected of a veteran's spirit. He gritted his teeth, annoyed that he kicked the wrong illusion. Damn it, I hit an afterimage again. He fell down. The person on the ground looked up at his countless clones. 8 kicks. Everyone began to discuss that he was at a disadvantage. He kicked 8 times. 7 deadly strikes cannot perform an 8th kick, because he can't leverage anything in midair. Who exactly is this soldier on the ironclad warship? Jiha frowned, displeased. How is that possible? How is that possible? In just a few months, he has already far surpassed me in terms of physical fitness. His body was overpowering his constitution. After the training on the spaceship ended, someone walked over and saw Han Sen intently reading something. Brother, what are you reading that's so captivating? Classical text. Why are you interested in this? He replied curtly. There's no harm in learning more. However, he was thinking to himself, damn it, this Dongxian Sutra is really hard to understand. If it can't give me something the Alliance doesn't have, how can it be worth my effort? Then he left, leaving the person to ask in confusion. Where are you going? The report said you were here. Without looking back, he said East India Galaxy. They remained perplexed. Isn't that a region on the Alliance's edge? The scene shifted to the spaceport. A spaceship named Lamenting Goddess was docked all alone. As soon as he walked over carrying a basket, 2 people came to greet him. Sanhan was overjoyed. Our kitchen team finally has a new member. Mingliang quietly followed behind him, secretly evaluating. No way. No way. A battleship dares to use a major as a kitchen team leader. Is the kitchen team for this broken warship? As he led him, he introduced him. Sanhan. I am the leader of Kitchen Team 3 and your superior. It's not much different here than elsewhere. You don't need to be so cautious usually. You're new, so just do some odd jobs. He thought gloomily. Super God military armor. Oh my god. Isn't this what defeated Dr. Yin Sha? These people also look like ordinary soldiers. Military secrets truly live up to their name. In the kitchen he asked curiously, what are you watching, team leader? Mingliang stood afar and shouted. Our fat team leader has a very grand ambition. He wants to become a flying fatty. He retorted, what flying fatty? I just want to learn the deadly kick. It's just infinite slaughter. He pointed at the screen proudly. Shaosun, look at this person's 8 deadly strikes. Isn't it amazing? Isn't it amazing? But he couldn't laugh. Isn't that me? He gave a dry laugh, thinking about how he was jumping and flailing his arms in the air. Amazing, of course it's amazing. But if these 8 kicks in midair were performed by the team leader. Mingliang also joined in the teasing. It's too beautiful to watch. Ha ha ha. He walked out of the room hearing the fat guy's voice. Shaosun, take this to the captain for a signature. Mingliang, try my 8 air scoops. Then he was kicked painfully. He walked to the front desk and handed over the tablet. This is next month's nutrition supply report. It needs the captain's signature. The girl said. The captain asked you to take it in directly. He walked to the doorknob, touching it thoughtfully. As the captain of a high-level warship, they must be at least a rear admiral. It was his first time meeting the captain and he was a bit nervous. Unexpectedly, as soon as he opened the door, he was surprised to see the girl in front of him. Yenran couldn't believe his eyes and slammed the door shut. No way. Am I dreaming? The girl just now wondered what was wrong with him. He walked into the room. Rubbing his eyes, he realized he wasn't dreaming. You're really here. She stood up and walked towards him. I'm sorry I didn't get your permission. But I took the liberty of arranging for you to be here. She hugged him, crying. I've tried my best. But I could only get you a low-ranking position in the mess hall. I know this is unfair to you, but I can't stand not having you by my side. I'm so selfish and willful. He kissed her lips. Your selfishness and willfulness are what I like most about you. She shyly pushed him away. Stop it, there are cameras here. He scratched his head. No way. You're the captain and you're still being monitored. She pulled him to the desk. The Aegis Goddess is a warship performing a relic exploration mission. Even the captain must obey the research of those experts and scholars. He asked doubtfully, what's the charm of the crystals that makes the Alliance so focused on them? She took out a crystal and placed it on his forehead. You might have heard the legends. Crystals possess powerful psionic abilities, allowing them to control objects with their minds. Right. While we don't know if these legends are true or false, one thing is certain. Crystals contain many sophisticated scientific technologies. For example, this memory crystal. It can store and read human memories. It's a type of memory storage, many times more advanced than the human brain. If the crystal civilization's technology can be analyzed, then human technology will advance by leaps and bounds. She asked, feel it, is there any difference? He tried to feel. His brain felt like it had been electrocuted. But he didn't feel any other differences. She opened a notebook in front of him. What's the sixth character on the third line of page 13? He covered his forehead. You flipped so fast, how could I see it? Suddenly, he could see images appearing in the crystal. It's the character black. How could this be? Is this its effect? She took the crystal back. Crystals excavated from crystal ruins can effectively enhance the functions of the human brain and promote its redevelopment. The human brain. However, the effect will gradually weaken with increased usage, but a small portion of the enhancement is permanent. He questioned, redevelop. Is this a secret? Can I know it? She gave a playful smile. Given your status, you don't have the right to know yet. But you are my boyfriend after all. You can't tell anyone about these things, okay? Otherwise you'll be in trouble. He asked doubtfully, didn't you say there were cameras here? She blushed and said, I wasn't lying to you, there really are cameras. But I've turned them off. I knew a scoundrel like you wouldn't be serious. He pushed her onto the desk. Oh, you dare to trick me, see how I'll punish you. Afterward, Yenran proactively pushed Han Sen to the edge of the table. Next was private time. He walked out in a cheerful mood. Whistling, he thought, does this count as a secret rendezvous? He. Suddenly he bumped into a man at the corner. The man demanded to know which squad he belonged to, and why he was walking around freely here. He also muttered something about the system. He retorted unhappily, what squad I'm in is none of your business. Besides, the corridor is so wide. If you hadn't done it on purpose, how could we have collided? The man still maintained that expression. A soldier without a soldier's demeanor. And disciplinary issues points will be deducted. Still daring to talk back. Just then Han Sen appeared. Don't my kitchen staff look like soldiers? No need for combat squad members to worry. He continued to argue. The captain was scolding his team members. He whistled. You bump into people like this and I can't say anything. Lon Xin didn't back down. We like doing this, go on, bite me if you dare. He was furious. You fatty, get lost. Why aren't you going back? What are you gawking at? That guy was extremely annoyed. Why would Qin Yanran keep a soldier to cook in the office? It's been so long. It's all because that fatty messed things up. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, Han Sen gave a thumbs up. Fatty, the team leader, is really badass. He was stunned. What's so badass? How can you scold my soldiers? I told you to deliver the list, why did it take so long? He explained. The captain asked me a few questions after reading it. How would I know any of that? The more I talked, the more mistakes I made, and the captain even scolded me. He nudged him, go get to work. Don't bother Wang Ho unless absolutely necessary. He replied, okay. He remembered Qin Yanran's words. The people from Yongsheng store. The goddess background connections are very complex. Don't underestimate anyone. He pondered while washing dishes. What kind of person is that Wang Ho exactly? Scene switches to an ice cave. A group of people gathered around a campfire. The surrounding weather was bone-chilling. Suddenly Lu Feng spoke up. Great God, you're here too. Han Sen appeared suddenly and the young man looked confused. What great God? Lu Feng, do you know him? He breathed out cold air and asked. You know so much about my time at school. Are you also from Black Hawk Military Academy? He introduced himself. My name is Lu Feng. My grades were average. It's normal for the great God not to know me. The young man from earlier stepped forward and put a hand on his shoulder. I didn't expect that you're a top student from a prestigious university. You reached the rank of major while at the military academy. Your future will certainly be bright. It's a pity you came here. It'll be hard to get promoted now. He calmly said that's not necessarily true. As long as we work together and conquer that falsified spirit shelter, everything will be fine. At this moment an older-looking person spoke up. Young man, your ideas are too simple. This is a falsified spirit shelter, not a military academy. And here children really die. He rambled on. Don't think that just because you're famous from the military academy, you'll do well here. Let alone conquering a falsified spirit shelter. It'd be impressive if you could even go out and hunt alien creatures and return. Then he'll admit you genuinely have strength. He reminded the great God. Just ignore him. He looked at the man smoking in front of him. He too was once considered a genius. A god gene evolver. But he's been trapped here for nearly 20 years. He hasn't even eaten much mutated alien creature meat. And he's almost at his breaking point. He sighed. 20 years ago a god gene evolver was truly a favored child of heaven. Much more valuable than they are now. He put on his hat and walked out of the cave entrance. I'm going to look around and get familiar with the environment at the same time. He warned. Didn't I tell you it's dangerous outside? Even if you want to hunt by yourself, you should come with us a few times first to get familiar with the environment. It wouldn't be too late then. He coldly exhaled smoke. If he wants to die, why are you stopping him? That brat doesn't know his place. He deserves to die on the ice field. Meanwhile Han Sen was riding on a giant cat. He heard a roar. What's that sound? On the glacier a polar bear was roaring. He asked himself, is this the ice armor beast Su you mentioned? He commanded the cat Lord, go teach it a lesson. They immediately charged at each other. The cat army swooped down. The bear dodged in time. He secretly evaluated. The ice-armored beast was probably a primitive class creature. Yet it was able to fight the god pet class cat army to a draw. The stamina of creatures in the second god sanctuary is indeed much stronger than those in the first god sanctuary. The two animals roared at each other again, locked in a standoff. He noticed something. At this moment the ice bear's life gene had awakened. It had unexpectedly awakened its life gene. He pulled the cat back, ordering the cat army to return quickly. The bear, having lost its opponent, looked at him angrily. Monli appeared from somewhere, warning Han Sen aloud. Be careful, you're being careless. Turning around but not noticing the bear charging. Who's calling me? She shouted. Get out of the way. She inwardly blamed herself. Don't you dare, it's all my fault for distracting him. Unexpectedly he zoned out and cleaved the bear's head clean off with one strike. At this moment the system panel appeared. Killed an awakened ice-armored beast. Obtained awakened ice-armored beast soul. Consume its flesh. May randomly gain primitive gene points. 0 to 10 points. He was overjoyed. This mutated creature is the first creature in the second god sanctuary from which I obtained a beast soul. This must be a good omen. Only then did he raise his hand to greet her. It was Monli. I didn't expect you to come here too. There's a branch of the Special Security Action Squad here. She replied. Before you came, only I was from the Special Security Action Squad. I just heard you came here too. And I didn't believe it. I can't believe you actually came to this godforsaken place. He looked into the distance. Do you know where this is? Where is the closest human sanctuary? She looked at him. I originally didn't know where this godforsaken place was located. Within the second god's sanctuary. But until now, no one has been able to leave here or find other human settlements. He stroked his chin. That's not so bad. No one will be competing with me for creatures. She folded her arms and watched him examine the bear. You'd need strength for that. Never mind, let's just go with it. It gradually grew dark inside the cave. She watched him start a fire. I'm a god gene evolver myself after all. But facing an ice-armored beast like that, forget one punch. Even 100 punches wouldn't kill it. At this moment he spoke up and asked. Have you ever heard of Han Jingji? She asked suspiciously. Which Han Jingji? How do you know Han Jingji? He stared at the fire instructor. Han Jingji was once part of the Blood Blue Special Forces. The one known as the Qigong Master. He smiled. My great-grandfather is also named Han Jingji. She was stunned. Impossible. She stood up and denied it. Absolutely cannot be him. He asked, puzzled, why are you reacting so strongly? I just said my grandfather is also named Han Jingji. But I didn't say it was instructor. Han Jingji of Blood Blue. In the cave. Monli secretly looked at Han Sen. A thought involuntarily arose in her mind. If Han Sen is a descendant of Han Jingji, then it's not surprising he possesses such power. But impossible. Han Jingji had no descendants at all. The quiet atmosphere lasted for a while, with only the crackling of the fire. After a while she suddenly spoke, breaking the silence. What do you want to do? Han Sen simply smiled and replied. I just want you to be my subordinate. To help me with some things. Follow me. I can't promise anything else. But you definitely won't have to worry about food and drink. Hearing this, she slightly lowered her head, her eyes fixed on the piece of meat in her hand, and said softly, what can I even do? Ever since I was sent to this godforsaken place, I can't even deal with a single mutant creature. Han Sen seemed to see through her thoughts, and calmly said, you can do a lot of things. Within a month I want to take over the spirit shelter. You can help me manage it then. She was slightly startled and turned to look at him. 1 month, I admit you're strong. But do you know what kind of existences are there? There are at least a dozen mutated creatures, whose physical stats exceed 50 points. And a noble spirit with advanced intelligence. The firelight in the cave still flickered. His gaze fixed on the void ahead. His calm tone carried a sense of determination. You're right, but I don't have that much time. So, I must conquer the shelter within a month. Han Sen suddenly reached back and pointed behind him. He said calmly, take the rest of the ice-armored beast's meat. Go back first. Monli frowned in confusion. She retorted, if I take the meat back, what about you? He slightly tilted his head, glancing at her almost imperceptibly. A faint smile played on his lips. Do you want to come with me to the spirit shelter? As soon as he finished speaking, Manli's body trembled involuntarily. She lowered her head in silence, stammering I. But a heavy feeling welled up in her heart. Right now she had become a burden to him. She had actually become his useless burden. A flicker of understanding passed through his eyes. Not wanting to make things difficult for her, he simply said, wait for me to come back for you. Han Sen's figure gradually disappeared into the darkness of the cave. Monli gazed at his retreating back. Complex thoughts swirled in her mind. She had entered the second shelter earlier than him. Yet he was constantly improving, while she could only be his subordinate. Looking up at his back, outside the cave, as he walked, a thought flashed through his mind like the wind. If she discovered his true strength, he definitely wouldn't be able to explain it clearly. On the cold ice plains, endless rows of vast white ice mountains stretched out. The wind howled through every crevice, creating an eerie sound. Suddenly a strange sound was heard, causing Han Sen to stop in his tracks. He vigilantly looked around and blurted out, what was that sound? His gaze fell below the crevice between two ice mountains. He saw a dark shadow moving slowly. He murmured, it seems something is rapidly heading this way. From the bottom of the abyss a massive creature gradually emerged. Every step it took made the surrounding ice and snow tremble. A blood jade spider suddenly leaped into the air, causing him to flinch instinctively, taking a step back. But he immediately unleashed his skill. A scorching flame ignited in his hand and he said, there's a path to heaven, but you wouldn't take it. There's no gate to hell, yet you break in yourself. Then I'll just kill you first. He then quickly rushed forward, striking its massive body with a single move. His tone was full of confidence. Come taste the power of the Golden Beetle King. A prompt appeared. Hunting successful, primitive creature killed. Blood jade spider no. Beast soul obtained. Can randomly obtain less than 10 gene points. Han Sen approached, unable to hide his joy. Wow, this meat is the most delicious and sweetest. It truly is top-grade meat. His joy didn't last long. Another strange sound came from the bottom of the valley. He turned his head slightly, narrowed his eyes and said cautiously, there's another one in there. I'll kill as many as come. Just enough for me to have a few more meals. Han Sen saw a giant spider leg slowly climbing to where he was standing and exclaimed in surprise. Holy crap, this one's huge too. If it's a blood god creature, then we're in trouble. From the spider's mouth, a white silk web suddenly shot directly towards him. Han Sen quickly jumped aside to dodge, and in his mouth, he yelled, oh no, Golden Killer Beetle King, run. However, the silk web had already hit the Golden Killer Beetle King, causing its leg to be tightly entangled. He cried out in horror, it's caught. At the same time, the spider slowly crawled up. Its pair of blood-red eyes seemed capable of incinerating everything. as it fully revealed its entire body. Han Sen was shocked. He blurted out, "A blood god creature." He jumped up. Golden King Killerworm unleashed a move and spoke. "With the Flame Region Bird and Ancient Mystic Wolf reinforcements, we likely won't have to fight for too long." He gripped the blazing dagger tightly with both hands and shouted, "Break, break apart." Han Sen continuously slashed at the white silk threads, which were precisely the threads wrapped around Golden King Killerworm. The sharp blade, combined with the searing heat of the flames, finally cut through the silk threads. Seeing this, the spider immediately retreated as if observing and waiting for an opportunity. But just a moment later it sprayed a large amount of white silk threads towards Han Sen. Anxiously he commanded Golden King Killerworm, "Come back quickly." He muttered to himself as he ran, his face showing undisguised confusion. Didn't they say that in the alien spirit shelter there were only noble alien spirits and a dozen mutated creatures? Where did this blood god grade spider come from? He ran desperately. But just a moment later, he saw a bottomless abyss ahead. His retreat path had been cut off. Suddenly, he saw another giant eagle flying towards him. A flicker of despair crossed Han Sen's eyes, and he couldn't help but complain. "Damn it, is fate playing tricks on me? Why is there another blood god creature trapped between the abyss, with the blood god spider behind him and the giant eagle in front?" Beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. He gritted his teeth. "I'm not dying here today." The giant eagle's emerald eyes gleamed, and it swooped down to attack him with murderous intent without hesitation. At the same time, the spider's two giant front legs also swung towards him, trying to pierce his body. Han Sen, with quick wit, narrowly dodged both dangerous attacks at the last moment. Without a moment to breathe, the giant eagle violently flapped its wings like two sharp swords, sharply cutting through the air and charging straight at him. Han Sen rolled to dodge, thinking, "My physique really can't beat you guys." But humans don't just rely on physique. They also have wisdom and skills. In his mind, he quickly sketched a battle plan and said, "This is precisely the foundation for humans to turn a disadvantage into an advantage." Observing the situation, when the spider sprayed white silk threads at him, Han Sen immediately dodged to the side. The silk threads didn't hit him. Instead, they entangled the giant eagle's legs. He dodged with extreme speed, a smirk playing on his lips. "My footwork. Even the queen might ask me for a few tips after seeing it." The two blood god creatures below clashed with each other, unleashing deadly attacks. Without hesitation, standing aside and observing, Han Sen breathed a sigh of relief. "Keep chasing each other. Get entangled and fight it out. You two can fight until you're both battered, making it easier for me. Even though you're a bit big, I don't care, I can eat you for days anyway." The blood god spider and the blood god giant eagle, neither gave way, and the battle reached its climax as the two giant creatures charged at each other. Then both plunged into the abyss. Seeing this, Han Sen's mouth fell open, full of regret. "Oh no, did they both fall? The fat meat, I almost had slipped away." He knelt on the ground, observing the situation below, and softly said, "They've been falling for so long, but I can't hear any impact. What exactly is going on?" After some consideration, Han Sen jumped up, his body transforming into Golden King Killerworm, his eyes firm, and with a dagger gripped tightly in his hand, he made a decision. Die full boldly or starve cowardly. These two blood god creatures, am going for it. With his own abilities, even if he couldn't kill them, it would be impossible. Beneath the ice cliff, Han Sen dove down from high above. Another god blood creature. It looks like it still wants to, in one go, devour the two remaining blood gods. He silently hid behind the rock crevice, peeking out to see three blood gods. This glacier and snowy mountain region is much more terrifying than I expected. Gripping his sword with both hands, although he didn't dare to kill all these guys at once, but as long as he saw an opportunity, he might still be able to obtain a blood god beast soul. Suddenly something made a sound, causing the ground and rocks to shake. Han Sen turned around anxiously. "What's that sound? Is there more?" The sound came from beneath the rock crevice. A group of ice armor beasts rushed out simultaneously, chasing each other and charging forward headlong. Han Sen asked, puzzled, "Why are there so many ice armor beasts? Are you going to war?" Leading them was a spirit with a majestic appearance, riding on the back of a giant white tiger, holding a staff in her hand. Its shimmering light enveloped the space. The spirit raised her staff high. The staff emitted a green light, as if commanding the ice armor beasts to attack. The sight before him bewildered Han Sen. What exactly is that thing? The spirit saw them charging over without hesitation. and cursed in fear. Damn it, they really want to kill me. After the spirit raised her staff as a signal, they began to charge fiercely into battle. The mutated octopus in front swung its long tentacles, flinging them far away. She tightly gripped the staff in her hand, raising it high, wanting to fight the mutated octopus directly. The octopus was about to escape. As other beasts stumbled and fell to the ground, the spirit used the momentum to jump off the white tiger's back, leaping down, stabbing directly at the mutated octopus body. Struck by the attack, the octopus roared in pain and fury, thrashing wildly. He widened his eyes, utterly astonished. This physical fitness and combat skill are incredible, not at all inferior to human evolution. Her strength exceeded expectations. Her physical fitness points were estimated to be 80. Perhaps a top-tier female spirit. Being counterattacked made the spirit even more furious. Riding on the white tiger's back, she shouted loudly, "Kill!" The spirit directly launched an attack, gripping the staff with both hands, thrusting it straight into the mutated octopus eye. After this strike, both she and the octopus fell directly into a deep water pit. Han Sen was stunned. They both fell into the deep pit. The spirit isn't going to die just like that, is she? In the water pit, the octopus tried to use its tentacles to tightly entangle the spirit's body and drag her away. After a struggle, she broke free from the octopus tentacles and surfaced. He smugly stroked his chin, chuckling. It seems she's also incapable of killing that monster, that tentacled beast. Just then, fierce fighting sounds erupted and a grizzly bear was sent flying into the air. Seeing the chaotic scene before him, he clicked his tongue. Both sides have taken losses. If I wait a bit longer, I can reap the benefits. The spirit charged up again and leaped into the air, then continued to lightning-fast charge into battle. Han Sen quietly observed intently. "TSK, someone else is here to pick up the spoils." The giant snow jade spider was surrounded by the spirit in the ice armor beast pack, completely encircled. He was stunned. Oh, she's having the mutated creatures attack the monster. Wasn't she going to kill the snow jade spider? Suddenly the spirit stopped. She carefully scanned her surroundings, then began to cast a spell. The spirit placed her staff before the snow jade spider. "Submit to me at once." It seemed to have been tamed, obeying the spirit's command. Squeak! Han Sen suddenly rushed out from the rock crevice at this moment, startling the spirit. Without the slightest hesitation, he slashed his blade towards the spirit's neck, giving her no time to react. Han Sen sinisterly gripped the sharp blade in his hand. "Thank you for helping me. I'll come thank you properly another day, by making you my subordinate." Next, another clean strike took care of the snow jade spider. The system displayed a prompt. Successfully eliminated. Eliminated the god blood. The snow jade spider did not obtain the carnivorous beast soul and blood. Will randomly gain 0 to 10 gene points. The mutated spirit's blood, clutching its neck in agony, gradually vanished into thin air. He just said coldly, "Goodbye, have a safe trip." That giant bird was also defeated by Han Sen. Lying on the ground. "Your battle brought me. God blood beast soul system displays. Successfully eliminated. Successfully eliminated. God blood creature larva demon blood bird. Obtained god blood creature larva demon blood bird. Flesh and blood. Can randomly gain up to 10 gene points." Han Sen raised the gleaming knife in his hand. God blood beast soul. God blood. This was the first beast soul he obtained in the second sanctuary. The bird's shadow spread its wings. A green light enveloped its entire body. Standing before Han Sen. "Let me see what this beast soul demon tattoo really is." As soon as he finished speaking, the light flew towards his body. "What's going on?" Han Sen took off his clothes, revealing on his back a black bird with glowing eyes. "It seems there's no change. Strength hasn't increased. Nor is there any burden on my body. What exactly is the use of this beast soul demon tattoo?" He put his clothes back on, then stood up and left. "I'll check the information again. There's something unusual in the soul sea. System prompt: angelic holy war. Super god blood beast soul. Can evolve into a pet type." Han Sen was surprised. It evolved so quickly. But how is this little girl not even in a combat state at all? The angel flapped its wings and flew straight away. The torn body of the snow jade spider. Han Sen quickly called out to her, Hey, what are you trying to do?" She looked at Han Sen with pleading eyes. He easily understood what she meant. "Go ahead and eat." The angel chewed with relish, making crunching sounds. Han Sen smiled. Could it be that she became a god soul? A super beast soul of the second sanctuary. Under the ice crevice, people discussed while eating ice armor beast meat. Was this ice armor beast killed by Han Sen alone? Young people nowadays are truly impressive. The newly evolved mutated spirit hasn't been in the sanctuary for long. Yet it's already able to kill an ice armor beast. I think it's just good luck. Han Sen's image appeared in her mind. Manli lowered her head and let out a worried Suddenly a sharp piece of ice fell from above, startling the purple-haired man. Oh my, what's happening outside? The person next to him shouted, mutated creatures are breaking in. A shout came from outside. Manli, quick, help me. Manli immediately looked over his Han Sen back. She muttered to herself, he shouldn't be in any danger. The purple-haired man walked out curiously. Come on, let's go out and see. The things Han Sen collected made them unable to believe their eyes. This is Han, little brother Han. Are all these all killed by you and brought back? Holy crap. This is too much. Han Sen jumped down and clapped his hands. You could say I killed them. It's just that I used a few god-blood creatures and high-level mutated spirit women. When they were hurting each other, I took advantage of it. Manli walked over to ask, did you really break up the mutated spirit sanctuary? Han Sen raised a leg and said, everyone look. This is a low-grade leg. Bitten off by a low-grade god-blood monster. Ah, what a pity it still managed to escape in the end. The purple-haired man exclaimed, little brother Han. Your luck is truly amazing. What do you plan to do with these catches? You can't eat all of them yourself. Why don't you sell some to us? Han Sen also nodded. Sell, of course he'll sell them. However, he'll only sell them to people in the group. Outsiders who want to buy will be charged double the price. He heard this and was a bit displeased. Little brother Han. What do you mean by that? Han Sen stated his plan. I want to form a team. People in the team can buy meat at an internal price. They can also exchange it with team points. The person next to him interjected. If we don't join the team, how much would it cost to buy an ice-armored beast? Han Sen answered directly. A grade god card for an evolver. They clamored, clearly dissatisfied. And a grade god card for an evolver. In exchange for an ice-armored beast. Why don't you just rob someone? While everyone was discussing animatedly, someone here was deliberately trying to steal an ice-armored beast. Argue. It'd be best if they just started fighting. That way I can steal a bit more. Han Sen immediately turned and slashed his hand. Ah, my hand. You raised your knife to threaten us and without my permission. Who dares to move? The group yelled furiously. How dare you hurt your own people? Are you even human? Brothers, quickly help me get revenge, kill that little bastard. Manli stepped out to intervene. Han Sen, be careful. This situation looks bad. You furiously charged forward. You refused the toast, so you'll drink the forfeit. Han Sen, with the sharp blade in his hand in a few swift moves, slashed directly at everyone's hands. They painfully fell to their knees. Who else wants to make a move? A voice came from inside the cave. Stop, everyone. Uncle Ningqing is here. Uncle Ningqing, you must do something for us. That scoundrel actually attacked his own people. Seeing this, Manli quickly explained, Uncle Ningqing. That's not how it happened. They were trying to steal Han Sen's things. They pushed their luck, threatening to beat him to death. Beat him to death? Uncle Ningqing, young brother Han shouldn't be blamed for any of this. Uncle Ningqing, you must bring us justice. He coldly raised his hand to signal, I will make my own judgment. He directly drew his sword from its sheath. Han Sen was also stunned for a few seconds, not yet understanding what was happening. After a few slashes, those people's heads flew off. At some unknown moment, Ningqing respectfully lowered his head. Young Master Han, Ningqing arrived late and let you suffer unjustly. Ningqing deserves to die. These words made anyone who heard them uncomfortable. What's wrong with Uncle Ningqing? How can he be so respectful and polite to that kid? Han Sen recognized him as from the Xingyu Ning family group. He nodded. He was the leader among the Ning family's 6 sons. But also the most disappointing one. In the past, my 2 nephews did not know young Master Han's identity, and had offended you many times. The 2 young men behind them whispered. Who exactly is this Han Sen? Even the Ning family has to give Uncle Ningqing face. And he's even a member of the Xingyu Ning family group. Manli couldn't help but be surprised either. For the Ning family to treat him like this. Could he really be related to Han Jingji? Ningqing continued. The master originally wanted to come personally to apologize, but was afraid of disturbing you. However, he has already given instructions that if you need anything, the Ning family, even if it meant losing everything, would do their best to help you. Han Sen said, it's fine that you didn't know before. We'll talk about future matters later. Han Sen turned to the ice-armored beast and told Manli. I'm entrusting this meat to you. Gather our team as soon as possible. But don't accept everyone. Just accept those you approve of. The goddess ship Eternal Lament Dormitory. Xiao Chang shouted hurriedly. Little Han, you're finally back. Han Sen was startled, turned around. Oh, it's you scared me to death. Xiao Chang kept urging, where were you? Isn't it the end of the month today? There's a military training event on the ship. Everyone can sign up freely. The winner will receive a reward from Vice Captain Chen. The goddess ship Asia. Training room. Vice Captain Chen Shoshan asked. Anyone else want to come up and try? If you can pass this 10-level difficulty test, I will reward you with an Scrade God card for an evolver. Han Sen felt it was a bit familiar. This task feels a bit familiar. Isn't this the project? Isn't this Professor Yan's Rush to the Limit project? It's already been widely applied so quickly. Wang Ho looked proud showing off his battle armor. People from the confidential team, security team and medical team have all tried it. Now only the kitchen staff haven't gone up yet. Shouldn't the kitchen staff be given a chance? Squad leader. Squad leader, didn't a new recruit just join your kitchen staff? Why don't you ask him to come out and show what he can do? The squad leader frowned looking at Wang Ho. Don't be so overbearing. Han Sen put his hand on the squad leader's shoulder. Squad leader, let me go, I want to try. He looked at Wang Ho with sharp and confident eyes. You want to watch Ha, then watch closely. A hint of disdain appeared at the corner of his mouth. Han Sen propped himself up and muttered. Yen ran. She tried everything to help me get here. As a boyfriend, I can't let her lose face. But this kid named Wang Ho always wants to make trouble. He recalled what Yen Ran once said about Wang Ho. He's from the expert team. The old captain was replaced by me, and had a relationship with the expert team for over 10 years. That's why the expert team has always been unhappy with me. That squad leader position, this battle armor team of Wang House, was secured for him by the expert team. So everyone in the battle armor team is from the expert team. He loudly jeered, laughing at Han Sen. I'm really looking forward to seeing you make a fool of yourself. Han Sen angrily said, you want to watch Ha? Then watch closely. He put his hands on the ground ready in a starting pose. Han Sen leaped, clearing the obstacle. Cieli quick as a gust of wind, making him stand out. What is he doing? Hell, fall down very quickly like this. Someone said contemptuously, a recruit is still a recruit. Too excited. Vice Captain Chen observed him carefully. So this is the kid Yen Ran brought. Even for the sake of my friendship with the G family. If this kid doesn't live up to expectations, I won't have the slightest interest in him. The people below could hardly believe it. Is this really a new recruit? He's incredible. Go Han Sen. After completing the last obstacle, he landed confidently. He completed the inspection part with great ease. The two people behind him praised him endlessly. What kind of training is this? It looks more like a performance. This kid did really well. The vice captain was also very surprised. This new recruit is good. Zhao Bing continued, with these skills, this ability to be assigned to the kitchen staff is such a waste. Chen Shoshan walked over, handing him a card. Young man, you've got good skills. This evolver's Scrade Temple card is yours. Have you received training before? He thought. Rush to the limit. Besides testing physical fitness, it's more of a comprehensive test of on-the-spot judgment and reaction ability. Yen Ran's calculations were correct. Han Sen saluted and reported, Captain. This Rush to the Limb training system is Professor Yan's research product, affiliated with Blackhawk Military Academy. I am Professor Yan's student, and also one of the Rush to the Limit training system testers. The vice captain patted his shoulder. So a great master has produced an outstanding student. In that case, why don't you introduce this Rush to the Limit training system to everyone? Wang Ho frowned unhappily. Idiot. Go ahead and show off all you want. Expose all your strength. Your doom is coming soon. Arisha Goddess Quartermaster's office. Han Sen asked doubtfully. The super gene arts. Arisha Goddess Scrade evolvers. Are there really so few? Zhao Bing explained. This isn't a temple after all. He felt a little dejected. If I had known I was coming to this awful place sooner, I should have bought a few copies of the Evolver's super gene technology first. The quartermaster continued. However, this microcrystal technique is a gene technology. The Alliance's super gene is specifically designed for mining crystal race ruins. It cannot be bought with a regular card. It can change the life particles throughout the body, transforming them into microcrystals to resist some destructive weapons in the crystal race ruins. The crystal race, once they've mastered it, can turn their entire body into crystals. Han Sen turned around and asked, that powerful? Zhao Ping looked up and said. But its training cycle is very long. Typically, it takes 10 or 20 years to achieve even a small measure of success. Except for the specialists in the expert group. Few people choose it. He pointed to the option and said, then I'll choose this one. Zhao Ping asked again, are you sure? Outside the door, Wang Hao's anger had not yet subsided. Idiot micro. Crystal. You won't get anywhere in 3 to 5 years. And you still expect it to be useful. Goddess Yaxia's dorm number. Han Sen took the tube and drank from it. If it could trigger a cellular reaction from the start, it meant his physique was very suitable for cultivating the microcrystal technique, making it easier to succeed than for ordinary people. He sat cross-legged and quietly began to cultivate. Suddenly something happened. What's going on? The ice muscle jade bone technique actually started running on its own. His body began to sweat, trembling, and he felt cold. So cold Han Sen struggled to resist. So sleepy, I really want to sleep. No, I can't sleep. I'm afraid if I sleep I won't wake up. Han Sen curled up in the blanket. Why? Why is it still so cold, damn it? The automatic thermostat happened to malfunction at this very moment. Is heaven really trying to kill him? Han Sen frowned and thought, no. How could the air conditioner break so coincidentally? The air conditioner showed no changes, which proved the room temperature hadn't changed. Yet he felt very cold. Maybe it was just his illusion, not a real drop in temperature. At this moment he was in a constant internal struggle. Don't sleep, this warmth isn't real. You'll freeze to death. I'm not cold. This is all my illusion, it's so warm I really want to sleep. His body seemed to be giving out. Han Sen suddenly sat up and slapped himself hard across the face. Damn it, I'm not dead yet. It hurts, I'm really not dead yet. He concentrated on cultivating again. No. Something felt wrong, some parts of his body were different from before. Although he couldn't quite articulate it, this feeling was correct. Han Sen looked at his hand, ice muscle jade bone. This is the true ice muscle jade bone. After being stuck at the first gate for so long, he had finally entered. Facing himself in the mirror, he kept asking questions. Could it be that the crystal technique unintentionally activated the cultivation of ice muscle jade bone? Ice crystals appeared on Han Sen's back, so that's how it is. All the meridians of the microcrystal technique overlapped and aligned with the parts of the ice muscle jade bone. Or rather, the microcrystal technique was part of the ice muscle jade bone system. He shouted happily, the microcrystal technique actually succeeded. Looking at his strong body. Heaven, you truly favor me too much. Others struggle for 20 or 30 years to master the microcrystal technique, yet I've mastered it just like that. The purple-haired man spoke up, holding his head and complaining. Goddess Legion. There are less than 10 women among us in total. What kind of ridiculous name is that? Han Sen said coldly, what do you know? He was contemplating his future vision. He would lead a troop of female soldiers. The Goddess Legion. Of course, a legion of pure alien beauties. Then 3,000 alien beauties would clear the way. Now that would be truly awesome. Monli said softly. Fortunately, Zhu Qing volunteered to join the team. Only then could this legion be successfully established. He turned his head and said to her, let them finish digesting these baits. Then proceed with training. Select some elites from them, and return to attack the alien spirit shelter. Ning Qing walked up to Han Sen. If you plan to kill mutated creatures, I know a place with many primitive creatures. It's suitable for group hunting. Han Sen coldly scanned his surroundings, watching his subordinates desperately kill mutated creatures. After getting the meat, half of it went into his own bag. Why didn't I realize before? Being a captain is so great. Charge, kill. Ning Qing looked at Han Sen. Let's hunt in this area. If we go a little further, we might encounter mutated creatures. He pointed ahead. It's best if there are mutated creatures. Keep moving forward. Ning Qing was wholeheartedly devoted to Han Sen. As long as young Master Han Sen gives the order, even if it means going through fire and water, Ning Qing would go. They hadn't gone far. Suddenly everyone heard a sound. What sound ahead was a giant mammoth, chasing several men fleeing for their lives. Run Monli recognized it as a white-furred mammoth. Han Sen pondered silently. These people just encountered a little danger, and they were already desperately running away. Ah, what a bunch of wastes. Everyone prepare for battle. He glanced over. Physical fitness doesn't meet the standard. It can be slowly accumulated by relying on meat. There will also be ways to practice if one wants to improve martial arts. But quality is not easily changed. From this perspective, those who face difficulties heeden. These are the talents worth cultivating. Cultivate. Han Sen pointed, signaling the golden-furred roarer to come over. Let's put on a show. Then he took a running start and jumped onto the golden-furred roarer's back. The golden-furred roarer showed no fear. It charged directly towards the white-furred mammoth. Its eyes were bloodshot, its fighting spirit blazing. Han Sen held on tightly and shouted, charge. The two giant beasts crashed into each other fiercely. The scene was heart-stopping. The people in the distance watched in astonishment. What the hell is that mount? That's a mutated white-furred mammoth. It can actually withstand it heat. Han Sen tried hard to encourage it. Compared to your mom, its mom is too weak. It only charged twice. And almost threw me off. Does it mean that once it becomes a beast soul mount, it loses its fierce carnivorous nature? Both of them roared ferociously. If the black crystal can really evolve the beast souls of the first shelter into beast souls of the second shelter, next time he'll let you evolve. Seizing the opportunity. While the two were focused on fighting, Han Sen holding a blade leaped into the air. Then he fiercely stabbed towards the mammoth's left eye, causing it to howl in pain. The mammoth struggled and leaped up in pain. Seeing this, he drew his blade in a straight line, stabbing and slicing along the mammoth's abdomen. After the mammoth collapsed, losing its strength, he walked up and cut a large opening in the elephant's hide, revealing a red sack. Its belly was full of meat and flowing red blood. The purple-haired man stammered in fear. Thighs, this is too cool, Monli thought to herself. Could he really be the descendant of Instructor? Officer Han. Han Sen wiped his blade while looking at Monli. I'll leave this meat for you to handle. Remember to reward and punish fairly. Whispers began to rise. Is there really a goddess in the Goddess Legion? Yes, there is the goddess. Of course, it's the captain's woman. Vice Captain Yang. Monli snapped unhappily, who's spouting nonsense. Be careful. Seeing their secret exposed, the two immediately trembled and begged for mercy. Vice Captain. Mercy, it's over, I've been discovered. Meanwhile, Chu Ting stood on a platform, emitting a dazzling blue light. He looked around. That's Chu Ting. With tears in his eyes, he knelt on the ground crying and pleading. Brother Han, it really is you. I've finally found the organization, Brother Han. Han Sen looked at Chu Ting confused. You dare show your face to me again? Do you really think I wouldn't kill you? He quickly explained, Brother Han. Living in this godforsaken place is too boring. If I can't adventure with you, I'd rather die. Kill me if you want. Han Sen looked at him with disdain. Damn it, this place really drives people crazy. Outside the ice crevice, Chu Ting still hadn't let go of his leg, not even for a minute. You want to adventure with me? But why should I take you in? He sobbed, young Master Han. Oh, my brother Han, you are the descendant of Instructor Han. My ancestor was also an employee of the Special Services Bureau. After speaking, Chu Ting reached into his pocket and pulled something out. I came to this wretched place and had no luck at all. The soul beasts from the first shelter were also destroyed. Many were destroyed. Now I'm so poor, I only have this much money left. Do you want it? Han Sen waved his hand. Stop spouting nonsense. Show me something practical. Is this a membership fee? He looked at Chu Ting and scoffed. Do you still have 7 world-shaking folds? Chu Ting gave a proud fake cough. Our Chen family's ancestral rules stipulate that 7 world-shaking folds must never be taught to outsiders. If you want to learn it, first, you'll have to humble yourself and become a Chen family disciple. Han Sen turned around and left without hesitation. Then there's nothing more to discuss, he said nervously. No, wait. Even if I break the ancestral rule and teach it to you, I only know the first 3 folds. It can only be called 3 world-shaking folds. And if it's not combined with the Chen family's secret gene fluid, it's also very difficult to master. Chu Ting ran ahead and blocked his path. Listen to me. I found a good place a while ago. How about I take you to see what kind of place it is? If you're interested, let me join the Goddess Legion. If you think I'm useless, I'll leave without another word, he said cunningly behind the mutated creature's lair. Although somewhat suspicious, Han Sen still wanted to check it out. Take me there first. In a mutated creature's lair, there should at least be one god blood soul beast. It's worth it. On the ice plane, Chu Ting rode triumphantly on the back of the Jin Moho. Brother Han, this mount is magnificent. Do you want to sell it? Name your price. Han Sen shook his head. Not this one, but if you want to buy a soul beast, I can help you find one here. He listed some examples. Primitive class ice armored soul beast. Out of control ice armored soul beast. Chu Ting interrupted. Brother, name your price. Han Sen put his hand on his shoulder and said, if you don't dare teach 7 world-shaking folds, then I won't force you. Does the Chen family have any evolutionary grade movement techniques and splash that can be taught to outsiders? He hesitated. Brother Han, I suddenly realized I don't really need a soul beast. Han Sen tried to tempt him. I want directly use an out-of-control ice-armored soul beast to trade for your movement technique. I'll give you a discount. How about an Evolver's Class God card to buy your movement technique? The out-of-control ice-armored soul beast will be a bonus from me. Chu Ting fell silent, muttering Chu Ting agreed and began to demonstrate. This movement technique is called half-step cloud. It can transform the life genes in your legs, containing powerful explosive force. After mastering this technique, you can ascend to the heavens in just half a step. Han Sen was greatly interested. So it's settled. Last time after using aerial leverage, I could only land one kick. That's because I had only just scratched the surface of the leverage technique. But after mastering Banbayan, I can perfectly utilize leverage. One kick is enough to deliver a fatal blow. The ice plains were completely covered in frost and snow. The mutated creature of the cave rock star Xian. Zhou Ting pointed inside. This is it. Look, these alien-like walls are still intact. Nobody must have come here yet. Han Sen smashed the obstructing wall with one punch. I'll go inside and check it out. After entering, I felt a bit uneasy. Nothing bad's going to happen, right? Suddenly a roar came from inside. He was startled, wondering what that thing was. Han Sen stood in a corner observing the surroundings. There's movement in the cave, proving there's something hidden in this cave. Just when he wasn't paying attention, it immediately shot out like an arrow. Han Sen quickly ran away. Damn it. This speed, it's definitely a god-blood creature. The mutated beast quickly caught up behind him. Han Sen was almost caught by it, but fortunately he quickly dodged aside. Too dangerous. Good thing I dodged in time. I almost got a hole punched through my heart. Han Sen used his heel to gain leverage. I see the exit right ahead, not bad. That kid Zhou Ting runs faster than a rabbit. The mutated beast roared furiously. Its roar echoed throughout the cave. It swung its arm and pounced, trying to grab Han Sen. Damn it, the god blood is out of control. He looked back at it. Am I really going to die this time? Looks like I can only fight it with Bingji Yugu. Han Sen quickly raised his icy arm to block the mutated beast's attack, to turn the tide and counterattack that monster. Fugue's binding art, plus Jiaba's defensive power, and also Bingji Yugu. Haha, didn't see that coming, did you? The mutated beast struggled, wildly roaring. He quietly bent down, circled behind it, and ambushed its body. Taste my Dongji Lead Wan move. It kept roaring in pain. Han Sen stood behind it, gripping the mutated monster's wing tightly. Your body is really tough. I hit you with the Bingji Yugu fist technique, and it only left a red mark. He prepared to deliver a fatal blow. The mutated monster kept wriggling, constantly twisting left and right, trying to shake Han Sen off. Want to catch me? It's not that easy. He raised his right hand. Taste my eagle claw strike. He punched the center of the monster's head. Han Sen had already pinned it to the ground. No way. Damn it, even its eyes are as hard as metal. He didn't expect it could still injure him. There was a long wound on his back. Hurry up and reach your limit, I have to find a way to escape. The wound kept bleeding. Han Sen endured the pain, using leverage to jump high, to quickly escape. In this emergency situation, I can only run for my life. 36 stratagems. Retreat is the best policy. Han Sen finally escaped. Zhou Ting hastily asked. You finally escaped. Are you alright? I can't kill this thing. He still hadn't forgotten to mention joining the Legion. So what about joining my goddess Legion? Han Sen frowned helplessly and said, if I have to join, then I'll join. But Zhou Ting looked confused after hearing that. What? He turned around and said. You can teach me the Banbayan body technique, but without the exclusive gene fluid, I can't master it either. Zhou Ting nodded in understanding. Leave codename Goddess Asia to me. Cafeteria. The new recruits' complaints came from inside. We only get to eat these dishes 4 or 5 days a month. Normally it's just nutrient fluid. How come those experts and scholars get 3 dishes and 1 soup every day? No sooner had he spoken than he got a tap on the head. They are all professors with extensive knowledge of the Jing clan. All of them have advanced degrees and have made great contributions. Who exactly are you? Tang Xin glanced at Han Sen. Are you the new soldier in Han Lin's kitchen? I heard you cleared the River of Extremities level 10 difficulty. Han Sen simply replied calmly after hearing it. It's no big deal. I'm just very practiced, that's all. He asked in surprise. Graduated from Blackhawk Academy, did you? Tang Xin nodded. That's right. I still remember when I was studying at Central Military Academy back then. Black Hawk. It was just ranked among the top 100. A top military academy. What about now? You're saying I don't know much about Central Military Academy. What it's like? I only participated in 1 archery match and it wasn't bad. It took a lot of effort to defeat them and won the championship. Tang Xin muttered. Were you participating in a bragging contest? Tell me properly, in which year did you defeat Central Military Academy? I can't recall such minor details. Look up my name and you'll definitely find that information. The people behind him burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Did he only learn how to brag when he was at Blackhawk? Compared to the chef class. I think the bragging class suits you better. He shrugged and said, my apologies. I really don't know. Oh, so Central Military Academy is that powerful. It's a pity I've already graduated. No chance for another competition. Otherwise I would definitely go easy on them, so they wouldn't lose face so badly. After saying that, he pushed the cart and left. If there's nothing else, could you please make way? Others still want to eat. This made Tang Xin frown in displeasure. Tang Xin walked up to Professor Lee and asked for his help. Professor Lee, you're the only one who can access the internet here. Could you help me look it up? To see if he was telling the truth. After Tang Xin asked Li Mingtang for help. Li Mingtang agreed to help with the search. The era when monstrous creatures awakened beings in Central Military Academy dominated the entire military alliance. After this one competition was officially declared over. After hearing this, they couldn't help but feel admiration. I never expected the chef class to have such a new recruit. Xiao Han, who would have thought? You were so formidable back in school. Just average really. It's just that my opponents were too weak. Tang Xin left in a huff. Xiao Han, be careful from now on. That guy named Tang is very petty. He's definitely holding a grudge against you. Han Sen thought. After arriving at the Jing clan ruins. I really need to be more vigilant around this kid. Open the ice. Xiao Ling looked around blankly. Everyone looked at her in confusion. Who is this? Never seen her. Is she new? She's the one who came with the captain. Han Sen appeared. In here, Xiao Ling hid behind him. The time has come to attack the spirit shelter. They worriedly said. To attack the spirit shelter now. Isn't that a bit too rushed? There are still many inside the advanced spirit shelter. Mutated creatures. He said firmly. If anyone wants to withdraw, you can stay here now. I agree unconditionally. That person will leave the Goddess Legion and can never return. Zheng Guoxiong raised his hand and said. I'm sorry, Captain. I can't risk my life. He immediately asked Manli to get his contract. Han Sen continued to ask, is there anyone else who wants to leave? He thought displeasedly. Damn it, these people are too cowardly. Over 200 people. And only 20 or 30 people are left to follow. Han Sen led the way. Alright then, let's move out. The cold air made him shiver. He clenched his fists to keep Xiao Ling warm. Han Sen asked, are you cold? She shook her head, no, I'm not. Only then did he realize. Everyone's physique was stronger than his. How could they possibly be afraid of the cold? Zhou Ding followed behind him. He looked ahead and said to Han Sen. That high platform ahead is the spirit sanctuary. You only have so few people. Are you sure you want to go in? He answered decisively, of course. Looking at Han Sen walking ahead, Ning Qing felt a little worried. If Han Sen didn't have other backup plans, then this trip would surely be a death trap. He is a descendant of Han Jingji. There won't be any mishaps. Spirit Sanctuary. A door was covered by a thick layer of ice. Manli looked around. Not a single mutated creature had run out. This was too abnormal. Han Sen raised his hand to summon the Golden Sandworm King to scout ahead. A moment later, the Golden Sandworm King had already scouted the area. But it still hadn't found anything. There really wasn't a single mutated creature inside. Nor were there any spirits or any activity. This was very likely a trap. He turned to ask Uncle Ningqing for his opinion. Uncle Chang, what do you plan to do? He replied softly. We've come all this way. We can't just give up like this. Han Sen held Xiao Ling's hand and said, Uncle Ching is right. We came here precisely to breach the sanctuary. If we're afraid, then why did we even come? After everyone entered, he reminded them, don't get distracted, everyone follow me. He was surprised to see something. It was a soul stone. The stone glowed, emitting an enchanting blue light. The purple-haired man couldn't help but exclaim excitedly, we're so lucky. It's actually a soul stone. As long as the soul stone is destroyed, no matter where the spirit is, it will surely die. He raised his hand to stop him. Wait a moment. From the darkness, a woman's figure slowly emerged. Han Sen recognized her immediately with just one glance. Ning Cheng adopted a stance, cautiously on guard. The spirit raised the staff in her hand and shouted. The door behind them immediately slammed shut with a bang. The doors closed. It's over, we're trapped. A swarm of mutated creatures began to pour out like ants. How can so many mutated creatures be coming out? Where were they all hiding? Ning Cheng shouted, go forward and destroy the soul stone. The spirit holding her staff commanded the mutated creatures. Humans! You will regret shooting my pet. The spirit. It seemed she was still angry about Han Sen killing her. Pat. He commanded. Everyone guard the entrance, I'll go get the soul stone. Ning Chang worried, but could only follow his instructions. Young Master Han, be careful. Han Sen faced the spirit. You are very clever. One could even say extremely cunning. You lured us into this preset trap. The spirit showed no fear. The moment you resisted, I had already sealed your death. He drew the knife from his hand. But unfortunately you made one mistake. She asked, puzzled. What mistake? You shouldn't have let me in here. As soon as he finished speaking, Han Sen charged forward to attack like lightning. Your proudest trap is also your biggest mistake. The spirit fiercely swung her staff, attacking Han Sen. He swiftly dodged the blow. But there were still mutated creatures behind him. Surrounding him, they pounced forward to fight. Han Sen unleashed his beast soul divine blood. He broke through the mutated creatures' encirclement. He punched them on the head with the soul beast aura. Could it be divine blood? My soul beast aura is not fake. Han Sen was full of momentum. With the enhancement of the ice muscle jade bone technique, dealing with these soul beasts was simply effortless. Han Sen moved like lightning. In an instant he knocked down many mutated creatures. Ning Qing couldn't help but be greatly astonished. Dozens of mutated creatures didn't even completely hinder his advance. This jump was to get that crystal. It worked. The spirit creature watched in panic. Han Sen had successfully touched the stone. With the stone in his hand he commanded the spirit creature. Your soul now. Your life and death are in my hands. The spirit creature bowed in submission. Icebone noble. Shui Ji offers her loyalty to you, and will be your most loyal servant. An incredible sight. The spirit creature successfully acknowledged its master unexpectedly. Han Sen raised the stone. Submit to me. Shui Ji walked step by step towards the stone. A dazzling light flared up. Thighs, is this taking these spirit creatures into his soul sea? Han Sen closed his eyes tightly. He conveyed his thoughts to Shui Ji. Shui Ji, kill all these mutated creatures. As you command, my master. She immediately obeyed and charged into battle. A system prompt appeared. Successful hunt, mutated creature eliminated. Langia Shui obtained soul beast. Langia Shui. Successful hunt, mutated creature eliminated. Xiangjia Shui, soul beast not obtained. Looking at the eliminated mutated creatures, lying in rows on the ground. This. Does this mean the noble spirit creature sanctuary has been taken? It's been 20 years already. A full 20 years. I haven't waited in vain. Finally I can stand up again. Zhou Ting ran over and continued to speak to him. Bro, are you selling this spirit creature? Name your price. Or maybe you don't want the S-Class Cathedral card anymore. How about trading it for a Banbian? Han Sen was indifferent, neither for sale nor trade. Meng Li secretly envied him. He's so lucky. Breaking through the first spirit creature sanctuary. Already got the noble spirit creature's devotion. Don't even mention it. The goddess sanctuary, be careful, don't drop anything. They were discussing. I heard that back then those who didn't give up each got a free room. And a large number of mutated creatures. Now if we want to stay, we have to rent it at a high price. I really regret it. Damn, they actually managed to take down the spirit creature sanctuary. Not even a single person died. How is that possible? Iceberg. A system voice rang out. Using demon blood bird meat gene points. +1. Han Sen picked up the chunk of meat. In his hand, only 1 point after eating so much. The efficiency for gene points is too low. Never mind, I'll let her eat it. He handed her the meat. Here, eat it. Eat more meat from Legion hunts to replenish basic genes and primeval genes. Then your physique should reach around 90. Crystal Race Ruins. A spaceship was approaching. Han Sen looked out from inside. Is this the Crystal Race Ruins? He lowered his head and looked at the necklace around his neck. The 9-life blood cat was getting hotter and hotter. Could this necklace be closely related to the Crystal Race Ruins? Crystal Race, I should find Yenran first. Perhaps. Seeing the excavation process of the Crystal Race Ruins, he might find the answer there. On this side, people were finalizing preparations. Captain Chi, please note. After the excavation work begins, no one is strictly allowed to enter the sanctuary world. She nodded. Instructions received from the captain's office. Han Sen asked Yenran, puzzled. Such a huge planet. But there are only a few of us. If we dig up crystal buildings one by one like this, when will we ever finish? She looked at Han Sen and said with a smile, who would be foolish enough to dig them one by one? All we need are the crystal cores. Their structures follow certain patterns. As long as we dig out an entrance, we can go in and find their treasures. But the scanning equipment can't scan the internal structure. We can only rely on experts. Not only that, The materials of the crystal race's architecture are very unique. Not only does it have a sturdy structure, if detonated, it will form expanding viscous crystal particles, blocking the path. The experts have already begun their search. Ji Yanran looked up. None of these are problems. If the crystal tribe ruins never stop, it will only cause real trouble once it's active. Han Sen asked in surprise. What is that red crystal? She thought as she looked at the screen. Perhaps that is the active crystal tribe ruin. The first officer shouted, "Oh no, danger. Quickly protect the expert team." They shouted, "Where are the armored suit personnel? Quickly get the expert team out of here." An explosion sound startled them. "Get out of here, quickly retreat to a safe place." The first officer instructed to use laser guns. Use pulse swords, do not damage the crystal structures. Everyone gather and attack with full force. After sustaining the attack, the battleship was shattered. Han Sen asked in confusion, what was that? Ji Yanran explained. That is a crystal core. The crystal tribe's defense. The Alliance calls it a crystal core simulator. It can simulate anything it scans, such as machines and organisms. However, its essence is still blood-colored crystal. Not a complete simulation. An announcement came from outside. We found it. We found the entrance, Ji Yanran joyfully exclaimed. Excellent. The screen suddenly flickered erratically. Why is there no picture all of a sudden? She asked worriedly. Something's happened. Asia goddess. In the training room everyone had assembled. Ji Yanran spoke. Squad leader Lee. Select 5 soldiers skilled in armored suits. And come with me. Han Sen raised his hand without hesitation. My armored suit skills are good. Let me go. He thought, if I let Ji Yanran go on an adventure alone, am I still her boyfriend? Moreover, the necklace he wore around his neck. This 9-life blood cat necklace must be related to the crystal tribe ruins. Crystal tribe ruins. Those massive shining crystal pillars. The base vehicle stopped, Captain. The base vehicle can only go this far. Everyone was fully equipped with protective suits and began to move downward. Maintain formation and ensure clear communication. Everyone gathered at the entrance. Captain, shall we go in? Ji Yanran turned to look at Han Sen. Han Sen, you stay here. You'll take people in to check, he asked in confusion. Why? She said sternly. This is the operations center of the ruins. The crystal tribe royalty. It's very dangerous down there. You know nothing about the crystal tribe. It's better to stay, that's an order. Han Sen ignored her words. Your orders are invalid for me. Li Lu shouted. Mr. Lu. What's happening? If you hear me, please respond. If you hear me, please respond. Crystal core models. How can there be so many crystal core models? Ji Yanran ordered a retreat. Retreat into the crystal tribe ruins. Help, quick, save me. Many enemies quickly descended from above, carrying large guns in their hands. One person in the team immediately drew their gun and retaliated. Let me give you a taste of a laser gun. The laser gun quickly took down the first enemy. Before they could rejoice, the enemies opened fire intensely, turning the 2 of them into smoke. In just an instant, Han Sen pointed to the entrance. Quickly retreat into the ruins. He tried to hold off the enemy, allowing everyone to get inside. Everyone go. Ji Yanran quickly grabbed Han Sen's hand and pulled him in. Get in, don't go out, squad leader. He still clung tightly to the doorframe. If we don't leave now, we'll sacrifice ourselves. But in the crystal passage, the 2 quickly flew upwards. Don't worry about it so much. Run, the expert team might already be inside. She looked around. These passages are too narrow. The battle armor can't get through at all. Which way do we go now? Han Sen added. Let's take off our battle armor and turn it into a suitcase. The 2 took off their battle armor. Han Sen led the way. Follow me. He released Langiaxa to explore the Crystal Clan ruins. There are many restrictions. Let Langiaxa scout ahead first. Ensure safety. The 3 slowly stopped. The footsteps behind them seemed to have vanished. Let's stop here. They looked up at the statue in front of them. The deity worshipped by the Crystal Clan. In most Crystal Clan ruins, there would be such statues. Han Sen suddenly said in a deep voice, come out. Otherwise don't blame me for being impolite. Yanran asked in confusion, is there someone? Indeed, someone walked out. It was Tang Xin. How are you here? Where are the others? He replied, I don't know. We split up. How did you 2 end up here? Han Sen immediately drew his gun. Stop, don't come any closer. She looked at Han Sen worriedly. What are you doing? He didn't hesitate. He shot Tang Xin directly in the head with his gun. Just then his body began to change. That green viscous liquid flowed out of his body. Yan ran, only then realized it was a crystal core parasite. His body seemed to be completely taken over by the parasite. His limbs trembled and began to move uncontrollably. A voice came from behind. A laser gun is useless against it. Li Mingtang and 2 other people ran over. You need a soul beast weapon to deal with it. A figure flashed past. He rushed forward his hand. He swung out several skilled swordlights, instantly severing the parasite's body. He also said, "Humph. This is no place for a cook." Therefore Han Sen was displeased. A cook is also a general. Mockery, you're seeking death, suit yourself. Yen Ran walked forward anxiously. Professor Li. What exactly happened? He explained. We found the entrance to the Crystal Clan ruins. But however, a large number of models suddenly appeared. The form of the crystal core caused all communication devices to fail. We could only retreat into the ruins. Then we were attacked by the parasitic crystal core here. In the chaos everyone scattered. Han Sen continued to ask Professor Li. Do you know the way out? Yen Ran interrupted. Everyone is scattered now. Finding everyone might be. Wang Ho said in an arrogant tone. We came here to develop the Crystal Clan ruins in the first place. Just keep going deeper. Perhaps we can find the crystal core vault soon. She turned to watch him leave. Li Mingtang said, Captain Ji, how about? We do as Captain Wang said. If we can find the crystal core vault, not only will we complete the mission, but it will also be a great help for leaving this place. Yen Ran could only accept. Then that's the only way. In the crystal passage, Han Sen looked over in confusion. What are they looking at? Yen Ran explained. Professor Li's team knows a lot about culture. The Crystal Clan came from the patterns of the architecture, which are common to the Crystal Clan. Roughly infer the location of the Crystal Core Vault. As long as we find that Crystal Core Vault, that's all that matters. Wang Ho interjected. Captain Ji. You let a mess hall soldier follow you down here. Are you protecting him? Or is he protecting you? Yen Ran said, displeased. Captain Wang. Please do your own job. You don't need to interfere with other matters. We are now in danger. We should work together to find the Crystal Core Vault. One more person means one more strength. Crystal Gate. Li Mingtang raised his glasses and examined it carefully. Excellent. This is indeed a relic of the Crystal Tribe's royalty. A relic of that royal family. Yen Ran wondered what those patterns meant. Drawing upon his knowledge, he said he only understood a part of it. This Crystal Tribe royal came from the Dia Galaxy. She was surprised. The Dia Galaxy. Isn't that the legendary origin of the Crystal Tribe? The Mother Galaxy. He nodded. That's right. It is indeed the birthplace of the Crystal Tribe. It's where the Crystal Tribe civilization of the deceased galaxy was nurtured. Han Sen muttered, sounds pretty grand. So are there any precious things hidden inside? Li Mingtang ordered the others to open the gate. A little higher, a little higher. Push, push. From inside the door, a dazzling light shone out. Those who were hit by the light had their skin and flesh scorched. Is this light some kind of radiation? It hurts so much. One person bent down, slowly checking. The surfaces touched by the light were all burned away. Did they stop breathing? Han Sen said worriedly. The parts of the body hit by this light were all disintegrated. Li Mingtang took one look and immediately recognized it. This is the light of separation. Its characteristic is that it overflows when producing crystal nuclear energy. This proves there are large quantities of crystal cores inside. This will be a major discovery. It is of historical significance in the research history of the Crystal Tribe. Quick! Those who have cultivated to the crystal practice realm, come in with me. Yen Ran quickly tried to stop him. Professor Li, it's too dangerous inside. You can't go in. Li Mingtang still insisted. As long as one cultivates to the crystal practice realm, they can resist the light of separation. There won't be too much danger. According to Alliance regulations, such a major discovery must be entered into the main brain system before excavation can proceed. Wait until we contact the goddess Yasha first. Wang Ho frowned unhappily. Professor Li, I told you long ago. This woman would definitely ruin our plans. Yen Ran turned around and shouted, Wang Ho, you're with the Alliance military, aren't you afraid of martial law? He charged over holding a sharp knife. Martial law? What martial law is there here? Han Sen quickly stepped forward to help Yen Ran. Everyone stop at once. He grabbed someone and held the knife to his neck. Do you want him to die? He cried for help and fear. Squad leader, save me. Wang Ho heard this, but instead of helping, he directly cut the man in half with one strike. Just a worthless life. He's of no value if he can't threaten me. Han Sen couldn't believe his eyes. I didn't expect Wang Ho to be so ruthless. Your short sword was cut in half by Wang Ho. he boasted arrogantly. You're dead. Han Sen angrily said, how dare you destroy my short sword. He clenched his fist and threw a punch. You won't die so easily even if you want to. He resisted without a hint of fear. You are indeed not simple. What are you still standing there for? Go kill Yanran now. Upon receiving the order, the 4 people immediately surrounded her. Yanran also prepared for battle. Han Sen gritted his teeth, consumed by rage. Trying to use Yanran to restrain me. Not a bad idea. Too bad you're dreaming. A long spear blocked the tip of the sword, blocking the attack for Yanran. She looked up and saw, is that a spirit? The crowd in front was stunned. A spirit, a noble spirit. Han Sen summoned his soul beast Shueji and Yanran away. The spirit rode on the soul beast's back and charged into battle. Just as the spirit reached out to grab Yanran's hand, suddenly another one from behind grabbed her foot. Han Sen turned around in surprise. Damn it, how much time has passed. This physique is even stronger than a marquis. It's truly terrifying. Li Mingtang pointed a gun at Yanran's head. Marquis, stop. He argued, the captain has no intention of killing you. Nor does he wish to be an enemy of the Ji family. Endure for a while. Once we find the crystal core warehouse, we will naturally let you go. He looked at Han Sen. You too. Han Sen, surrender now. After it's over, I will let you and Captain Ji leave together. As soon as he finished speaking, both of them widened their eyes. Han Sen charged with power towards the door. Wang Ho was also stunned by this action. He shouted angrily, damn it. That bastard actually refined the microcrystal. Li Mingtang waved his hand, it's fine. There's only one path. He can't escape Xiaozhang Xiaolu. Both of your microcrystals have been refined. Come with Wang Ho and me. The others stay here and await orders. Wang Ho interjected, aren't we killing that woman? He was still walking unhurriedly. It would be troublesome to involve the Ji family. Besides, if we can't catch Han Sen, having her in our hands would still be somewhat useful. Behind the door, Han Sen's body was burning hot. He had already activated the microcrystal, but his skin still felt a burning sensation. He took out the crystal stone. Substitute soul beast, I'm counting on you. Inside the crystal clan ruins, Wang Ho and his accomplices chased relentlessly. Chase, let's see where you'll run. After they left, Han Sen poked his head out. Fools, go play with my substitute soul beast. Outside the door, Yanran was trapped by black crystals, struggling continuously. You are official researchers of the Alliance. But when you do something like this, have you not thought about the consequences? Consequences, Captain. Do you think that after successfully completing our mission, we would still remain in the Alliance? Yanran was furious. You are in the Crystal Clan ruins, and you don't even know what's inside. Yet you abandon everything in the Alliance. Is it worth it? He raised his gun and laughed. Ha 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 ha. The person behind her covered her mouth. You don't know what it is. That's because you couldn't even dream of that good stuff. Not only that, the two of them directly mocked her. You used to be the high and mighty captain. Now you'd better be more obedient. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite. Suddenly his hand was severed by something. He cried out in pain, my hand. My hand. Han Sen appeared wielding a long sword. How dare you touch her? This is the consequence. The spirit appeared behind him. Damn it, she slapped the man hard. He aggressively charged forward. You dare kidnap Yanran? I think you're looking for death. After dealing with them, he stepped forward to check on Yanran. She asked in surprise, why are you here? Where are Li Mingtang and the others? He looked at Yanran worriedly. With you here, how could I not show up? They have already entered the central area. They won't be out for a while. She pointed her gun at the remaining person's face. Answer me. Otherwise you know what the consequences will be. He gritted his teeth and immediately bit his tongue to commit suicide. After he fell, he lay motionless on the ground. You'll never get an answer. Han Sen frowned. Damn it, he killed himself without saying a word. That's too cruel. Yanran was puzzled. No. That's not right, not right. What they did wasn't a capital crime. At most they'd go to jail back home. Why would he seek death? He bent down and searched the man's body. Li Mingtang and the remaining people were all equally strange. What exactly are they plotting? Han Sen took out a red card. Whom this is? She turned her head and asked, did you find anything? Han Sen just shook his head. It's nothing. The two stood in front of the door. What should we do now? After a long period of thought, Han Sen said, I think we should enter the central area and take a look. Yanran pulled Han Sen, insisting on going in together. Although I've never cultivated microcrystals, I have the Ji family's pure young true art. So I definitely won't be afraid of the star energy separation light, I'm sure. Otherwise, how could the family have trusted me to come to this place? Wearing this will prevent you from being misled. Let's go together to see what Li Mingtang and his group are really trying to do. Crystal Clan Ruins Corridor. Along the entire path they walked. It was nothing but empty rooms like these. The things here might have been taken by Li Mingtang's people. They've taken everything. Han Sen asked in surprise. How do you know there were things here? She explained. I've read a lot of information about the Crystal Clan. From the design of these rooms you can tell that. This might have been the Crystal Clan's storage room. Those round holes are actually transport channels, which could directly send items to the storage room. If Yanran is telling the truth, then why haven't they opened these doors yet? I don't understand the Crystal Clan's patterns, but it's highly likely they carry some dangerous meaning, or are a kind of warning. That's why Li Mingtang hasn't opened these rooms. Crystal Clan Ruins Underground Plaza. Han Sen's clone was hiding behind the statue. Their group searched all around. That kid Han Sen runs really fast. He's not even afraid of dying in here. Running fast is the only way to survive. If we catch him, there's only one way out: death. If it were me, I'd run too. There are so many paths in this room. Which one will he take? Li Mingtang considered we can't just wander around. If we take the wrong path, we might not come back alive. Wang Ho stepped forward. Professor, what kind of paths are those? Those are paths leading to the Crystal Clan's breeding rooms. The Crystal Clan placed great importance on their breeding rooms, so there must be many difficult things to deal with inside. Even transcenders might not come out alive. They stopped in front of a door. Are there really Crystal Clan members inside? There's a possibility of dead ones, but so far no one has been found to come out alive. Founded Li Mingtang instructed. Everyone come over and push the statue aside. The path to the Crystal Core warehouse might be underneath. They used all their might to move the statue aside. Surprisingly, there really was an entrance underneath. Li Mingtang yelled, "Danger, get back." They ran around in terror. What is that thing? A cube burst out of the door. He took out a grenade and threw it aside to lure the cube. After it flew past, they quickly ran away. It's chasing the grenade. Let's run. Crystal Clan Ruins Corridor. Han Sen walked clenching his fists. Yanran, it's a good thing I left the clone to spy. Otherwise, if Yanran and I had gone there just now, we might not even know when we died. He asked himself, what was that thing? Crystal Clan Ruins Underground Plaza. The cube burst from the door, stirring up dust that filled the entire room. A small blue bug appeared on the floor. It seemed to be attracted by something. Crystal Clan Ruins Underground Plaza. A small blue bug was at the foot of the statue. Squeak! Han Sen's clone peeked down from above. I don't seem to be very clever. Let's move the stone over first and see. He placed the stone in front of the bug. It kept trying to burrow in but couldn't push the stone. Squeak! He exclaimed in surprise, it can't even push a stone. Did the Crystal Clan really create such useless things? Han Sen held the bug in his hand and examined it carefully. Is it a pet? Squeak! He bent down and looked at the crack below. Inside, in the crack blasted open by Li Mingtang's grenade, there seemed to be something. He discovered with delight. This is for strengthening the crystal brain. But I don't have anything on hand to use for. Aren't you going to take a beast soul yet? Take it now. In the corridor of the Crystal Clan Ruins, Yanran also found it hard to believe. Just a common rhinoceros beetle. Everything the Crystal Clan makes is useful. Like that cube. The yellow cube is a Crystal Core Guardian. As for that useless thing you just saw, it's truly rare. She examined it for a moment. It really seems like a toy. A product made by the Crystal Clan. Even if it's a toy, it's bound to be worth a lot of money. He opened his luggage. I'll put on my super armor and go check it out. The two peered down. Crystal brainfishers are rarely discovered. Historically, the most found at once was just over 100. Most of them aren't found in the ruins at all. I didn't expect there to be so many here. Yanran said to Han Sen. If you want these crystal brains, then use them here. Otherwise, back on the battleship, the crystal brains definitely won't pass the scanner. He looked around and counted 16 in total. Han Sen picked one up and touched it to his forehead. Yanran, as a couple we share blessings and misfortunes. Well, take half each. Remember, you can only use one every 12 hours. Otherwise your brain will be overstimulated. And there will be some problems. He helped her down. Yanran, do you know what these spherical rooms are for? In all the information I've seen about the Crystal Clan, there's never been any mention of places like this. Shall we go down and take a look? Maybe we can find some crystal brains. He thought to ensure safety, he should let Xueji scout ahead first. Han Sen had Xueji go down to check first. The clone slowly jumped down. No danger down here. Let's go down. You need to closely monitor Li Mingtang's entrance. They entered the triangular passage of the Crystal Clan ruins. The two bent down slowly. Crawling step by step. What kind of hellhole is this? We've already passed a dozen rooms. Nothing at all. No idea how much further this path goes. They entered a spacious room. Both were seemingly awestruck. Han Sen wondered, is it a crystal core storage? Yen Ran looked around in surprise. Is this a crystal core storage? It's all just cabinets one after another. These cabinets are made of black crystal and are also similar to the cabinets used for storing crystal cores, specifically the crystal cores from previously discovered crystal core storage. Before it was just this room and the crystal core storage units found before have some differences. I'm not entirely sure either. Shui Ji placed her hand on a cabinet door. Well, no, once we open it, there's really nothing inside. Han Sen was a bit disappointed. Empty. Yen Ran leaned down. That's right, these are cabinets for storing crystal cores. It's just that the scale of this storage is too small. For a Crystal Clan royal ruin like this, the crystal core storage should be very large. Han Sen was very excited. It's good that it's a crystal core storage. Perhaps this is the Crystal Clan royal treasury. Shui Ji opened the next cabinet door. Perhaps something opened this time. Did you find anything? Inside is a crystal core, radiating light. Yen Ran recognized it at a glance. This is an unactivated crystal core. Judging by its shape, once activated, it should be the Cube Guardian you've seen. The one you're already familiar with. He pointed at it. Holy cow, will it activate on its own? Yen Ran said. The crystal cores in the storage are all in a dormant state. They can only be activated with a Crystal Clan command. Now even if we wanted to find the Jing Clan to activate it, we couldn't. She continued. Cube guards that are 4 or 5 years old or more are already very rare. A 12th grade cube guard crystal core is a treasure that's priceless, so hell take it. Shui Ji brought another one. This is a memory crystal core, which records the Jing Clan's leftover data. If one's mental power is strong enough, they can directly perceive its contents. Memory crystal cores. But it's difficult for humans to do that now. This crystal core was surprisingly left behind by the Jing Clan's royalty. Perhaps it contains a lot of Jing Clan data, which would be very valuable to human technology. Han Sen heard a sound and instinctively turned around. Did you hear something? A swarm of crystal cores burst out from under the fissure. Both of them exclaimed in unison. It's parasitic crystal cores. Han Sen hurriedly pulled Yen Ran's hand. Run. In the Jing Clan ruins passage, he recalled. Langiaxu went ahead to scout. They hadn't gone far when suddenly a cube appeared above and attacked Langiaxu. It cried out in pain. Oh, a cube guard! Yen Ran quickly called out to him. Meanwhile, Han Sen asked, puzzled. Why are the parasitic crystal cores increasing in number? Ahead was another dead end, a crystal wall. Now that it's come to this, well, fight them. Both of them continuously shot at the parasitic crystal cores with their guns. A parasitic crystal core approached Yen Ran's foot. After Yen Ran saw it, Han Sen quickly pulled out a grenade and threw it towards the cluster of parasitic crystal cores. Yen Ran, look out. The grenade exploded, filling the entire room with smoke and dust. He asked worriedly, are you all right? Yen Ran softly replied, I'm fine. In the Jing Clan ruins passage, Han Sen slammed his fist against the wall. The wall was blocking their way. But this wall was even harder than he imagined. It only got a small scratch. Damn, it's so hard. After Yen Ran saw it, she pulled out her dagger and stabbed the wall. I have a divine blood dagger from the second sanctuary. Let me dig through it. But because she had only recently become an evolver, and her physique wasn't as strong as Han Sen's, she couldn't dig through it at all either. Han Sen suddenly remembered that his yin-yang magnetic field cannon had already reached the minor accomplishment stage. Using the yin pole technique, it would generate powerful explosive force at close range. He said, let me try, and so he punched continuously like a storm, hitting the wall. Before long he was covered in sweat. Yen Ran stood behind him feeling heartbroken. She urged Han Sen, don't push yourself too hard. Let's try another way. But just then, from the sturdy wall, a small fragment suddenly fell off. Han Sen was overjoyed because a glimmer of hope had finally appeared. He quickly told Yen Ran to step back. Immediately after, he exerted all his strength, increasing his power, and continuously slammed the wall. Ha 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 ha. I knew the heavens wouldn't let me die here. Yen Ran held Han Sen's hand and choked out, Han Sen, why are you bleeding so much? Does it hurt? He suppressed the pain and urged her. It's nothing, just a superficial wound. Let's go inside first. The two followed the tunnel to the main hall. The sight before them stunned both of them. It was a crystal core model. On the ceiling, countless blood-red crystals floated. Just then those glittering crystals suddenly activated and transformed growing limbs. Soon, innumerable crystals transformed into exact duplicates of Han Sen and dropped from above. Seeing such a large group charging towards them, Han Sen immediately stepped forward to shield Yenran. Protect yourself. In an instant he had already dealt with several enemies. He believed his physical data had been simulated. But some things are beyond the model. Things the gene core cannot simulate. For example, cultivation techniques. For example, the understanding and application of martial arts. Yenran looked at the scene. She was immediately shocked. Facing the same blood crystal beings, he was completely unable to fight back. Han Sen truly used his power effectively. Without the help of a prominent background, to be able to reach a realm like his. It's truly unique. Soon, with a series of moves, Han Sen shattered all the simulated crystal beings. Yenran immediately asked Han Sen, "Are you alright?" She then ran over and threw herself into Han Sen's arms. He hugged her and said, "They're just a few blood crystal creatures. How could they hurt your husband?" She finally felt relief. "Thank goodness you're alright." Han Sen said, a little embarrassed. "This isn't the right time. Even if you really want to, would have to find a safe place first." Yenran's face turned red. She kept lightly patting Han Sen's body with her hand. "As if I would." Just then, a familiar voice came from the darkness. "It's good to be young. Even in a place like this you have the mood to flirt." Mingtang walked out. "Han Sen, you truly surprise me too. To be able to exert your power to such an extent. At your age, I've only met 3 people. Han Sen secretly observed him closely. He was covered in injuries and Wang Ho was nowhere to be seen. It seems their situation isn't good. Mingtang walked step by step towards the two of them. "However, inside this crystal race ruin, from now on, both of you must obey my commands." Yenran quickly hid behind Han Sen. He asked, a little confused, "Why should we?" He showed a hint of an overbearing smile. "Heh. Why should you?" Then he suddenly transformed into a Vajra. Yenran's face was filled with shock. She recognized the Super Vajra body. He actually mastered the Super Vajra body. Han Sen was stunned. "What is the Super Vajra body?" She explained. "There are countless super gene core techniques, originating from ancient martial arts. In this world, there are also many types of rankings. However, no matter which ranking list, the Super Vajra body will always be among the top 10. The Super Vajra body is adapted from the ancient martial art indestructible Vajra body. When cultivated to the highest realm, even cannon fire would find it difficult to harm his body. However, it's very difficult to cultivate. One might not even master it in 100 years. Therefore not many people attempt to cultivate it. At the same time, Mingtang's entire body quickly became hard and emitted a dazzling light. Yenran continued to add, "Once mastered, the body alone is enough to be king." Mingtang calmly said, "It's not that exaggerated. I've only scratched the surface. Assuming one's stats exceed 120 points, breaking through my Super Vajra body wouldn't be difficult. Actually, you don't need to treat me as an enemy. I have no intention of taking your lives. Otherwise Captain G wouldn't be alive right now. Now that we are in this crystal race royal ruin filled with many dangers, we should work together even more." Han Sen immediately asked about his main objective. "You want to cooperate with us? You must need our help with something, right? We can cooperate. However, you must tell us what your objective is. We can't just follow you without knowing anything." At this, Mingtang frankly spoke to Captain G. "Do you know that this crystal race royal ruin was discovered decades ago?" He recalled the past. Initially, an interstellar explorer discovered this place. They sent people into the ruins to investigate, but no one returned. After that, the Alliance sent more people to develop it, and those who entered met the same fate. My late father was the captain of the first ship to discover the ruins. I want to find his remains in this place." Han Sen shrewdly saw through his lies. "Professor Lee, do you take us for children? Does Wang Ho also want to find your father's remains?" Mingtang chuckled. "Of course, we have more than one goal." Back then, the captain of the Alliance battleship had something else on him. Han Sen asked, "What was it?" With that, he took out a golden key. A crystal race key. With this key, we can activate the crystal race core and control that crystal core for human use. This is enough to advance human science and technology. By another 300 years. Han Sen was still half skeptical. He then asked, "You're looking for that key? I'm afraid it's not to guide humanity towards a brighter future, is it?" But he said, "If you two young friends want to know, then I'll tell you whether to cooperate or not. Is up to you." Han Sen and Yanran exchanged glances. Then he asked, "What do you want us to do?" Ming Tang said, "There's an area ahead that requires all three of us to cooperate to pass through, after which we can reach the central location of the Crystal Race Royal Ruins. So next, the crystal cores in the warehouse will be yours. And what's on the captain belongs to me, how about that?" Soon the three arrived before a deep abyss. This abyss was bottomless. Ahead was a bridge spanning the abyss, leading to a castle as magnificent as something out of a fairy tale. Ming Tang said, "Cross this crystal bridge, and you can reach the central area of the Crystal Race Royal Ruins. There can be no mistakes. Otherwise, all three of our lives will be in danger." In the depths of the Crystal Race Ruins abyss, Han Sen asked, puzzled, "Can't we just fly over?" Ming Tang immediately pointed to the cave ceiling and said, "Look up. There are huge green crystal blocks hanging there." However, Yanran's face was very pale at this moment. She recognized it. "How could we possibly pass such a crystal core hive?" Han Sen said, "For safety's sake, I will use an illusion to test its power." So he cast a spell, emitting blue energy, forming an illusion. Immediately, those crystals violently shot out, forming a dazzling energy stream. Seeing this, Ming Tang said seriously, "When the crystal core hive detects movement in the air, the small crystal cores inside will shoot out like hail." He raised a hand to adjust his glasses, then explained, "These small crystal cores are covered with sharp thorns. Once touched, they will pierce the skin and suck blood even. My super Vajra body can't block them." After the experiment, Han Sen's face was a little pale, so terrifying. Ming Tang chuckled. "Even passing along the bridge, there's no guarantee the air won't affect the hive. The crystal core hive. Still want to fly over with a beast soul?" Haha. Soon, under Ming Tang's arrangement, the three kept a certain distance, stepping onto the crystal bridge one by one. "Listen to my plan. We three keep a certain distance. The slower we go, the better." As they walked, he noticed a strange phenomenon. How strange, there's no movement at all. Just like that, the three safely reached the castle. Ming Tang walked ahead and said, "All right." Han Sen and Yanran followed cautiously. "Always be alert to danger. Remember to hide behind me. You need to be careful too." Inside the castle, many corpses lay scattered everywhere. These corpses looked lifelike, causing Han Sen to cry out. Ming Tang explained, "Those are all corpses. Don't touch them." They were unclear about the cause of death. Just then he suddenly shouted happily, "It's you." A mysterious figure stood behind the doorframe. Han Sen's gaze was sharp, and he recognized Wang Ho. Ming Tang asked in surprise, "When did you get here?" Wang Ho slowly walked out. In his hand a red crystal was suspended, floating. "After leaving him, I looked around and came here. I've already found the item." Ming Tang slowly walked towards Wang Ho, his face filled with desire. Good, quick, give it to me." But to his surprise, Wang Ho waited for him to get close, then punched him in the chest. Ming Tang sneered, "Wang Ho, you can't break my super Vajra body." Wang Ho quickly pulled out a special grenade and threw it out of the castle. "Is that so?" Soon after, a loud bang came from outside the castle. Countless green crystals flew like a storm, rushing towards them. They had no time to react, as those crystals split into two paths, madly chasing Han Sen, who shouted, "Run!" Yanran. Yanran found it very strange. Those small crystals didn't attack Wang Ho. Soon Ming Tang was caught by them. The small crystals adhered to his body, then turned blood red, making him cry out in pain. As for Han Sen, the two hugged tightly, thinking they were doomed. But they didn't expect that. They also didn't attack us. At this moment Wang Ho slowly approached. He didn't think much, but slowly drew his sword. "Let me personally send you on your way." Suddenly Han Sen noticed. What's that thing in Wang Ho's hand? Why is the 9-life blood cat reacting to it?" In an instant Wang Ho no longer hid his strength, and swung a sword at Han Sen. He said, "I didn't kill you before to hide my strength from Li Mingtang. Otherwise, do you really think your meager strength could contend with me?" Han Sen also cast a spell simultaneously. He thought, activating both the ancient evil curse and overload. "Perhaps I can block this attack." Han Sen secretly analyzed. Wang Hao's physique has already exceeded 100, and he has the blood god sword from the second sanctuary in his hand. Only close-quarters combat might offer a slim chance. Just as Han Sen rushed over, the sword in Wang Hao's hand suddenly spun rapidly, slicing an opening on his neck. Yan Ran saw it and immediately recognized it. She quickly shouted to warn him, Han Sen, be careful. That's the gear sword art. Don't let him keep drawing his sword. But Wang Hao didn't give him a chance. He immediately summoned another sword from his left hand. The two swords seemed to merge into one, turning into a wave, attacking relentlessly. Han Sen parried clumsily, sword after sword. Wang Hao said, as expected of someone from the Ji family, to recognize this sword art. But it's too late, and so after only a few moves, Han Sen was covered in wounds of various sizes. He thought, my physique has already exceeded 100. And the gear sword art is incredibly subtle. I have no chance to fight back. Since evolving, he had never been so frustrated. Seeing this, Yan Ran couldn't watch any longer. She immediately picked up her dagger and tried to rush forward. I'll help you. Han Sen quickly shouted, don't come over. I can handle it. The sword in Wang Hao's hand is even more. The speed got faster and faster like a phantom. He said smugly, don't rush, you'll all die. At this moment Han Sen suddenly moved. Imagine the entire battlefield turning into a large chess game. The gear sword art is indeed powerful. One slash after another, ceaseless. The sword moves were continuous, giving no chance for a counterattack. But after all, a person is just a person, not a true gear. Wang Hao had already thrust 300 swords, yet still couldn't kill Han Sen. With your meager physical strength, you actually survived 300 sword thrusts. His heart suddenly felt a little panicked. Although he was covered in wounds looking shocking, they were all minor injuries, not too serious. Han Sen, with his unpredictable movement ability, made Wang Hao's sword moves increasingly difficult to wound him. Even stranger, the wounds on his body seemed to be disappearing. The bleeding also stopped. Before long, Wang Hao's movements began to show flaws, making Han Sen smile smugly. Ha ha ha, flaw. Yan Ran was very surprised to see the scene before her. Wang Hao's chances of hitting Han Sen were getting smaller and smaller. Is the situation about to change? At this moment, the flaws in Wang Hao's sword art were increasing. Han Sen took the opportunity to break his sword momentum. Your sword momentum has been interrupted. Wang Hao roared furiously. Impossible. At this moment his mood became heavy and gloomy. He gripped the red crystal in his hand tightly. He said in a low voice, this will make you die without a burial place. As soon as he finished speaking, Han Sen and Yan Ran suddenly panicked, because they saw the red crystal in Wang Hao's hand suddenly emit a strange light. Haha, you're dead. He placed the crystal on his forehead. Those tiny green crystals seemed to have received an order and surged out frantically. They rushed straight towards Han Sen like a whirlwind. He quickly dodged. Damn it, this thing actually listens to Wang Hao. At the same time, Yan Ran also shouted his name, Han Sen. These things were too fast. Han Sen was quickly surrounded. Just then, a squeaking sound suddenly came from his pants pocket. The crystals seemed to have received a new command. Suddenly swept past Han Sen, leaving him bewildered. What's going on? They quickly changed direction and rushed straight towards Wang Hao. Han Sen didn't understand what happened. Why did they suddenly turn to attack Wang Hao? At this moment Wang Hao's face turned pale and he trembled, pointing at Han Sen, frantically urging the crystals. What are you doing? What exactly are you doing? Attack him, attack him. But no matter how hard he tried, the crystals still ignored his words. Wang Hao could only roll on the ground, trying to escape the pursuit of the crystals. Suck his blood, he cried out in agony and being drained dry. In the blink of an eye, on Wang Hao's body, not a single drop of blood remained. His entire body became a dried corpse. Because the sight of death was extremely terrifying, so Yan Ran quickly covered her eyes with her hands and turned her head away. He was drained dry. At this moment, inside Han Sen's pants pocket, some sound started to ring out again. He reached in to check. Did you hear something just now? It sounds like some kind of bug is chirping. Yan Ran asked in confusion. A bug? Then he pulled a beetle out of his pocket. After I heard it squeak, those green microcrystal particles turned to attack Wang Hao. Yan Ran immediately widened her eyes. Are you saying those microcrystal particles didn't attack us? Because of it, what exactly is this thing? Han Sen replied, perhaps. He then searched Wang Hao's body and found a 9-life blood spear card. On this card, the blood-colored crystal and the 9-life blood spear were indeed related. But when he brought the two closer, nothing happened. He thought nothing changes even when they're together. What exactly is their connection? Han Sen pressed the red crystal against his forehead. He could feel a warm current surge into his brain. How did Wang Ho use this blood crystal? To control the crystal core. Just as he was puzzled, the crystal in his hand suddenly melted, leaving him stunned. It was gradually melting. Before long, it had completely infiltrated his brain, causing steam to rise from his head. Quickly ran over. "Are you all right?" He calmly replied, "I'm fine." This thing seemed no different from a brain crystal. How exactly did Wang Ho use it? To control the crystal core. Seeing this, Ran sighed in relief that he was fine. They're both dead. No one will probably know the truth now. Two elites of the Alliance. What a pity. Han Sen then turned over Ming Tang's body. Strangely, on his person, there was no 9-life blood spear card. The two did not continue exploring inside the city. Instead, they returned. "Let's go. The things in the crystal core vault. If we take them back now, they'll only belong to the Alliance. We'll talk about it later." As soon as they walked out of the city gate, they encountered a robot. A cube guard. But after the robot approached, it froze midair, unmoving as if suspended. Ran said, "It's not attacking us." Han Sen patted the chirping beetle in his pocket. He chuckled. "It seems this beetle can help us safely leave the ruins and find others successfully," he thought. "This thing must pass through the Alliance's scanning gate. Otherwise it would be such a waste." Cut to the dormitory. Han Sen was sitting quietly on the bed reading a book. Suddenly he noticed the beetle chirping. Scrambling towards him. "Xiaojiao, come here." I didn't expect you could fool the scanner." No sooner had he spoken than the beetle suddenly flew up, hovering in midair. This sight utterly astonished him. Holy crap, then it suddenly dropped to the ground with a plop. Han Sen looked at his hand, confused. What just happened? Could it be he then called the Xiaojiao beetle over again? This time it flew up effortlessly and landed in his palm. Han Sen was astounded. "Oh my god. I actually have telekinesis." He tried to concentrate his power to bring a water glass closer. Come here, come here." Sure enough, the water glass began to shake, then wobbled and floated towards him. He was overjoyed. It's real, it's real. I can really control objects with my mind. But when he tried to control heavier objects, it didn't work. Come here, how, why isn't it moving?" He lay down deep in thought. "It seems due to the blood crystal. My brain has undergone rapid development, allowing me to control objects with my mind. But this telekinetic power is too weak." He then went to the captain's office. He saw Ran sitting there looking a bit melancholic. He asked, "Who made our captain unhappy?" She replied, "Because this exploration mission resulted in huge losses. The Alliance has already ordered the goddess to retreat." Upon hearing this, Han Sen's expression immediately turned serious. He worried. "You won't be punished, will you?" Ran smiled gently and said, "Fortunately theirs." He brought back those 2 high-grade crystal cores. "That way your merits will make up for your mistakes." Then Hansen asked, "Is that all? Can Yen still not get online?" She said that although she couldn't access the internet, she could connect to the virtual training camp, the military's internal one. So Hansen immediately began to process it. Yen hugged him from behind and asked, "How is it?" He turned around and said, "Great. Recently I've comprehended a combat technique. I want to try it out in actual combat." He couldn't think of any other ID for a while, so he had to temporarily use the ID Worship Soldier. Let's just use this to avoid trouble. Soon, he connected with a tall girl named Shanfei. Her rank was captain. She was a girl. Meanwhile, in the holographic room of the Luojia Star Transfer Station, Xin Xian saw that ID. It was somewhat familiar and also a bit surprising. Worship Soldier. Is he the one who defeated 7 Slaughter during the battle? In the virtual world, Hansen still maintained a defensive stance, facing the fierce attacks from Qin Xian. It made her increasingly furious. Fight back, fight back. Although she tried again and again, fighting fiercely across the entire room. But still no move could break his defense. She thought with her physical fitness already at 100 points, among evolvers, she was considered top tier. How could it be? How could she be stumped by a rookie? She had clearly used all her strength. Yet she couldn't attack her opponent at all. Instead, she was cornered step by step. Finally, she couldn't stand it anymore and roared, "Fight back! You could end this battle with just one move. Why don't you fight back?" Seeing that the opponent remained silent, with no intention of attacking, Qin Xian gritted her teeth in anger. "You'll regret this." Then she unleashed her combat technique with all her might, while also using an evolution martial skill. Han Sen frowned. He realized that her attack speed in an instant had increased significantly. Damn, so fast, what kind of martial skill is this? As there was no time to dodge, he took a few hits from Qin Xian's attacks. Her attacks were too brutal. Even striking a non-vital part could directly deduct 64% of the damage value. Although the remaining damage value couldn't withstand a second attack, he still charged forward. His opponent was strong, just right, to test the results of his learning of the Dongxian Sutra. After a few rounds of exchanges, Qin Xian quickly discovered this movement technique. It seemed comparable to the Yitian art, but upon closer inspection there were many differences. Could this person be some kind of master? Thinking this, Qin Xian immediately stood at attention and saluted. "Excuse me, which leader are you?" Han Sen said a bit awkwardly. "I'm not a leader. I'm just a small soldier." Qin Xian chuckled. "Comrade, what is your movement technique called? Can it be taught to others?" Han Sen understood what she meant. "Of course. I can teach it, but this isn't a military martial skill. It can't be free." He had other plans in mind. If this lady Xiangfei could offer a reasonable price, and he could give her some pointers, it would be a good opportunity to test his own progress. As long as he didn't teach everything, it wouldn't harm him either. Qin Xian seemed quite insistent. "Comrade, please name your price. As long as it's within my means, I can pay for it." Han Sen saw this and said, "How about this, an exchange of skills? I'll give you a lesson. You give me the information on your saber technique, the one you just used. We can talk about future lessons then." Half an hour later, Qin Xian was repeatedly practicing this movement technique. The more she practiced, the more she felt that exchanging the Thunderlight saber for this lesson truly was a smart move. It was indeed a huge gain. For merely such a simple movement technique, it could surprisingly evolve into such profound variations. She thought to herself, this person truly hides his abilities. At this moment Han Sen prepared to leave. His time was up. Half an hour had passed. That concludes today's lesson. Upon hearing this, Qin Xian quickly asked, "Excuse me, how should I address you, comrade?" How Han Sen didn't want to reveal his identity. "Just call me little soldier." She continued. "You can call me again for training in the future." After exiting the virtual battle, Han Sen happily accepted Qin Xian's friend request. The scene shifts to the kitchen. Someone suddenly asked little Han, "You achieved the rank of major in the military academy, so you must be a god-blood noble, right?" Han Sen replied, puzzled, "Yes." Hearing this, he immediately whispered in Han Sen's ear, "Your chance has come." Han Sen asked, confused, "What chance?" He replied, "The goddess subgalaxy just lost so many comrades. They're definitely going to promote a batch of junior officers. You graduated from a prestigious military academy, and you're a god-blood noble. If you don't get promoted, who will?" Back in his dorm, Han Sen called Yen Ran to inquire. Yen Ran said, "You heard that the higher-ups want to promote personnel from the goddess subgalaxy to become junior officers." She said that the higher-ups indeed had such plans. "However, compared to you joining the battle armor team, or becoming a small squad leader in another department, I'd prefer you to become my guard." Han Sen chuckled and said, "A guard? Isn't that basically a bodyguard? Then we'll have even more time together in the future." Yen Ran blushed, thinking he wasn't serious at all. "Although I really want to make you my guard directly, I don't have that choice. I can give you a chance. Whether you can become a guard still depends on yourself." She continued, "I currently have 2 guard positions. One position is already filled. You'll have to compete with 3 other people for the remaining spot. One of them is very powerful." The scene shifts to Goddess Shelter. Just as Han Sen returned and was still reading, Zhou Ting rushed in and said, "Boss, why did it take you so long to come back? I already got the Banbayan a long time ago, and I've just been waiting for a chance to give it to you." After getting the Banbayan, Han Sen prepared to set off. "I'm going to hunt some mutated creatures. Lingdu should stay at the shelter to guard it." She responded, "Okay." Soon after, he ventured alone through the snow-capped mountains, moving at his fastest speed. Even when he encountered some mutated creatures, he didn't make a move to hunt them. He remembered Yen Ran once saying, "Li Mingtang's Super Vajra body. You've already seen it. It takes Li Mingtang 60 years to master, but he mastered it in his 40s. He previously served in the Blue Blood Special Forces. He has the title of Blue Blood Fox." Thinking of this, Han Sen sighed, "Forget it. Li Mingtang once said that you need 120 physique points to break the Super Vajra body. Right now I need mutated creatures. The sooner I eat them the better to quickly increase my gene points. Just then, a small purple squirrel was gnawing on a red fruit. It made squeaking sounds. Its senses were also extremely keen. A quick glance back with its small purple eyes, and it immediately spotted Han Sen. It immediately discovered Han Sen, but showed no fear at all. Instead it charged straight at him. He's been spotted. This squirrel's speed is astonishingly fast. In the blink of an eye it was in front of Han Sen. This caught him completely by surprise. Too fast, it's a god-blood creature. Han Sen dodged sideways, avoiding the squirrel's attack. Seizing the opportunity he punched its lower abdomen. But to his surprise, its body was incredibly agile. It dodged his fist. It even lunged at Han Sen without hesitation, its speed not slowing down at all. Before he could react, sharp claws scratched him, drawing blood. He trembled with pain. Damn it. Even worse, purple blood flowed from the wound. This sent him into a panic. The blood is purple, it's poisonous. Han Sen immediately activated his beast soul transformation. After all, it's just a beast. Even if its physique and combat talent are high, it still relies only on savagery and instinct. Afterwards, Han Sen took the opportunity to punch the squirrel, sending it flying. At this point it was clearly seriously injured. Han Sen shouted from a distance, "Let me see. What exactly are you?" Just as Han Sen caught up, it immediately bounced up and fled, surprising him. Damn it. Han Sen saw the fresh blood on the ground and realized, it's bleeding and it has internal injuries. Damn it, I absolutely can't let it get away. Han Sen had thought he could quickly catch this god-blood purple squirrel, but he never expected it to have such a powerful survival instinct. He chased after it, running breathlessly. After several days of non-stop pursuit, Han Sen finally caught up to it. He stopped, exhausted and panting heavily. Just then a voice suddenly rang out. Hunted Ghost Claw Vulture, obtained Ghost Claw Vulture Beast Soul. At this moment, Han Sen was physically and mentally exhausted. He picked up the squirrel, letting out a relieved sigh. It's finally dead. After such a long chase, he could finally relax. He collapsed onto the snow. To run so far with internal injuries. 4 days and 4 nights it made me. Not even have time to drink a sip of water. He lay on his back in the snow, eyes glazed over. Humph. Finally I can get some proper sleep. He didn't know how long he slept. Han Sen hazily heard a woman's voice. Hey, are you alright? Are you okay? You can't sleep here, you'll die. A tall woman ran towards him. Are you alright? Can you stand up? Han Sen replied, leave me alone, I won't die. But the woman insisted on carrying him on her shoulder. She said, I'll carry you back to the shelter, don't worry. I won't charge you. Han Sen struggled, let go of me. Han Sen was too lazy to resist, so he casually asked, is there a shelter nearby? The woman answered honestly, of course there is. You just killed a small thing. And you're already in such a state. Men really are unreliable. She carried him like this over several mountains. Finally they arrived at their destination ahead. It was Starwheel Shelter. It seemed to be under attack by various strange monsters. Countless flocks of birds roared in the sky. They swarmed like a tide, attacking the city walls. This sight greeted his eyes, startling and frightening Han Sen. The shelter is under attack. Outside the shelter, a man in armor wielded a long sword, slashing all around. He was fighting the exotic creatures. Behind them was a young woman holding a silver scepter, standing on the head of a giant snake. She was coldly observing everything. After Han Sen clearly saw the girl's face, he exclaimed in surprise, could that be an Archangel Royal? At this moment the red-haired woman was about to step forward, but Han Sen grabbed her. What are you doing? She replied, defending the city. The shelter cannot fall. There are no transport points nearby. Other places for humans to use. If we can't hold it, we're finished. Han Sen yelled at her. If you go now, you'll be asking for death. Looking at the bloody battle before him, even Han Sen, who was already accustomed to life and death, couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. He knew that Spirit Royal controlled at least 7 divine blood creatures. How could humans possibly be its match? At this moment the army had already begun a full-scale attack. Han Sen came up with an idea. To kill the Spirit Royal, he needed a suitable weapon. Right. I can use the Ghost Claw Sable Beast Soul I just got. So the Beast Soul immediately appeared in his hand. 3 long purple blades grew out of his right hand. Han Sen smiled with satisfaction. This new weapon looks pretty cool. Meanwhile, outside the shelter, corpses lay strewn everywhere. There were many mutated creatures, even endless ones. All the warriors were trying their best to defend their city. Kill all those creatures. They suddenly charged madly towards the city wall. They disregarded life and death, desperately charging forward. Not long after, a large crack appeared in the city wall. This is bad. The city wall was cracked open. Large numbers of mutated creatures swarmed in. The warriors were all terrified at the sight. Their faces were pale. The shelter has fallen. We don't have a home anymore. What? More and more mutated creatures surged in. They tried to use shields to block their attacks. What do we do now? Can we still hold out? The monsters are increasing. We can't hold on much longer. At this moment, Jingluan, holding his sword, charged into the swarm of creatures to attack them. He shouted loudly, ordering everyone to retreat. Leave here immediately. Just then a purple figure suddenly charged towards the spirit royal girl. The warriors on the city wall all witnessed this scene. Look! Someone over there is charging directly at that spirit. Is he kidding? He's charging so fast? He's not trying to assassinate the spirit royal, is he? He's dead for sure. In the blink of an eye, that figure had charged over like a whirlwind, charging in and eliminating thousands of mutated creatures. At this moment, the red-haired woman took a closer look and realized it was him, the spirit. The spirit royal immediately brandished the scepter in her hand, summoning all mutated beasts to suppress Han Sen. A few divine blood creatures seemed to receive orders. They changed direction and charged towards Han Sen. Jingluan noticed the change in situation. He immediately ordered them to be stopped. We absolutely cannot let them return to the spirit. Support him with all your might. Jingluan immediately roused himself. He brandished his sword, striking at the mutated beast before him. Then he led all the remaining warriors to charge towards those creatures. Kill charge. Jingluan rushed forward, long sword in hand, and blocked a unicorn. He yelled breathlessly, young man up front, no matter who you are, you must kill that spirit for me. On the other side, Han Sen charged directly into the horde of monsters. Thousands of ferocious creatures couldn't stop him. He was outside the shelter. A huge chessboard appeared before Han Sen. He charged forward, brandishing his divine blood claw blades. Countless mutated creatures rushed towards him like moths to a flame. But Han Sen's every strike cut them down without fail. You small fry, go home. Don't block my way. However, the spirit royal still looked at him with disdain. Humph. Just then the ground beneath Han Sen's feet suddenly cracked open. Claws. Huge sharp claws burst out of the ground. He realized in horror, this is a divine bloodstone ghost. A stone man as massive as a demon emerged from the ground. Luckily Han Sen reacted in time, so he immediately leaped backward. At the same time, the giant snake seized the opportunity to open its huge mouth and lunged at Han Sen, who was still in midair. Those who witnessed this scene all felt despair. It's over, all over. The red-haired woman suddenly realized, wait. He dodged it. But somehow, Han Sen miraculously dodged the giant snake's devour. He did. He landed on its head under the startled gaze of the alien royal clan. Her gaze was sharp. A shining set of silver armor covered her body. The scepter in her hand also transformed into a sword in the blink of an eye. Humph. You've come here to die. With just a few light movements, she charged towards Han Sen like lightning. Just then two creatures below also appeared behind Han Sen like ghosts, ready to grab him. What a battle, a three-pronged ambush. Han Sen showed no fear. Instead, he chuckled lightly. Come at me, all of you. Let you feel the consequences of trying to challenge the fairy queen. Facing the rapidly approaching sword, Han Sen didn't dodge. Instead, he allowed it to pierce his chest. When that sword pierces my body, that's when you must die. His expression didn't change at all. He charged at the alien royal clan like lightning. The alien royal clan will deal with you. She found this man unusual. Before she could recover from her astonished gaze, Han Sen had used all his strength and swung down the ghost claw carving blade. The alien royal clan's body was split into 4 pieces. She immediately dissipated, transforming into countless specks of light, dancing in the air and then disappearing. Jingluan finally understood at this moment, exclaiming, good. Using himself as bait, luring out a single strike, and then he could split the alien royal clan into pieces. Brave and resourceful, he's a genius. After the alien royal clan was killed, the mutated creatures scattered like headless flies. The warriors pursued their advantage, slaying all remaining creatures. Kill. Don't let them escape. Seeing one attempting to flee, Han Sen immediately gave chase. Now it's your turn. The two then rushed forward to confront each other. That guy was not only at a disadvantage but also poisoned with venom. Han Sen said even the ice muscle jade bone technique can't stop its poison. Do you really think you can withstand it? It seemed the poison was too potent. So that creature immediately let out a wretched scream. Suddenly Han Sen felt something was wrong. Immediately after, its skin suddenly hardened. And sharp bones directly grew out. Han Sen exclaimed in surprise, it's out of control. It seemed after losing control. Its speed increased several times over. It immediately fled. Han Sen gave chase, shouting, God, blood flesh is almost mine. Don't even think about escaping. At the same time, Xing Luan, riding a white horse, rushed out of the shelter. Such a person. I must meet him no matter what. Meanwhile, on the other side, Han Sen chased that creature for a while, until it was almost exhausted, before finally swinging his sword and severing its head. I chased you for over 300 li. Finally I got to finish you off. He panted, exhausted. Its hide is so tough. If it weren't for the poison weakening its physique, I wouldn't have known how to soften it up. A hunting successful message popped up. Although he had already obtained the beast soul, the out-of-control stone armor demon, its flesh was unusable. Han Sen stared at the stone armor demon's head. Stone armor demon. If only it were a set of armor. That way I'd have both a blade and armor, and there'd be nothing to worry about. But when he summoned the beast soul, he found it was actually a demonic pattern beast soul. That demon blood engraved beast soul last time didn't have any obvious effect. Han Sen suddenly thought of something. Could it be? He summoned the ghost claw eagle and stared intently at his arm. After a moment of hesitation, he began to attack himself. But because the demonic mark beast soul enhanced his armor, he was completely unharmed, not even a scratch. Han Sen was overjoyed. This is good, this is good. He continued to experiment on other parts of his body. He found that by possessing the demonic mark soul beast, it was equivalent to mastering a gene technique, a super gene core, that protected his body, and he could also use beast soul armor at the same time. In another scene, Han Sen found a quiet place to sit down. He leisurely enjoyed the meat of the god blood ghost claw eagle. He ate, squinting and smiling. In this godforsaken place he couldn't even make a fire. This meat is quite fresh. It's not bad at all, just like raw fish. Just then Han Sen heard a sound. Hoofbeats, is someone coming? Soon, a man riding a white horse appeared before him. Xing Luan stepped forward and immediately explained. Friend, please don't misunderstand. I tracked you all the way here with no ill intentions. I just want to make friends. Han Sen didn't want to say more. If you just want to thank me, there's no need. But Xing Luan said, if I just wanted to thank you, then why would I bother chasing you over 300 li to get here? Han Sen looked at him curiously. What's the reason then? In the ice field. Han Sen looked at him curiously. He calmly asked, are you trying to attack the shelter of the spirit royal family? The man in silver armor said solemnly, as you know, if we don't shatter that royal spirit's soul stone, that spirit will never truly die. He began to explain. Its spirit shelter has blocked the passage between the ice field and the outside world. If we don't attack it, humans will only be able to hunt in this small area. It will be hard to complete god genes. The man in silver armor revealed his plan. I plan to bring together an alliance of the three major powers to do this. But the three families have long been at odds due to their competition over the limited resources in the ice field, accumulating deep grudges. Han Sen thought to himself, most of the recent resources have already been divided up by these so-called three major powers. It's done. It seems in the short term, quickly increasing my god genes is impossible. I alone cannot possibly obtain the soul stone if I cooperate with them. Finally he decided to agree with him. Alright. If you can truly facilitate the cooperation of the three major powers to attack the royal shelter, I will participate. The man in silver armor smiled with satisfaction. Excellent. With you participating, we will definitely be able to successfully capture the royal shelter. On the Goddess Code Asia platform, Yen Yen spoke to Han Sen through the screen. Of the 4 participants in this military grand martial arts competition, the one with the best performance will receive the remaining guard title. This cannot be faked. Han Sen, we're counting on you. Good luck. You will definitely win. In the holographic room of Goddess Code Asia, Han Sen also responded, a military grand martial arts competition. Although I'm confident to get first place, I still need to try a little harder. Right, it seems I can go online now. I should find someone powerful to train with. Evolver Zone. What ID should I pick? His gaze fell on the words ID. Already taken appeared just as he finished choosing the name Gold Coin. Then a string of gold coin names appeared below, in various forms. Han Sen was perplexed. What the heck, no way. Where did all these gold coins come from? Finally an idea popped into his head. you immediately enter the name Slaughter Gold Coin. If you like gold coins so much, then don't blame me for being impolite. Afterward, Han Sen appeared in the virtual arena. The title Slaughter Gold Coin appeared above his head. He looked at his opponent, whose emblem was Godblood Aristocrat. Great, I hope you have some strength. Otherwise it'll be too boring. The man with the turban scoffed. What kind of name is Slaughter Gold Coin? You rookie noob. You don't even have the right to be slaughtered by gold coin. This newcomer really doesn't know anything. The true value of the ID gold coin. How can a fool like you? Is it defiled? Then he charged at Han Sen. I'm going to teach you a lesson today. Not just any ID can be picked at random. However, Han Sen merely lightly blocked the man's attack. Then a punch landed directly on his face so fast. The man with the turban continuously retreated, but still couldn't escape Han Sen's pursuit. He exclaimed in horror, "No, impossible. Is this really a newcomer? This speed, is he really a king newcomer?" Eventually, Han Sen cornered the man with the turban against the wall. Then punched him. I haven't even landed a single move yet. No, impossible, damn it, is he cheating? The man with the turban wanted to challenge again after losing the match. But the system showed that Han Sen was already in a match. I don't believe it, there must be something wrong with this guy. I must fight again, damn it, damn it. The surrounding spectators began to murmur, damn it. He started a new round so quickly. I have to watch this match. This sword saint has won 1,263 matches and lost 877. He's an expert. Let's see how arrogant you can be this time, kid. They began to evaluate Han Sen's next opponent. This guy is an expert. You can tell at a glance that he practices his swordsmanship diligently. This newcomer actually went for a direct close-quarters attack. The opponent has a sword, yet he is unarmed. How dare he? Just as the masked man threw a punch, Han Sen quickly dodged to his side. How is this possible? So many openings and such a way of moving. The man from the previous match said in surprise. It's illogical, this is absolutely illogical. Han Sen was continuously throwing countless punches, while the sword saint tried to block with his sword. The man with the turban was confused. This newcomer clearly had so many openings, but the sword saint couldn't even land a single stab. Wang Dongyun commented when he saw the sword saint also being pushed against the wall, enduring Han Sen's attacks, but unable to retaliate. I'm a sword saint, that's terrible. Exactly. It must be like that his swordsmanship is good, but his mind is messed up. Others continued, sword saint is useless. Just as Han Sen was about to leave, the man with the turban frantically shouted, don't go. He watched helplessly below the arena. Another crushing defeat. It's been over 10 matches. Every match has been like this. Could this person be Beishin in the flesh? Over on Zanhuaxing. Reporter Fong Mingquan. You've been promoted to Protection Zone District 2 for 2 or 3 years now, haven't you? With your ability, you should be able to raise the reputation of Protection Zone 2 or something like that, and make your debut, right? Finally, he threw his notebook onto the desk, angrily seeing the line, the truth behind Beishin's entanglement. It turns out it was because she was there on the dark night. Beishin mysteriously disappeared, wandering for 4 days and 3 nights. Reporter Fong Mingquan snorted, what is all this nonsense? Suddenly, he noticed the headline appearing on the screen. Suspected Beishin reappears slaughtering all. Reporter Fong Mingquan adjusted his glasses, exclaiming in shock. Called Beishin, it must be Bei Shin. He braced his hands on the table. Even among evolvers, is also a top minister. Completely worthy of it. I've truly never seen that kind of boxing before. Then he ordered Xiao Lu, who was sitting nearby. Xiao Lu, make some arrangements. Change today's original topic to the next issue. Xiao Lu asked, puzzled. Then what are we doing this issue? Fong Mingquan shouted, kneeling god. The online live stream room instantly exploded when they saw Han Sen continuously challenging. Is it real or fake? Is he kneeling god? His name is clearly Coin Butcher, but he looks exactly like him. He's kneeling god's enemy. I am young Master Wang, you're finally back. Among the unevolved ones. He might not even be able to defeat Lin Feng. What's more, this is now the second sanctuary. He's only been here for a few years. How strong could he possibly be? Those opponents are all Godblood nobles. All of them were crushed by kneeling god. Inside the holographic room, Han Sen sighed. God genes cannot be improved. I can only take advantage of the militaries before the martial arts tournament to quickly improve my proficiency in the Dongxian Sutra. Suddenly a friend request notification popped up, followed by a series of notifications popping up simultaneously, forcing Han Sen to use both hands to close the notifications. Haha, what exactly is going on? Why so many friend invitations? Cheers continuously echoed in the arena. Is it really Kneeling God? Don't get our hopes up for nothing, Kneeling God. Kneeling God. Won't we know once he makes his move? The gel-haired man froze as he was about to enter the arena. Seeing the audience suddenly cheer, he scratched his head. So many people. Could it be that what I secretly watched in that video yesterday was discovered by someone and posted online? No, that can't be right. Could it be that finally? His gaze turned towards Han Sen, who was standing not far away. Is my opponent a celebrity? The gel-haired man grew excited. This guy must be a celebrity. If I just defeat him, he'll become famous in one fell swoop. The audience started discussing animatedly. Kneeling God only entered the second sanctuary 2 or 3 years ago, right? Could he be the Sun and Moon Blade's opponent? How could it be the Sun and Moon Blade? As expected of Kneeling God, he can actually contend with his opponent. He is a god. Blood noble. He has already mastered the Sun and Moon Blade. Han Sen moved swiftly. In just a few seconds, he could move several meters. The gel-haired man smiled smugly. This fool actually dares to face it barehanded. Against the Sun and Moon Blade, I've never seen that before. Just as he thought he had struck Han Sen, he easily sidestepped and dodged his slash. Then he threw a series of punches. The gel-haired man could only use his blade to block his chest, blocking it and finally seizing an opportunity. Han Sen punched the gel-haired man in the face. He mumbled in disbelief. How is that possible? The live audience instantly erupted. A level 666 emperor. After all, he's still an emperor. Who still dares to say Kneeling God is down and out? As expected of Kneeling God, this kind of boxing is truly invincible. On Manhwa Star, the staff members hurriedly operated their computers. Kneeling God has already withdrawn from the match. Quick squeeze in, quick squeeze in. Everyone go all out. Grab me a spot to observe the match. You must squeeze in. They clamored and the room filled up. I got in, I'm in. The people behind excitedly streamed it. Curses came from the arena, drawing Han Sen's attention. Damn it, netizens are discussing it animatedly. Before the white-haired girl appeared. Ah, a big-breasted older sister. She must have had surgery, right? Holy crap. She's truly earth-shattering. I wonder how amazing she is. A mysterious aura enveloped the white-haired girl's body. She struck a fighting pose, ready for battle at any moment. The referee watched the situation with interest. To remain so calm and composed is absolutely not something an ordinary person could do. Wind-like self-sealing. This is the Iron Wall Fist of the Taisho family. This beauty is actually from the Taisho family. Netizens exclaimed, wow. This beauty who caused such a stir in the martial arts world is actually from the Taisho family. I'd gladly surrender to those breasts. The Iron Wall Fist is indeed formidable. I once saw this Iron Wall Fist in action. An evolver was ambushed by 6 people. But as a result, not a single person could break through his defensive stance. The white-haired girl wanted to challenge Han Sen. Han Sen immediately sprang into action. At the same time, one hand clenched into a fist. Nothing in this world can be absolutely defended against. However, his fist was quickly blocked by the white-haired girl. Her previously raised arm dropped in an instant. Han Sen was also surprised by her strength. Her strength is truly astonishing. To be able to block my strike, Heaton. Han Sen threw a series of punches without hesitation. Too bad. I never intended to win with brute force. The white-haired girl also noticed something unusual. When she felt that all attacks were light, without force, she sharply turned and blocked Han Sen's fist. It's a feint. Han Sen smiled slightly. Your reaction is pretty fast too. But the white-haired girl gave a glance. Another feint. As she was busy parrying the feints, Han Sen punched her near the abdomen. The white-haired girl swiftly used both hands to push his fist down. The commentator praised. The god's feint is truly brilliant. It's truly impossible to tell if he's using power or not in the exchange. If it weren't for the Taisho family's Iron Wall Fist, she probably would have been utterly defeated long ago. The Iron Wall Fist is indeed an impenetrable fortress. At this moment the white-haired girl began to feel tired. Damn it. If I just take advantage of his feints and throw a direct punch, I can surely win. While parrying the feint, her other arm counterattacked, throwing a punch. But then, the white-haired girl noticed Han Sen's fist had already appeared below her abdomen, so she tightly closed her eyes. Han Sen sighed. This punch is real. The commentator once again explained the situation. It's better to be still than to move. The aggressor will eventually suffer in a prolonged battle. If the beauty could maintain her defense without moving, she might still have a chance to win. The Iron Wall Fist's defensive stance is too perfect. It's impossible to break through from the front. That's why the god used feints and real attacks to lure his opponent into making a mistake. Han Sen punched the white-haired girl in the abdomen. As he got close, he whispered softly enough for her to hear. Becoming the aggressor. You'll reveal a weakness sooner or later. The audience below roared, "Be God! Be God, the king has returned, be God, please sign for me." In the dorm on the Asia Goddess account, Ji Yenron was happily listening to the popular sparrow chirping music. On the telephone pole, outside the window, Han Sen's image appeared and he asked, "What's making you so happy, Ji Yenran?" Ji Yenran said, "I just logged into the official Alliance virtual arena platform. I'm watching Be God's match, it's truly amazing." Han Sen asked curiously, "You're a fan of Be God too?" Ji Yenran teased, "What are you not? Who wouldn't like Be God?" Back then, he risked his life to save those children fighting desperately against the Golden Horn Shura. He's truly very masculine. Han Sen pretended to be upset. Hey, your boyfriend is still here. Is that fair?" Seeing him angry, Ji Yenran immediately tried to appease him. "You're so jealous. Honey, don't be so petty. If you don't like it, then I won't watch it. What Be God, a god? How can they compare to how amazing my great god is?" In the dorm on Goddess Asia, Han Sen began to calculate. "I can't enter the competitive platform anymore. As soon as I logged on, I was spammed by so much junk information. It really affects my cultivation of the Xianjing. It seems I should still go to the virtual training camp for better training." He watched Huangfu's phantom appear and then spoke happily. "Senior sister Huangfu, what brings you to contact me today?" Huangfu asked. "Gold coin has reappeared, do you know about it?" Han Sen replied, "Everyone knows about it now." Huangfu asked, "Do you think this person is really Gold coin?" Han Sen calmly said yes. Huangfu was puzzled. "Why are you answering so indifferently?" He thought to himself. "Because I am Gold coin. Of course I know." Huangfu pondered. "It seems we're on the same page. It's just that Be God's progress is too fast. I wonder which shelter he's in now." Han Sen wondered. "Why do you want to know that? Is Shin Tianzi trying to get revenge on Gold coin again?" Huangfu smiled slightly. "My cousin isn't that bored. The reason I want to investigate Gold coin is mainly because of the movement technique he uses, which he employs during combat. It's very similar to the Etienne art." Han Sen asked. "Even so, what does that have to do with you, senior sister?" Huangfu thought hard, trying to recall. "In the Alliance, there are probably only two people who know the Etienne art. One is my grandmother. The other is her disciple. Even I haven't learned the Etienne art. If Gold coin is truly using the Etienne art, then our Zhanshan Wardaedwan must investigate this matter thoroughly." Han Sen suddenly thought of something. He recalled the white-haired woman he had once fought. Her disciple. Could it be the Empress from the arena? Huangfu asked. "How do you know?" Han Sen explained. "When I fought the Empress on the competitive platform, I even learned some displacement techniques from her. I don't know if it's the one you mentioned. The Etienne art?" Huangfu asked curiously. "The Empress taught you the Etienne art?" Han Sen replied. "How about I demonstrate it for you, senior sister?" He stood up and began to practice his boxing, saying first like this. Half an hour later, Huangfu exclaimed, "I truly need to look at the Empress in a new light. Junior brother, you truly are exceptionally gifted. Perhaps you could I have something to do. I'll come find you next time." Han Sen saw that the call had ended and wondered aloud. What could be so urgent? She's usually not like this. Suddenly a red light appeared above his head. "It's a sound from the Soul Sea." A strange creature appeared in his mind. Han Sen exclaimed in surprise, "The beast soul is out of control. Indeed, I haven't waited these past few months in vain." He pointed his finger and a beam of light shot towards the beast soul's body. Golden Sandworm King put it on quickly. Finally, he began to condense his strength into his fist. "For this punch I'll use 30% of my strength, get ready." Then he punched the beast soul directly. He continued to gather strength and admonished. "For this punch I'll use 60% of my strength." Han Sen punched the beast soul's head again. The beast soul immediately flew backward. He quickly ran forward, patted its head and then laughed heartily. "Even with 100% of my strength I can't break it. Although it's not like the sacred angel, which directly evolved into a second sheltered beast soul, but a first shelter super god beast soul, in its out-of-control state, is absolutely no less powerful than a god blood second sheltered beast soul." A thought suddenly popped into his mind. If I feed black crystals to second sheltered beast souls, wouldn't they also be able to transform into an out-of-control state? If so, wouldn't I strike it rich? Han Sen dashed across the ice plains. He grabbed a xenogeneic creature. Li Yuluan was right. The resources of Beiyuan are no longer sufficient to support so many explorers. It's been so many days and not even a single mutated creature have we encountered. Afterwards Han Sen looked into the distance. If humans want more resources, they can only occupy the royal shelter and open a passage to the outside world. He suddenly noticed something unusual and hid behind the rocks. His claws were also ready. His gaze fell upon the direction of the xenogeneic army. That mutated creature army down there is truly massive. Is the leader the queen of the spirit race? He made up his mind. Forget it, I give up. Last time, I still had people from the Stargazer shelter as backup. Now, rushing in would undoubtedly be suicidal. But then Han Sen remembered something. Wait. Now they're leaving the shelter. Isn't this a good opportunity to steal the soul stone? In the royal shelter. This place is like a giant ice city. Seeing this magnificent sight, Han Sen couldn't help but exclaim, "My goodness, it's enormous." Finding that tiny stone in this massive city is like looking for a needle in a haystack. At this moment Han Sen was standing on a tree branch, observing the situation. He rubbed his forehead helplessly. Li Yuluan was right. Only if the three great families unite will it be possible to conquer the royal shelter? Han Sen scoffed. Why don't I first gain control of the spirit royals? As for that royal shelter, once I'm strong enough, will they still dare to refuse me? At the martial arts tournament, countless people in military uniforms stood in neat ranks. The audience started to stir. Is that the Blue Blood Special Forces? Why are the Blue Blood Special Forces here too? Don't they belong to the Central Star River region? They gathered around talking animatedly. Haven't you heard? Ji Yanran needs to choose a bodyguard. So that Blue Blood Fox specifically gave up the martial arts tournament in the Central Star River region. Martial arts tournament. And came to our Southwest Star River region to participate in the competition. It seems Captain Jis' charm is not to be underestimated. In the waiting area, a person wearing a gray hat said to the bald man next to him, "Hey Tai, he is also here for our regional martial arts tournament. Doesn't that make us cannon fodder?" The bald man replied, "I hope Zhang Wuxia can suppress that blue blood fox and bring glory to our southwest region." Han Sen was also drawn in by this conversation. In his mind, he silently repeated the names that were mentioned. Zhang Wuxia, Tai Yi. In the waiting area, Han Sen walked in. An ominous feeling unconsciously arose behind him. He turned his head, and behind him was a tall figure. This feeling of oppression, Han Sen stepped aside to observe, to see who this person was. He was Blue Blood Tai Yi. Tai Yi walked towards the man sitting in a green suit. "You are Zhang Wuxia." Zhang Wuxia looked up and replied, "That's right," Tai Yi said confidently. "Good." The two sat side by side. The atmosphere grim, filled with fighting spirit. The people behind them were murmuring, "Is that all? What's the rush? Anyway, a fight is inevitable. You scared me, I thought they were going to fight." Han Sen's eyes held a hint of displeasure. He completely disregards me, believing that only Zhang Wuxia here is worthy of being his opponent. Haha. Then in the competition, strength will naturally determine the victor. The scene shifted to the martial arts tournament stage. The host introduced, "Attention everyone. Sergeant's competition. You can hit the drum surface using any method. The higher the power value displayed on the drum, the higher your score will be. Only the top 4 sergeants will be eligible to participate in the duel." The soldier King Wu Tuo quickly slid down from above to line up and participate. He entered the competition with a look of absolute determination to win. Han Sen waited in line for his turn, thinking, most of the people here are evolvers. Their physical fitness stats are all above 100. My physical fitness stat is also over 100 now. After using the ancient evil curse and overload, my strength and speed can also easily break past 100. It was Tai Yi's turn. He stood before the challenge. The host introduced, next up representing the troops from the Blue Blood Special Forces, the Blue Blood Tiger. After hearing this, Tai Yi immediately tested his strength. He threw a punch emitting a dazzling glow. The host couldn't help but exclaim. He easily reached 113 without any assistance. 113. The Blue Blood Tiger is truly formidable. Wu Tuo and Han Sen stood behind watching. He thought to himself, this kind of physique must have at least 70 or 80 divine gene points. Divine gene. He's already close to a complete evolver gene. And that wasn't even him using all his strength. It seems this Tai Yi is much stronger than I imagined. After Tai Yi finished his test, the host continued. Next up, Zhang Wutuo. Wutuo stepped forward facing the challenge. Wutuo's aura was fierce. His aura emitted a blue light. The host encouraged. This is the hope of our South. Can Zhang Wutuo beat Tai? Wutuo gathered his strength and unleashed a powerful strike. Gritting his teeth, his eyes were firm. The commander and his apprentice stood in an upstairs room, looking down at the competition. This Zhang Wutuo is not bad. The apprentice replied that last strike from Zhang Wutuo already used all his strength. Tai clearly won with plenty to spare. The commander continued. How many resources does the Blue Blood Special Forces have? And how many resources does Zhang Wutuo have? Such a score is already enough to prove Zhang Wutuo's excellence. Indeed. The apprentice looked and said, if things continue like this, we won't have a chance to get in touch with the G family. The G family then? The commander glanced at the apprentice and asked, how about the remaining two people? The apprentice replied based on his understanding. Han Sen was personally recommended by Ji Yinran. He has a romantic relationship with her. It seemed to me that Ji Yinran originally wanted Han Sen to be her bodyguard. It only didn't happen because of external pressure. Han Sen has the weakest competitiveness. Below Han Sen stepped forward, veins bulging on his hands and feet. A powerful energy radiated from his entire body. He threw a fierce punch, his eyes resolute. His teeth were clenched. This strike was full of power. His score was 111. The people around him praised in surprise. Brother, not bad. Whoa. Look, another person broke past 111. 111, brother, so strong. The commander was very satisfied. This Han Sen is quite good too. The apprentice behind him lowered his head in fear. I apologize, commander. I will immediately re-investigate Han Sen's information. The commander waved his hand, no need. This is the best test for him. Look below. The host is introducing the next task. Next, attention. The extreme dash mode has adjusted gravity to 100 times. It's a level 10 difficulty mode. Two security guards talked among themselves. Han Sen heard this extreme dash has already eliminated half the people in the southwest region. At this rate, victory will surely belong to Tai Yi. Who said Tai Yi is guaranteed to pass this round? It's Tai Yi's turn. Tai Yi darted forward like a squirrel. Everyone exclaimed, oh, it's like walking on flat ground. Damn, this Tai Yi is really strong. Han Sen stood aside watching. He had to admit one thing. This Tai Yi was indeed formidable. High stamina, keen senses, and excellent overall awareness. The 10-star difficulty sprint to the limit couldn't stump him either. Even Han Sen broke a sweat, finding it a bit tricky. At this moment, the host announced, without any errors, Blue Blood Tiger has passed the sprint to the limit challenge, 0 errors. Next up is Zhang Wuxia. Wuxia entered the competition. Wuxia's shoulder was struck by a falling bar. It hurt badly. Everyone who saw the scene felt very disappointed. Zhang Wuxia fell down. What, Zhang Wuxia didn't pass? Oh no, we lost. It was Han Sen's turn next. The two people behind him put their hands on his shoulders. Brother, do you think you can win? We're counting on you now. You just scored 111. This should be manageable too, right? Han Sen looked back at them, raised a fist, and with a determined smile said, no problem. The vice minister was pleased to see this. He curled his lips into a smile. Han Sen walked out. Speed was the challenge. He showed no fear or hesitation. Single foot gravity. Relying on his own stamina. Only under an overloaded state could he keep running. Inside, the vice minister couldn't help but praise excellent. His apprentice chimed in. Yes, for his age. This Han Sen can control himself so smoothly. And so precisely. It's truly rare. Han Sen ran to the floating platforms. He calculated that under 100 times gravity, his stamina would be difficult to sustain for the entire competition. Zhang Wuxia also failed to reach the end due to lack of stamina. Someone was observing Han Sen's movements. This person is really strange. His body control method is clearly different from ordinary people. Every bone, every inch of muscle was operating in the fastest, most efficient way. This fluid and perfect movement, rather than being like a machine, it was more like silk threads controlled by the brain. Han Sen ran on, moving to the next stage. I must perfectly allocate my stamina until the moment my body needs it, not wasting a single bit of energy. He sweated, striving to get through the difficult section. That guy seemed to see through his footwork and intentions. But insufficient stamina was entirely something technique couldn't compensate for. Proper allocation is necessary to exert power effectively. But this also requires stamina. to perform the allocation. Although the 100 times gravity made my stamina consumption greater than I expected. But he charged forward with a winning smile. As long as it's what I want, I'll definitely complete the entire course. Han Sen completed the challenge standing perfectly straight. Reporting, sir, please give your orders, sir. He continued to the arena. The loudspeaker announced. Welcome to the arena. This is the arena commentator. As you can see, ladies and gentlemen, the competition is in full swing. Han Sen was facing an archery competition. His eyes keenly focused on the target. His opponents were in the distance. Following that was the mechanical battlesuit assembly competition, the archery competition, and the current mechanical battlesuit assembly competition. Everyone's performance was arguably not very outstanding. There were no fancy tricks. Han Sen was engrossed in assembling the robot, one hand holding a wrench, the other holding parts. Next up is the mech combat operation competition. The mechs that were assembled in the previous competition were all brought out for use. The commentator remarked. The mech combat operation competition. That's a different story. Everyone's fighting spirit will be ignited instantly. It seems only real combat can be dramatic. Finally, after countless intense matches, the results are in. Someone has already claimed the top spot on the final leaderboard. It's none other than Han Sen with a score of 3,645 points. Close behind, hot on his heels, is Tai with 3 points, while the third and fourth places go to Zhang Wutuo and Zhang Weiping respectively. The commentator couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh!" After all the rounds, the latest scores are out. We see who's temporarily in the lead. Wait a minute. The first place is actually an unknown chef soldier. This is incredible. Scene switch. Tai and Han Sen stood back to back. Tai clearly had an advantage in physique. Tai secretly looked down on Han Sen. You performed well. But you're only ahead of me by 0.2 points. That's mainly thanks to your advantage in the technical events. However, the battle that will determine the Soldier King is a free combat match. Unknown. The camera returns to the arena. The host announced. Soldiers, the results of the Soldier King battles draw. Please look at the big screen. The screen displayed Zhang Wutuo versus Zhang Weiping. The next pair is Tai versus Han Sen. Han Sen turned his head to look at the matchup list, thinking, good, very good. My stamina hasn't fully recovered yet. If I were to go on first and face Tai, I probably wouldn't be able to handle it. This timing is perfect. Let the other match begin first. After an intense match, the result of the first match appeared on the screen. Victory went to Zhang Wutuo. The host announced. The winner is Wutuo. Next up is the match everyone's been waiting for. Tai the Blue Blood Tiger versus Han Sen the Chef Soldier. Let's wait and see. Tai walked onto the arena with a stern stride. His gaze as sharp as a blade. Seeing this, Han Sen thought. He's just a head taller than me. I'm not afraid of alien creatures dozens of meters tall. Han Sen stepped forward, pushing off with his feet, power channeling to his fist. His fist glowing, his face filled with determination. Han Sen punched Tai in the chest. Tai's entire body glowed with a golden light. Han Sen was thrown back several steps by this pressure. He was in immense pain, his hand bleeding profusely. He analyzed opponent's ability metallization. The onlookers watched the match and couldn't help but comment with doubt. Standing completely still, isn't that a bit arrogant? A punch landed on him and he didn't even react. That's a super gene art, super adamant body ranked in the top 10. The gap between Han Sen and Tai was simply too vast. Above the observation room, the apprentice let out a sigh of relief. The deputy minister heard it and cast a displeased glance behind him. You just sighed in relief, didn't you? Do you think Han Sen will lose? The apprentice broke out in a cold sweat and looked at the deputy minister. It's not your fault for not investigating thoroughly. After all, you've never seen Han Sen in person before. But if after seeing him in person, you still can't make an accurate judgment, then it means you still need to improve. The apprentice spoke up. Minister, are you implying Han Sen will win? A moment later, Han Sen attacked with all his might, but Tai remained completely unresponsive. He shook his hand. Tai smirked confidently, cracked his knuckles and prepared to begin. He asked Han Sen had enough. Han Sen replied, enough. Tai unleashed his strongest attack. Frowning, his voice deep, his entire body emanating a red glow. Then it's my turn. Han Sen showed no sign of backing down or fear. He stood composed and at ease. I advise you not to move. Tai took an attacking stance, furious after hearing that. Why? Because you've already lost. Seeing this, Tai leapt up and punched towards Han Sen. Nonsense. Tai's fist shot straight at Han Sen's face, immensely powerful. Everyone around was very surprised. Whispers spread, people talked amongst themselves. Why isn't Han Sen dodging? Does he also know Super Vajra body? How is that possible, he's so young? Back on the stage. Tai-Yi's fist hadn't landed yet. But Han Sen's face had already frozen. The fist trembled, unable to move further. Tai-Yi closed his eyes. The victor Han Sen said with a scornful tone. I already told you just now. Tai-Yi saw the bad turn of events, his face paled, fear gripping his heart. Han Sen told you not to move. Now you'll probably suffer a bit. Tai-Yi's whole body trembled, he was about to collapse. Suddenly, Han Sen's previous punch took effect, sending Tai-Yi flying. He spat out fresh blood. Blood also seeped from his chest. Tai-Yi was in unbearable pain. Tai-Yi knelt on the floor in front of Han Sen. Han Sen stood there watching his opponent defeated. I'd been diligently training the great yin-yang magnetic cannon for so long. It finally came in handy in this match. You were too confident in your physical fitness and super Vajra body. You disdained to dodge my punch. That saved me a lot of trouble. Tai-Yi lay prone on the arena. He had no strength left. He was dazed by his own defeat. Blood flowed onto the ground. Han Sen looked at Tai-Yi and explained without a hint of arrogance in his voice. I used a hidden strength punch, causing internal injuries to your organs. That's why I told you not to move, not to force yourself. Otherwise your internal injuries would only worsen. In the commander's room, this disciple didn't expect to have beaten Tai-Yi into such a state. The commander seemed to have anticipated this match long ago. Han Sen's level of hidden strength is admirable. A young man who can endure loneliness, to cultivate hidden strength to such a degree, is certainly no ordinary person. The commander turned around. The disciple looked at the commander in surprise. Where are you going? The commander said only one thing, very satisfied. Award ceremony. Han Sen walked up to the commander to receive his award. The commander raised the award. Although the title of Southwest Warlord is awarded to someone every year, it is still very valuable. Especially since you defeated the Blue Blood Tiger. Tai-Yi to win this title makes this title shine even brighter. The commander happily announced the award. The commander clasped Han Sen's hand, raised it high and announced. Young people who truly possess martial arts are becoming fewer and fewer now. Those who only practice martial arts without seeking the way will never reach the perfect realm. Your martial arts cultivation has great spirit. Your future will be very vast. Everyone cheered. You're too strong. Amazing, so cool. After the match, that night in the hospital room, the night view outside the hospital was quiet and still. Inside the hospital room, Tai-Yi felt pain and sadness over his defeat. Captain, I'm sorry I failed. The captain stood by the window looking out. Little kitten, don't be sad. People always make mistakes as they grow. A man, if he never makes any mistakes, then he's just a little flower bud untouched by the world. The captain continued to comfort Tai-Yi. As long as you're not dead, those mistakes will become your best nourishment. The captain placed a hand on Tai-Yi's head, gently comforting him. Right now you're just a little kitten. But one day you will become a blue blood tiger. After hearing this, Tai-Yi sobbed like a child. Why outside goddess Adia leisurely and pleasantly reached down with her hand, slowly unzipped Han Sen's jacket. It surprised him a little. Are you this enthusiastic today? This is my special reward for you. Yen Ran's cheeks flushed crimson and her eyes held a playful smile. She said, looking straight into Han Sen's eyes. Seeing this, Han Sen happily unzipped himself and said, I like this reward. Suddenly a voice rang out, startling Han Sen. He opened the door and went out, discovering it was An. The two girls were also walking over. Such powerful killing intent. Han Sen looked at An's icy expression. He wondered who this girl was. Why have I never seen her before? Han Sen immediately remembered something Yen Ran had told him last time. Yen Ran had told Han Sen something last time. One person has already been confirmed. You must compete with 3 other people to win this title. Han Sen stood there with his arms crossed, thinking about it carefully. That girl might be the guard. The remaining one, that terrible oppressive feeling. Could that girl be? Back in the dormitory, Han Sen was calling Yen Ran. After hearing the story, Yen Ran said, she is Colonel and from now on, she'll be your guard. Don't touch her. She's a brutal transcender, so I can't stop her either. Hearing this, Han Sen was very surprised. Wifey, what exactly does your family do to have a transcender as a guard? Even the captains of those warships, those rated as excellent captains, don't enjoy such luxurious treatment. Yen Ran rested her chin in her hand, looked at Han Sen and replied, haven't you been following the news lately? Han Sen replied, a little. Is there any news about the G family? The G family. Han Sen immediately felt something was off. He was very flustered at the mention of that surname. He said, could it be that candidate? Before he could say anything, Yen ran, laughed and then hung up the phone. He. Han Sen quickly picked up his phone and said, hello, wait a moment. Outside the Star Wheel shelter. Many people were trading outside the shelter. Mutant Mount Beast Souls for Berserk Beast Souls. 2-3 Beast Souls. Han Sen walked up to a Beast Soul stall and asked the owner, how much for the Mutant Snow Spirit Wolf Beast Soul? The stall owner replied him looking to exchange it for a weapon-type Beast Soul of the same grade. Preferably a greatsword. Seeing this, Han Sen raised his hand and touched the red Snow Spirit Wolf Beast Soul, saying, that's hard to find. No wonder such a good Beast Soul hasn't been traded yet. He immediately replied, Snow Spirit Wolf Beast Soul. Even a primitive grade 1 is more expensive than an ordinary Beast Soul. A primitive grade ordinary Beast Soul is several times more expensive. Mine is a Mutant Snow Spirit Wolf. Its cold resistance effect is many times higher than primitive grade 1. Don't know how much. Han Sen stood up and said, will you trade it for an evolver card? The stall owner replied, I'll trade it for an Scrade evolver card. I can add money, but don't even mention anything below Scrade. Han Sen shook his head and replied, although the Mutant Snow Spirit Wolf is rare, it's not that rare. Isn't one Scrade evolver card enough? Besides this Mutant Beast Soul, do you have any other types? Seeing this, he took out a new Beast Soul and said, let me show you some Beast Souls. Fusion Transformation Type Ferocious Ape. It can significantly enhance strength, but it will reduce flexibility. Then he suddenly realized something, turned around and asked, oh right, do you really have an Scrade evolver card? Han Sen didn't rush to answer, but instead asked back, how much strength does it enhance? The Beast Soul Ape was pounding its chest full of vigor. The stall owner replied, that depends on each person's physique. Typically the increase in strength will definitely exceed 10 points. Han Sen then took out an evolver card and said, one Scrade evolver card. How about I trade it for 2 of your Beast Souls? The stall owner quickly put away the evolver card and happily replied, deal. Many people came to fish by the ice lake. Han Sen was sitting there fishing, just finished reading a book, when someone suddenly approached from a distance. Is that you? She exclaimed. The red-haired girl immediately stepped forward and grabbed Han Sen's hand, saying happily, thank you for saving the Star Wheel shelter that day. Han Sen also replied happily, ha ha, it's nothing, are you here to fish too? So after a while the two of them fished together. On Han Sen's side, he kept catching very large fish. But on the red-haired girl's side, she was very angry. It's been 2 hours already. I can't believe I haven't caught a single fish. A moment later, Han Sen walked over with a plate of fish meat and said, this fish tastes good, you should try some. Suddenly a group of people walked over menacingly and said, this guy has good taste. He's even interested in women like her. Han Sen's gaze darkened and he said coldly, get lost. The fat man immediately burst out laughing and said, this kid's quite arrogant, isn't he? But this is the Black God Shelter's territory. He looked around, then held up 3 fingers looking at Han Sen's fish basket, and said, our boss rule is, anything obtained in the ice lake, half of it must be given to the Black God Shelter. I'll give you a discount. I'll only take 3 swordfish from you. Before he could say more, Han Sen rushed forward, grabbed his hand, threw him onto the ice, and said, I didn't want to break your rules. Your rules. But I don't want to give up a single fish. The 2 men standing behind the fat man immediately transformed and yelled angrily, fine. You dare to lay a hand on someone from the Black God Shelter? The people around saw the scene and all said, he actually dared to attack someone from the Black God Shelter. Our boss won't let you get away with this. After dealing with all of them, the red-haired girl immediately said to Han Sen, someone will be here soon, you should leave quickly. Han Sen immediately replied, okay, you leave quickly too. In the ice plains, Han Sen was passing through an extremely powerful tornado. Suddenly a group of people appeared in front of him, riding horses and holding weapons, saying, boss Black God, that's him. Black God was right in front of Han Sen. He raised his sword and pointed it at Han Sen, saying, did you kill my subordinates on the ice plains? At this moment Han Sen looked at the sword pointed directly at his face. Han Sen frowned and replied, they wanted to kill me, so of course I couldn't just sit there and die. With that he picked up his weapon and attacked forward, but the sword in front of him immediately moved. Surprising Han Sen, the sword disappeared. Instead an extremely fierce slash suddenly appeared on Han Sen's chest, causing him immense pain. Han Sen immediately leaped back a few steps thinking, this person is too strange. And his power is terrifying. Without waiting long, Black God rushed towards Han Sen. That slash couldn't cut open your belly no matter. Let's see how long you can keep dodging. It wasn't just him, but also the entire army behind him was charging forward. Seeing this, Han Sen thought these people are all incredibly fast, powerful experts who have broken through hundreds of gene locks. Realizing the situation was bad, Han Sen immediately fled at high speed, evading all of their attacks. The crowd behind him continued to chase, shouting, "Don't let him leave here alive." Han Sen fought as he ran, looking behind him, thinking they're getting closer and closer. These people are faster than me. Even if I run with all my might, I won't escape. Now there's only one way left: jump into the lake to escape. As he neared the ice lake, Han Sen immediately changed direction and dashed straight towards the lake. He immediately jumped into the lake, which somewhat puzzled the group. Seeing this, Black God immediately said, "It's surrounded by ice on all sides. I don't believe he won't surface eventually." At this moment in the water, Han Sen was trying hard to swim as far as possible, but unfortunately, suddenly from a distance, he spotted a water monster gradually rushing towards him. It was surrounded by electric currents, approaching Han Sen, leaving him at a loss. The water monster then unleashed a powerful electric current, incredibly potent, and prepared to charge at him. He immediately summoned his weapon and power. Han Sen charged forward, dodging the attack, and at the same time used his weapon to cut a long gash across the monster's body. Han Sen thought as he attacked, "Although in the water, I'm no match for you, but my ghost-tied blade is already out of control. It'll poison you to death step by step." Han Sen's ghost-tied blade, as soon as it pierced the water monster's body, secreted a very powerful toxin. It could actually still sprint at an extremely fast speed, which greatly surprised Han Sen. He thought, why isn't it stopping yet? Is this guy not afraid of poison? Han Sen felt extremely uncomfortable at this moment. I can't take it anymore. The water pressure is getting stronger and stronger. I can't hold on much longer. After a while, Han Sen felt much better. The water pressure disappeared and he floated to the surface. Seeing the timing was right, Han Sen pulled out his weapon and jumped away from the water monster. But immediately, the water monster turned around and tried to attack Han Sen. But before the water monster could react, Han Sen delivered another strike. The water monster completely collapsed and the system prompted, "Hunt successful. Hunt successful. God blood creature silver-scaled herring. Obtained beast soul silver-scaled herring. Consuming its flesh grants random gene points. From 0 to 10 points. Han Sen then asked, "What the hell is this place?" Han Sen immediately cast his gaze above the water. He suddenly realized something. In front of him was a very conspicuous purple complex. Han Sen immediately recognized it in surprise. Holy cow, is this the legendary Atlantis? He then walked towards Atlantis, touching it and saying, "These are 3 ancient ships. They don't look like spaceships at all. Yet there are no signs of fusion. Could this have been carved as a single piece? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Sanctuaries simply cannot carve such massive machinery." What's that sound? Suddenly a sound caught Han Sen's attention. A massive beam of light shot directly at Han Sen. What the hell is that? It's blinding my dog eyes. From a distance, a golden crab suddenly approached him. Han Sen's eyes widened in surprise as he said, a crab, damn it. I thought it was aiming for that. But it turns out I'm its prey." Saying this, Han Sen charged towards the golden crab, shouting, "Do you know I have a nickname called One-Way Trip? Think you're getting out?" Han Sen swung his claw at the crab, but it was blocked by the crab's pincers. His body was repelled with too much force. What does it want to do? Han Sen quickly turned and ran away. Damn, so strong, what kind of hellish crab is this? This is too strange. Afterwards Han Sen walked around the crystal. Ha, it's gone again. His gaze turned to the crab. It was trying to secretly eat. He saw the crab hesitating, extending its pincer towards the silver-scaled herring. I wonder if this creature, after eating the silver-scaled herring's poisoned meat, will get poisoned like it did. No, it surely won't be afraid. That piece of meat would be wasted. Han Sen took the opportunity to rush towards the crab. This is mine, how dare you try to eat it? Take this. He quickly slashed at the crab's pincers, then leaped far away. He was panting heavily. You mean I can't handle a crab like you? Han Sen carefully observed the crab. If it were just an ordinary crab, its joints and the connections between its upper and lower shells would all be weak points. But it had no flaws at all. Its joints looked even harder. This crab had no weak points whatsoever. He saw the crab approaching and cautiously retreated. Han Sen felt confused. It wants to attack me, no, it seems to want me to come closer. Suddenly, he saw the crab as if understanding human speech, waving its pincers. It really was calling me over. Han Sen wondered. This crab isn't playing some trick, is it? The crab waved its pincers, beckoning Han Sen. He scratched his face. I know you're in a hurry, but I don't understand crab language. Han Sen pointed at the crab and ordered Shueji. Do you understand what it's saying? Shueji replied mechanically, no. However, I understand its intentions. It wants to split the mutant creature's corpse with you half and half. Han Sen heard the answer and began. To bargain with the crab, half is not enough. I want 2/3. Shueji interjected, it doesn't understand. As expected, the crab looked bewildered. Han Sen replied, I get it now. He pointed at the crab and said, you step back just a little. The crab gradually retreated. Han Sen continued to wave, go back further. Over there. Han Sen breathed a sigh of relief, good. Now it can't chase me. He began to divide the small pieces for you, and I'll take the big ones. Then the crab suddenly rushed over, startling Han Sen. Hey, don't come any closer. But the crab didn't attack him. It just raised its pincers, wanting more. Han Sen felt helpless. How can this crab bargain? Like an old lady at the market. He held his forehead, feeling frustrated. Oh my god, I actually have to bargain with a crab. Finally, it was all divided. Han Sen watched the crab walk away with the remaining portion. Eat, eat. Hopefully it'll poison you, you unlucky crab. Han Sen sat in front of the silver scale pincer. Beside him, his pets were also eating with relish. Let me see what kind of beast soul this silver scale pincer has. He put a piece of meat into his mouth, feeling his body change. Holy crap, a water element mount. Recently, as long as I hunt god blood creatures, I get beast souls. And a water element mount. Good fortune truly comes uninvited. Han Sen stood up, determined, I need to eat quickly. Be careful or else that crab will finish eating and come back for our stuff again. I need to go and see what's inside this crystal ship. Han Sen moved cautiously, observing his surroundings at the same time. Its outer shell was completely transparent crystal, but I couldn't see clearly inside. How strange. The crab also noticed Han Sen's actions, and it immediately rushed over. Han Sen quickly explained. Don't get agitated, my friend. I'm just looking around. No harm intended. The crab stood defiantly in front of the crystal ship. Han Sen looked at it and a trace of mischief suddenly rose in his heart. What treasure is this exactly? The more you act like this, the more curious I become. He climbed outside the crystal ship and tied a portion of the silver scale pincer to the ship's bow with a rope. For now, I'm no match for this thing. I can't just force my way in. Can't I use a little trickery? Han Sen quickly hid hee. It fell for it. He smugly watched the crab fall into his trap. This spot was specifically prepared for you. How could it be so easy to get? Han Sen took the opportunity to quickly run inside. A moment later, he also stood at the ship's entrance. Let me see what secrets are hidden on this ship. Inside the crystal cabin, Han Sen stood before a luxurious box. This is a box. He stepped forward. Is it some treasure of pirates? Or something like a ghost ship? To be cautious, he summoned Shueji. Shueji, open that box. Han Sen was curious. When Shueji opened the box, nothing unusual happened. Why didn't anything happen? What's inside that's worth opening? He was surprised to see a mermaid sleeping inside. Several crystal fragments were scattered around her. A mermaid. Han Sen touched the mermaid's tail on the spirit's scepter. Soul stone. Could something like this mermaid be a spirit? He speculated, but once a shelter is attacked, spirits, besides obeying, would also be destroyed along with their soul stone. They can't escape. Why would this mermaid, who resembles a spirit, be placed in such a box? Han Sen suddenly had a theory. Could this ship, which doesn't look like it was made by humans at all, actually be a shelter? Suddenly a strange sound rang out, attracting his attention. Sounds from outside. That crab might be done eating and about to return. Han Sen quickly grabbed the soul stone. It shimmered. Before escaping, I must take this soul stone. I can't leave empty-handed. The crab saw him approaching the box and immediately got angry. It quickly chased after him through the pillars. Han Sen became alert. A faint breathing sound came from inside the box. Han Sen also noticed the movement inside the box. Don't follow. The mermaid instantly woke up. Her ears twitched slightly. At this moment, Han Sen ran, shouting to dodge the crab's attacks. She quickly raised her scepter and unleashed her power. Don't follow. Fortunately, the crab also stopped. Finally stopped. I'm exhausted. The mermaid manipulated water to move on the ground. Han Sen was a little wary, watching her approach. But the mermaid stopped. She placed her hands on her chest and respectfully bowed to him. Poseidon Princess dedicates her soul to her master. To become your most loyal servant. Han Sen gleefully gripped the soul stone in his hand. Poseidon Princess. Only royal spirits can call themselves princess or prince. This mermaid is actually a royal spirit. The Poseidon Princess looked confusedly at Han Sen, who was silently celebrating. Didn't expect this, black god. This time your grandpa turned misfortune into a blessing. Just you wait when I get out of here. You'll see how I destroy your black god shelter. Seeming to find his behavior a bit strange, Han Sen coughed pretendingly. He placed the soul stone on the Poseidon Princess' forehead. Then, the Poseidon Princess' body transformed into gas and entered Han Sen's glabella. At the same time, he also noticed the golden crab charging towards him. Han Sen didn't hesitate, turned around and ran. Here it comes again. Running outside the ship, he summoned the Poseidon Princess. Help me eliminate that annoying fellow. The Poseidon Princess smiled. Master, I don't have the ability to kill it. Han Sen asked, confused. Aren't you a royal spirit? Even if you can't kill that crab, you should at least have combat power. The Poseidon Princess apologized. Please forgive me. Master, I am not a combat type spirit and have no combat ability. I have disappointed you. Han Sen pressed on. Then what abilities do you have? The Poseidon Princess replied, I can control the water palace. The water palace shelter will never be destroyed. As long as it doesn't leave the water. The water palace can reach anywhere. Whether it's any sea area or even the bottom of the sea. Han Sen was satisfied and he began to think about the future. Then wouldn't that just be a mobile fortress at sea? How could it be waiting for us to hunt everywhere underwater? Mutant creatures. I'm afraid not. Han Sen ordered. All right. Then send that water palace over now. Sea God Princess replied. I'm sorry, master. I must be at the water palace's control position. To control it? Never mind, I'm speechless. Once I have the power to destroy that big crab, it won't be too late to come back for the water palace. Anyway, even if others discover the water palace, no one can move it without the right person. Finally, they also arrived at the ice lake. Han Sen said breathlessly, we're safe. There's nothing we can do about that golden crab for now. Let's deal with the Haitian shelter first. He straightened up, trying hard to think of a countermeasure. To deal with the Haitian shelter, we must first understand the situation of the Haitian shelter. Know yourself and your enemy and you will never be defeated. Outside Star Will Shelter, a voice rang out. Han Sen, where have you been these past few days? There's been no news of you at all. Inside Star Will Shelter, Han Sen stood before a table and spoke to the person opposite him. I have something I'd like to ask you. Do you know Haitian? What is his saber art? And where does it originate from? Do you know? The man in red explained. Haitian saber art. I only know it's called the Little Demonic Wind Saber art. As for its origin, I'm not sure. Han Sen asked curiously. Little Demonic Wind Saber art. The man in red replied, that's right. Tang Zenlia's figure immediately appeared in Han Sen's mind. Among Tang Zenlia's saber arts, there was indeed the Little Demonic Wind Saber art. But he had no ability at all to make the saber disappear mid-swing. This Haitian. What exactly is his connection to Tang Zenlio? Afterwards, Han Sen arrived at the goddess Arya. He suddenly stopped and clearly saw the two people opposite him. Han Sen saluted. Hello, Captain Ji Yenran responded to Han Sen with a smile. Han Sen gave a wry smile as he saw her showing off. This damned perverted witch has been sticking to Ji Yenran 24 hours a day. What exactly is her motive? Inside the dorm, Han Sen contacted Tang Zenlio. Tang Zenlio mockingly said, Old Han, how's being a soldier, huh? With a beautiful woman by your side like that, how can you even feel like you're serving in the army? It's clearly just taking a beauty on vacation. Lindsay and I are miserable. It's either drills or fighting against alien races. Ashura, I almost lost my life. Han Sen asked curiously. You went to the front lines given your background. It would have been easy to stay in the rear. Enough, Tang Zenlio said angrily. Isn't it because of Lindsay? He said that only by doing this could he temper himself. By the way, why did you suddenly look for me? Tell me. Han Sen got to the point. Do you know Haitian? 5 minutes later, Han Sen explained. Tang Zenlio already understood the situation. He became very angry. Damn it, Old Han. If you get a chance, you must let me eliminate that bastard. The Little Demonic Wind Saber art has always been a disgrace to our Tang family. Our family. That is an inherited secret art of the Tang family. But someone took advantage of a family upheaval and stole it from the Tang family. Han Sen leaned back, relaxed. Then I can rest assured. Tang Jinliu puzzled. Rest assured about what? Han Sen stated frankly. I was originally worried that you had some special connection with him, and it would be hard to explain to you if I eliminated him. But now. Tang Jinliu suddenly gave a sinister laugh. Kill him. As for the person behind Haitian, you don't have to worry. I'll take care of it for you. Go to the virtual training camp tomorrow. We're training in the virtual training camp. Han Sen stared in surprise at the notification that the match was not open for viewing. Tang Jinliu explained softly. After all, this is our Tang family's secret technique. Although it has been exposed once before, what needs to be kept secret should still be thoroughly protected. There's not much time left. I'll analyze the moves for you. The essence of the blade technique, he quickly demonstrated. Watch carefully. Han Sen raised his sword ready to block. But the blade which was just in front of him suddenly disappeared. The blade is gone. Amidst the clang of metal, Tang Jinliu explained. The blade didn't truly vanish. It's just that the little devil wind blade technique is too fast, which creates the illusion that the blade has disappeared. His blade appeared beneath Han Sen's sword path. Han Sen was startled and Tang Jinliu continued. The blade your eyes see is only the initial afterimage. The real blade during the move has already doubled its speed, moving to a different position. Then he confidently sheathed his blade and turned around. Before, my speed and explosive power were insufficient. That's why the little devil wind blade technique you saw back then had no effect. But now, my blade technique will definitely not be inferior to Black God's. Han Sen charged forward again. He continued to spar with Tang Jinliu again and again. Once again, every one of Tang Jinliu's strikes was incredibly fantastical. It was like 1,000 blade tips stabbing down. Han Sen gritted his teeth. Too fast. Although neither could grasp the other's trajectory, the little devil wind blade technique was fast enough. Always striking a step ahead of him, he dropped to one knee. He plunged his sword into the ground to steady himself. The little devil wind blade technique utilizes a secret technique passed down through generations of the Tang family. If the physiques are similar, it's usually unstoppable. Tang Jinliu said. If you want to defeat Black God, you can only rely on your agile movement technique. Wait until he reveals an opening. Han Sen collapsed to the ground drenched in sweat. If it were unknown, I could still use my movement technique to circle and contend with Black God, waiting for him to make a mistake. But that would also be equivalent to handing over the initiative to Black God. No. Besides, Black God has many masters around him. How can I ever get a chance to fight him alone? Before Han Sen, a chat invitation from Xiang Fei appeared. Xiang Fei's voice sounded. Coach, do you have time to give me a lesson? Han Sen sat up and replied. Not today, I'm afraid. Wait. If you encounter an opponent whose speed is much greater than yours, what would you do in the training meeting room? Xiang Fei replied. Use movement techniques to dodge and look for the right moment. Han Sen continued to ask. What if you can't dodge and can only compete with their speed to the point of a fight to the death? Xiang Fei answered without hesitation. Then you should increase your own strength. If someone is too fast, their strength naturally won't be that great. If you're strong enough that their blade strike doesn't kill you, but your blade strike can kill them, that's also a method. A hint of disappointment appeared on Han Sen's face. That phrase, although it's also a method, wasn't the answer I wanted, he thought with a touch of regret. Black God's strength was already greater than his own. Trading one blow for another, he would still be at a disadvantage. Suddenly the character Fengwind appeared. Xiang Fei said timidly. This disciple is dull-witted. Please, coach, resolve this doubt. Han Sen suddenly understood. I've got it. The key to victory lies in Fengwind, which means Feng Seal Block. He asked. Do you know any fast blade or sword techniques? Xiang Fei replied. I know a little, but I don't use it very well. Han Sen requested. Come on, attack me with all your strength. Xiang Fei unleashed the Thunderglow blade without hesitation. Watch my blade. Han Sen dodged while silently evaluating. In ancient military strategies, there was a tactic called Besiege Way to rescue Zhou. It means attacking the enemy's vital points, forcing the opponent to abandon their target, or the initial attack they intended to launch. Xiang Fei was busy thinking of her next move. If I keep slashing, my hand will touch his hand first. She sighed. It's terrifying. We've exchanged 7 or 8 moves already, and I haven't even managed to use a single complete Thunderblade technique. Han Sen instructed. The Dongxian Sutra's explanation of the character Feng Seal Block is to attack where the enemy has no choice but to defend. Find the enemy's vital meridians. Xiang Fei stammered. To understand, I understand. Han Sen continued. Use their weaknesses to restrain them, making it difficult for them to utilize their strengths. This move is called no kill. Its purpose isn't to kill the enemy, but to make them unable to defend themselves. Their spar also stopped. Xiang Fei asked, Coach, do you mean that no matter how fast the opponent is, as long as there's still space and distance, we can use stillness to counter movement, and use space and distance to buy time against the enemy? Han Sen smiled and turned to leave. Not entirely. Keep practicing and you'll naturally understand later. Xiang Fei looked at his retreating back. A guess spontaneously arose in her mind. With such aura and mastery, this person must be one of the military's elites. On the front line, smoke billowed. Mechs calmly moved through the fog. Tang Jinliu spoke via communicator inside his battlesuit. Third squad patrol complete. No anomalies found. Request handover. Suddenly he noticed his screen lit up. Is Han Sen looking for me again? Han Sen's image appeared. He asked old Tang. When are you coming to the virtual training camp? I found a way to block the little demon wind blade. Junliu, what nonsense are you spouting? Block it, are you kidding me? In the virtual training camp? As Tang Jinliu swung his blade down, Han Sen quickly dodged away. Tang Jinliu, you can't strike like that. If you strike like that, you'll be in danger too. He watched the constantly disappearing and reappearing abnormal movement technique. What's going on? It feels like my entire body is imprisoned in a cage full of spikes. Tang Jinliu thought nervously, this is insane. I want to stretch out my arm, but it's like my elbow is pierced by a spike. I want to stretch my leg, but it feels like my thigh is about to be pierced. In the end he gave up and threw down his sword. Damn it, you and Shaolinzi, you too are truly abnormal. How did you do that? It feels like I have a blade but can't use it. This fight was really frustrating. Han Sen smiled smugly. This move of mine might not work against other blade techniques, but against little demon wind blade, it's pretty much a sure thing. Black God, oh black God. You better hope I don't get a chance to find you. Han Sen wanted to continue. Let's continue tomorrow. But Tang Jinliu mercilessly refused. No more practice, no more practice. Seeing your stance of defeating one by one, fortunately my secret cultivation techniques aren't limited to these. Otherwise, if we meet again, what would I have left to fight you with? He thought when he realized Han Sen's intentions. I won't let you exhaust all my hidden skills. If we keep fighting, my great techniques will be gone. On Glacier Beach, the leader said, every year at this time, there are many serpent bone fish on Glacier Beach. Most serpent bone fish are primitive class creatures, but occasionally you'll encounter mutated class and god blood class ones. This is a perk of the Black God Shelter. You newcomers are really lucky. You just arrived and caught the timing. A figure stood in the distance, looking at the crowd on the beach. He sneered, can't kill them. Might as well get some benefits first. The next day a person in military uniform shouted, look, what's that? The man with glasses said in surprise. The Snakebone Fish King, how lucky, it's the Snakebone Fish King. Sure enough, right after that, countless snakebone fish leaped out of the sea. In the snow cave, Han Sen was sleeping and woke up to the cheers. The Snakebone Fish King, it's the Snakebone Fish King. Han Sen gave a faint smile. It's actually a godblood Snakebone Fish King. I've waited for so long, it wasn't a waste of effort. On the glacial beach, the crowd armed with weapons charged straight at the snakebone fish. They shouted loudly, surround it quickly, don't let it get away. The Snakebone Fish King trembled in the air, trying to dodge the slashes from the ground. The crowd on the ground became even more ferocious. Everyone fire with all your might, it can't escape. What's going on? How come not even a single arrow hit it? Damn it, it must be as slippery as an eel. Han Sen stood in the snow cave observing the situation. If this continues, they clearly won't be able to harm the Snakebone Fish King. How did He Shin and his group manage to eliminate it back then? The Snakebone Fish King, that is. The scene shifted to the glacial beach. Those snakebone fish and the Snakebone Fish King all fell down. People began to rush forward. It fell, Han Sen exclaimed, so that's how it is. Although the Snakebone Fish King can fly, it can't stay in the air for too long. Wait until it falls, then start attacking. And it won't be so easy for it to slip away. He made up his mind and stood up. It's my turn to make an entrance. He Shin ordered, surround it, don't let it get into the water. Han Sen hid among He Shin's group. He thought this is truly a good opportunity. If I can assassinate He Shin here, then taking down He Shin's shelter will be much easier. The Snakebone Fish King fell onto the glacier. A cry of alarm came from behind. Just as He Shin was about to strike the Snakebone Fish King. Big brother, be careful. Sure enough, an object difficult for the naked eye to discern stabbed into his back. Han Sen smirked. You're lucky to be alive. Haitian fell onto the snowy ground. He angrily cursed. What the hell was that? He shouted, it's that bastard. He's not dead yet, let me kill him. Those following Haitian also rushed forward to catch him. The notification panel immediately displayed when Han Sen stabbed the snakebone Fish King to death. Successfully hunted Godblood Snakebone Fish King. No beast soul obtained consume flesh. To randomly gain 0-10 God gene points. Haitian's face turned pale when he saw the prey he had painstakingly sought. Snatched away, you son of a bitch. You're dead meat, I'm going to kill you. Kill you? Han Sen looked at him provocatively. Today I'll just collect some interest. I'll come for your life another day. Haitian's enraged voice rang out. Stop, you despicable shameless scoundrel. Get back here, you dog. I'm definitely going to kill you. Night fell in the cave. Han Sen was happily roasting meat. La 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 la, I'm a barbecue master. Smells great. In the distance a figure stood out prominently in the blizzard. Han Sen vigilantly took a stance ready for battle at any moment. He stared intently at the approaching person. The approaching person wore a cloak revealing only half of their face. Han Sen exhaled white mist, feeling a sense of familiarity. It's Yi Dongmu. After the 10 god children. There was never any news of him. Yi Dongmu held up a mutated creature and said to Han Sen, trade this mutated creature for your roasted meat. Deal or no deal? Han Sen refused without hesitation. No deal. Yi Dongmu changed his mind. Let me borrow your stove, name your price. This time Han Sen did not refuse. It's just a stove, go ahead and use it. A moment later, Han Sen looked at Yi Dongmu and asked, are you full? Yi Dongmu was full, and his face relaxed. I've been in the shelter for almost half a year now. It's been a long time since I've eaten anything cooked like this. After eating, he stood up and put his hat back on. He turned around and walked towards the cave entrance. Friend, thank you for the fire. I want to hunt a god blood creature. I still need a helper. Are you coming? If we hunt it, I'll give you 1/10. Han Sen counteroffered for 2/10. Yi Dongmu agreed. Deal. The two walked on the ice plain. Yi Dongmu asked, how long have you been in the shelter? Han Sen replied, just a few days. Yi Dongmu continued, I've been here for almost half a year. I'm not sure what's happening outside. Any news about gold coin lately? Han Sen. Hearing the familiar name, Han Sen felt curious. Gold coin, I heard that in the virtual arena. Someone named Slaughter appeared. He won several matches consecutively. Some say that was gold coin. I don't know if it's true or not. Yi Dongmu turned his head curiously. What are the details? Han Sen casually said, well, I only heard about it myself. Yi Dongmu suddenly got angry. He chopped a branch in front of him. It must be him. Besides him, who else could reach that level? Han Sen interjected, not necessarily right. Evolvers reaching that level. There might be others. 2 days later in the snowy mountains, Han Sen asked, didn't you want to enter the snowy mountains to hunt a god blood creature? Seeing his doubt, Yi Dongmu reassured him. Don't worry, there's no danger. You just need to help me lure that mutated creature out and I'll handle the rest. Han Sen retorted, be the bait, he explained. That guy has already been taught a lesson by me. If I'm here, it won't dare show its face after that. Yi Dongmu dug a pit and sat inside. I'll lie in ambush here later. You just walk casually up ahead. Once that mutated creature appears, you run towards me. He lay down, letting Han Sen pile snow on him. Bury me with snow quickly. Han Sen secretly mocked. Another one of these stale ambush tricks. He began to observe the surroundings. What mutated creature could possibly be in this godforsaken place? Suddenly a rapid movement came from behind him, making Han Sen feel danger. What's that sound? Something isn't about to charge at us, is it? In front of him now was a deer-shaped xenogeneic creature. There really was. Han Sen quickly lured the deer away. Just as that xenogeneic creature passed by Yi Dongmu's hiding spot, he immediately shot through the snow, stabbing into the xenogeneic creature's body. When Yi Dongmu struck, blood gushed from the animal's abdomen. Han Sen stood aside, praising nice knife work, impressive footwork. Very powerful. However, Yi Dongmu only mentioned gold coin. If it were gold coin, he could have finished it with one strike. I'm still not good enough. Han Sen looked at him disdainfully. Gold coin this, gold coin that. Has this guy lost his mind? He bent down and touched the area near the xenogeneic creature's wound. Is this the god blood creature you mentioned? Doesn't look like it. Yi Dongmu explained. Not this one. This is just a mutated creature. We can use its corpse to lure the other one. It'll be more likely to appear if it smells blood. After that, Han Sen continued to roast the xenogeneic creature he had just killed. He also invited Yi Dongmu, who was buried under the snow. Hey bro, Yi Dongmu. You don't have to work so hard. Why not eat some meat before continuing? But Idongmu only continued to mention gold coin. If gold coin were here, he'd only do better. Han Sen turned his head away, no longer speaking to him. He's lost his mind, he's definitely lost his mind. A loud noise came from behind them again. Han Sen quickly turned to look. A xenogeneic creature, like a dinosaur, charged fiercely towards them. Han Sen was greatly alarmed. Damn it, what exactly are you? He quickly ran off, thinking to himself. I didn't expect it to be so strong. Idongmu also drilled out from under the snow. However, the dinosaur seemed to have anticipated it, and it immediately leaped up. But Idongmu still managed to catch it. The creature frantically tried to shake Idongmu off its back. Han Sen stood by watching the spectacle and said to Miao Jun, let's just watch the dinosaur fighting show here. When he saw Idongmu leap from the alien creature's belly onto its back, he praised. I'd give that move a 99. At this moment, Idongmu was trying to stab his knife into its body, but couldn't succeed. Damn it, why is its hide so tough? He shouted at Han Sen, come over and help. Han Sen calmly held a slice of meat and replied, I can't do that. We agreed earlier that you'd give me 20 of the meat. My only responsibility was to lure out that divine blood creature. Idongmu anxiously said. If this guy gets away, then you won't even get a tiny bit of meat. Han Sen seized the opportunity to negotiate. I can help, but in that case the meat can't be divided according to the original proportion. Alright, I want 60. He immediately agreed. 60 it is. Han Sen seemed to have regained his fighting spirit. He raised his claws. His word was set upon the snowy mountain. Idongmu lay on the alien creature's back, shouting at Han Sen, run to its side and distract it. When he saw Han Sen suddenly block the alien creature's path, the creature immediately shouted in panic, get out of the way, get out of the way. Idongmu yelled, move aside, do you want to be trampled to death by it? But Han Sen merely shifted his body slightly as the alien creature charged forward. Idongmu was also surprised by his actions. Han Sen leaned back, lying down, and used his claws to leave a long gash on the alien creature's abdomen. The alien creature leaped over him, then collapsed onto the snow. Han Sen brushed off the snow and stood up. Killing a divine blood creature like this is quite thrilling. Blood gushed from the creature's abdomen. Idongmu also took the opportunity to jump down. He stood before the alien creature's wound and sighed in his heart. The battle happened in an instant, yet it caused such a wound. The alien creature's internal organs were exposed. Idongmu gasped. I can't believe I just casually ran into someone and encountered such a master. Han Sen walked over, interrupting his thoughts. You don't need to do anything else. It's dying. Idongmu bent down and used his knife to cut open the alien creature's abdomen. Afterward, he stood opposite Han Sen. You're very strong, Han Sen humbly said. Just so. I just had a breakthrough. Idongmu walked past Han Sen. I also know the locations of some solitary divine blood creatures nearby. Can we continue to cooperate in the future? Han Sen replied. Yes, but if we cooperate long term, then the loot cannot be distributed like this. He glanced at Idongmu. Let's not talk about cooperation for now. Let's first divide the meat of this divine blood creature. Shall we? Idongmu said indifferently. You can take it all. Your knife is poisoned. The meat has already been contaminated, so I wouldn't dare eat it even if I took it. Getting the spoils for free made Han Sen very happy. Then thank you very much. Afterward, he summoned an alien creature. Come on, eat to your heart's content. Idongmu was shocked by Han Sen's actions. Damn it, what rank is a humanoid pet? Han Sen smiled. Divine blood. 2 hours later, Idongmu was still intently watching Han Sen's alien creature eat with great relish. My goodness, what kind of pet is this? How can such a small girl possibly eat such a large mutant creature? He began to guess Han Sen's identity. What is this person's background exactly? After all, that was divine blood creature meat. Is this how you feed pets? After eating, Han Sen said to Idongmu behind him. It's already very late. I have to go back to the Alliance. Let's meet up another time. Idongmu followed him. I have to go back to the Alliance too. Let's go together. He observed Han Sen carefully. Han Sen, what exactly is your background? I must find out. On the goddess Arya ship. And was arguing with Han Sen. I said you can't see her and you can't. Han Sen said impatiently. We're both guards. What right do you have to boss me around? Ji Yanran opened the door and softly said, Colonelin. He is my guard too. He has the right to see me anytime. And merely snorted but didn't continue to stop him. Ji Yanran walked over, held Han Sen's hand, and gently tried to console him. Don't be angry with her anymore. Don't get into conflicts with her in the future. She really will kill people. Han Sen was still very angry. A guard actually can Be so arrogant she doesn't even listen to me. Ji Yanran looked at him with gentle eyes. An elder in my family arranged for her to come. She only listens to that elder. In fact, what I say doesn't have much effect. But she's also doing it for my safety. Don't provoke her anymore in the future. Han Sen was still unhappy. If she doesn't provoke me, I wouldn't bother with her. And stood behind them and sneered. A man like you living off women really disgraces us soldiers. Han Sen's gaze turned colder. He lowered his voice. Are you talking about me again? Then Han Sen began to retort to him. Speaking as an expert in living off women. I tell you, you don't even qualify to let a man live off you. In this life you'll probably just end up an old maid. And Furious pointed at Han Sen and cursed you. Han Sen cut her off and then walked closer to her. What you? If I were a Beyond too, I could smack you to death with one slap. Do you believe me? And acted as if she'd heard a funny story. She laughed heartily. You'll wait for that day. The day you become a Beyond. To see how you smack me to death. Han Sen smirked. No need to wait. I can prove it now to the training room. However, and refused. Not now. He seized the opportunity to provoke, scared, and said firmly. I have something to do right now in 3 hours. I'll see you in the training room. Han Sen glanced at him triumphantly. I'll wait for you in the training room in 3 hours. And had arrived. She raised her hand and said, come on. Han Sen stood at the door and calmly said, what's the rush? An's eyes were full of mockery. What am willing to restrain? My power to fight you. Are you scared? Han Sen ran a hand through his hair. Hey, when did my sister say that? He stepped forward. I'm not an idiot either. Even if you restrain your power, just your eyesight and reaction speed are incomparable to an evolver's. I'd be at a disadvantage. Then how about we have a literary duel instead of a martial one? Do you dare? Han Sen asked. Have you studied military Dao Fist? I name a move, you name a move. Only using military Dao Fist moves. That would be fair, right? And still maintained a contemptuous attitude. I'd like to see what tricks you can pull. Han Sen waved his hand. Come on, ladies first. You make the first move. And said overhead punch. Han Sen followed. 3 pierce punch attacked the opponent's left ribs. Moves began to form in An's mind. She said elbow strike counterattack. And was still a bit confused. This is purely imagined combat. I've never tried it before. What should I do next? In An's imagination, Han Sen had already closed in on her. You lose. And remained unconvinced. This is just verbal sparring. If it were a real fight, there's no way you could push me to that extent. Han Sen smiled and said, it's fine if you're not convinced. We can demonstrate it again just like we discussed. But no one is allowed to use strength. Just a simple demonstration in case you're still not convinced. And regained her confidence. All right, let's do it again. I don't believe you'll lose again. In the scene and imagined in her mind after 39 moves, Han Sen's elbow appeared before her. Well, are you convinced now? And was a bit flustered. It's my first time doing something like this. Just talking without doing. I'm not like you, a martial artist who only talks and never practices. Han Sen calmly replied, if you're not convinced, let's continue. After a while and was completely exhausted. Han Sen also sighed in weariness. Oh sister. It's already the 30th move and you can't even last until the 40th. Do you still want to continue? And deeply felt her current situation. Lose. Losing endlessly. I thought I lost before because I wasn't familiar with it. I never thought that whether I'm familiar or not I'd still lose like this. She angrily questioned him. You're always researching these messy things. If we were to truly fight, you couldn't possibly win against me. Han Sen looked at her coldly. Then let's do it for real. And doubted him. You actually dare to fight me for real? He said without hesitation. We definitely have to fight. But only using hands. As soon as he finished speaking, and immediately radiated terrifying pressure. Good. She thought, as long as I can use my hands, I'll show this bastard what's what. Han Sen placed her hand on his own. You went first just now. It should be my turn to strike first, right? And felt something was off but gritted her teeth and did it anyway. Even if it's just hitting the back of the hand. With my strength and speed, I will definitely not lose to you. Han Sen suddenly brought up the previous match. Do you know why you lost just now when you broke the move? And stammered because. However, before she could answer, he took the opportunity to tap the back of her hand. After that she lost several rounds in a row. Her voice grew angry. Bastard, you're cheating, Han Sen said deeply. There's no need to cheat when hitting the back of the hand. If you can't do it, just say so earlier. Can you or can't you? In An's eyes, Han Sen was like a devil at this moment. She tried hard to calm herself. Calm down. Don't think about him. Don't let him provoke you. But the last thread of her sanity snapped. An's power erupted. That's enough. I'm going to slap this bastard to death. Han Sen pointed at An in horror. No way. Are you going to hit me just because you can't win? It seemed his words had an effect on An. The power around her also diminished. She quickly ran out of the room. Bastard. Despicable, shameless, vulgar, vile. Han Sen carefully scrutinized this perverted demon. This aura is too terrifying. She's clearly not human anymore. Is this the power of a transcender? In a certain organization, protected by a star wheel, a ship surrounded by a barrier sailed peacefully. Lurking underwater, the crystal ship appeared. A pair of eyes was cautiously scouting. Han Sen also felt the gaze cast upon him. He quickly looked around. He also discovered the gaze, which quickly retracted. When he looked again, did it hide? Looks like it wasn't my imagination? Han Sen was excited. If I can easily hunt golden blade fish. Damn, to be able to hunt this kind of mutated fish directly at the bottom of the sea. That would be truly worthwhile. The system also displayed a successful hunt notification. He imagined a future where he could stand proudly on a ship and conquer the ocean. I must control the water palace. This is clearly the North Sea. The entire ocean will be my domain. Just then, a golden crab was greedily approaching the corpses of the alien creatures before its eyes. Han Sen was overjoyed. He plunged his knife into the crab's pincer. Just as it was about to touch those alien creatures. This damn crab. Let's settle our score once and for all today. Scene changed by the crystal boat. Both sides quickly launched their attacks. Han Sen struck at the crab's pincers with his sharp weapon. Those powerful pincers. The crab was furiously pushed back. Dust flew up from beneath its feet. Han Sen sneered, assuming an attack stance. He said that strike was evenly matched. And then gaining so many gene points all at once. My strength is no longer weaker than this crab's. With that, Han Sen channeled his internal energy and quickly leapt to attack the massive creature. He fiercely brandished his sharp weapon, charging at his opponent. Relying on his agile movements, coupled with his newly enhanced strength, he launched lightning-fast attacks from all directions. The crab had no time to react. But even with his immense strength, when the sharp weapon touched the crab, it only left a few small scratches on its body. Han Sen said, too hard. Seeing that the situation was unmanageable, Han Sen turned and ran off, his right hand poised. He looked at the crab, thinking, the ghost claw blade can't hurt it at all. I might as well use my fists directly to penetrate its hard shell with power. Without further thought, Han Sen abruptly charged forward, gathering his strength, and heavily punched the side of the crab's pincer. The crab stared at its opponent with bloodshot eyes. He smiled, lips curling upwards, and shouted, the chance is here. Han Sen had already found his opponent's weakness. Han Sen quickly rushed forward with his fist, striking heavily at the crab's lower body. The crab was caught off guard with no time to react. Its entire body trembled slightly. The crab, being suddenly attacked, swayed unsteadily. This blow dizzied it, making it unable to attack for a moment. Instead, some foam came out of its mouth. He smiled, a hint of triumph on his face, and said loudly, it worked. With that, he leapt to a high spot and fiercely slammed a blow onto the crab's spiky shell. As he struck, he loudly declared, take another one of my moves. Suddenly he flew and leapt to a high spot. His entire body enveloped in power, he said. Still moving, the crab tried to resist its opponent's attack. With that, Han Sen delivered a powerful punch to its shell. His expression darkened. He knelt on one knee and said, die. Suddenly the system prompted, hunt successful. Hunt successful. Godblood Golden AO King. Golden AO King Beast Soul not acquired. Consuming the flesh can randomly grant 10 Godblood gene points. In just a few seconds, the crab was completely defeated by Han Sen. With no signs of life, he said, ha, little crab, looks like I'm still stronger. He stood on its shell. The spot where his fist struck still emitted a faint trace of power. Han Sen's sharp gaze fixed downwards, saying, Godblood AO King Beast Soul. Let me see what kind of beast soul this is. He used the beast soul around Han Sen. Han Sen put on a set of golden armor, which looked like a crab's shell. He clenched his fists, raised them to test the armor's sturdiness and resilience, and set an armor-type beast soul. Finally, I have Godblood armor I can wear. Han Sen smiled. The shape of a crab appeared behind him. Han Sen continued, if I use a star stone again to transform this beast soul into an out-of-control Godblood beast soul, then even Godblood weapons wouldn't be able to do anything to it. This armor isn't just golden armor. Won't it be invincible after going out of control? With that, he stood upright in the armor, looked up at the sky, and said loudly, Water Palace, here I come. In the Water Palace control room, A blue-haired mermaid girl, Haishui, was staring at a strange machine. She couldn't help but exclaim wow. Han Sen stood behind her, arms crossed, and said, at this moment she must already have the ability to do something for her master. The blue-haired mermaid girl turned her head, and with a friendly smile said, yes, my dear master. Where would you like to go? Outside the crystal spaceship, the ocean covered everything in all directions. The seawater a deep blue. The ship looked like a fish traversing the ocean. In the Crystal Palace control room, Han Sen sat leisurely in a chair, pointed upwards, and said, maiden, let's head for the deep ocean. The mermaid girl gently turned her head and said, master. Do you want to surface? As she spoke, the girl operated the system in front of her. Hearing this, Han Sen immediately refused. No, just stay at the bottom of the sea. He walked to the ship's window. In front of him were underwater mountains, and a few fish swam past. He thought these coral reefs are truly beautiful, so colorful. At the bottom of the sea, the crystal spaceship was diving deeper, and ahead were all sorts of colorful coral reefs. Han Sen said, the mutated creatures in the sea are incredibly numerous. The mutated creatures in the sea are incredibly numerous. Gradually diving deeper, more and more mutated creatures appeared. Sharp mountain ranges towered with corals growing in clusters within the rock crevices. Han Sen continued, with such a vast treasure, how can I be afraid of lacking resources? What's more, Han Sen is probably the first human to hunt marine mutated creatures. The ship began to dive deeper. The deeper it went, the darker it became. But in its place, jellyfish appeared, glowing all over, shining in the darkness. Back in the Crystal Palace control room, Han Sen stood up, placed his hand on the girl's shoulder, and said, wait, what is that? Hearing this, the girl immediately glanced back. The mermaid girl immediately turned around to explain Han Sen's confusion. Master, that's an undersea shelter. In the dark depths of the ocean, where faint light couldn't reach, there was a tall tower below. That's an undersea shelter, the mermaid girl said. The girl continued, such a large city. Must be a royal shelter. In the Crystal Palace control room, the mermaid girl suddenly turned her head to look behind her and asked, master, shall we go there? Han Sen raised his hand, stroked his chin, and said thoughtfully, right now I'm here alone, and the ocean isn't my main battlefield. If we were to attack an entire royal shelter, that would be too dangerous. Let's avoid it. Hearing this, the mermaid girl immediately replied, yes, master. Suddenly, the system in the control cabin issued an alert. Han Sen looked at the mermaid girl with concern and said, what's wrong? The girl's expression immediately turned serious, and she said nervously, the water ahead is too shallow. If we want to continue avoiding the royal shelter, we'll have to surface. Suddenly, Han Sen turned and ran towards the door, saying, you and the Crystal Palace stay here. I'll go out and take a look. Hearing him say that, the mermaid girl turned around and said, yes, master. Scene switches to the spirit shelter. Above the water, a strangely shaped tower stood on a reef, facing the sea. Sounds of fighting came from below the ramp. Armored people were drawing their swords and battling a group of fierce giant boars. A man in sea blue armor was riding on the back of a boar, while soldiers around him attacked the boar. Scene switches to the beach. Han Sen suddenly jumped up and charged towards the battlefield, radiating powerful energy. He laughed and said, ha ha ha, you think you can stop me with just this much power? From getting the soul stone? Whoa! Both sides who were fighting were stunned by the scene before them. A man rode on the back of a wild boar holding a weapon in his hand. Energy also emanated from around him. Han Sen quickly rushed forward. Many ferocious wild boars surrounded him. The man in green armor raised his weapon and slashed towards Han Sen. But with his flexible body, he easily dodged and retreated, which greatly surprised the man. Not only that, the man riding the wild boar and holding a weapon chased Han Sen, shouting, speed, so fast. Meanwhile, Han Sen had only one thought in his mind. Soul stone incoming for you. In the seaside shelter, wild boar carcasses lay scattered across the ground. They were still covered in blood. The man in green armor couldn't help but feel shocked by Han Sen's strength. He exclaimed loudly, this human is so strong, too strong. Han Sen stood on the wild boar's corpse. He straightened his back, one hand on his hip, the other hand raised high holding the energy-emitting stone, and shouted loudly, soul stone. It is now in my hand. Submit to me. Faced with the stone in Han Sen's hand, the man in armor could only obey the command, knelt on one knee, one hand on the ground, and said, Kwangduan, I offer my soul, forever loyal to my master. To follow my master through all generations, never to betray. Never betray. Han Sen held the stone high standing before a giant gate. Below not only wild boars knelt on the ground, but also several other soldiers. The person in the brown cloak spoke. The commander has surrendered. What the hell, it hasn't even started yet. The person next to him saw it and immediately said, "Who is that guy? Do we have someone like that among us?" Han Sen, holding the soul stone, walked towards the man in green armor. Powerful energy emanated from the stone, emitting a golden light, making several people nearby exclaim, "My eyes, what's happening?" Another person then said, "Be careful, an enemy is ambushing us." Han Sen quickly absorbed the energy from the stone, and his whole body floated in midair. Those people who just saw the scene were all stunned. The person in the brown hat said, "Was that the radiance of the soul stone just now?" The person in the brown cloak cried out in disappointment, "Oh no, we actually missed the soul stone." Suddenly, a massive wild boar with blood-red eyes charged out from nowhere, rushing rapidly towards Han Sen. He was startled and powerful energy emanated from his entire body. "You beast, how dare you be so reckless," he shouted. Then he extended his fist forward, using his newly absorbed energy easily blocked the beast's attack. The power was so immense that the wild boar fell to the ground, nose bleeding profusely, and its entire body trembled seeing this. One person spoke. "As expected, he's no ordinary person, too strong." Too strong. The people below immediately came forward. The person in green armor walked and pointed at Han Sen saying, "Gold coin, it must be gold coin. Gold coin is on our side." The person in black armor immediately said, "What? So gold coin was here?" The person in silver armor turned back and said, "That shining armor. That magnificent and extraordinary posture. Who else could it be but our gold coin?" The person next to him spoke. "Gold coin is invincible with the great gold coin here. We won't fear those mutant creatures anymore." Then at the top of the tower, Han Sen leaped down laughing loudly. "Ah, everyone's gold coin is back." In the water palace, the man in sea blue armor also returned there with Han Sen. Han Sen sat on a chair looking at the man in front of him, resting his chin on his hand and sigh. "Too bad it's not a beautiful woman." The man remained silent after hearing that. Han Sen stood up, rubbed his chin and said, "But there's no need to worry. My water palace just happens to need a talented individual. For strong individuals like you, I don't want to recruit too many idlers, a few spirits. You are my main force. Your mission is to capture mutated creatures from the bottom of the sea. The more the better." The man in the huge armor nodded, looked at Han Sen and replied, "Yes, my lord." Suddenly a voice entered Han Sen's ears. He thought seriously, "Oh, there's some movement in the soul sea, maybe it's..." Han Sen immediately thought of it. "Damn it, the super beast soul is out of control. Not only are its speed and strength improved, it's far superior to ordinary mounts. Even the godblood mounts in the second sanctuary can't compare. It can even change its size at will. Whether for combat or traveling, it's the top choice. Isn't this much more convenient than a godblood mount?" In the soul sea, after Qin Xian transformed into her beast god form, she immediately became fierce, revealing sharp fangs. At the goddess shelter, after Qin Xian transformed into her beast god form, she was carrying something and walking through the snow, heading towards the castle. Monli and some others arrived at the main gate. The brown-haired man said, "Big brother is back." The purple-haired man spoke. "What is that? Is that a mutated creature? Where did all this meat come from?" The person standing behind Monli said, "Oh my god, Big brother is truly my idol." Han Sen stopped in front of the gate and said to Monli, "Monli, count up all this meat. You decide how to sell it." Behind them, people were moving the meat off the beast god's back. Monli asked in surprise, "So much meat and so many beast souls. Where did you get them from?" Han Sen calmly replied, "From the sea." Han Sen pointed confidently at his face and said, "What's wrong for a man like me to hunt tigers in the mountains, to capture dragons in the sea, and to capture mutated creatures from the sea? Isn't that perfectly normal? Do you need to look at me like that?" Monli looked at Han Sen, thinking to herself. Ever since she met him in the second sanctuary, everything Han Sen did surprised her. How did he manage it? This man is truly unfathomable. In the goddess Asia dormitory, Han Sen sat in front of the screen, scratching his head and ears, yelling, "Arg, arg, arg. I can understand every single character, but put them together and I have no idea what they mean." Suddenly the screen showed an incoming call. The name displayed was wife. Han Sen said in surprise. Yen Ran on the other end of the call. Yen Ran's figure appeared and asked, "Sen, aren't you very interested in these ancient writings?" Han Sen rested his chin on his hand and chuckled, "Haha. That's right, I'm learning." Yen Ran continued, Recently there's been an expert in ancient writings. Would you like to meet him? Hearing this, Han Sen turned to look at her and said. An expert in ancient writings, Yin Ran replied. Professor Su here has profound knowledge in linguistics. He teaches us star race writing here. And he also has a lot of research on ancient writings. In the training room, Han Sen held a piece of paper, scratching his head and thinking. The star race's writing consists of complex strokes, intertwined, almost like the internal structured diagram of some machine. It's just too hard to memorize. The man sitting behind raised his hand, stroking his chin, thinking to himself, I really can't study this anymore. Another person also thought it's too difficult. Professor Su stood at the podium holding his notes and said, Alright, that's all for today. If anyone has any further questions, you can come discuss them with me after class. Suddenly a voice rang out. Professor, excuse me. The standing man, seeing this, immediately said, I was almost falling asleep. Is someone actually listening to the lecture? Another person said, Isn't that Han Sen? Han Sen doesn't just know how to fight, and very eager to learn. Meanwhile, Han Sen stood and greeted the professor, saying, Professor, I have a question. Professor Su said in surprise. It is indeed not easy to understand the star race's script. Feel free to ask if there's anything you don't understand. After saying that, he began to speak. I'd like to ask some questions about the script of ancient texts. Questions concerning the Greater Alliance. He looked into the professor's eyes and discussed the matter. Professor Su adjusted his glasses and said, You're interested in the script of ancient works? He replied, My humble research is still too shallow in knowledge. There's too little information to reference. There are many confusions for which it's hard to find answers. Young man, willing to spend more time on practice, Gene Core. This can bring direct benefits. Few people are willing to spend a lot of time reading and researching literature. Let's go to the cafeteria and talk while we eat. After Professor Su finished speaking, the two walked out of the corridor, heading straight for the cafeteria to talk. Inside the goddess Arya dormitory, Han Sen threw the box onto the table. He said, based on how Professor Su uses Yin force, it shares similarities with the great Yin Yang magnetic canon. This makes it easier to understand. The Yin force in the Dongxian Sutra is much stronger than the great Yin Yang magnetic canon. After a period of practice, the Yin force can penetrate 1 qi deep. If the body is stronger, the skill's effect will grow exponentially. He looked at the system panel and continued. My physical attributes are not strong enough yet. I need to continue training to improve the skill's effect and reach the realm of invincibility. After saying that, Han Sen walked out. He revealed a strange smile and said, Stone Ape, I've come for your life. Over at the Star Wheel Iceplane Protection Station. This place is covered in blizzards year-round, making it perpetually white with snow. The golden coin in the sky flew at an astonishing speed. He flew to attack the mutant creature's lair. Han Sen sneered. My strength has evolved into a godblood beast soul. Now a single strike can break its defense. The stone ape's joints began to creak. It first rotated its wrists, then its ankles. Then suddenly charged towards Han Sen. He still calmly provoked. I didn't realize you, a rockhead fellow, were also quite afraid of pain. It continuously swiped at Han Sen. Seeing this scene, it seems it was quite relaxed during this time. Are you getting impatient? Coming directly close like this. In terms of movement technique, you're even less of a match for me. Han Sen skillfully dodged the stone ape's attacks. As he dodged, he provoked, Fool, look over here. Look here, I'm over here. He flew to a farther location to defeat it. My movement technique and strength are now beyond ordinary people. Let's see how you catch me. However, unfortunately, everything was completely different from Han Sen's imagination. The stone ape extended its hand. That hand could stretch. It grabbed Han Sen's shoulder. He shouted, What the hell is this? Its arm can actually extend. Just then, it continuously stretched its arm, pushing Han Sen downwards. Han Sen anxiously said, This time I'm doomed. His golden armor went out of control. It wouldn't be this weak, would it? The moment it relaxed its arm, Han Sen seized the opportunity to turn around and counterattack. It's fine even if I'm caught. The golden armor became even stronger after going out of control. Unexpectedly, he used his spirit power to powerfully strike its jaw, causing its face to turn aside. While the stone ape still needed time to recover, Han Sen immediately used a move, continuously striking its entire body, making it scream in pain. Since I've comprehended the Dongxian Sutra, I'll use you to test how much my Yin force has improved. Saying this, Han Sen simultaneously struck its abdomen. After this move, Han Sen also decided to unleash his final move, to send it on its way. He was seen concentrating all his strength into his arm. then violently struck the stone ape's body, causing a large hole to appear in its abdomen. As the stone ape completely fell, the system also displayed a completion prompt at this moment. He held the soul beast crystal, taken from the stone ape's belly, then cursed, "What kind of bad luck is this? What a waste of time." After finishing up, Han Sen's leader beast soul continued into the egg nest. Han Sen looked around and said, "Luckily there are mutant creature eggs. I wonder if any good god blood beast souls will hatch. Preferably one with wings. Or even a possession type beast soul like the demon sword would be fine." He was wary of everything around him. How strange, why is it so quiet around here? He hadn't encountered any mutant creatures. Sensing an ominous sign, Han Sen immediately flew forward. Could it be that there aren't even any mutant creature eggs? Good thing I didn't come all this way for nothing. He immediately landed next to a mutant creature egg. Han Sen extended his sharp palm, then moved closer to the egg. "Please all immortals, Jade Emperor, Lousy Buddha, and Jesus bless me, and give me a very good mutant creature." Just as he split the egg open, he exclaimed in surprise. As the egg cracked, a thick blue smoke enveloped the entire space. A winged creature gradually appeared in the blue smoke. The prompt board displayed, "Level God Blood Flying Beast Soul." A creature with both horns and wings stood majestically there. As soon as it emerged, Han Sen immediately tamed it and transformed it into his skill. After the absorption was complete, wings had grown on Han Sen's back. He happily said, "The flying beast soul can finally fly." In Han Sen's dimension, he coaxed the flying beast soul to eat a pill, then petted it. Once the feeding was successful, the god blood wind became uncontrollable. This was the fastest flying beast soul known to humans. Now Han Sen stood on the mountaintop, arrogantly extending his hand and saying, "Except for super god blood creatures, Han Sen can now hold his head high in the second sanctuary." After returning to Starwheel Sanctuary, he stepped forward and shook Han Sen's hand. "You're finally back." He replied, "Missing me so much, what's wrong? Did something happen?" "I've already negotiated with Haitian and Feli. We're attacking the Royal Sanctuary in 2 days. Are you coming with us?" Han Sen lowered his head and said, "I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. Haitian and I have a grudge. It might be inconvenient to go together, don't you think?" He asked, "You're the one who injured Haitian and stole the snake. Bonefish King, aren't you?" Han Sen replied, "If not me, then who else? After the battle begins, let me go in alone." He warned, "Be careful. All of Haitian's masters will be there. If Haitian has any intentions against you, it'll be hard for you to get away." Han Sen agreed outwardly, but inwardly he was full of scorn. Before attacking the sanctuary, you'll make concessions. But after that, who causes trouble for whom is another story. At the Royal Sanctuary, the flames of war were raging. Here fireballs shot towards the city walls one after another. Roaring sounds rose and fell. Chaos immediately escalated. 2 days later, on the battlefield, Han Sen opened a hole in space. He poked his head in to observe his surroundings. Haitian's attack was completely blocked. Liuruan on the west road and Feli on the east road. Both sides had many god blood creatures fighting. Just how many god blood creatures does this sanctuary have? The sound reached Taiyin Gongju's side. Such a large scale Royal Sanctuary is simply not a place humans can conquer. Screams of warriors came from afar. The leader immediately ordered medical team quickly take him away. Han Sen looked into the distance. Such a large-scale battle, yet still able to command with such composure. This Haitian is indeed very capable. Killing intent filled his eyes. However, an enemy is an enemy. Don't blame me for being merciless. The mutant creature army has already taken over. If the white-haired spirit didn't have the help of other god blood creatures, the shelter would have been conquered long ago. Han Sen saw Princess Taiyin walk in. He asked doubtfully, "At a critical moment like this, where does she intend to go?" Suddenly the ground shook violently. Han Sen immediately realized it was an earthquake. A huge explosion came from the mountain over there, causing many soldiers to stop fighting in panic. They shouted in terror, "What's going on? More reinforcements." Just as they were about to flee to safety, a soldier suddenly turned back to look into the distance. He asked in fear, "What is that thing?" Another person replied, "They're eating people." After hearing that answer, everyone ran with all their might, hoping to escape. These bugs aren't picky eaters, run. The scene gradually turned chaotic. As these bugs crawled down the mountain, terrifying screams echoed all around. Suddenly a dragon flew over, breathing fire towards the swarm of bugs. On the other hand, the leader not only didn't run, but kept swinging his sword to drive away the bugs. Not only that, he also said, "Don't let yourselves break the battle line." Han Sen stood aside, cowering in fear. These bugs are disgusting and terrifying. But individual silver beetles aren't too strong. Only slightly stronger than primitive creatures. Their terrifying nature is mainly due to their sheer numbers. This is a great chance to steal the soul stone. The god-blood creatures and humans all fled. After saying that, he quickly flew towards the fire. As he flew closer, he summoned his godblood overlord beast soul and transformed. But he didn't land immediately. Instead, he flew over the area to observe the situation. As soon as he saw them, Han Sen immediately started provoking them. The double defense formed by beast souls, created by the runaway godblood. Whatever you do will be useless. This is a natural barrier, helping me hide among the swarm of bugs, so that the black god won't detect me. After landing inside the royal shelter, Han Sen immediately brushed off the dirt on him. Fortunately, it's still relatively clean here. Looks like the spirits inside can't stand these things either. As soon as he turned to enter, a group of mutant creatures had already been waiting for a long time, just waiting to tear him apart. Han Sen exclaimed as expected of a royal shelter. The number of mutant creatures is truly terrifying. When Princess Tyene walked out, all those creatures fled. A scream came from there. Han Sen ran straight in. The mutant creatures saw him enter, and all retreated. They run when they see me. Looks like they haven't forgotten my claw. Han Sen flew into the sky, his tone full of provocation. Release your god-blood creatures. Do these small fry really think they can block my way? Can they stop me? Feeling a golden light behind her, Princess Tyene immediately became alert. She looked back and asked, "It's him again." Han Sen saw her turn around and also waved a friendly greeting. "An old acquaintance, why? Are you leaving without even saying hello?" Tyene said, displeased, "Meeting an old acquaintance. Your way of greeting is truly rude." After saying that, she summoned her mutant creature and had it charge straight at Han Sen. He quickly dodged. So many godblood creatures have already been sent to deal with the black god, and there are still more inside. Only such opponents are worth fighting. Tyene sneered. Suddenly 2 large snakes appeared. They coiled around 2 pillars of the shelter. Han Sen was startled. These great snakes once attacked the Xingluan shelter. Suddenly something pressed down on the 2 great snakes, making them roar in pain. Han Sen gritted his teeth and said, "The royal shelter certainly has a lot of godblood creatures." Han Sen immediately summoned 4 mutant creatures from his subconscious. 4 godblood creatures. It would also take quite some time to deal with them. Instead of wasting power here, rather than just catching the thief, catch their leader. One of the 36 stratagems. After saying that, Han Sen bared his claws, then rushed forward quickly. Han Sen shouted, "Godblood creatures are strong but act like idiots. Let me deal with these guys." Royal shelter. Han Sen sped through the air. "Don't chase me. You can't catch me." In front of him, at this moment, 2 giant black snakes were blocking the doorway. What should I do about these 2 snakes? Even one was difficult enough to handle. Now 2 have appeared at once. This is really putting me to the test. The 2 black snakes opened their massive mouths and charged forward, bearing sharp venomous fangs. And behind them a swarm of mutated monsters surrounded him. What? There are so many monsters gathered behind me. Han Sen stood on his tiptoes, ready to strike. "I'm not going to play with you anymore. Since you're all accomplices, then let me give you this big gift." No sooner had he spoken, he immediately charged into the black snake's mouth. It blinked in surprise. Before it could even understand what was happening, inside Han Sen was tearing and ripping relentlessly. "How do you like this gift? Do you like it?" The black snake's body was ripped apart. Han Sen found his way out and burst through. "See ya." He quickly ran into the temple, letting the exotic beasts outside the door roar incessantly. Roar, roar, roar. Inside the temple, Han Sen looked up at the statue. "Didn't expect us to meet so soon, huh?" The gem on the statue's forehead glowed. "This must be the soul stone, right?" The soul stone was embedded at the foot of the statue. An anima holding a long sword appeared, standing guard. Given the current situation, Han Sen thought the monsters outside don't dare to come in. Excellent. It's much easier to deal with just one enemy. He raised his sharp claws and rushed into battle. If I want to get the soul stone, then now is the best chance. The anima sensed the danger and wouldn't give up easily. She quickly swung her sword, adopting a battle stance. Ha! The long sword slashed past Han Sen's body with lightning speed. Damn, her sword is too fast. He gritted his teeth and said angrily, "She's truly ruthless. Right from the start she aimed straight for my neck." With every move the anima made, it showed that this anima's power was greater than his. She was actually able to repel me. The anima's sword edge slashed past like lightning. This anima's swordplay is too fast. Probably even faster than Black God's sword. Han Sen was on the defensive, only able to dodge as much as possible, but couldn't find an opportunity to counterattack. Her swordsmanship is truly formidable. If I keep clashing Hedon, Ghost Claw will lose control. It won't last much longer. Han Sen was repelled just like that. After a direct confrontation, there was no chance to counterattack at all. He couldn't even run away. The anima leaped into the air and swung down a cleave. Han Sen was hit, the sword grazed his shoulder. Too sharp. Golden armor combined with the stone armor devil mark. Couldn't even block it. There's no other way. You'll just have to fight with everything I've got. Han Sen desperately raised his hand and summoned the Mad Shield. Mad Shield, it's all up to you. You absolutely have to block this. Seeing the Mad Shield, the anima became even fiercer. She raised her long sword with all her might and shouted "Ack!" The Mad Shield's body was engulfed by a blue light that cleaved straight down from above. Han Sen was aghast. What's happening, Mad Shield? The Mad Shield's body was sliced in half, then fell to the ground without any resistance. I just got this Ghost Tribe anima. Han Sen blared furiously. No time for sorrow, I must be fast. Otherwise the loss will be even greater. He lightly leaped and could swiftly shoot into the sky. It wasn't in vain that I learned half-step Cloud Tower. It finally came in handy. Even so, this spirit still doesn't intend to let Han Sen go. Die quickly, recall the Golden Sandworm King and buy us time to escape. Golden Sandworm King, you have to hold on. To be honest, with its strength just one glance would be enough to know which side is stronger. Han Sen worried it's no good. The Golden Sandworm King can't hold on anymore. He quickly reached out to recall the Golden Sand Worm King. Otherwise the same thing as with Kwangdun will happen. If I go back and get this stone, I win. The shrine. Suddenly Han Sen felt something strange about his body. It didn't feel right. A sword from who knows where pierced directly into Han Sen's chest. Who is it? The swordplay is too fast. Another spirit appeared before him. The spirit kicked. Han Sen fell from the statue's head to its feet. He was shocked and panicked. There's another one, a yellow one. Unexpectedly, these two soul stones are actually twin spirits. Han Sen's whole body was in pain and trembling. It was a trap, no wonder. It didn't let those strange creatures come in to deal with me. It wasn't that she intended to fight alone, but that there was another spirit inside, no weaker than her. I, Han Sen, am standing between two spirits. One was already hard to deal with. Fighting two powerful spirits at the same time is very dangerous. What do I do now? Run, yes, run. Han Sen ran for his life. A wise man knows when to retreat. If I can't beat you, can't I at least run away? Let's get out of here first. The two spirits also quickly gave chase. The twin spirits relentlessly pursued him from behind. The swordplay of these two spirits complemented each other. It was actually a combo skill. Given the current situation, this battle is going to be tough. The power of their combined swords is indeed several times stronger than a single sword. He absolutely refused to give up. I have to survive. Charge, I must survive. Royal Sanctuary. The strange beasts outside were furious. The Golden Man Roarer appeared swiftly. It stomped its foot, flattening the horde of strange beasts. Han Sen shouted, "Run!" The Golden Man Roarer roared, its eyes bloodshot. With one kick it could knock down 10 strange beasts. All of you just die. Han Sen leveraged this power to withstand the Golden Man Roarer. Two damn snakes. A bird flew over and viciously pecked his head. Arg, that hurts like hell. This damn bird almost knocked me off. Han Sen commanded Golden Man Roarer, charge. The Golden Man Roarer leapt high, leaving the fierce horde of strange beasts behind, and fled the area. Han Sen said happily, "That's great. Golden Man Roarer, you'll be rewarded when we get back." He clenched his teeth. Almost there, we'll be safe once we're out. Almost safe. Han Sen kept trying to boost morale. Golden Man Roarer, go. He secretly showed an excited smile. Good thing I still have the Golden Man Roarer, we're almost out. The Golden Man Roarer, exhausted, collapsed onto the cold snowy ground. Golden Man Roarer, he ran forward to check on it. Those creatures are truly terrifying. Even the Golden Man Roarer, the supermount is. Han Sen comforted it, "Don't be afraid. It'll definitely get you out of here." Another group of mutated creatures appeared in the sky. They could fly and were hot on their heels. Oh really? He glanced back. It seems they don't want me to leave here. Han Sen immediately recalled the Golden Man Roarer, then ran himself. The Golden Man Roarer was recalled, but those mutated beasts charged straight in and attacked directly. Damn it, I just escaped that encirclement not long ago. And now another bull with sharp horns charged over, attacking recklessly. He rushed to the mutated bull's horns, clamping its neck tightly with his legs. The two spun in midair. Then he kicked out, deciding to kick the mutated bull away. Is that all you've got? You can't stop me? Inside the water palace, Han Sen sat on a chair, bandaging himself all over, and complaining painfully that almost killed me. It's been a long time since I've met an opponent. Who could push me this far? He muttered to himself, recounting everything that had happened. Not only did I kill several noble spirits, but what I just got. Even the golden Manhwa and the golden sand insect king were severely injured. The two spirits' appearances were identical in the metal temple. Only their recreated clothing was different. But those royal twin spirits not only possessed peerless power, but also such beauty. Truly a gift from the heavens. Han Sen clenched his fists, expressing his determination. I must get them. Then, he opened the system to check related information. Information: mutant beast, godblood, hell ghost bull level. Godblood beast soul type. Fusion transformation form. He continued, comforting himself. A fusion transformation beast soul can fly. If I use a black crystal to turn it into an uncontrolled beast soul, maybe I can sell it for a better price. Subsequently, Han Sen's gaze deepened, revealing displeasure and irritation. If I could have a human form transformation beast soul, then the chance of defeating those twins would be much greater. Although the fairy Empress abilities in the second god sanctuary were quite strong. In the fairy Empress transformation state, armor cannot be worn. This way I'm no match for those twins. He stood up and walked outside, hands in his pockets, and began to formulate a battle plan. It seems I can only cultivate again. And while I'm at it, figure out a way to get a human form transformation beast soul. On the goddess Maria, Han Sen was concentrating intently, working at the computer, when someone appeared and called out to him. Han Sen, oh, it's the captain. He stepped forward, put a hand on his shoulder and asked, are you looking at super gene arts? What? The super gene arts in the military church area are more extensive than what ordinary people can see. Which one do you want to learn? Han Sen immediately replied. Which one to learn? Should it be fast enough for quick seizure and suppression? No? Perhaps I should use defense as offense instead. He recalled their fighting style and the sisters' seamless coordination, then began to analyze, changing his tactics to defeat them. Although I can use the seal art to block their fast swordsmanship, the power of the sword formation formed by their combined efforts is definitely not comparable to that of a single person. For safety's sake, I still need a super gene art that can directly defeat their sword formation. Suddenly a low call came from outside. Captain, he turned his face and responded loudly. Coming, coming. He imagined himself holding a sword in each hand, practicing with great enthusiasm. Two swords combined. At this speed, and with this swordsmanship, it's impossible for me to defeat them. I must have two swords. 13 kills against the current is also a dual blade technique. If I slightly adapt the dual flight method and practice dual swords by myself, it should be fine. After some positive thinking, he had found a solution to the problem. He stood up happily, hands resting on the table, and said confidently, it's decided, just you wait. I will definitely subdue you. In Starwheel Shelter, the sky was completely overcast, and around the shelter, everything was covered in fallen snow. Inside the shelter, Han Sen asked Li Xingluan as he walked last time. What happened with the human form beast soul I asked you to find? He immediately replied. You do indeed have a godblood grade snow goddess beast soul. It meets your requirements. Although it's not very strong, it can increase your speed. There's just one downside. It lowers your body temperature. I think this one really suits your needs. But its owner is not easy to deal with. After hearing this, he immediately turned around. His expression was full of excitement. He demanded, who is it? Li Xingluan lowered his voice and said, it's Haitian. The scene shifts to the next day, also at the Xingluan shelter. From a distance, people from Haitian shelter could be seen striding aggressively, and leading them was Haitian. Li Xingluan immediately explained their purpose to him. Haitian, we've made it clear we're just here to trade today, not to fight. He sternly refuted his words. This is the grudge between him and me. It has nothing to do with you. Don't meddle in irrelevant matters. Afterwards, he turned to Han Sen and challenged him. Han Sen, do you dare to gamble with me? Why don't we settle our grudge right now? Right here, right now. Han Sen remained composed. He calmly asked Haitian in return, what do you want to bet? He casually stated the conditions for this battle. Well, fight one battle. Regardless of win or loss, our past grudges will be wiped clean. But if you lose, the snow goddess beast soul and the hell's out of control ghost ox beast soul will all become mine. If I lose, the beast souls are yours. Han Sen provoked him nonchalantly. What if I don't want to gamble? With his hands clasped behind his back, he threatened. Since you don't want to settle the grudge between us, then you will naturally become an enemy of Haitian. I Haitian have never shown mercy to my enemies. Li Xingluan had been silently observing the situation and heard some unfavorable conditions for Han Sen, so he spoke up to stop Haitian. This is Xingluan shelter. It's not your Haitian shelter. It's not your turn to act wildly here. As for the grudge between you and Han Sen, I don't care. But in my Xingluan shelter, no one is allowed to lay a finger on him. He pointed directly without politeness. Li Xingluan, you are actually making things difficult for me for an unrelated person. Han Sen reached out, signaling that he was fine. Han Sen looked at Haitian and presented his proposal. A unknown wagered fight is acceptable. However, the beast souls used as stakes must be kept by Li Xingluan. He was afraid Han Sen would encounter misfortune, so he quietly reminded Han Sen. A few seconds later, an excited expression appeared on Han Sen's face. Then he said in a joking tone, "It's fine, someone wants to give me beast souls. How could I not want them?" Haitian praised him outwardly. "You're truly straightforward. I'm starting to like you." But inwardly he was scoffing. "Brat, you'll be crying later. I want the beast souls in your life too." And so the auspicious time arrived. The crowd gathered around the arena to watch the spectacle. Then they started discussing amongst themselves. Haitian is going to duel Han Sen. What did Han Sen do? How could he offend Haitian? This is bad. Isn't Han Sen doomed? Haitian began to draw his sword. The blade emitted a dazzling blue light. It seemed to be conveying one thing, that its owner was incredibly powerful. Han Sen also entered a state of readiness. His hands were covered with armor, and there were 3 sharp iron spikes around them. At this moment, Li Xingluan's expression was incredibly solemn. His facial muscles were tensed, making people not dare to approach him. He cried out in his heart, "Han Sen, oh Han Sen, if you hadn't agreed to this wagered fight, my shelter could still protect you. But if the wagered fight has already begun, even if Haitian kills you, I am powerless to help." A few short minutes passed. Shen was the first to charge forward. He moved swiftly on his feet, while gripping his sword tightly, swinging it fiercely, shouting to build momentum. Han Sen showed no trace of worry, standing perfectly still with a satisfied smile. He waited a moment before making his move. He gently applied force, causing the spikes on his fist to spring out. Reflected in Haitian's eyes were the images of 3 sharp spears. "No, if this strike continues, my elbow will be cut off first. Retreat quickly." Li Xingluan was worried about Han Sen. Haitian's demonic wind blade art was renowned on this ice plane. It had the reputation of azure demonic blade disappearance. He was afraid that Han Sen, the move he made, was coming straight for him. He quickly and sharply dodged, then prepared for his second attack. "My minor demonic wind blade art, no one of the same level has ever been able to withstand its second acceleration. Why do you dare to block?" Haitian raised his sword again, channeling all his power into it, then shouted loudly, "Die!" However, before he could unleash his power, in the blink of an eye, he saw Han Sen running towards him. With 6 spikes on his hands, he pounced on Haitian. Haitian was shocked, panic filling his heart. "This is preposterous. My minor demonic wind blade art has never encountered such an opponent." Li Xingluan witnessed this scene from behind, stammering in disbelief. No, this must be a coincidence. If once was a coincidence, twice, thrice, 4 times. Every time he could block Haitian's blade, preventing Haitian from a second acceleration. The power is terrifying. Over there, Haitian was wildly swinging his sword, without a fixed direction, aiming to block as much as possible. This also proved that he was at a disadvantage against Han Sen. How is this possible? Am I about to lose? Am I really about to lose? Retreat, keep retreating. It seemed that besides retreating, there were no other options. So after enduring humiliation for a few minutes, taking his fierce attacks, Haitian officially gave up. His face was drenched in sweat, filled with exhaustion and frustration. "You win." Han Sen, with his hands in his pockets, stood straight, looking at him kneeling at his feet. Then humbly replied, "You flatter me." Everyone in the audience was dissatisfied with Haitian's defeat. He was beaten that badly. Was that really Haitian? When did such a strong person appear in our ice plane? So powerful, is it fake? How could Haitian's demonic blade be so useless? At the goddess sanctuary, Han Sen returned amidst the cheers of his teammates and brothers. "Big brother, you're back. We all heard you beat Haitian so badly. He couldn't get up." Haitian was so arrogant. I disliked him for a long time. Finally someone taught him a lesson. Big brother, you're truly my idol. Teach me. Han Sen was surrounded and questioned by everyone. He smiled brightly and replied. That Haitian, he's still too weak. Then he politely said thanks. You're too kind, too kind. He saw Malia also come out to greet him. Upon his return he enthusiastically greeted Malia. Long time no see. The mutated creature I brought back is outside. Go take a look. She immediately agreed okay. Han Sen noticed something unusual on her face and asked with concern what's wrong. She replied with worry. It's not what's wrong with me. But Ling hasn't eaten anything. Anyway, go see for yourself. Inside Icefield Tower, the little girl Ling Lan was sitting on the windowsill, gazing out at the world outside. Han Sen's voice sounded from behind her. I heard you haven't eaten anything these past few days. Is the food here not to your liking? The little girl turned her head to look at him, then replied indifferently, you're back. I'm not hungry. He walked over to her and gently stroked her head. You're not an immortal. How could you not be hungry? Come here. Tell me what you want to eat. I'll cook it for you myself. Hearing this, Ling Lan's eyes immediately lit up with a sparkling expression. Really, that's great. But I don't want to eat anything. Han Sen, can you take me with you when you go out? Han Sen suddenly paused. He covered his mouth with his hand and coughed a few times, because he had some reservations about her. Cough, cough. He thought to himself, this little girl's origins are unknown. I should be careful. But he looked up again at the lonely and helpless figure of Ling Lan. A surge of pity rose in his heart. In this sanctuary world, I might be the only person she knows. If even I don't care about her, then she'll be too pitiful. Han Sen reluctantly compromised with the little girl. All right. Next time I'll take you out. Her request was granted. Ling Lan's face beamed with happiness. Really, that's great. Everything had been completely resolved, so in their hearts, everyone felt relieved and no longer worried. Han Sen took her hand and walked out excitedly, bragging. Come over and eat something first. What do you want to eat? I'll make it for you myself. I'm not boasting. My cooking skills are definitely no worse than a restaurant's head chef. A 3-star one even. The little girl also responded enthusiastically. MHM. The scene switched to clear, cool water. There was a purple spaceship speeding through the water. Inside the Crystal Palace were Han Sen and Ling Lan, standing there gazing at the sea. Inside there were all sorts of plants and animals. He was the first to speak. So many jellyfish. Too bad they're all grouped together. Not convenient for hunting. The little girl exclaimed with envy. It's so beautiful. In the distance a group of red jellyfish were swimming freely, enjoying the coolness of the sea. Suddenly one fell behind. Han Sen, quick-eyed and quick-handed, saw it and shouted excitedly. Great, there's a straggler. No sooner said than done. He immediately transformed and rushed forward, leaving only Ling Lan behind him, going to catch that jellyfish. The little girl watched him leave, bewildered. Hey, just a moment ago it was blue armor. The next second it turned into golden metallic armor at the bottom of the sea. He assessed his target. This jellyfish looks a bit silly. I'm right in front of it and it still doesn't know to run. Doesn't seem like a high-grade creature. So, he unhesitatingly grabbed the red jellyfish with his hand. Suddenly, Han Sen frowned because something was wrong. The silly jellyfish he had just underestimated was now clinging tightly to his hand, refusing to let go. He impatiently roared, damn it. What's going on? Why do I suddenly have no strength in my arm? My yin power has completely vanished too. It was all drained in an instant. He couldn't break free from its grip. Let go of me. At this moment the one in control wasn't Han Sen. It was the red jellyfish. It released an electric current paralyzing Han Sen. Damn it. He gnashed his teeth in anger. Water choked his mouth, making it hard to breathe, and he coughed violently. Cough, cough. Damn it, this jellyfish can discharge electricity. I was careless. His right hand had no strength left to resist. He immediately attacked it fiercely with his left hand. Then he cursed inwardly. No matter what the hell you are, just die. No matter how much he struggled, it was useless. He pulled the red jellyfish off his hand. He couldn't control his anger and cursed out loud. Can't pull it out. This thing is too weird, it's still shocking me. This is bad. I must return to the water palace as soon as possible. Han Sen had been electrocuted by it for a long time. So now he staggered when he walked. Damn it, what if I get stuck here? Ling Lan waited for a long time but didn't see him return to the water palace. So she jumped into the sea to look for him. He squinted to his left and saw her swimming towards him. He kept warning Ling Lan in his mind not to come closer. She approached him. Then she reached out and forcefully pulled at the stubborn jellyfish. pulling it out of Han Sen's body. He gritted his teeth and urged in his mind. It's useless, run. Run. Suddenly the little girl's eyes darted around because the jellyfish started to latch onto her hand. Han Sen observed the now not so optimistic situation, thinking to himself that Ling Lan was also being sucked in. Suddenly Ling Lan changed. He was a little flustered, not understanding what was about to happen. It turned out Ling Lan, the little girl, was gathering strength to activate a royal unique skill, Shura power. Her gaze became sharp, filled with both anger and hatred. The stunned jellyfish was instantly destroyed by this move. Its body was no longer intact like before. It was torn to pieces, shattering into fragments that scattered in the water. She took care of it. The little girl tightly held Han Sen's hand and pulled him towards the surface. He secretly sighed in his heart. Damn this power. The power is too terrifying. Arrived at the water palace, Han Sen plopped down on the ground, trying to breathe deeply to make up for the oxygen he had just lacked. Ling Lan lay flat on the ground, facing him sideways. He looked at her, feeling indescribable emotions in his heart. Is Ling Lan human or Shura after all? In the Athena goddess dorm, Han Sen rested his chin in his hand, lost in thought. Then he muttered to himself. Biologists have long proven that between human and Shura genes, there are huge differences. It's impossible to artificially reproduce offspring through mating. Nor can human Shura hybrids be created. Then he leaned back in his chair, hands behind his head. He stated again with certainty. Humans are humans. Shura are Shura. Although there are some similarities, in reality, they are two completely different species. A single person cannot be both human and Shura. Suddenly a memory from yesterday flashed in his mind. The image of Ling Lan using her power to save him. The little girl's strength shocked him and also made him curious, and questioned what exactly is going on with Ling Lan. He was immersed in his own world, searching for answers to the questions. He had always been suspicious. Just then a knock sounded at the door, accompanied by a clear voice. Han Sen, are you there? Can you come to this place with me? He sharply turned his head towards the door. It was Ji Yanran. Han Sen walked over to open the door and let her in, and said at the same time, of course, but you usually don't come directly to my room. Did something happen? Is there something you're not telling me? A hint of sadness flashed across Yanran's face. It was hard to notice without a close look. Tomorrow I have to attend an exchange meeting. I hope you can come with me too. Han Sen observed her expression, not rushing to agree, and asked instead. With that look on your face, it's not a blind date, is it? She raised her voice, denying what he just said. What are you thinking? It really is an exchange meeting, it's just that the attendees are a bit special. The content of the exchange meeting is also a bit special. Come and listen with me, it might be helpful to you in the future. After saying this she paused. She softly sighed and continued. Oh, and there's someone else you know there too. After informing him and extending the invitation, Ji Yanran left without lingering for more than a few minutes. Han Sen wanted to know who the person he knew was, so he pressed, who is it? She answered him as she walked. Wang Meng Meng. I heard she likes you a lot, is that right? Time flies. In the blink of an eye the day of the party arrived. At the exchange party venue, it was already bustling with people coming and going. Ji Yanran took the initiative to tell Han Sen about the purpose of today's party. He might have heard that theoretically, humans must reach the level of a transcender to be able to start evolving using their own genes. But there are also some people, or some special methods, that can activate the evolution of one's own genes. This exchange party is about that method. Qi cultivation technique. He furrowed his brows and repeated the core of the question. Qi cultivation technique. She explained softly to him. The Ji family is one that possesses an inherited Qi cultivation technique. Besides that, there are 3 other families. The Qi cultivation techniques we cultivate all come from the same inherited technique, just with different branches. This exchange party is jointly hosted by these 4 families. Han Sen asked doubtfully which 4 families. She listed the 4 great families. Ji Lin Wang Shui. After listening to her he fell into deep thought. Shui Shui Longyan, who possessed the ice skin jade. Bone art, the person I killed. Could it be seeing him standing still? Ji Yanran, who had already walked some distance, immediately turned around and shouted. What's wrong, Han Sen? He shook his head repeatedly, then stammered. No, nothing. In that corner a beautiful girl, wearing an elegant gown, holding a glass of red wine, walked towards the 2 of them. She greeted Ji Yanran warmly. When did you arrive, Goddess Yelia? Long time no see. Ji Yanran also responded warmly to Qingqiu. Long time no see. Qingqiu, seeing a boy standing next to her cousin, asked, is this your boyfriend? She replied politely. I'll introduce it to my sister. This is my fiancé. Han Sen didn't press for further personal details. And she then shifted the conversation to other topics. It's really lively today, older sister. Just walking around I saw 2 or 3,000 people. Ji Yanran continued. The Ji, Lin and Wang families are all great families of today, with their influence spanning across the entire alliance. Even if only young people under 40 came here, I'm afraid this venue, which can hold over 10,000 people, wouldn't be enough. Only then did Han Sen speak up and ask, "Isn't the Xue family also a great family?" She explained in detail. The Xue family members rarely travel outside, and their numbers are not large, Xingqiu added and emphasized. But when it comes to the Xue family's qi cultivation technique level, it's reputed to be the strongest among the 4 great families. Suddenly the lights near the stage went out, making the figures standing nearby gradually blur, setting the stage for the person about to appear. Han Sen also looked in that direction, full of anticipation. Someone from the Xue family. Ji Yanran and Xingqiu also stopped to watch, to see who would be the most dazzling person tonight. That person is Xingqiu eagerly boasted. That's right, it's Xue Miayang, my boyfriend. Today he's representing the Xue family on stage, to talk about the Mingyu Xinjing. By the way, Yanran, which family is your boyfriend from? She answered truthfully. Han Sen is not from a qi cultivation family. Hearing that her boyfriend was more than just a notch below her own boyfriend, she was somewhat disdainful. Oh, she's absolutely thrilled, yet she pretends she doesn't care at all, complaining. Ever since we were little, my cousin has always wanted to compete with me in everything. Nia Yang is about to go on stage. I have to sit there. With so many people watching, it's a bit uncomfortable. If Nia Yang wasn't going up to speak, I wouldn't bother going up there. Ji Yanran wasn't bothered in the slightest, simply urging her, all right, you go, cousin. After she left, Ji Yanran held Han Sen's arm and exposed her true nature. The boyfriend you found now is from the Xue family. You must be quite smug about it, right? He truly didn't understand what she was trying to say, so he asked again, is this something truly worth being proud of? Her words were filled with jealousy. There's nothing much to be proud of. It's just that those who can stand on stage are considered among the best of the 4 great families, I suppose. He stood close behind her as if embracing her, and comforted. So it should be you up there instead. Yanran thought of her father's glorious era, and said softly, my father often gave speeches on stage when he was young, but I couldn't inherit his talent. My aptitude is mediocre, and am not qualified to go on stage. Han Sen's voice was both serious and teasing as he said, you're the most qualified to go up there. You don't need to say anything when you go up. Just sit there and watch everyone. Your beauty can enlighten people. It's more useful than any lecture. His words seemed to truly work, because Yanran became happy again, and got her revenge by tickling Han Sen. He laughed heartily, then pleaded softly, stop. No, stop, it tickles. She laughed teasingly, you smooth talker. The two sat back down together, continuing their conversation. Yanran told him what she knew. The Xue family considers themselves superior among the 4 great families. That person named Xue Miayang acted incredibly high and mighty, always ignoring those around him. Han Sen's mind was full of questions. Why are the Xue family considered superior? She explained softly. Our 4 great families have been passed down through generations. The Xue family was originally the bloodline of the sect master, and they always proclaimed themselves to be the orthodox lineage. Furthermore, the family's most important secret manual is also in their hands. It's not allowed to be passed on to outsiders. He insisted on knowing everything about the Xue family. What secret manual is it? So Han Sen looked at Xue Miayang, who was speaking on stage, when suddenly an answer popped into his mind. Could that secret manual be the ice muscle jade bone technique? Yanran slowly uttered 3 words, Guanhan Sutra. He breathed a sigh of relief after hearing it. Phew, good thing it's not the ice muscle jade bone technique. She continued to explain in detail. However, the Guanhan Sutra, from ancient times until now, few people have truly mastered it. The Xue family transformed it into a genetic core technique, named ice muscle jade bone. It can help all disciples of the Xue family cultivate. The scene switched to a different part of the banquet hall. A dashing and elegant man was strolling around, when he heard someone call him in a low voice. Lin Feng. Nia Yang and his girlfriend Xin Shou approached him. He warmly invited, come sit with us. Ji Lei and the others are already here. He politely replied, I'm very sorry. I ran into an old friend, and I'd like to catch up with them. Let's make plans for next time. His invitation had been directly rejected. He frowned, displeased. Who is that person? I've never seen him before. Xingqiu also spoke. He knows Lin Feng too. Lin Feng came to the dining table, where Han Sen was sitting, and he loudly welcomed him. Yo, long time no see, old friend. He praised his friend Lin Feng effusively, saying, I listened to your lecture, it was excellent. His radiant smile became even brighter. Upon hearing those words, I didn't expect you to be there. Suddenly a slender fair hand rested delicately on his shoulder, while a loud voice questioned, Xiao Fengfeng, are these two your friends? His face fell, then he nodded and said, Yes, sister-in-law. Han Sen and Yan Ran both widened their eyes and stammered in unison, Xiao Fengfeng. At this the girl introduced herself. I am Lin Weiwei, Lin Feng's older sister. You can call me Sister Weiwei. They called out Sister Weiwei with fake smiles. Sister Weiwei, he said, tears welling up, haven't you two had enough? Shui Yang interjected, standing beside them. You all are having a great time chatting. Han Sen was very surprised. Shui Yang. Then he spoke. He wants to challenge Lin Feng's qi cultivation technique. His cultivation is profound. Han Sen, you are Lin Feng's good friend. Perhaps you also want to delve deeply into qi cultivation techniques. How about we have a match? Xingqiu urged, standing beside Yang. It's a bit boring to always just chat like this. Since you're Yan Run's boyfriend, it's a perfect chance for everyone to get to know you better. Wei Wei here nodded in agreement with Shui Yang. Since you want a match, then let's go have a match. Han Sen quietly called out Sister Wei Wei. She gave a forced smile. Then she said, Sister Wei Wei, let those men go make a fuss. For us beauties to fight them. Wouldn't that be too good for them? Yang observed the situation, clicking his tongue. Tsk. It was as if he had been waiting for this moment to embarrass her. Wei Wei questioned loudly, which family are you from? So ill-mannered, who are you calling sister? I am Lin Feng's aunt. In terms of seniority, you all should call me. You are truly too ill-mannered. Xingqiu was speechless. She didn't know how to explain, but they. Her expression kept changing, as she was publicly toured. It made her extremely ashamed. She gnashed her teeth and wanted her boyfriend to speak for her. At this moment Yang mocked loudly. Han Sen, are you afraid to compete with me? He took a step forward, straightened his collar, then accepted his challenge. Sister Wei Wei, let me handle this. She's not wrong. For a great beauty like you, sister, to fight this guy. Wouldn't that be too good for him? Lin Feng was a little worried about Han Sen. On the duel platform, Han Sen and Yang both took off their jackets to fight better. He stood tall and firm, looking at his opponent across from him. Then mused to himself. The fact that he killed Shui Longyan and cultivated the ice muscle jade bone art will be discovered by the Shui family sooner or later. At that time they will inevitably become enemies. Might as well take this opportunity to gauge the Shui family's strength. This Shui Yang, has he cultivated the ice muscle jade bone art? And the ice muscle jade bone art he obtained, what's different? Xingqiu sat on the bench, then glanced at Yanran with contempt, and thought mockingly, Shui Yang among his peers has an exceptionally outstanding level of qi cultivation. Ordinary people are definitely no match for him. As for this Han Sen, Wei Wei was a little uneasy and quietly asked Lin Feng, is Xiao Sen really alright? He pondered, arms crossed, then replied, I don't know about him. It's just that at the same level he has never been defeated. Hearing him say that, she felt much more at ease. In her mind she was both anticipating his performance and curious about how strong he truly was to receive such high praise from Xiao Feng. Then, what true abilities does this Han Sen possess? The battle gradually began. As Yang got into the zone, he stood with bent knees in a lunge stance. His arms tensed to channel power, causing himself to be enveloped in a blue light. At the same time a cold aura emanated, making the people present exclaim, so cold. It's too cold. Is this the ice muscle jade bone art? Is it an improved version from the Guanhan Sutra? He's really too strong. Wei Wei watched the match intently. Xiao Feng, Lin Feng is Xia Sensen, okay. This Shui Miayang, although a bit annoying, his ice jade bone art is indeed very strong. Lin Feng rested his chin in his hand, his face devoid of any particular expression, making it hard to guess what he was thinking. He should be fine. Han Sen still stood motionless like a sculpture, with no signs of him attacking or defending. This person is too strong. The ice jade bone art I cultivate, while it makes it easier for me to practice amidst the cold qi, I can never condense such an aura. A cold aura. Shui Miayang finished his activation and still wasn't in a hurry to make a move. Instead he said with a contemptuous tone, you make your move once I make mine. You won't get another chance. Han Sen grumbled to himself. Damn, what a big mouth. It's time for you to show everyone your power. He clenched his fist, then fully activated the microcrystal body. This will show you what happens to people with big mouths. Wei Wei sat on a chair. The audience watched intently, afraid to miss any important detail. Microcrystal body Zaya Sensen actually has this skill. He looks like he's only in his early 20s. Yet he's already mastered this technique, which usually takes years of practice. A man in the back row exclaimed in admiration. It's the microcrystal body. As expected of Lin Feng's friend. Another person analyzed the situation based on his personal experience. Although theoretically the microcrystal body is still far inferior to the ice jade bone art, Han Sen's microcrystal body has already reached minor accomplishment, while Xue Miang's ice jade bone art is only at the introductory level. In the upper seating area, the assistant junior, with a voice as soft as a feather, reminded Xue Miekwan, "Your brother seems to have met his match." Without taking his eyes off the match for a second, he replied, "The only opponents for a Xue family member are other Xue family members." He grinned, expressing his surprise. "Oh, is that so below the dueling arena?" Han Sen vigorously swung his arm and charged forward. Xue Miang take this earth-shattering punch, facing a Xue family member. It's highly likely they won't give him a second chance to strike. I must give this punch my all. He saw the trajectory of the punch and the technique, so he greatly underestimated his opponent. A frontal assault. Then he'll show you what it means to throw an egg at a rock. Han Sen's fist flew forward. He threw a punch. Two unparalleled fists collided, unleashing a fierce surge of energy. Yen Ran worried that Han Sen would be severely injured in this match. Her mood was like a seesaw, sometimes soaring to the clouds, sometimes plunging to the depths of hell. However, her worries were somewhat superfluous. The one injured was Mia Yang. Blood began to appear at the corner of his mouth. Kinkia's face turned pale, flustered because her boyfriend had fallen into a passive situation. She shrieked, "Ah, how can this be?" He was consumed by rage, but couldn't vent it. Han Sen retorted with a condescending demeanor. "He's the loser. Clearly you are the egg." The stands buzzed with whispers from members of various prominent families. They were filled with disappointment, because the one touted as one of the Xue family's best had actually lost to an unknown person. What am I even watching? How is this possible? No way. Xue Miang is injured. My goodness, with just one punch. Who exactly is this Han Sen person? Press on with the victory. He suddenly leaped up, raising his hand ready to deliver a fierce punch. Yang recoiled, making no move to retaliate. He just muttered to himself, "No, I won't lose." Then he too charged forward with all his might for a close-quarters fight, while roaring loudly to suppress his opponent. "I won't lose." However, Yang was caught on the defensive. His fists kept flailing in the air, unable to even touch Han Sen in the slightest. And Han Sen's fists seemed to multiply, continuously pummeling him. His pain was indescribable. He could only let out agonizing groans. Back in the elevated seating area, Shui Yiquan, having witnessed his younger brother being used as a punching bag to vent anger, his capable assistant next to him was also whispering suggestive words into his ear. What formidable strength! To have trained to this extent. Probably among evolvers. No one can stand shoulder to shoulder with him. He couldn't control his rage. He commanded loudly, "Help me find out which shelter he belongs to." On the dueling stage, Yang no longer resisted, instead covering his head with his hands. His heart was now filled with confusion. How could he be injured from the very first punch? With no chance to fight back at all. No, I cannot lose. I cannot lose so miserably. The people in the audience were buzzing with discussion. The first person exclaimed, "Microcrystal is actually that powerful. It can even suppress the ice muscle jade bone art." The person next to him kept wondering, where exactly did this guy come from? He's not from some artifact refining family, is he? The person in white replied enviously, "It seems a true talent has been discovered this time, because using ordinary moves simply couldn't suppress Han Sen. Yang actually used a beast soul, how despicable." The audience gasped, seeing his transformation, feeling dissatisfied, cursing, "That's a beast soul transformation. How can he use a beast soul? That's too despicable." Since he can't win, he resorts to cheating the Xue family. When did they acquire such a character? Just then he was preparing to charge at the opponent again. "Go die, I'm afraid it's you who will die." This punch from Han Sen hit him squarely in the abdomen. His mouth was immediately full of blood. Yang still couldn't accept this cruel reality. What, I actually lost? And such a crushing defeat. Then Han Sen delivered the final blow, knocking him from the dueling stage and sending him flying down. The audience below, Qingqiu couldn't believe her eyes, anxiously shouting Yang. The people around continued to mock him. My goodness, he used a beast soul and still lost so miserably. Young people these days are truly unbelievable. The Shui family has truly lost face this time. Today we've seen quite a show. Dealt with. The arrogant Yang now. He turned around as if radiating light. Wai Weiqing praised incessantly Xiao Sansen, well done. He replied sheepishly, it's just that he was too weak. Back with Shui Quan. His assistant had already found out Han Sen's background. Now reporting to him found it. Which shelter Han Sen belongs to. It's just that your luck isn't very good. He's currently in an ice field near the North Ice Sea. That place is very far away. He asserted decisively, it doesn't matter. His assistant gave a sly smile then mocked him. Not going to rush over and lay hands on Han Sen. That's not your style, he affirmed in a low voice. How dare he injure someone from the Shui family? Just to fight is too easy for him. It'll make him understand what regret feels like. Goddess Arya model. Dormitory. Han Sen was focusing intently on circulating his energy. He seemed to be practicing the ice muscle jade bone art. According to the qi cultivation art that Lin Weiwei and the others mentioned, he might have already unlocked his first gene. But why? He paused slightly, recalling yesterday's battle. On the arena, Shui Maijin's ice muscle jade bone art hadn't even broken.